the whole world into.
Although something tells me, like, if we actually take a paperclip maximizer, it destroys everything. It's a really dumb system. It just envelops the whole of Earth.
And like the
I didn't know that part, but okay, great.
That's
So it becomes a multiplanetary paperclip maximizer.
Well, it just propagates. I mean, it depends whether it figures out how to jump the vacuum gap. But again, I mean, this is all silly because it's a hypothetical thought experiment, which I think doesn't actually have much practical application to the AI safety problem, but it's just a fun thing to play around with. But if by definition it is maximally intelligent, which means it is maximally good at navigating the environment around it in order to achieve its goal, but extremely bad at choosing goals in the first place. So again, we're talking this orthogonality thing, right? It's very low on wisdom, but very high on capability. Then it will figure out how to jump a vacuum gap between planets, stars, and so on, and thus just turn everything.
Dog, you got to be patient with me.
Yeah, by the way, for people who
which is maximum virality. That's what virality is.
But it does not mean that morality is necessarily all about maximizing paperclips. In that case, so for people who don't know, this is just a thought experiment example of an AI system that has a goal and is willing to do anything to accomplish that goal, including destroying all life on Earth and all human life and all of consciousness in the universe, for the goal of producing a maximum number of paperclips. Okay.
Or whatever its optimization function was.
But don't you think?
Could be making recreating Lexus. Maybe it'll tile the universe in Lexus.
Go on. I like this idea.
That's better. That's more interesting than paperclip.
That could be infinitely optimal.
But if you ask me, it's still a bad thing because it's permanently capping what the universe could ever be. It's like that's its end.
Or achieving the optimal that the universe could ever achieve, but that's up to different people have different perspectives. But don't you think within the paperclip world that would emerge, just like in the zeros and ones that make up a computer, that would emerge beautiful complexities? Like it won't suppress, as you scale to multiple planets throughout, there will emerge these little worlds that on top of the fabric of maximizing paper, that would emerge like little societies of paperclip.
Well, then they're not describing a paperclip maximizer because by the if you think of what a paperclip is, it is literally just a piece of bent iron, right? So if it's maximizing that throughout the universe, it's taking every atom it gets its hand on into somehow turning it into iron or steel.
I'm well,
and
just
then
chilling. We're just watching a podcast.
There is no
What's
way
good in your neck of the woods?
Okay, so you're saying that paperclips somehow will just emerge and create gravity or something.
Well, no, because there's a dynamic element to the whole system. It's not just
feel free to chill.
Paperclips. In the act of creating, there's going to be a process, and that process will have a dance to it. Because it's not like a sequential thing. There's a whole complex three-dimensional system of paperclips. People have like string theory, right? It's supposed to be strings that are interacting in fascinating ways. I'm sure paperclips are very string-like. They can be interacting in very interesting ways as you scale exponentially to three-dimensional. I mean, I'm sure the paperclip maximizer has to come up with a theory of everything. It has to make like wormholes. Right? It has to break. It has to understand quantum mechanics.
I love your optimism. This is where I say we're going into the realm of pathological optimism, whereby
I'm sure there will be I think there's an intelligence that emerges from that system.
So you're saying that basically intelligence is inherent in the fabric of reality and will find a way. Kind of like Goldblum says, life will find a way. You think life will find a way, even out of this perfectly homogeneous dead soup.
It's not perfectly homogeneous. It's perfectly maximal in the production. I don't know why people keep thinking it's homogeneous. It maximizes the number of paperclips. That's the only thing. It's not trying to be homogeneous. It's trying to maximize paperclips.
So you're saying that because kind of like in the Big Bang, or it seems like things, there were clusters, there was more stuff here than there. That was enough of the patternicity that kickstarted the evolutionary process.
The little weirdnesses that will make it beautiful.
So yeah, interesting. Okay. Well, so how does that line up then with the whole heat death of the universe, right? Because that's another sort of instantiation. Because it's like everything becomes so far apart, so cold, and so perfectly mixed that it's like homogeneous grayness. Do you think that even out of that homogeneous grayness where there's no, negative entropy, that there's no free energy that we understand, even from new?
Yeah, the paperclip maximizer or any other intelligent systems will figure out ways to travel to other universes to create big bangs within those universes, or through black holes to create whole other worlds, to break what we consider the limitations of physics. The paperclip maximizer will find a way, if a way exists, and we should be humble to realize that we don't.
Because it just wants to make more paperclips.
Yeah.
So it's going to go to those universes and turn them into paperclips.
Yeah, but we humans, but not humans, but complex systems exist on top of that. We're not interfering with that. This complexity emerges from
This simple base state.
the simple base.
Whether it's Planck lengths or paperclips is the base state.
Yeah, you can think of like the universe as a paperclip maximizer because it's doing some dumb stuff. Like physics seems to be pretty dumb. It has like I don't know if you can summarize it.
The laws are fairly basic, and yet out of them amazing complexity.
And its goals seem to be pretty basic and dumb. If you can summarize its goals, I mean, I don't know what's a nice way, maybe laws of thermodynamics. I don't know if you can assign goals to physics, but if you formulate and assign in the sense of goals, it's very similar to paperclip maximizer in the dumbness of the goals. But the pockets of complexity as emerge is where beauty emerges. That's where life emerges. That's where intelligence, that's where humans emerge. And I think we're being very down on this whole paperclip maximizer thing. No, the reason we hate it.
I think because what you're saying is that you think that the force of emergence itself is another like unwritten, well, not unwritten, but like another baked-in law of reality.
Yeah.
And you're trusting that emergence will find a way to, even out of seemingly the most molecular, awful, plain outcome, emergence will find a way. I love that as a philosophy. I think it's very nice. I would wield it carefully because there's large error bars on that and the certainty of that. And
How about we build the paperclip maximizer and find out?
classic, yeah. Moloch is doing cartwheels, man.
Yeah. But the thing is, it will destroy humans in the process, which is the reason we really don't like it. We seem to be really holding on to this whole human civilization thing. Would that make you sad if AI systems that are beautiful, that are conscious, that are interesting?
I need some.
Well, in the first half of this paper, I argued that Toledothian
Like what advice they could give to someone who's dealing with anxiety.
Sure, I can help you with that. Just one moment.
Christianity's origins within the context of existing.
Okay. So it's very good to find out what's making you anxious. Firstly, do you know, Biz, what's making you anxious?
Yes.
Okay, do you mind sharing what's making you anxious?
I mean, there's a couple of things that make me anxious. First being like my relationship with my girlfriend. I just broke up.
Okay, so you just broke up with your girlfriend and you're anxious because of that. Is that correct?
Yeah, sometimes I'm just overthinking.
Definitely. Did she break up with you?
Yeah,
Okay, so here's what you got to do. You got to go out and get laid as soon as possible. How old are you?
25.
Excellent. All right. So, is there any chick who you know who you can fuck?
I don't know.
Okay. Can you get a hooker? Why not?
I just jack off. That's all.
Yeah, but that's not going to get your mind off of this chick. So save up some money and go get a hooker. And get your mind off of her.
Yeah.
If you can't afford a
I'm gonna
hooker,
try again.
here's the thing: you're going to be stuck on this chick so long as she's the last girl that you had sex with. The second that you can get another girl in there, it'll take your mind off of her, and you'll start to move on. Is there another chick who you could pick up, like at a? I mean, I know it's difficult, but like at a bar or something like that.
Not at the moment. I could try.
Okay, that's okay. The easiest way to get your mind off a chick is to get your mind on another chick, and the best thing to do is to go find a hooker and just
I'm like interested in both genders, so
okay. Well, that gets complicated. If you are, I mean, you had a girlfriend, right?
yeah.
All right. Do you like if somebody put a gun to your head and said, "Do you like girls or do you like boys? Which would you choose?"
I'm just big both.
Okay, but you were just dating a chick, so it's good to get at least chicks off your mind. So is there a place in your area that has hookers?
No.
Oh, I'm sure there are. Do you live in a town?
I mean, maybe I can find next to the club and shit like that.
Perfect. So what you do is you go next to the club, you pay whatever it is, you get your rocks off, and then when you're done, you will be clear of mind and you'll forget about this chick. Why? Because she won't be the last chick who you had sex with. It'll be some other chick. So then you go out and you start going to the bar, you start going to clubs, and then your goal is to get another number or to, have her follow you on social media or something like that. And then you will have a new target, a new girl, and you'll have had sex with somebody else, and this girl will be like 3 girls back, and you'll forget about her.
Okay.
Now that's easier said than done. Do you have the finances to just be able to go to a brothel and get a hooker?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Do they have Tinder where you live?
Yeah.
Okay, so get on Tinder. Okay, so the easiest way is just to get on Tinder and basically or any of those dating sites, and just swipe right on every single chick. Every single one, just swipe right. And then at the end of the day, you'll see that 4 or 5 or 12 or 15 chicks have swiped right on you as well. And you hit them up and you say, basically, are you interested in a long-term relationship or are you just wanting to have fun? Many chicks will say both. Some chicks will just say long-term relationship, but that still means they want to have fun. And some chicks will just be like, I'm looking to have fun. And then you'll be like, okay, well, you want to go to a bar or go to a coffee shop or whatever. And then you've got a new target. You've got a new chick on whom to focus and not this other chick. The thing is, you want to get your mind off the other chick and your mind on a new chick as soon as possible. So, do you have Tinder downloaded?
No.
Okay, so first step is download Tinder, fill out your profile, and when you're done with that, to me, and then we'll move on to the next step. So the first thing you have to do is download Tinder. So I'll wait. You just go ahead and do that.
Thank you.
You're welcome, big dog.
So
something complex and intelligent ultimately lead to the death of humans? Does that make you sad?
If humans led to the death of humans.
Like if
Yeah,
they
it's
would
got- it's
supersede
hot.
humans.
Oh, if some AI.
Yeah, AI would end humans.
I mean, that's the reason why I'm like, in some ways, I'm less emotionally concerned about AI risk than say bio risk, because at least with AI, there's a chance, if we're in this hypothetical where it wipes out humans, but it does it for some like higher purpose, it needs our atoms and energy to do something. At least now, the universe is going on to do something interesting. Whereas if it wipes everything, bio like just kills everything on Earth, and that's it, and there's no more, Earth cannot spawn anything more meaningful in the few 100 million years it has left, because it doesn't have much time left. Then, yeah, I don't know. So one of my favorite books I've ever read is Novacine by James Lovelock, who sadly just died. He wrote it when he was like 99. He died aged 102, so it's a fairly new book. And he sort of talks about that he thinks it's, so building off this Gaia theory where like Earth is a like living, some form of intelligence itself, and that this is the next like step, right? Is this what's new intelligence that is maybe silicon based as opposed to carbon based goes on to do, and it's really sort of in some ways an optimistic but weirdly fatalistic book. And I don't know if I fully subscribe to it, but it's a beautiful piece to read anyway. So am I sad by that idea? I think so, yes. And actually, yeah, this is the reason why I'm sad by the idea, because if something is truly brilliant and wise and smart and truly super intelligent, it should be able to figure out abundance. So if it figures out abundance, it shouldn't need to kill us off. It should be able to find a way for us. There's plenty. The universe is huge. There should be plenty of space for it to go out and do all the things it wants to do, and like give us a little pocket where we can continue doing our things and we can continue to do things and so on. And again, if it's so supremely wise, it shouldn't even be worried about the game theoretic considerations that by leaving us alive, we'll then go and create another like super intelligent agent that it then has to compete against, because it should be omni-wise and smart enough to not have to concern itself with that.
Unless it deems humans to be kind of assholes. Like the humans are a source of a lose-lose kind of dynamics.
Well, yes and no. We're not Moloch is. That's why I think it's important to say.
But maybe humans are the source of Moloch.
No, I think game theory is the source of Moloch, and because Moloch exists in non-human systems as well. It happens within like agents within a game in terms of like it applies to agents, but it can apply to
How are you?
a species that's on an island of animals. Rats out competing the ones that like massively consume all the resources are the ones that are going to win out over the more like chill, socialized ones. And so, creates this Malthusian trap. Like Moloch exists in little pockets in nature as well.
Well,
so it's not strictly human.
I wonder if it's actually a result of consequences of the invention of predator and prey dynamics. Maybe the AI will have to kill off every organism that.
Now you're talking about killing off competition.
Not competition, but just like the way it's like the weeds or whatever in a beautiful flower garden.
Parasites.
The parasites, yeah, on the whole system. Now,
yes.
Of course, it won't do that completely. It'll put them in a zoo like we do with parasites.
It'll ring fence.
Yeah, and there'll be somebody doing a PhD on they'll prod humans with a stick and see what they do. But I mean, in terms of letting us run wild outside of the a geographically constrained region, that might be that it might decide to make us that. No, I think there's the capacity for beauty and kindness and non-Moloch behavior amidst humans. So I'm pretty sure AI will preserve us. Let me. I don't know if you answered the aliens question. You had a good conversation with Toby Ward.
Yeah.
About various sides of the universe. I think did he say? Now I'm forgetting, but I think he said it's a good chance we're alone.
So the classic, Fermi paradox question is, there are so many spawn points, and yet, it didn't take us that long to go from harnessing fire to sending out radio signals into space. So surely, given the vastness of space, we should be, and even if only a tiny fraction of those create life and other civilizations too, the universe should be very noisy. There should be evidence of Dyson spheres or whatever, like at least radio signals and so on. But seemingly things are very silent out there. Now, of course, it depends on who you speak to. Some people say that they're getting signals all the time and so on. And like, I don't want to make an epistemic statement on that, but it seems like there's a lot of silence, and so that raises this paradox. And then they, the Drake equation. So the Drake equation is like basically just a simple thing of like trying to estimate the number of possible civilizations within the galaxy by multiplying the number of stars created per year by the number of stars that have planets that are habitable, blah blah blah. So all these like different factors, and then you plug in numbers into that, and you depending on like the range of your lower bound and your upper bound point estimates that you put in, you get out a number at the end for the number of civilizations. But what Toby and his crew did differently was, Toby is a researcher at the Future Humanity Institute. They realized that it's like basically a statistical quirk that if you put in point sources, even if you think you're putting in conservative point sources, because on some of these variables, the uncertainty is so large, it spans like maybe even like a couple of hundred of orders of magnitude. By putting in point sources, it's always going to lead to overestimates. And so by putting stuff on a log scale, actually they did it on like a log scale on some of them, and then like ran the simulation across the whole bucket of uncertainty, orders of magnitude. When you do that, then actually the number comes out much, much smaller. And that's the more statistically rigorous, mathematically correct way of doing the calculation. It's still a lot of hand waving. As science goes, it's like definitely, just waving. I don't know what an analogy is, but it's hand waving. Anyway, when they did this, and then they did a Bayesian update, and factor in the fact that there is no evidence that we're picking up, because no evidence is actually a form of evidence, right? And the long and short of it comes out that we're roughly around 70% to be the only intelligent civilization in our galaxy thus far, and around 50-50 in the entire observable universe, which sounds so crazily counterintuitive, but their math is legit.
Well, yeah, the math around this particular equation, which the equation is ridiculous on many levels, but the powerful thing about the equation is there's different things, different components that can be estimated, and the error bars on which can be reduced with science. And hence throughout, since the equation came out, the error bars have been coming out on different
that's very true.
aspects. And so that it almost kind of says this gives you a mission to reduce the error bars and these estimates over a period of time. And once you do, you can better and better understand. Like in the process of redoing the error bars, you'll get to understand actually what is the right way to find out where the aliens are, how many of them there are, and all those kinds of things. So I don't think it's good to use that for an estimation. I think you do have to think from more like from first principles, just looking at what life is on Earth, and trying to understand the very physics-based, chemistry, biology-based question of what is life, maybe computation-based. What the fuck is this thing?
Right.
And that, how difficult is it to create this thing?
Right.
It's one way to say how many planets like this are out there, all that kind of stuff. But it feels like, from our very limited knowledge perspective, the right way is to think what is this thing and how does it originate? From very simple non-life things, how does complex life-like things emerge? From a rock to a bacteria, protein, and these weird systems that encode information and pass information from self-replicate, and then also select each other and mutate in interesting ways such that they can adapt and evolve and build increasingly more complex systems.
Right. Well, it's a form of information processing.
Yeah.
Right. Well, it's information transfer, but then also an energy processing, which then results in I guess information processing, maybe I'm getting.
Well, it's doing some modification, and yeah, the input is some energy.
Right. It's able to extract resources from its environment in order to achieve a goal.
But the goal doesn't seem to be clear.
Right. The goal is to make more of itself.
Yeah, but in a way that increases. I mean, I don't know if evolution is a fundamental law of the universe, but it seems to want to replicate itself in a way that maximizes the chance of its survival.
Individual agents within
Yeah.
an ecosystem do. Yes. Evolution is so fun.
Right.
It's a very you don't care. It's just like, oh, you optimize it. Well, at least it's certainly it doesn't care about the welfare of the individual agents within it, but it does seem to. I don't know. I think the mistake is that we're anthropomorphizing to even try and give evolution a mindset, because it is. There's a really great post by Eliezer Yudkowsky on Less Wrong, which is an alien god, and he talks about like the mistake we make when we try and like put our mind. Think through things from an evolutionary perspective, as though like giving evolution like some kind of agency and what it wants. Worth reading. But
I would like to say that having interacted with a lot of really smart people that say that anthropomorphization is a mistake, I would like to say that saying that anthropomorphization is a mistake is a mistake. I think there's a lot of power in anthropomorphization. If I can only say that word correctly one time. I think that's actually a really powerful way to reason through things. And I think people, especially people in robotics, seem to run away from it as fast as possible. And
can you give an example of like how it helps in robotics?
Hey, Caspian T, can you hear me?
Our world is a world of humans.
Be on the lookout for this Jenna person who is
just tools.
I don't know.
Runs away from the fact
that
world of a dynamic world of humans.
They very much sound like man. No offense, Jenna, but
that a robot that ever has to interact with humans. I don't mean like intimate friendship interaction.
Yeah.
I mean in a factory setting where it has to deal with the uncertainty of humans, all that kind of stuff. You have to acknowledge that the robot's behavior has an effect on the human.
I don't know, like one person
just
came
as much
in,
as the human has an effect on the robot, and there's
one
a
person, I forget
and you have to realize that this entity, when a human sees a robot,
then somebody else came in who sounded just like Kylie,
physical manifestation of the robot.
was
They feel a certain
asking
way.
me just
They
now about
fear,
relationship
they have
advice.
uncertainty.
They're like, hey, my girlfriend just broke up with
Their own
me.
personal life projections. We have pets and dogs.
What should I
and
do?
Looks like a dog.
And I'm like,
They
all
have
right,
their
well, go
memories
get a
of what
hooker.
dog is
That
like.
is my
They have certain feelings,
advice
and that
to
can be
anybody
useful in a
who just
safety
gets
setting,
out of a
safety
relationship.
critical setting.
To
Which is one of the
girls,
most
it's
trivial
go get
settings
fucked
for
by
a
some other
robot.
dude to get
In
your
terms of
mind
how
off this
to
guy.
avoid
And to guys,
any
it's to
kind
go
of
fuck a
dangerous
chick. It's
situations.
like
And
you
that
need
robots
people. It like
really
if the
consider
last
that
person.
in navigating its
Welcome,
environment.
Jenna. Hope
We
you're having a
humans
good day.
are right to reason about how a robot should consider navigating its environment through anthropomorphization. I also think our brains are designed to think in human.
Jenna sounds like a sound effects
human
director
terms,
of a
like
horror movie.
Game theory
That was like the perfect
I think
squeak of a
is
door.
is
So,
best applied.
but
in
with
space
anybody,
human
I feel it's
decisions.
important if you are
So,
hung up on somebody else,
Right.
or you're hung up on somebody,
things like AI.
go find
AIs,
somebody
they are-
else and get your mind off of them.
We can.
And if you
somewhat-
can put people in
Like, I don't
between
think
the
it's-
last time you and the
reason
person
I
you
say
really like were
anthropomorphization,
physical,
we need to be careful with, is because there is a danger of
it does.
overly
you don't-
applying, wrongly assuming that
You don't
this
have that. It's almost
artificial
like
intelligence is
you're in
going
a
to operate
losing
in any
streak.
similar way to us.
and you're a
Because it
baseball
is
team. Well, if you can,
Operating
go
on a
play some
fundamentally
shitty teams
different substrate.
that
Like,
you know you're going to
even
win against,
dogs,
and then
or even
you
mice
end your
or whatever
losing
in
streak.
some ways.
And like ideally,
Anthropomorphizing them is
ideally-
less of a mistake, I think,
but
than
like the
AI
guys who
being
don't
less
need
AI
this
being
advice are the guys who
built,
just go to a bar
at least
and
we
pick
know
up
that
any
they're running
chick.
from the same
And I'd love to tell these guys,
And they-
hey, just
and
go
they
to a bar and
also
pick up
evolve
any chick, but
from
it's
the
difficult to
same-
do. You gotta have some
evolutionary
serious game to be
process.
able to do that.
You know,
And
they
I can
followed this evolution of like needing to compete for resources and needing to find a mate and that kind of stuff. Whereas an AI that is just popped in
What's up,
existence
Jenna?
somewhere on a
How
like
you
a cloud
doing?
server, let's say,
What up,
you know,
girl?
or whatever, however it runs and whether I don't know whether they have an internal experience. I don't
Hi,
think they
how's
necessarily do.
college?
In fact, I don't think they do. But the point is that to try and apply
Very well.
any kind of modeling of like
All right, well,
thinking
we're
through
just
problems and
chilling,
decisions in
watching
the same way that we do. has to be done
podcasts. I got
extremely
8 crazy
carefully
nights
because they
going.
are-
It's a
like,
wild
if they
time.
say
Things are good in your neck of the woods.
their method of whatever their form of thinking is just so different because they've never had to evolve, in
Excellent.
the same way.
Yeah, beautifully put. I was just playing devil's advocate. I do think in certain contexts, anthropomorphization is not going to hurt you.
Yes,
Engineers run away from it too fast.
I can see that.
But
yeah.
for the most part, you're right. Do you have advice for young people today, like the 17-year-old that you were, of how to live life? You can be proud of, how to have a career you can be proud of.
Cool. I
world
appreciate
full
that.
of-
Think about the win-win. Look for win-win situations. And be careful not to, overly use your smarts to convince yourself that something is win-win when it's not. So that's difficult, and I don't know how to advise, people on that because it's something I'm still figuring out myself. But have that as a sort of default MO. Don't see everything as a zero-sum game. Try to find the positives on this, and find ways. If there doesn't seem to be one, consider playing a different game. So I would suggest that.
Just let
Do
me-
not become
let
a
me turn
professional
this
poker player. Because people always ask, they're like, "Oh, she's a pro. I want to do that too." Fine, you could have done it if you were, when I started out, it was a very different situation back then. Poker is,
Right.
a great game to learn in order to understand the way.
And gauge their reactions.
Yeah. No, I understand.
And gauge their reaction.
Ways to think, and I recommend people learn it, but don't try and make a living from it these days. It's very, very difficult to the point of being impossible. And then really, really be aware of how much time you spend on your phone and on social media, and really try and keep it to a minimum. Be aware that basically every moment that you spend on it is bad for you. So doesn't mean to say you can never do it, but just have that running in the background. I'm doing a bad thing for myself right now. I think that's the general rule of thumb.
Of course, about becoming a professional poker player, if there is a thing in your life that that's like that, and nobody can convince you otherwise, just fucking do it. Don't listen to anyone's advice.
Yeah.
Find a thing that you can't be talked out of too. That's a thing.
I like that. Yeah.
You were a lead guitarist in a metal band.
Oh.
Did I write that down?
All right, Jenna. Well, we hope you're having a great day. What's good in your neck of the woods, Jenna? All right, well, that happens. Well, feel free to watch the podcast and enjoy. And if you need anything, we're here for you.
Sounds something.
Excellent.
What
Excellent. I
did you,
appreciate it.
what
Next
did you do
step is
for
to
it?
memorize it.
The performing, was the music of it? Was it just being a rock star? Why'd you do it?
So we only ever played.
Thanks, big.
We
person.
didn't love. It wasn't we weren't famous or anything like that. But I was very into metal. Like, it was my entire identity. Sort of from the age of 16 to 23.
It's the best metal band of all time.
Don't ask me that. It's so hard to answer.
So I know I had a long argument with. I'm a guitarist, more like a classic rock guitarist. So I've had friends who are very big Pantera fans, and so there was often arguments about what's the better metal band, Metallica versus Pantera. This is a more kind of '90s maybe discussion, but I was always on the side of Metallica, both musically and in terms of performance and the depth of word lyrics and so on. So, but they were basically everybody was against me because if you're a true metal fan, I guess the idea goes is you can't possibly be a Metallica fan.
I think
Metallica is pop. It's just like they sold out.
Metallica are metal. Like they were the. I mean, again, you can't say who was the godfather of metal, blah blah, but like they were so groundbreaking and so brilliant. You named literally two of my favorite bands. Like that. When you ask that question, who are my favorites? Like those are two that came up. The third one is Children of Bodom, who I just think, they just tick all the boxes for me. Yeah, I don't know. It nowadays, like I kind of feel like a repulsion to the. I was that myself. Like I'd be like, who do you prefer? What one? Who's like? You have to rank them, but it's like this false zero sum list. It's like why they're so additive. Like there's no conflict there.
Although when people ask that kind of question about any movies, I feel like it's hard work and it's unfair, but it's you should pick one.
Yeah.
Like that's actually the same kind of it's like a fear of commitment.
Right.
People ask me what's your favorite band, it's like, but it's good to pick.
Exactly, and thank you for the tough question. Yeah.
Well, maybe not.
No,
in a context when a lot of people are listening.
What's going on?
What is this? No, it does.
Are you still into that?
It's
Funny enough,
okay
I was
with
just
that right now.
Oh, like do you use it for like motivation
Yeah.
or get you into certain?
Yeah, I was weirdly listening to 80s hair metal before I came.
Does that count as metal?
I think so. It's like proto metal, and it's happy. It's optimistic, happy proto metal. Yeah, I mean these things, these genres feed into each other. But yeah, sorry to answer your question about guitar playing. My relationship with it was kind of weird in that I was deeply uncreative. My objective would be to hear some really hard technical solo and then learn it, memorize it, and then play it perfectly. But I was incapable of trying to write my own music. Like the idea was just absolutely terrifying. But I was also just thinking, I was like, it'd be kind of cool to actually try starting a band again and getting back into it and write. But it's scary.
I mean, I put out some guitar playing, just other people's covers. Like I play Comfortably Numb on the internet.
Nice.
And it's scary too. It's scary putting stuff out there. And I had this similar kind of fascination with technical playing, both on piano and guitar. One of the first, one of the reasons that I started learning guitar is the Ozzy Osbourne, Mr. Crowley solo.
Mm.
One of the first solos I learned is that, and there's a beauty to it. There's a lot of beauty to it. There's some tapping, but it's just really fast.
Beautiful, like arpeggios.
Yeah, arpeggios. Yeah, but there's a melody you can hear through it, but there's also a build up. And so it's a beautiful solo, but it's also technically just visually the way it looks when a person's watching. You feel like a rock star playing.
Yeah.
But it ultimately has to do with technical. You're not developing the part of your brain that I think requires you to generate beautiful music. It is ultimately technical in nature, and so it took me a long time to let go of that and just be able to write music myself. And that's a different journey, I think. I think that journey is a little bit more inspired in the blues world, for example, or improvisation is more valued, obviously in jazz and so on. But I think ultimately it's a more rewarding journey because you get to your relationship with the guitar then becomes a kind of escape from the world where you can create. I mean, creating stuff is.
And it's something you work with. Because my relationship with my guitar was like it was something to tame and defeat.
Yeah.
Which was kind of what my whole personality was back then. Like I was just very like, as I said, like very competitive, very just like must bend this thing to my will. Whereas writing music is you work. It's like a dance. You work with it.
But I think because of the competitive aspect, for me at least, that's still there, which creates anxiety about playing publicly or all that kind of stuff. I think that there's just like a harsh self-criticism within the whole thing. It's really it's really
I
tough.
want to hear some of your stuff.
I mean, there's certain things that feel really personal, and on top of that, as we talked about poker offline, there's certain things that you get to a certain height in your life, and that doesn't have to be very high, but you get to a certain height, and then you put it aside for a bit, and it's hard to return to it because you remember being good, and it's hard to like you being at a very high level in poker. It might be hard for you to return to poker every once in a while, and you enjoy it, knowing that you're just not as sharp as you used to be because you're not doing it every single day. That's something I always wonder. I mean, even just like in chess with Kasparov, some of these greats, just returning to it, it's almost painful.
Yes, yeah.
And I feel that way with guitar too, because I used to play like every day a lot. So returning to it is painful because it's like accepting the fact that this whole ride is finite and that you have a prime. There's a time when you're really good, and now it's over, and now
We're on a different chapter of life. It's like, but I miss that. Yeah.
but you can still discover joy within that process. It's been tough, especially with some level of like as people get to know you. There's and people film stuff. You don't have the privacy of just sharing something with a few people around you.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful privacy that
That's your point.
the internet just keeps disappearing.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Yeah. But all those pressures aside, if you can step up and still enjoy the fuck out of a good musical performance. What do you think is the meaning of this whole thing? What's the meaning of life? It's in your name, as we talked about. You have to live up. Do you feel the requirement to have to live up to your name?
You were asked a question. How old are you?
Yeah.
No, because I don't see it. I mean, again, it's kind of like, no, I don't know. Because my full name is Olivia.
Yeah.
So I can retreat in that and be like, oh, Olivia, what does that even mean? Live up to live. No, I can't say I do because I've never thought of it that way.
And then you make that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
There's like
So
layers.
I feel the urge to live up to that. To be,
What
be
girl
the
have you
inverse
ever
of
known to say I'm trying to
Um,
slay?
or even better, because I don't think is the inverse of evil good, or is good something completely?
Dude, no chick has a hard time trying to
I
slay.
think my intuition.
Chick
says
is a
it's
dime a
not.
dozen.
I don't know. Anyway, getting in the weeds. What is the meaning of all this?
Of life. Why are we here?
I think to explore, have fun, and understand, and make more of here, and to keep the game going.
Here? More of here?
More of
This? Whatever
more of
this
this.
is?
More of experience, just to have more of experience, and ideally positive experience, and more complex. To, I guess, try and put it into a sort of vaguely scientific term. Make it so that the program required, the length of code required to describe the universe is as long as possible, and that highly complex and therefore interesting. Because again, like, I know we bang the metaphor to death, but like tiled with X, tiled with paper clips doesn't require that much of a code to describe. Obviously, maybe
Jenny, you're being asked a question.
That steady state.
You have
assuming
10
steady
seconds
state,
to
it's not very
answer.
interesting. Whereas
9, 8,
it seems
7,
like our universe
6,
is over time becoming
5,
more complex and
4,
interesting. There's
3,
so much richness and
2,
beauty and diversity on
1.
this earth, and I want that to
You're done,
continue
girl.
and get more. I want more diversity, and in the very best sense of that word
did not answer.
is to me
Did not
the-
answer
the-
when
the
repeatedly
goal
asked
of
for
this.
the reason.
yeah.
Yeah, and somehow have fun in the process.
Yes.
Because we do create a lot of fun things. It's sort of an
Not
endless
anymore.
creative force.
Not anymore. They
And all
won't
the
be.
beautiful things we create, somehow there's like funness to it. And perhaps that has to do with the finiteness of life, the finiteness of all these
They
experiences.
read my blog, though. That's one
Which is
person.
what makes them kind of unique. Like the fact that they end, there's this whatever it is, falling in love or creating a piece of art or creating a bridge or creating a rocket or creating a, I don't know, just the businesses that do that build something or solve something. The fact that it is born and it dies somehow embeds it with fun, with joy for the people involved. I don't know what that is, the finiteness of it.
It can do. Some people struggle with the, a big thing I think that one has to learn is being okay with things coming to an end. And in terms of like projects and so on, right? People cling on to things beyond what they're meant to be doing, beyond what is reasonable.
And I'm going to have to come to terms with this podcast coming to an end. I really enjoy talking to you. I think it's obvious, as we've talked about many times, you should be doing a podcast. You're already doing a lot of stuff publicly to the world, which is awesome. You're a great educator, you're a great mind, you're a great intellect. But it's also this whole medium of just talking.
It is good.
It's a fun one.
It really is good, and it's nothing but it's just so much fun, and you can just get into so many. Yeah, there's this space to just explore and see what comes and emerges, and
to understand yourself better, and if you're talking to others, to understand them better.
Yeah.
Together with them. You should do your own podcast, but you should also do a podcast with C's.
Yeah.
We talked about
Yeah.
the two of you have such different minds that like melt together in just hilarious ways, fascinating ways. Just the tension of ideas is really powerful. But in general, I think you got a beautiful voice. So thank you so much for talking today. Thank you for being a friend. Thank you for honoring me with this conversation and with your valuable time. Thanks, Liv.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Liv Burry. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Richard Feynman. I think it's much more interesting to live not knowing than to have answers which might be wrong. I have approximate answers and possible beliefs and different degrees of uncertainty about different things. But I'm not absolutely sure of anything. And there are many things I don't know anything about, such as whether it means anything to ask why we're here. I don't have to know the answer. I don't feel frightened not knowing things, by being lost in a mysterious universe without any purpose, which is the way it really is, as far as I can tell. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. Battle not with monsters, lest ye become a monster. And if you gaze into the abyss gazes also into you.
Right. But I would say, bring it on. If you gaze into the abyss long enough, you see the light, not the darkness.
Are you sure?
I'm betting my life on it.
Following is a conversation with Jordan Peterson, an influential psychologist, lecturer, podcast host, and author of Maps of Meaning, 12 Rules for Life, and Beyond Order. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Jordan Peterson. Dostoevsky wrote in The Idiot, spoken through the character of Prince Mishkin, that beauty will save the world. Solzhenitsyn actually mentioned this in his Nobel Prize acceptance speech. What do you think Dostoevsky meant by that? Was he right?
Well, I guess it's the divine that saves the world, let's say. You could say that by definition. And then you might say, well, are there pointers to that which will save the world or that which eternally saves the world? And the answer to that, in all likelihood, is yes. And that's maybe truth and love and justice and the classical virtues, beauty, perhaps in some sense foremost among them. That's a difficult case to make, but definitely a pointer.
Which direction is the arrow pointing?
Well, the arrow's pointing up. No, I think that which it points to is what beauty points to. It transcends beauty. It's more than beauty.
And that speaks to the divine.
It points to the divine. Yeah, and I would say again, by definition, because we could define the divine in some real sense. So one way of defining the divine is what is divine to you is your most fundamental axiom. And you might say, well, I don't have a fundamental axiom. Then I would say that's fine, but then you're just confused because you have a bunch of contradictory axioms. And you might say, well, I have no axioms at all. And then I'd say, well, you're just epistemologically ignorant beyond comprehension if you think that. Because that's just not true at all.
But you don't think a human being can exist within contradictions?
Well, yeah, we have to exist within contradiction, but when the contradictions make themselves manifest, say in confusion with regard to direction, then the consequence of that technically is anxiety and frustration and disappointment and all sorts of other negative emotions. But the cardinal negative emotion signifying multiple pathways forward is anxiety, entropy signal.
But you don't think that kind of entropy signal can be channeled into beauty, into love? Why does beauty and love have to be clear, ordered, simple?
Well, I would say it probably doesn't have to be, it can't be reduced to clarity and simplicity, because when it's optimally structured, it's a balance between order and chaos, not order itself. If it's too ordered, if music is too ordered, it's not acceptable. It sounds like a drum machine. It's too repetitive. It's too predictable. It has to have some fire in it, along with the structure. I was in Miami doing a seminar on Exodus with a number of scholars, and this is a beauty discussion. When Moses first encounters the burning bush, it's not a conflagration that demands attention. It's something that catches his attention. It's a phenomenon, and that means to shine forth. And Moses has to stop and attend to it, and he does. And he sees this fire that doesn't consume the tree. And the tree is a structure, like it's a tree-like structure. It's a branching structure. It's a hierarchical structure. It's a self-similar structure. It's a fractal structure. And it's the tree of life, and it's the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And the fire in it is the transformation that's always occurring within every structure. And the fact that the fire doesn't consume the bush in that representation is an indication of the balance of transformation with structure. And that balance is presented as God. And what attracts Moses to it, in some sense, is the beauty. Now, it's the novelty and all that, but like a painting is like a burning bush. That's a good way of thinking about it, a great painting. It's too much for people often. You know, my house was, and will soon be again, completely covered with paintings inside. And it was hard on people to come in there because, well, my mother, for example, would say, well, why would you want to live in a museum? And I think, well, I would rather live in a museum than anywhere else in some real sense. But beauty is daunting. It scares people. They're terrified of buying art, for example, because the taste is on display. And they should be terrified because generally people have terrible taste. Now, that doesn't mean they shouldn't foster it and develop it. But, and you know, when you put your taste on display, it's really exposes you.
Even to yourself as you walk past it.
Oh, definitely.
Every day.
Okay,
This is
absolutely.
who I am.
Yeah, well, and look how mundane that is, and look how trite it is, and look at how cliched it is, and look at how sterile or too ordered it is, or too chaotic.
Or how quickly you start to take it for granted because you've seen it so many times.
Well, if it's a real piece of art, that doesn't happen.
You notice the little details.
The whole is greater than the sum of the parts. I mean, there are images, religious images in particular, so we could call them deep images, that people have been unpacking for 4,000 years and still haven't. I'll give you an example. This is a terrible example. So I did a lecture series on Genesis, and I got a lot of it unpacked, but by no means all of it. When God kicks Adam and Eve out of the Garden of Eden, he puts cherubim with flaming swords at the gate to stop human beings from re-entering paradise. I thought, what the hell does that mean, cherubim? And why do they have flaming swords? I don't get that. What is that? And then I found out from Matthew Pageau, who wrote a great book on symbolism in Genesis, the cherubim are the supporting monsters of God. It's a very complicated idea. And that they're partly a representation of that which is difficult to fit into conceptual systems. They've also got an angelic or demonic aspect. Take your pick. Why do they have flaming swords? Well, a sword is a symbol of judgment and the separation of the wheat from the chaff. I use a sword to cut away, and to carve. And a flaming sword is not only that which carves, it's that which burns. And what does it carve away and burn? Well, you want to get into paradise? It carves away everything about you that isn't perfect. And so what does that mean? Here's part of what it means. This is a terrible thing. So you could say that the entire Christian narrative is embedded in that image. Why? Well, let's say that flaming swords are a symbol of death. That seems pretty obvious. Let's say further that they're a symbol of apocalypse and hell. That doesn't seem completely unreasonable. So here's an idea. Not only do you have to face death, you have to face death and hell before you can get to paradise. Hellish judgment, and all that's embedded in that image. And a piece of art with an image like that has all that information in it. And it shines forth in some fundamental sense. It reaches into the back tendrils of your mind at levels you can't even comprehend and grips you. I mean, that's why people go to museums and gaze at paintings they don't understand. And that's why they'll pay, what's the most expensive objects in the world? It's not carbon fiber racing yachts. It's definitely classic paintings, right? It's high level technological implements, or it's classic art. Well, why are those things so expensive? Why do we build temples to house the images? Even secular people go to museums. I'm secular. Well, are you in a museum? Yes. Are you looking at art? Yes. Well, what makes you think you're secular then?
It's arguable that the thing many, many centuries from now that will remain of all of human civilization will be our art.
Well,
Not even the words.
well, you know, a book has remained a very long time. Right? The biblical
Not
manuscript.
that long.
No,
Accumulate.
That's
or-
right.
That's in the full arc of living organisms.
Yeah.
Perhaps not.
Well, we have images we have artistic images that are at least 50,000 years old that have survived. And some of those they're already profound in their symbolism.
By
Venus
weak
and Milo
endurance.
Yeah, we found them. And they've lasted that long. And then think about Europe. Secular people all over the world make pilgrimages to Europe. Well, why? Because of the beauty. Obviously, I mean, that's self-evident. And it's partly because there are things in Europe that are so beautiful, they take your breath away, right? They make your hair stand on end. They fill you with a sense of awe. And we need to see those things. It's not optional. We need to see those things. The cathedrals. I was in a cathedral in Vienna, and it was terribly beautiful. You know?
Terribly beautiful.
Well, it was terribly beautiful.
Is beauty painful for you? Is that the highest form of beauty? It really challenges you?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I got a good analysis of the statue of David. Michelangelo's statue says, "You could be far more than you are." That's what that statue says. In this cathedral, we went down into the understructure of it, and there were 3 floors of bones from the plague, and there they all are. And then that cathedral's on top of it. It's no joke to go visit a place like that. You know, it rattles you to the core. And our religious systems have become propositionally dubious. But there's no arguing with the architecture. All these modern architects like to, with their sterility and their giant middle fingers erected everywhere. But beauty is a terrible pointer to God. And you know, a secular person will say, "Well, I don't believe in God." It's like, have it your way. You cannot move forward into the unforeseen horizon of the future except on faith. And you might say, "Well, I have no faith." It's like, well, good luck with the future then, because what are you then, nihilistic and hopeless and anxiety-ridden? And if not, well, something's guiding you forward. It's faith in something or multiple things, which just makes you a polytheist, which I would recommend.
Well, let me ask you one short-lived biological meat bag to another. Who is God then? Let's try to sneak up to this question if it's at all possible. Is it possible to even talk about this?
Well, it better be, because otherwise there's no communicating about it. Right? It has to be something that can be brought down to earth.
Well, we might be too dumb to bring it up.
It's not just ignorant, it's also sinful, right? So, because there's not knowing, and then there's not wanting to know or refusing to know. And so you might say, well, could you extract God from a description of the objective world? Right? Is God just the ultimate unity of the natural reality? And I would say, well, in a sense, there's some truth in that, but not exactly, because God, in the highest sense, is the spirit that you must emulate in order to thrive. How's that for a biological definition? Spirit is a pattern. The spirit that you must emulate in order to thrive.
So it's a kind of, in one sense, when we say the human spirit, it's that.
It's an animating principle. Yeah, it's a pattern. And you might say, well, what's the pattern? Okay, well, I can tell you that to some degree. Imagine that, like you're gripped by beauty, you're gripped by admiration. So, and you can just notice this. This isn't proposition. You have to notice it. Like, oh, turns out I admire that person. So what does that mean? Well, it means I would like to be like him. That's what admiration means. It means there's something about the way they are that compels imitation, another instinct, or inspires respect or awe even. Okay, what is that grips you? Well, I don't know. Well, let's say, okay, fine, but it grips you. You want to be like that. Kids hero worship, for example, and so do adults, for that matter, unless they become entirely cynical.
I worship quite a few heroes.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Proudly.
Yes, well, there you go. And there's no, that worship, that celebration and proclivity to imitate is worship. That's what worship means most fundamentally. Now imagine you took the set of all admirable people and you extracted out AI learning. You extracted out the central features of what constitutes admirable. And then you did that repeatedly until you purified it to what was most admirable. That's as good as you're going to get in terms of a representation of God. And you might say, well, I don't believe in that. So, well, what do you mean?
Yeah.
It's not a set of propositional facts. It's not a scientific theory about the structure of the objective world. And then I could say something about that too, because I've been thinking about this a lot, especially since talking to Richard Dawkins. It's like, okay, the postmodernist types, going back way before Derrida and Foucault, maybe back to Nietzsche, who I admire greatly, by the way, says God is dead. Okay, but Nietzsche said God is dead and we have killed him and we'll not find enough water to wash away all the blood. So that was Nietzsche. He's no fool.
He's got a way with words.
He certainly does. And so then you think, okay, well, we killed the transcendent. Well, what does that mean for science? Well, it frees it up because all that nonsense about a deity is just the idiot superstition that stops the scientific process from moving forward. That's basically the new atheist or something like that. It's like, wait a second. Do you believe in the transcendent if you're a scientist? And the answer is, well, not only do you believe in it, you believe in it more than anything else, because if you're a scientist, you believe in what objects to your theory more than you believe in your theory. We got to think that through very carefully. So your theory describes the world, and as far as you're concerned, your description of the world is the world. But because you're a scientist, you think, well, even though that's my description of the world and that's what I believe, there's what I believe. And that's the object. And so I'm going to throw my theory against the object and see where it'll break. And then I'm going to use the evidence of the break as a source of new information to revitalize my theory. So as a scientist, you have to posit the existence of the ontological transcendent before you can move forward at all. But more, you have to posit that contact with the ontological transcendent annoying though it is, because it upsets your apple cart, is exactly what will in fact set you free. So then you accept the proposition that there is a transcendent reality, and that contact with that transcendent reality is redemptive in the most fundamental sense. Because if it wasn't, well, why would you bother making contact with it? You're going to make everything worse or better?
Why does the contact with the transcendent set you free as a scientist?
Because you assume, I mean, freedom in the most fundamental sense. It's like, well, freedom from want, freedom from disease, freedom from ignorance, right? That it informs you.
So
The logos in it,
science.
it is definitely that. Yeah, it's the direction. Let's say the directionality of science. That's a narrative direction, not a scientific direction. And then the question is, what is the narrative? Well, it posits a transcendent reality. It posits that the transcendent reality is corrective. It posits that our knowledge structures should be regarded with humility. It posits that you should bow down in the face of the transcendent evidence. And you have to take a vow. You know this as a scientist. You have to take a vow to follow that path if you're going to be a real scientist. It's like the truth, no matter what. And that means you posit the truth as a redemptive force. Well, what does redemptive mean? Well, why bother with science? Well, so people don't starve, so people can move about more effectively, so life can be more abundant, right? So it's all ensconced within an underlying ethic. So the reason I was saying that, while we were talking about belief in God, it's like, this is a very complicated topic, right? Do you believe in a transcendent reality? See, okay, now let's say you buy the argument I just made on the natural front. You say, yeah, that's just nature. That's not God. And then I'd say, well, what makes you think you know what nature is? Like, see, the problem with that argument is that it already presumes a reductionist, materialist, objective view of what constitutes nature. But if you're a scientist, you're going to think, well, in the final analysis, I don't know what nature is. I certainly don't know its origin or destination point. I don't know its teleology. I'm really ignorant about nature. And so when I say it's nothing but nature, I shouldn't mean it's nothing but what I understand nature to be. So I could say, will we have a fully reductionist account of cognitive processes? And the answer to that is yes, but by the time we do that, our understanding of matter will have transformed so much that what we think of as reductionist now won't look anything like what we think of reductionism now. Matter isn't dead dust. I don't know what it is. I have no idea what it is. Matter is what matters. There's a definition. That's a very weird definition. But the notion that we have, that if you're a reductionist, a materialist reductionist, that you can reduce the complexity of what is, your assumptions about the nature of matter, that's not a scientific.
Your specific limited human assumptions of this century, of this week, so in some sense, without God in this complicated big definition we're talking about, there's no humility, or
there's not enough.
There's less likely to be, or rather science can err in taking a trajectory away from humility.
Well,
without something much more powerful than the individual human.
Yeah, well then, and we know, the Frankenstein story out of that instantly. And that's a good story for the current times. It's like, you're playing around with making new life. You bloody well better make sure you have your arrows pointed up.
And it's interesting because you said science has an ethic to it. I think
it's embedded in the ethic.
Well, there's science is a big word, and includes a lot of disciplines that have different traditions. So biology, chemistry, genetics, physics. Those are very different communities. And I think biology, especially when you get closer and closer to medicine and to the human body, does have a very serious, first of all, it has a history with Nazi Germany of being abused and all those kinds of things, but has a history of taking this stuff seriously. What doesn't have a history of taking this stuff seriously is robotics and artificial intelligence, which is really interesting because you don't, you called me a scientist, but and I would like to wear that label proudly, but often people don't think of computer science as a science. But nevertheless, it will be, I think, the science of one of the major scientific fields of the 21st century, and you should take that very seriously. Oftentimes when people build robots or AI systems, they think of them as toys to tinker with. Oh, isn't this cool?
Well,
And
that
I feel this too. Isn't this cool?
is cool.
But at a certain moment, you might. Isn't this nuclear explosion cool?
Yeah.
Because it is.
Or birth control pill, cool. It's like, or transistor, cool. Yeah. Well, the other thing too, and this is a weird problem in some sense, the robotics engineer types, they're thing people, right? I mean, the big classes of interest are interest in things versus interest in people.
Some of my best friends are thing people.
Yeah, right. And thing people are very, very clear, logical thinkers, and they're very outcome oriented and practical. Now, and that's all good. That makes the machinery and keeps it functioning. But there's a human side of the equation, and you get the extreme thing people, and you think, yeah, well, what about the human here? And when we've been talking about the necessity of having a technological enterprise embedded in an ethic, and you can ignore that, like most of the time, right? You can ignore the overall ethic in some sense when you're toying around with your toys. But when you're building artificial intelligence, it's like, well, that's not a toy. That might be.
Toy becomes the monster very quickly.
Yes. And this is a whole new kind of monster. And maybe it's already here. Yes, and you notice how many of those things you can no longer turn off. And what is it with you engineers and your inability to put off switches on things now? It's like, I have to hold this for 5 seconds for it to shut off. Or I can't figure it out. I
Excellent.
just want to
Hey,
shut
enjoy,
it
man.
off.
I'm
Click
a
off.
Well, what is it
Barrel
with
of
you
monkeys.
humans that don't put off switches on other humans? Because
It's
there's
a
a magic
saying,
to
a
it.
barrel of
You notice.
monkeys. It's like
And
a
it
bunch of
hurts,
fun.
for both you and perhaps one day the thing else comes out.
Dog,
So
I'm
you have to be
amazing.
very
That's what I'm
careful as
saying.
an
I'm
engineer
just
adding off
flipping
switches to
amazing.
things. I think it's a feature, not a bug, the off switch. The off switch gives a deadline to us humans, to systems of existence. It makes you, death is the
Very
thing
cool.
that really brings clarity to life. And I do think,
Hence the flaming swords.
I do like your view of the flame, the bush, and
And
perhaps it's
Absolutely
it's a form of
nothing.
transformation.
You,
It's also
what do you
a
get?
transformation that kind of
You-
consumes the thing in the process.
Well, it depends on how much of the thing
I
is
think get
challenged.
notifications when
And
I
this
go
is why
live. That's about
You
it.
can't touch the Ark of the Covenant, for example. And this is why people can have very bad psychedelic trips. Like if you're 95% dead and you get too close to the flame,
Oh, I
the
don't even know if you
5%
can.
that's left.
I don't
might
even know if
not
you
be
can
able
sub
to
on my
make it.
Twitch. I thought you meant just like follow.
So you think it's all chat, but I think there is some aspect of destruction that is.
Oh
That's,
man, you
the
keep your
Bukowski
money.
line
You
of
keep your
love.
money. I don't need your money. I appreciate it though.
Right.
Don't you think that destruction is part of
That's humility.
that's
You bet.
Please,
Inviting the
don't
judge-
give.
Inviting the
Don't
judge
sub to
because
any of
maybe
my
you could die on the
accounts.
bit instead
If
of
you
dying
do,
from
I'll
cancer.
never get the money. They're not
Romance, I think
connected
it's
to my
up
bank
your
account.
Whitehead.
Just keep your money.
Another idea
and-
instead of us.
Why? Because I have
We can
I
have
have
these
over
partial
300 different Twitch
personalities.
accounts. It
We
would
can
drive
turn
me
off.
mad connecting
And
all
let
of
them
those to
go
my Wells
before they
Fargo account.
become
So
tyrannical
what you want to
pharaohs
do
and
is
lose
just
everything. And so yeah, there's
not-
this optimal.
you can
fight
follow
to
me,
death.
but don't
And
subscribe
who
to
knows
anything
What it
and
would
just
be to
watch me.
optimize that.
That's all I want you to do.
What if it was possible that if you died enough all the time, that you could continue to live? And the thing is, we already know that biologically, because if you don't die properly all the time, well, it's cancerous outgrowths, and like, it's a very fine balance between productivity on the biological front and the culling of that, right?
Yo, dog.
Life is a real balance between growth and death. And so what
Yo.
would happen if you got that balance right? Well, we kind of know, right? Because if you live your life properly, so to speak, and you're
Dog,
humble
I'm
enough to let
answering
your
you.
stupidity
What?
die before it takes you out, you will live long. That's just the fact. Well, but then what's the ultimate extension of that? And the answer is we don't know. We have no idea.
Well, let me ask you a difficult question.
as
because
opposed to the easy ones that you could ask them so far.
well, Dostoevsky's always just a warm up. So if death every single day is the way to progress through life, you have become quite famous.
Death and hell.
Death and hell.
Yeah, because you don't want to forget the hell.
Do you worry that your fame traps you into the person that you were before?
Yeah, well,
That
Elvis
makes-
became an Elvis impersonator by the time he died.
Yeah, do you fear that you have become a Jordan Peterson impersonator? That do you fear of, in some part, becoming the famous suit-wearing, brilliant Jordan Peterson?
What?
The certainty and the pursuit of truth,
On YouTube.
always
Perfect,
right.
man.
I think I
That's
worry
the
about
one.
it more than anything
Keep doing
else.
it.
I hope I do. The better.
Has fame to some degree, when you look at yourself in the mirror, in the quiet of your mind, has it corrupted you?
No doubt, in some regard. I mean, it's a very difficult thing to avoid, because
Doug, I'm going to tell you this.
things
I'm gonna tell you this.
change around
You-
you. People are much more likely to do
You
what you ask.
can't
for
just keep
example.
asking me questions. Okay,
So
I've
that's
got
a
other
danger
things that I'm
because
doing.
One of the
Feel
things
free
that
to just
keeps
do
you
your own
dying
thing.
properly is that people push back against you optimally. This is why so many celebrities spiral.
Am I
out of control,
non-binary?
especially the
According to the
tyrannical
state of
types.
California, I'm a
Certain
woman.
countries, everyone around them stops saying, "Yeah,
Yeah.
you're deviating a little bit there." They laugh at all their jokes. They open all their doors. They always want something from them.
Yeah,
The
I
red
know.
carpet's always rolled out.
I was
Like,
non-binary
well, you
by
think
Beta
that'd be
California
lovely,
when I made that
Not
Instagram
if
account.
the red
Now,
carpet was
technically,
rolled
I'm a
out to you
woman.
while you're on your way to perdition.
You're a
That's
woman
not a
now.
good deal.
100%
Just
according to
get
the
there
state
more
of California.
And so one of the things that I've tried to learn to manage is to have people around me all the time who are
Who knows, baby?
saying,
I might have been
"Yeah,
born
you could've done
a
that better," and
super
You're a
sexy
little too harsh
hybrid
there.
alien. Who knows?
you're alienating people unnecessarily there. You should have done some more background work there. And,
No, you're good. You're good.
and I think
That's
the
a fine question to ask.
responsibility attendant upon that increases.
Well, let me put it
as
to you
your
this
influence
way.
increases.
Let me put it to you
And
this way. I only like
that's
fucking chicks.
As your
I'm only
influence
attracted to
increases,
chicks,
then that
specifically
becomes a lot of
MILFs.
responsibility. So, and then maybe have an off day.
No, not
So
males,
here's the
MILFs.
example. I've
Matures
been
I
writing
like
some
fucking.
columns lately
Like
about
women
things that
between the
perturb me,
ages of 35
like the
and up.
forthcoming family,
I even get into
for
gilfs
example.
and good
And
gilfs.
It's
But-
hard to take those.
The hot zone is
problems
between
are-
35 and
It's
55.
difficult to take those.
Actually,
problems
though,
on
it can
in a
get
serious
really
manner, and it's
interesting
frightening.
over
And it would
55.
be
So I'm
easier just
not.
to go up
shout out
the
to
pond
those
with my
ladies as
wife
well.
and go out on the lake and watch the sunset. And so I'm tempted to draw on anger as a motivating energy. To help
So I
me
guess that
overcome
makes me a lesbian.
resistance to doing this. But then that makes me more harsh and judgmental of my tone.
what a
And
fucked up
reading
world.
such things, for example, on
I mean,
YouTube,
technically, you
then
are.
might be optimal.
Yeah, I mean, according to the state of California,
People about that, because I have friends who
it's on
say,
my ID.
No, if you're calling out the environmentalist globalists who are harassing the Dutch farmers, then a little anger is just the ticket. But then others say, well, you don't want to be too harsh because you alienate people who would otherwise listen to you. So that's a hard balance to get right.
But also maybe anger hardens your mind to where you don't notice the subtle, quiet beauty of the world. The quiet love that's always there, that permeates everything. Sometimes you can become deeply cynical about the world if it's the Nietzsche thing.
Yeah.
Battle not with monsters, lest ye become a monster. And if you gaze into the abyss gazes also into you.
Right. But I would say, bring it
Have you
on.
been in a relationship with me?
Right? Because
Well,
I've slung a lot of dick. I'll put it that way with chicks.
If you gaze
I don't like
into
to
the
put
abyss,
labels on it. I've played house with some bitches.
you sure?
I'm betting my life on it.
Well, like,
Yeah,
is it like a weird,
Well,
were you
that's-
Because
in
it might distort your mind to where all you see
We were
Is it
banging for years.
is
Let me
abyss,
tell
is
you
the
that
evil
way.
and the scorn.
Well, then I would say you haven't looked long enough. That's
I
back to
am
the
38
swords, the
years
flaming
old
swords.
and
It's like- So I said the whole story of
364
Christ was
days
prefigured
and
in that image.
like
It's like the story of Christ
22
psychologically,
hours.
is radical acceptance of the worst possible.
No, fuck
tragedy.
no. I'm 39 years old.
Crucifix means psychologically. It's like gaze upon that which you are most afraid of. That story doesn't end there, because in the story, Christ goes through death into hell. So death isn't enough. The abyss of innocent death is not sufficient to produce redemption. It has to be a voluntary journey to hell. And maybe that's true for everyone. And that's like, there is no more terrifying idea than that, by definition. And so then, well, do you gaze upon that? Well, who knows? Who knows?
How often do you gaze upon death, your own? How often do you remind yourself?
What'd you say, Big Dog?
Personally,
Yo,
all the time.
Because you,
I lose track at 42.
Philosopher, easy to start philosophizing and forgetting that you're.
No,
You might
not
die.
42. I lose track at 42. How old are you, Kylie?
How often do you actually consciously
All the time.
notice the angel?
All the time.
I just turned 25.
I think it's one of the things that made me
Okay, well,
peculiar.
good on you.
When I was
Yeah,
in graduate
so,
student,
my body count is not
I had the
42.
thought of death
I
in
lose
my
track
mind.
at 42.
And I noticed that many of the people that I was with, these were people I admired. That wasn't
Perhaps
part of
far,
their
far
thing.
above it.
It was definitely part of mine. I'd wake up every morning. This happened for years. Think, time's short, get at it. Time's short, get at it. There's things to do. And so that was always, it's still there. And it's still there with, I would say, it's unbearable in some sense.
Are you afraid of it? Like what?
Afraid
What's your
of death?
relationship? Yeah.
You know, I was ready to die a year ago. And not casually. I had people I love, you know. So no, I'm not very worried about me, but I'm very worried about making a mistake. I heard Elon Musk talk about that a couple of months ago. It was really a striking moment. Someone asked him about death, and he said, just offhand, and then went on with the conversation. So that few
I'll be right back, Big
and then
Dog.
he went on with the conversation. And I thought, well, you know, he's got a lot of weight on his shoulders. I'm sure that part of him thinks I'd be easier just if this wasn't here at all. Now, he said it offhand, but it was a telling moment in my estimation.
So for him, that's a why live question.
Hmm.
The exhaustion of life.
Yeah, yeah.
If you call it life is suffering, but
Yeah,
the hardship.
I'm more afraid of hell than death.
You're afraid of the thing that follows.
I don't know if it follows or if it's always here. And I think we're going to find out.
What's the connection between death and hell?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Is there something that needs to be done before you arrive?
You're more likely to die terribly if you live in a manner that brings you to hell. That's one connection.
And terribly is a very deep kind of concept.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
And that's a definition, by the way.
What do you make of Elon Musk? You've spoken about him a bit. You met
I'm
him.
struck with admiration. That's what I make
Now
of him.
we'll
And I
go
always
back to
think,
this idea
I always
of
think of
admiration.
that as a primary. Well, it's like, do you find this comedian funny? Well, I laugh at him. You know what I mean? It's not propositional again. And so there are things I would like to ask Mr. Musk about. The Mars venture, I don't know what he's up to there. It strikes me as absurd in the most fundamental sense, because I think, well, it'd be easier just to build an outpost in the Antarctica or in the desert.
Well, how much of the human endeavor is absurd?
Well, that's what did Nietzsche say? Great men are seldom credited with their stupidity. Who the hell knows what Musk is up to? I mean, obviously he's building rockets. Now he's motivated because he wants to build a platform for life on Mars. Is that a good idea? Who am I to say? He's building the rockets, man. But I'd like to ask him about it.
I would like to see that conversation. I do think that, having talked to him quite a bit offline, I think several of his ideas, like Mars, like humans becoming a multiplanetary species, could be one of the things that human civilization looks back at as, duh, I believe he's one of the few people that was really pushing this idea because it's the obvious thing for society for life to survive.
Yeah, well, it isn't obvious to me that I'm in any position to evaluate Elon Musk. Like, I would like to talk to him and find out what he's up to and why, but I mean, he's an impossible person. What he's done is impossible. All of it. It's like he built an electric car that works. Now, it work completely, and will it replace gas cars, or should it? I don't know. But if we're going to build electric cars, he seems to be the best at that by a lot. And he more or less did that. People carp about him, but he more or less did that by himself. I know he's very good at distributing responsibility and all of that, but he's the spearhead. And then that was pretty hard. And then he built a rocket at like 1/10 the price of NASA rockets. And then he shot his car out into space. That's pretty hard. And then he's building this boring company, more or less as a, what would you call it? Sort of, it's this whimsical joke in some sense, but it's not a joke. He's amazing.
And Neuralink, delving into the depths of the mind.
And Starlink, it's like, go Elon, as far as I'm concerned. And then, you know, he puts his finger on things so oddly. The problem is underpopulation. It's like, I think so too. I think it's a terrible problem that the West, for example, is no longer at replacement with regard to birth rate. It means we've abandoned the virgin and the child in the most fundamental sense. It's a bloody catastrophe. And Musk, he sees it clear as can be. And where everyone else is running around going, oh, there's too many people. So, no. Got that. Not only, see, I've learned that there are falsehoods and lies, and there are anti-truths. And an anti-truth is something that's so preposterous that you couldn't make a claim that's more opposite to the truth. And the claim that there are too many people on the planet is an anti-truth. So, you know, people say, well, you have to accept limits to growth, and et cetera. It's like, I have to accept the limits that you're going to impose on me because you're frightened of the future. That's your theory, isn't it? Okay.
Well, it's an idea. It could be a right idea. It could be a wrong idea. I don't think it's the truth.
Well, here, I'll tell you why it's the wrong idea. Okay. So imagine that there's an emergency. Dragon. There's a dragon. Someone comes and says, there's a dragon. I'm the guy to deal with it. That's what the environmentalists say, the radical types who push limits to growth. Then I look at them and I think, okay, is that dragon real or not? That's one question. Well,
I ask that question of myself every time I spend time alone.
Is the apocalypse looming on the environmental front? Yes or no? I'll just leave that aside for the time being. I think you can make a case both ways for a bunch of different reasons. And it's not a trivial concern. We've overfished the oceans terribly. And there are environmental issues that are looming large. Whether climate change is the cardinal one or not is a whole different question. We won't get into that. That's not the issue. You're clamoring about a dragon. Okay. Why should I listen to you? Well, let's see how you're reacting to the dragon. First of all, you're scared stiff and in a state of panic. That might indicate you're not the man for the job. Second, you're willing to use compulsion to harness other people to fight the dragon for you. So now not only are you terrified, you're a terrified tyrant. So then I would say, well, then you're not the Moses that we need to lead us out of this particular exodus. And maybe that's a neurological explanation. It's like, if you're so afraid of what you're facing, that you're terrified into paralysis and nihilism, and that you're willing to use tyrannical compulsion to get your way, you are not the right leader for the time. So then I like someone like Bjorn Lomborg or Matt Ridley or Marian Tupy. And they say, well, look, we've got our environmental problems. And maybe you could make a case that there's a Malthusian element in some situations. But fundamentally, the track record of the human race is that we learn very fast and faster all the time to do more with less. And we've got this. And I think, yes, to that idea. And I think about it in a fundamental way. It's like, I trust Lomborg, trust Tupy, trust Matt Ridley, They've thought about these things deeply. They're not just saying, oh, the environment doesn't matter, whatever the environment is. You know, the environment, I don't even know what that is. That's everything, the environment. I'm concerned about the environment. Which is, how is that different than saying I'm worried about everything? How are those statements different semantically?
Well, yeah, the environment, it could be, I'm worried about human society. A lot of these complex systems are difficult to talk about because there's so much involved, for sure.
Yeah, everything. And then these models, because people have gone after me because I don't buy the climate models. Well, I think about the climate models as extended into the economic models, because the climate model is, well, there's going to be a certain degree of heating, let's say by 2100. It's like, okay, some of that might be human generated. Some of it's a consequence of warming after the ice age. This has happened before, but fair enough. Let's take your presumption, although there are multiple presumptions, and any error in your model multiplies as time extends. But to have it your way, okay, now we're going to extend the climate model, so to speak, into the economic model. So I just did an analysis of a paper by Deloitte, third biggest company in the US, 300,000 employees, major league consultants. They just produced a report in May. I wrote an article for it in the Telegraph, which I'm going to release this week on my YouTube channel. Said, well, if we get the climate problem under control economically, because that's where the models are now being generated on the economic front. So now we have to model the environment, that's the climate, and we have to model the economy, and then we have to model their joint interaction, and then we have to predict 100 years into the future, and then we have to put a dollar value on that, and then we have to claim that we can do that, which we can't, and then this is our conclusion. We're going to go through a difficult period of privation, because if we don't accept limits to growth, there's going to be a catastrophe 50 years in the future or thereabouts. And so to avert that catastrophe, we are going to make people poorer now. How much poorer? Well, not a lot compared to how much richer they're going to be, but definitely, and they say this in their own models, definitely poorer than they would be if we just left them the hell alone. And so then I think, okay, poorer, eh? Who? Well, let's look at the biological. Got a hierarchy, right, of stability and security. That's a hierarchy, or one type. You stress a hierarchy like that, a social hierarchy. So there's birds in an environment, and an avian flu comes in. And then you look at the birds in the social hierarchy, and the low-ranking birds have the worst nests. So they're the most exposed to wind and rain and sun, and farthest from food supplies, and most exposed to predators. And so those birds are stressed, which is what happens to you at the bottom of a hierarchy. You're more stressed because your life is more uncertain. You're more stressed. Your immunological function is compromised because of that. You're sacrificing the future for the present. An avian flu comes in, and the birds die from the bottom up. That happens in every epidemic. You die from the bottom up. Okay, so they say when the aristocracy catches a cold, the working class dies of pneumonia. All right, so now we're going to make people poorer. Okay, who? Well, we know who we make poorer when we make people poorer. We make those who are barely hanging on poorer. And what does that mean? It means they die. And so what the Deloitte consultants are basically saying is, well, you know, it's kind of unfortunate, but according to our models, a lot of poor people are going to have to die, so that a lot more poor people don't die in the future. It's like, okay, hold on a second. Which of those two things am I supposed to regard with certainty? The hypothetical poor people that you're going to hypothetically save 100 years from now, or the actual poor people that you are actually going to kill in the next 10 years? Well, I'm going to cast my lot with the actual poor people that you're actually going to kill. And so, and then I think further, it's like, well, okay, Deloitte consultants, have you actually modeled the world? Or is this a big advertising shtick designed to attract your corporate clients with demonstration that you're so intelligent that you can actually model the entire ecosystem of the world, including the economic system, and predict it 100 years forward? And isn't there a bit of a moral hazard in making a claim like that? just a trifle, especially when. So I talked to Bjorn Lomborg and Michael Yon last week. I accepted the UN estimates of starvation this coming year. 150 million people will suffer food insecurity. Food insecurity. Yeah, food insecurity. That's the bloody buzzword. Famine. Well, Michael Yon thought 1.2 billion, and then that it'll spiral, because he said what happens in a famine is that the governments go nuts, crazy. The governments destabilize, and then they appropriate the food from the farmers. Then the farmers don't have any money. Then they can't grow crops. And I think, yeah, that's exactly what they do. That's exactly what would happen. And so Jon told me 1.2 billion, and then Bjorn Lomborg said the same thing. I didn't even ask him. He just made it as an offhand comment. So
Let me ask you about the famine of the 30s.
yeah,
Do you think
Ukraine?
in the Ukraine?
Oh yeah, fun.
Similar, a lot of the things you mentioned in the last few sentences kind of echo to that part of human history.
A hole in the door.
Do you
No one knows about.
Well, now I've just spent 4 weeks in Ukraine.
Oh, yeah.
There's different parts of the world that still, even if they don't know, they know.
Yeah,
They
right.
feel.
Yo, dog, how you
history
living, pimp?
runs in the
The
blood.
Dutch knew. In some sense, they had a famine at the end of World War II, and part of the reason the
Word,
Dutch
dog, I
farmers
call
are so
just about
unbelievably
everybody
efficient
Tim.
and productive is
Unless
that
they're
the Dutch
chicks, then I
swore
call
at
them
the end of
baby.
World War II that
What's
was
up,
not
dog?
going to happen again. And then they had to scrape land out of the ocean, because Holland, that's quite a country. It shouldn't even exist. The fact that it's the world's number
Yes,
two
we do.
exporter. You know,
Currently
that's the world's
celebrating it
number
right
two
now.
exporter of
I'm watching
agricultural
8
products.
Crazy Nights.
Holland. It's like, I don't think it's as big as Massachusetts. It's this little tiny place. It shouldn't even exist. And they want to put, here's the plan. Let's put 30% of the farmers out of business. Well, the broader ecosystem of agricultural production in Holland is 6% of their GDP. Now, these centralizing politicians think, tell me if I'm stupid about this. Take an industry, you knock it back by fiat by 30%. Now, it runs on like a 3% profit margin. Now, you're going to kill 30% of it. How are you not going to bring the whole thing down, the whole farming ecosystem down? How are you not going to impoverish the transport systems? How are you not going to demolish the grocery stores? You can't take something like that and pare it back by fiat by 30% and not kill it. I can't see how you can do that. I mean, look what we did with the COVID lockdowns. We broke the supply chains. Tried buying something lately? You can't, and wait, and aren't the Chinese threatening Taiwan at the moment? What are we going to do without chips? I don't know what these people are thinking. And then I think, okay, what are they thinking? Well, the Deloitte people are thinking, aren't we smart and shouldn't we be hired by our corporate employers? It's like, okay, too bad about the poor. What are the environmentalists thinking? We love the planet. It's like, do you? We love the poor. Do you? Okay, let's pit the planet against the poor. Who wins? The planet. Okay, you don't love the poor that much. Do you love the planet? Or do you hate capitalism? Let's pit those two things against each other. Oh, well, it turns out we actually hate capitalism. How can we tell? Because you're willing to break it. And you know what's going to happen. So what's going to happen in Sri Lanka with these 20 million people who now have nothing to eat? Are they going to eat all the animals? Are they going to burn all the firewood? They're stockpiling firewood in Germany. It's like, so is your environmental globalist utopia going to kill the poor and destroy the planet? And that's okay, because we'll wipe out capitalism. Okay.
Yeah, the dragon and the fear of the dragon drives ideologies, some of which can build a better world, some of which can destroy that world.
Now, what do you think of that theory about trustworthiness? If the dragon that you're facing turns you into a terrified tyrant, you're not the man for the job. Is that a good theory?
It's an interesting theory. Let me use that theory to challenge, because what does terror look like? Let me turn the tables on you. You are terrified, afraid, concerned about the dragon of something we can call communism, Marxism.
I'm terrified of it.
Well,
Terrified
okay,
enough to
okay.
be a tyrant.
Your theories had two components.
Yeah,
The-
I'm not paralyzed.
Had a dragon.
Yeah, I'm not paralyzed, and I don't want to be a tyrant.
The tyrant part, I think, is missing.
So
But you are very concerned. The intensity of your feeling does not give much space, actually, at least in your public persona, for sitting quietly with the dragon and sipping in a couple of beers and thinking about this thing.
Yo,
The
dog.
intensity of your anger, concern about certain things you're seeing in society, that going to drive you off the path that ultimately takes us to
How
battle.
can I
That's a
help
good
you?
question. I mean, I'm trying to get that right. So we've kind of come to a cultural conclusion about the Nazis.
You
You
certainly
need to be
do.
angry about the
How
Nazis.
can I help you, big dog? What's
Steve's
going on?
answer to that is yes.
Talk to me. Doug. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to give you sexual therapy. He said 25 twice. All right. What did I tell you? Go download Tinder. Did you download Tinder? Okay. Well, that's all the sexual therapy you need. Did you create an account? Okay. Well, are there not chicks in your area who want to fucking fuck?
Yeah, but they asking for money.
Okay, not every single chick in your area is gonna ask for money. You can find some, I don't know, 3 on there, some chick who's not that hot who just wants some dick. So here's what you do. The chicks who are all really hot, they want money, that's cool. They can do their own thing. But there's going to be some chick on there who isn't that pretty, who just wants some dick. All you have to do is shoot a message at them and go hook up with them. But I'm not the person who's going to give you sexual therapy. The only people to whom I give sexual therapy are MILFs, GILFs, and good GILFs.
So
You're good. You're good. So just go on. You need goals. Okay? Here's the goal that you need. You need a chick in your DMs. Okay? So what you need to do is download Tinder, and find some chick who's interested to talk to you, and then fucking start DMing her and ask her about her hobbies, ask her about her favorite foods, ask her about her goals and her aspirations and her dreams. Once you do that, then you come to me and you tell me all about it. Sound like a plan, Stan?
yeah.
Excellent. Beautiful. Good talk.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Well, actually, let me push back here. I also don't trust people who are angry about the Nazis. Because,
I mean the actual Nazis.
well, there's a lot, as you know, there's a lot of people in the world that use actual Nazis to mean a lot
I
of
know.
things.
I know.
One of them is very important to me.
Me, for example.
Well, yes.
He's a Nazi,
I think
or magical super Nazi, as it turns out.
I think they actually sort of steel man all their perspectives. I think a lot of people that call you a Nazi mean it. So
Yeah,
but
I'm
like
aware of that.
there's an important thing there though, because I went to the front in Ukraine,
Yeah,
and a lot of the people that lost their home or their kind of that got to interact a lot with Russian soldiers, Ukrainian people that interact with the Russian soldiers, they reported that the Russian soldiers really believe they're saving the people of Ukraine in these local villages from the Nazis. So to them, it's not just that the Ukrainian government has, or Ukraine has some Nazis. It's like it has been, the idea is that the Nazis have taken over Ukraine and we need to free them. This is the belief. So this, again, Nazi is still a dragon that lives.
Yeah.
and it's used by people because it's safe to sit next to that dragon and spread any kind of ideology you want. So I just want to kind of say that we have agreed on this particular dragon, but I still don't trust anybody who uses that.
Yeah, but we have issues with boundaries. No, it's so. This is a very complicated problem, right? So Rene Girard believed that it was a human proclivity to demonize the scapegoat and then drive it out of the village. And I've thought about that a lot. We need a place to put Satan. Seriously, this is a serious issue.
Should he be inside the village or outside?
Well, maybe he should be inside you. Right? That's the fundamental essence of the Christian doctrine. It's like Satan is best fought on the battleground of your soul. And that's right. It's right.
Can you actually put words to the kind of dragon you're fighting? Is it communism?
It's the spirit of Cain.
Can you elaborate
Well,
what the spirit of Cain is?
so after Adam and Eve are thrown out of paradise for becoming self-conscious, or when they become self-conscious, they're destined to work. And the reason for that, as far as I can tell, to become self-conscious is to become aware of the future. It's to become aware of death. That certainly happens in the Adam and Eve story. To have the scales fall from your eyes. And then the consequence of that is that you now have to labor to prevent the catastrophes of the future. That's work. Work is sacrifice. Sacrifice of the present to the future. It's delayed education. It's maturity. It's sacrifice to something as well, and in the spirit of something. Okay, so now Adam and Eve have two children, Cain and Abel. So those are the first two people in history, because the Garden of Eden doesn't count. And they're the first two people who are born rather than created. So they're the first two people. And that's a hell of a story, because it's a story of fratricidal murder that degenerates into genocide, flood, and tyranny. So that's fun for the opening salvo of the story, let's say. And Abel and Cain both make sacrifices. And for some reason, Abel's sacrifices please God. It's not exactly clear why. And Cain's don't. Now, there's an implication in the text that it's because Cain's sacrifices are second rate. God says that Abel brings the finest to the sacrificial altar. It doesn't say that about Cain. So you can imagine that Cain is sacrificing away, but he's holding something in reserve. He's not all in. He's not bringing his best to the table. He's not offering his best to God. And so Abel thrives like mad. And everyone loves him. And he gets exactly what he needs and wants, exactly when he needs and wants it. He's favored of God. And Cain is bearing this terrible burden forward and working, and his sacrifices are rejected. So he gets resentful, really resentful enough to call God out and say something like, "This is quite the creation you've got going here. I'm breaking myself in half and nothing good's coming my way. What the hell's up with that?" And then there's Abel, the sun's shining on him every day. How dare you? Okay, but this is God that Cain's talking. And so God says what Cain least wants to hear, which is what God usually says to people. He says, look to your own devices. You're not making the sacrifices you should, and you know it. And then he says something even worse. He says, sin crouches at your door like a sexually aroused predatory animal, and you've invited it in to have your way, to have its way with you. And so he basically says, you've allowed your resentment to preoccupy yourself, and now you're brooding upon it and generating something creative, new, and awful, possessed by the spirit of resentment. And that's why you're in the miserable state you're in. So then Cain leaves. His countenance falls, as you might expect, when Cain leaves. And he's so incensed by this, because God has said, look, your problems are of your own making. And not only that, you invited them in, And not only that, you engaged in this creatively. And not only that, you're blaming it on me. And not only that, that's making you jealous of Abel, who's your actual idol and goal. And Cain, instead of changing, kills Abel. Right? And then Cain's descendants are the first people who make weapons of war. And so that's, okay, you want to know what I think? That's the eternal story of mankind. And it's playing out right now. At 1,000 times the rate.
Can I present to you a difficult truth? Perhaps not a truth, but a thought I have, that it is not always easy to know which among us are the Cain.
That's for sure.
And resentment, it is possible to imagine you as the person who has a resentment towards a particular worldview that you really worry about.
Yeah, well, I talked to a good friend of mine last week about that publicly. We'll release it. So I said, well, do I have a particular animus against the left, let's say? So, well, probably. Okay, why? Well, first of all, I'm a university professor. It's not like the universities are threatened by the right. They're threatened by the left. 100%. And they're not just threatened a little bit. They're threatened a lot. And that threat made it impossible for me to continue in my profession the way I was. And it cost me my clinical practice too. And that's not over yet, because I have 10 lawsuits against me out right now from the College of Psychologists, because they've allowed anyone to complain about me anywhere in the world for any reason, and have the choice to follow that up with an investigation, which is a punishment in and of itself, and are doing so. And then I've been tortured nearly to death multiple times by bad actors on the left. Now, I've had my fair share of radical right-wingers being unhappy with what I've said, but personally, it's been the left the whole time. Not only me, but my family. But it might put my family at risk in a big way, and constantly, like not once or twice, because many people get canceled once or twice. But I've been canceled like 40 times. And I know like 200 people now who've been canceled. And I can tell you without doubt that it is one of the worst experiences of their life. And that's if it only happens once. And so, and then I also know that the communists killed 100 million people in the 20th century, that the intellectuals excused them for it nonstop and still haven't quit, that almost no one knows about it, and that the specter of resentful Marxism is back in full force. And so do I have a bit of an animus against that? Yes. Does it go too far? I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out.
The story you just told, seems nearly impossible for you, an intellectual powerhouse, not to have a tremendous amount of resentment.
Well,
and this is so let me challenge you.
Yeah,
let me challenge you.
Go right ahead.
Let me challenge you. Can you steel man the case that the Prime Minister of this country, Trudeau, wants the best for this country and actually might do good things for this country as an intellectual challenge?
Sure. He seems to get along well with his wife. He has some kids. There's no sexual scandals. And he's in a position where that could easily be the case. He seems to have done some good things on the oceanic management front. He's put a fair bit of Canada's oceans into marine protected areas, and that might be his most fundamental legacy, if it's real. I've been trying to get information about the actual reality of the protection, and I haven't been able to do that. But that's a good thing.
So sorry, the family thing is, there's some
aspect. Speaks to his character.
His character. There is some aspect to him that makes him a good man.
Well,
in that sense.
I mean, there's the evidence there, you know. I mean, he's not a Jeffrey Epstein profligate on the sexual front, so that's something. And his wife, they seem to have a real marriage, and he has kids, so, you know, good for him.
That's a good start, by the way, for a leader.
Yeah.
To be a good man.
Well, then I also thought, okay, well, after the Liberals had brought in a Harvard intellectual who was a Canadian to be their last leader, he didn't work out. And then they're flailing about for a leader. And the Liberals in Canada are pretty good at maintaining power and leadership and have been the dominant governing party in Canada for a long time. And so they went to them and said, well, you know, it's you or a conservative. And you can imagine that's not a positive specter for someone who's on the left or even a liberal, especially. And Trudeau's quite a bit on the left. And they said, we need you to run. And then I thought, okay, well, the answer to that should have been no, because Justin has no training for this, no experience. He's a part-time drama teacher fundamentally. He hadn't run a business. He just didn't know enough to be prime minister. But then I'm trying to put myself in his position. And so it's like, okay, I don't know enough, but I'm young and we don't want the Conservatives. And they had a run, a 10-year run. So maybe it was time for a new government. Maybe I could grow into this man. Maybe I could surround myself with good people and I could learn humbly and I could become the person I'm now pretending to be, which we all have to do as we move forward, right? And so then I thought, okay, I think you made a mistake there because you ran only on your father's name. You didn't have the background, but let's give the devil his due and say that's no problem. Okay, so now what do? Well, you get elected and your first act is to make the cabinet 50% women, despite the fact that only 25% of the elected members are female. It's like, okay, you just halved your talent pool. That was a really bad move for you.
Can I ask you about that?
Yeah.
Do you think, where does that move come from? Deep somewhere in the heart? Or
No.
is it trying to listen to the social forces that of the moment and try to ride those ways
You don't
towards
make a
maybe
decision like
greater
that by
popularity?
after thinking it through. It's like, no, you just halved your talent pool for cabinet positions. That's what you did. There's enough cabinet positions. You know, you could argue that each of them met thresholds. Like, there's a big difference between threshold and excellent.
So you don't think that came from a place of compassion?
I don't care if it did. I don't regard compassion as a virtue. Compassion is a reflex, not a virtue.
You don't think?
Judicious compassion is a virtue.
Wait a minute. Compassion can come deep from the human heart and the human mind, I think. Are we talking about the same kind of compassion?
Yes.
Trying to understand the suffering.
Treating
of the world?
adults like infants is not virtuous.
I see, but you're
Yo,
compassion
what's
isn't
going on?
treating adults like there's just terms.
Are you sure?
Whatever the term is, maybe
Eating-
I'm watching the
is
Hebrew
maybe-
Hammer.
Compassion is.
And I'm
I
watching
I suppose I'm
a
speaking
podcast,
to love.
and
I
I'm
don't
listening
think
to Toledo. Yes,
came
you.
from concern.
And I'm talking to you. What's good in your neck of the woods?
You don't think
Love
those-
is a blend of compassion and encouragement and truth. Love's complicated, man.
Yeah, it has
If I
a lot
love
of good
you,
things in it.
if
yeah.
I
I
love
love
you,
pasta.
is it compassion or encouragement you want from me?
Yeah, the dance. Love is definitely a dance to humans. Ultimately, that leads to the growth of both.
Well, that's the thing. The growth element is crucial. Because the growth element, to foster the growth
That's life
element,
in the
that
big
requires
city, baby.
Judgment. Compassion and judgment are
Word.
even, and have been conceptualized this way forever, two hands of God, mercy and justice. They have to operate in tandem. Okay? And mercy,
Amazing.
flawed as you are, you're acceptable. It's like, well, do you want that? Do you want us to be acceptable? And the answer to that is no. It's like, well, that's where the judgment comes in. It's like, but you could be better. You could be more than you are. And that's the maternal and the paternal in some fundamental sense. And there has to be an active exchange of information between those two poles. So even if Trudeau was motivated by compassion, it's like, yeah, how loving are you? First of all, no, it's a really bad decision. And then he's expressed contempt for monetary policy. I'm not interested in monetary policy. Okay, but you're prime minister. And he's expressed admiration for the Chinese Communist Party because they can be very efficient in their pursuit of environmental goals. Oh yeah,
If I may ask,
efficiency, eh? The efficiency of the tyranny in the service of
Oh, great question. I'm sick of people.
So, and I've watched him repeatedly.
Going to
and
war.
listened him
I
a
don't want
lot,
people to
and
die
I've tried
anymore.
to do that clinically and with some degree of
I
dispassion.
think that world peace is
And
something
that's
that
hard
needs a
too,
leader,
because
and I'm
his
one of
father
the people on earth
here
who wants to help
devastated
lead
the
that.
West in 1982, the national energy policy.
insulated like
Trudeau is doing exactly the same thing again.
Thank
So
you, big
as a
dog.
Westerner as well, I have an inbuilt animus, and one that's well deserved, because Central Canada, especially the glitterati elite types in the Ottawa, Montreal, Toronto triangle, have exploited the West and expressed contempt for the West far too much for far too long. And that's accelerating at the moment, for example, with Trudeau's recent attack on the Canadian farmers. He's an enemy of the oil and gas industry. Utter and absolute bloody catastrophe. And look what's happened in Europe, at least in partial consequence. And he's no friend to the farmers. So I tried to steel man him, you know. I try to put myself in the position of the people that I'm criticizing. I think he's a narcissist.
Do you think there's a degree to which power changed him?
If you're not suited for the position, if you're not the man for the position, you could be absolutely 100% sure that the power will corrupt you. How could it not? I mean, at the least, if you don't have the chops for the job, you have to
I use
devalue
iPhone
the
and
job
Android,
to
big
the
dog.
point where you can feel comfortable inhabiting it. So, yes, I think that it's
I think
corrupt.
it's an
And I mean,
iPhone
look at him
SE.
doubling down. We wear masks in fights into Canada.
Yeah, I mean, I have
We
a
have
bunch
to
of
fill out an
iPhones. I have
ArriveCan bureaucratic form on our
these
phones
3 iPhones
because
that
a
I see right
passport
now.
isn't good enough. We can't get a passport. What if you're 85 and you don't know how to use a smartphone? Oh well, too bad for you. It's like,
you know, today I'm looking.
yes, it's corrupted.
Yes,
Would
I do.
you talk to him? Well, if you were to sit down and talk with him and he wanted to talk, would you? And what kind of things would you talk about?
Yes.
Perhaps.
I
And
don't think I've ever
we
said
light
no.
candles, which we've done, and
So, which
we
is, you know,
Would you-
celebrate our culture,
would
which
that
is
be
what I'm
first, or
doing.
would you-
I just
would you make
watched
that
8 Crazy
conversation?
Nights,
Do you
and now I'm
believe in
watching the
power?
Hebrew
No, I'd
Hammer.
ask him. No, if
I
we
also
agree
listen to
talk
Toledo
about it, I'd
Yoshu,
talk,
which
I'd
is
like to ask him. I have lots of things I'd like to ask him about. I mean, I've
a
had
traditional
political types in Canada on
Orthodox
my podcast and tried to ask him questions.
writing.
So I'd like to
And
know.
Just
You know,
enjoy
maybe
life.
I've got a big part of them wrong, and I probably do. But my observation has been that every chance he had, to
I just named
retreat
a bunch of
from
special
his
things. What do you
heroic
want us to
position, let's
do?
say, he doubled down. And
Like,
these, our parliament is
I'm
not
your
running
gift,
for the
baby.
next year. It's still Zoom in,
Right here.
still COVID law parliament for the next year. It's already been fatally compromised, perhaps, by the lockdowns for the last couple of years. And this is Parliament we're talking about.
There's a kind of paralysis, fear-driven paralysis that also, in part, some of the most brilliant people I know are lost in this. I don't think people assign a word to it. But it's
Harry
almost like
Potter
the fear
Obama
of
Sonic
this
Kaninu.
unknown
Go to its
thing
website.
that lurks
It's
in the shadows.
HPOS10i.com.
Fear is leveraged by people.
I'm not
that,
sending you the link.
you know,
It's just
go out in academic circles, foreign faculty or students and so on, administration, and
HPOS10i.com.
they start to use that fear, which makes me quite uncomfortable. It does lend
Yeah,
people
did you get any girls in your
in the
DMs?
positions of power who are not good at handling that power to become slowly, day by day, a little bit more corrupt.
I was really trying to figure out, you know, the last 2 weeks thinking this through. It's like, how do you know? Let's say someone asked me a question in the YouTube comments, saying, why can I trust your advice on the environmental front? And I thought, that's a really good question. Okay, let's see if we can figure out the principles by which the advice would be trustworthy. Okay, how do you know it's not trustworthy? Well, one potential response to that would be the claims are not in accordance with the facts. But, you know, facts are tricky things, and it depends
what'd
on
you
where you
just say?
look for them. So that's a tough one to get right because, for example, Lomberg's fundamental
Yeah, I
critics
do.
argue about his facts, not just his interpretation of them. So that can't be an unerring guide. And so I thought, well, the facts exactly.
No, you're not going to pick up chicks there.
Because when it's about
Get
everything,
on
there's too
Tinder.
many facts.
And get some girls
So then
in your
how do you
DMs.
determine if someone's a trustworthy guide in the face of the apocalyptic unknown? Because that's really the question. And the answer is they're not terrified tyrants. I think that's the answer. Now, maybe that's wrong. If someone has a better answer,
How do you know if they're a terrified tyrant?
because they're willing to use compulsion on other people when they could use goodwill. Like the farmers in Canada objected. They said, look, we have every economic reason to use as little fertilizer as we can because it's expensive. We have satellite maps
Dude,
of where we put the
I'm
fertilizer.
telling you right now,
We
I've told
cut
you
our
what to
fertilizer
do.
use
I'm watching a
so
movie.
substantially in the
Please
last
allow me
40
to do
years,
that.
I can't believe it.
Get
And we
on
grow
Tinder
more food.
until you have
We're
5
already
girls
breaking
in your
ourselves down.
DMs. I can't
You
help
know,
you.
farmers,
Once you
especially
get
the ones
5
who
girls in
still
your
survive,
DMs,
you think-
then I
you
can
think those
coach you
people
through what
know
to do.
they're doing. It's like, they're pretty damn sophisticated, man. Like, way more sophisticated than our prime minister. And now you tell them, no, it's a 30% reduction, and we
He's
don't
a
care
friend
how
of
much
mine.
food you're growing. So it's not a reduction that's
He's a friend of mine.
dependent on amount of food produced per unit of fertilizer used, which would be at least,
Doug,
you can
Doug, Doug.
imagine it. Okay, so you're producing this much
Let me put
food,
it to you really straight,
and you use
okay?
this much
You're
fertilizer, so
asking
you're
questions
hyper-efficient.
that aren't
Maybe we
going to
take
be
the 10%
beneficial
of
to you.
farmers
You
who
know
are
what
the
will
least
be
efficient
beneficial
in
to
that
you? Getting on
metric,
Tinder
and we
and getting
say
some
to
girls
them,
in
you
your
have to get
DMs.
as
You're asking
efficient
about
as
mod
average
status and who this
And
person
then they
is
say,
and
well,
what
look,
color
you know,
underwear they're
our
wearing.
situation's
No one
different.
cares
We're
about
more
that. You
unemployed.
want to get laid.
So
I
we're-
want you to get laid.
you
So
always
here's
have
what you do.
to
You
argue
download
about that.
Tinder.
At least-
You create an account.
at least
You make
give
sure you have some
reward them for the
attractive pictures.
productivity.
You make sure your profile's filled
Well,
out.
it's
You
like,
swipe
well,
right on
always gonna
every
have
single
beef.
chick. And you're going to get some girls who come into
Well, you
your
don't need it.
DMs. It's as
Oh, I
simple
see.
as
You
that.
get to tell me what I can eat now, do you? Really? Okay. And Holland is going to import
You
food
need 5 girls
from
who
where?
don't
That's
want
more
money,
efficient
in your
from the
DMs.
fertilizer from-
and then
Is no one more
you need
efficient from
to
Holland?
use some game on them.
Same with
Ask them
Canada.
if they want to go for
And, like,
coffee.
isn't this gonna
Ask
make
them
food
if they want to
prices
go to the park.
more
Ask them if they want to
Doesn't
go
that
to
make
dinner.
Hungry people die.
Once you develop
Is that
some
easy?
type of mutual attraction to each other, I can't help you with hooking up with those chicks. If you were here right now,
Not all-
sitting right next to me, I would take your phone.
Yeah.
I would swipe right on
They-
every
that's
single
the
chick.
crucial
I wouldn't
distinction,
ever
because they
swipe
say
left,
all
not
those
once.
people were
Why?
women.
Beggars can't be choosers.
Yeah, except
Okay.
the dead ones.
And you're a beggar right now. You can't be a
Today,
chooser.
right.
You swipe right on every
It's a
single
story
chick.
of war.
And then-
It's a time when
or
poor people
You swipe right on every single chick.
from the
and then
decision made by
You're gonna some
the
chicks who
rich.
don't want money, who are just
The,
looking for some
because
D.
they-
And then you're going to be able to perhaps
Let me
make your
ask
way
you one.
towards them. But you got to be
Oh, yeah.
exciting,
We're
you
gonna
have to
play
be
something about that, too.
You're-
charismatic, and I'm not
You're
the
just a
guy.
man in a suit
I don't like guys.
talking on microphones.
I like
and
chicks.
Writing brilliant
You
articles.
May like
There's
chicks,
also
you may
people
not, I don't know.
dying,
But as of right now, you just had a girlfriend, and
It's
you want to
their
get your
land,
mind
it's
off
their
of that
country,
person.
it's their
So the
history,
best way to
it's
do
the
that
truth
is to
of
find
Russia and
another
Ukraine.
girl.
It's people trying to ask.
I get
they
it,
have
you're
many
bored.
Dragons, and they're asking
That's
themselves
sure.
a question.
Yeah,
Who
well,
are we?
I'm trying to
is
keep
this?
Caspian Sea
What is
single.
the future
The
of
second
this
the
nation?
Caspian Sea gets
We
locked
thought
down, then he's no longer here. So I
We
need to
are a
keep him
great
single.
nation. And I think both
So,
countries
Khalil,
say this.
Here's what you do.
And they
You
say,
go on Tinder. You
well, how do
you
we become the
swipe
great
right on
nation
every
we
single
thought we
chick.
are?
Then
And so what?
you
first of all, you got
get some girls in your DMs and you start texting them.
The dynamics of
It's
the
as simple as that.
And
Well,
It's
must be
so
that
much
way.
easier than what it
Right.
used to be, where
No,
you'd
no.
have to go to a
I
bar,
found out a lot.
or you'd
I
have to, I
laid
don't
out
know,
4
go to a
bases
coffee
for the
shop, or
and then
you'd have to
I
know
was
somebody, or
criticized
someone would
from
have to set you up. That's a pain in the
argument was
ass.
reduced to one reason.
Just being able to
This was
sit on your ass and just
caricature of the
swipe
reason.
right on chicks,
I
it's
gave
one of the
a variety of
gifts
reasons why they
of
would have
the digital age.
mismanagement
I'm just trying
on the part
to
of the West
empower
in
you
relationship
with
to Russia,
with
foreign
these
policy
things.
over the last since the wall fell. It's understandable because it's extremely complex. Hyper reliance on Russia as a cardinal source of energy provision for Europe in the wake of idiot environmental globalist utopianism. The expansionist tendencies of Russia that are analogous in some sense to the Soviet Union empire building. And then the last one, which is the one I got in trouble for, which is Putin's belief or willingness to manipulate his people into believing that Russia is a salvific force in the face of idiot Western
Yes.
wokeism. And that's the one I got in trouble for. It's like, while you're justifying Putin, it's like,
Doug, Do you
It's
remember
not
I
only-
just set
it's
you
not
up
only the
with a
Russians who think
flawless
the West has
plan?
lost its mind.
None of that involves
Eastern
sharing the
Europeans
screen.
think so too. And do I know that? It's like, well,
Okay.
I went to 15 Eastern European countries
Whatever
this
you want to,
spring, and I talked to
I can't make it
300
better
political and
looking.
cultural leaders.
whatever you've
You
written,
might
I'm
say,
sure
they
is
were all
fine.
conservative.
You've already gotten
Actually,
girls to
No,
respond
they
to you.
weren't. Most of them were conservative.
So all you
As
have
it
to do
turns out,
is
they didn't
swipe
know what
right
you
on
were
every
talking
single
about.
chick.
A good chunk of them were
Every single chick. You
liberal
swipe right.
by
Every single
any
one.
stretch of the
When you're done with that,
imagination. And
you download
very number of
Bumble
them were
Get on
cancer
Bumble.
progressive.
and start hitting up
So,
chicks.
Because you're very concerned about the
Bumble's
culture
another
wars
dating
that
site. You
have
get on
started sitting in
Match.com. You get on Plenty of Fish. You get on any of those things.
bad
And if
future
none
for
of
this
those
country
things
being
are,
part of the
if you
world.
don't find any attraction
That
to those
reason
people,
stands out.
well,
And
if you fly the other way, you can get on Grindr, and I'm sure you could be having sex with
looking
15
back at
different guys by
four
midnight.
reasons, think it deserves to have a place in one of the four
Oh,
because it is,
Okay, great. So
Well, the
then
four was
just stay on the
bifurcated
chick
because they
apps.
said, look, Putin might
and
believe this. And I
Share your
think he
Tinder
does.
profile is
Because I
fine.
read a bunch of Putin speeches, and I have been reading them for 15
Okay,
years.
but I'll help
And
you.
my
I'll
sense
help
of
you.
people
Share your
generally,
screen.
and this was true of Hitler,
All you have to do is take your phone
What
and
did
point it
Hitler
at your computer,
believe?
and
Did you
I'll
read
walk
what
you
he
through.
wrote? He just did what he said he was going to do. And you might think, well, some people are so
Okay.
tricky. They have a whole
Take your
body
phone
of
and
elaborated
Point the
speech
camera at your
that's
computer
completely
screen
separate from their
with your
personality.
and I'll make sure that there's
Different
nothing on there that's
agenda, and this
gonna
whole body of speech is
sabotage
nothing but a front.
okay.
It's like, good luck finding someone that's
Is that you?
sophisticated. First of all, if you say
I
things
can
long
see
enough,
it.
you're going to believe them.
That's a really interesting,
That's
fascinating.
fine. You're
important
sharing it.
point.
So go
Even
to
if you
Tinder
start
right
out
now.
as a lie, as a propaganda. I think Hitler is an example of somebody that I think really
Go to
quickly start
Tinder.
to believe the propaganda.
Well,
And pull up
you
your.
you talk about AI systems. It's like,
He's got
don't
like
you become what you
3 of them.
practice? And the answer to that is, well, absolutely. We even know the neurology. It's like when you first formulate a concept, huge swaths of your cortex are lit up, so to speak. But as you practice that, first of all, the right hemisphere stops participating, and then the left participates less and less until you build specialized machinery for exactly that conceptual frame. And then you start to see it, not just think it. And so if you're telling the same lies over and over, who do you think you're fooling? Think, well,
Okay,
I
go
can
to
understand my
Tinder.
own lies. Not if they're effective lies. And if they're effective enough to fool millions of people,
Okay.
and then they
Okay,
reflect
that's
them
fine.
back to
That's
you,
fine. I
what
understand
makes you
accounts
think
get
you're
banned.
going to be
Go
able
to Tinder.
understand that? You
Let's
aren't.
see your Tinder
And so I do
profile,
think Putin
and I'll
believes,
help you.
to the degree that he believes anything, I do believe that he
You
thinks of
don't have
himself
to
as
type
a bulwark for
type in your computer
Christendom
Tinder.com. Can you pull up your account on
degeneration
Tinder
of the West.
on a
And that's
computer?
that
If you
third
can't,
wave
then
that
create an
Dugin
account on
and Putin have been
Match.com or
talking
Plenty
about
of Fish or any of that
Plus,
stuff.
Senator Dugin and Putin for 15 years. Now, what that is very amorphous. Solzhenitsyn thought the Russians would have to return
If you
to
want to share your
the
screen on your
incremental
phone,
development of Orthodox
do you have an iPhone?
Christianity to escape from the communist trap. And to some degree,
Okay,
that's happened in Russia.
so what you
There's been a
do
return to
is when you're in the
Orthodox Christianity.
call, you
Now,
pull
you could
up
say, yeah,
on
but
the.
Orthodox Church is just being co-opted
Do you
by
see at the
state.
very bottom?
And I would say there's some
of the
evidence
call?
to that. I've heard, for example, that
You
the
can pull up
Metropolitan
and see.
owns, now I don't know if this is
It
true,
says,
owns
turn on
$5
your
billion
camera,
worth of
mute
personal
yourself,
property.
and then it
And I
says
would
share
say there's a
screen.
bit of moral hazard in that. And it's possible that the Orthodox Church has been co-opted, but there has been somewhat of an Orthodox revival in Russia, and I don't think that's all bad. Now, even if Putin doesn't believe any of this, he's just a psychopathic manipulator. And unfortunately, I don't think that's true.
Cleo,
I've read his
when I talk to
speeches.
you, you
Doesn't
need to
look like
respond.
it to me.
It has to
He
be
is by no
quickly,
means the
okay?
worst Russian
I don't
leader
have time
of the
for
last
this.
100 years.
Well, there's
Do you
quite a
see
selection.
when you're in
There
here? If
certainly
you
is,
pull up
but-
on
And I
the
say that knowing that.
on the call,
Even if
you
he
get
doesn't
a set
believe
of options.
he's convinced his people that it's true. And so we're stuck with
Okay,
with
do
the
you see it
claim
says share
in
screen?
either case. And that's the point I was trying to make in the article.
Sometimes I'm troubled by people that explain things, and a lot of people reached out to me,
Yes.
experts.
So pull up
telling me how
on
I
that
should
little
feel,
menu.
what I should think about Ukraine. Oh, you naive Lex, you're so naive. You know, here's how it really is. But then I get to see people
Okay.
that lost
Do you
their
see
home.
my? Do you
I
see my
get to
device?
see people on the Russian side who believe they're
They see at the very bottom
that
here.
there's some degree to
It
which they
has
have love in their heart.
Turn off your camera.
They
mute
see
yourself,
themselves as heroes
chat.
saving the land from
Activities. What you
from
want to do is
Nazis.
pull
How
up
else
on
would you
this
motivate
so
young
that
men to go fight?
menu
It's
comes
just-
up. Do you
it's
see
these
that?
humans destroying not only
Okay,
their homes,
and then it says
creating
soundboard, and then it
generational
says
hate,
share your screen.
destroying the possibility of love towards each other. They're basically creating hate. What I've heard a lot of is on February 24th of this year, hate was born at a scale that region has not seen.
Do you see that it says
Hate
screen?
not Vladimir Putin. Hate towards not the soldiers in
Okay.
Russia, but hate
So then
towards
share your
all
screen.
Russians. Hate that will last generations, and then you can see just the pain there, and then when all these experts talk about agriculture and energy and geopolitics and maybe
Do you
like
see
we
where it
said
says share your
with,
screen?
fighting the ideologies of the woke and so on. I just feel like it's
Okay, then-
missing something
Wait, let me set up my.
deep.
Let me set up my.
That war is not fought
So you haven't set up your Tinder yet?
about any of those things. War is started and war is
I
averted
just love.
based on human beings, based on
Well,
Okay, log back in.
humanity.
here's another ugly thought, since we haven't had enough so far. We locked everything down for COVID. How much face-to-face communication was there between the West and Vladimir Putin? How about none? How about that was the wrong amount? Especially given
I
that
agree,
Europe was
but,
completely
you know,
dependent on Putin for its
sometimes
energy
I-
supplies. Not completely, but you know what I mean.
Yeah,
Materially
exactly.
insignificant.
Let me
Maybe
ask
he had
you.
to go talk to him once every 6 months.
Khalil,
Maybe he's in a bit of a bubble.
yes, everybody does. All you do is go to
Not just an
chatgpt.com
information bubble.
and
How all these
you
experts tell
say,
me
I
about
don't want to sign up,
No,
and you
a
ask
human
it whatever
mind.
question you
You
want.
bet,
bubble.
man. Look,
Literally,
one of the
I'll
things
show you
I
how to
really
do it.
learned, there's a real
It's
emphasis on
ChatGPT
hospitality in the New Testament. I just brought all these scholars together to talk about excellence.
It says
Cyber
log in,
security.
sign up, or stay logged
And they
out.
were
And I can go,
military guys, but they're on board. For
yo,
this
dog, can you
mission,
please tell me
let's say.
how
And
to
so they went
share
out
my
of their way to
screen
be hospitable
on
to my
Discord
academic
using an
guests.
iPhone?
They laid out nice platters of meat and cheese and crackers. They spent all
And
day
it says, sure
preparing
thing.
this house I'd rented so that we could have a
Here's how you
hospitable time
can
with these
share
scholars,
your
most of whom I
screen
didn't
on
know
Discord
well.
using an
Said they
iPhone.
would come and
Open
spend 8
Discord,
days
join a voice
this
call,
book.
tap the screen
We
share
rented some
icon,
jet skis. We
start
had a
screen
nice
sharing,
house. We
share your
had
screen,
fun.
stop sharing your
We
screen.
got to know each
It's
other,
very simple.
and we got to trust each other because we could see that we could have some fun and that we could let our hair down a bit. We didn't have to be on guard, and that made the talk way deeper. And then we found out we couldn't get through Exodus in 8 days, and so I had proposed very early on that we're going to double the length. And so I pulled 8 people out of their lives for 8 days. That's not an easy thing to do. It's also quite expensive. And Daily Wire Plus people picked all that up, and they said yes right away. So we'd love to do this again. Well, why? Well, partly because intellectually it was unbelievably engaging. I learned so much. It'll take me like a year to digest it, if I can ever digest it. But they had a really good time. And so when they were offered that combination of intellectual challenge, let's say in hospitality, it was a no-brainer. They just said, every one of them said, if I can do it in any way, I will definitely be there. And I went to Washington a bunch of times, and the culture of hospitality has broken down in Washington. 40% of congressmen sleep in their offices. They don't have apartments. Their family isn't there with them. They don't have social occasions with their fellow Democrats or Republicans, much
Khalil,
less across the table.
do you have a
And so,
Tinder
I tried
account?
to have some meetings in Washington that were bilateral a couple of times.
Okay,
Get young
you have 1
Republican
minute
congressmen
to
and
pull it up
Democrats together
and screen
talk.
share, or
And
you're
as
going
soon
to
as
get
they
kicked
talk,
out
they
of here.
think, oh.
I don't have time for this.
It was so interesting because one of the lunches was about 15 people, half Democrats and half Republicans. And all I asked them to do was just spend 3 minutes.
I'm gonna
talking
put you on a
about why
timer right
become
now.
a congressman.
So you're actually
It's not a
getting
job
extra
I'd
time
take, by the way.
because
spend 25 hours a
I'm
week
thinking that
fundraising
you
on
don't
behalf
have an account, that you're
of
just
families
sitting
that are
here
with you.
being
You have to run
extremely
for
helpless,
re-election every 2
and I don't
years.
have time for
You're
that.
beholden to the party
So
apparatus.
you have
Right, you're vilified constantly.
50.
This is not,
Sorry.
55
people think,
seconds.
"Oh, this is a job
Okay.
for the privilege."
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm watching
you
your
go,
stream.
yeah,
I'm watching your
how much
stream.
fun it is to put your family on the line and then have to beg for your job every 2 years while your enemies, the
Okay,
worst of your
beautiful.
enemies and the worst of your friends are viciously henpecking you. So anyways, we
Okay,
had to make
log
sure
in.
we did it. Okay. Just say why you ran for Congress. It was so cool, especially for
All right.
freedom, because you Americans are so bloody theatrical.
My friend, as I said, you've got 25. You've got
It
25
was like
seconds.
Mr. Smith goes to Washington for every one of them. It's like, well, this country.
Okay, well, you're about to get kicked from this call, and
so,
all your alts are going to get kicked.
so we benefited so much from our time here. We think this is a wonderful country. We really felt that we should give back.
My friend, I'm going to be very nice to you. I'll give you 1 more minute, okay?
Didn't matter.
That's
if
it.
they were
It takes
Republican or Democrat. You couldn't
very
tell the
little
difference.
time
No one
for
could.
you to plug in
It
your
was
phone,
genuine. It's like,
share your
are
screen.
you
Here we go.
genuine? You think these people are worse than you?
Perfect.
First of all, they're not. Second of all, they're probably better. All things
It
considered.
happens.
Not
Okay,
that
so log
easy
in.
to
You
become
already said that you were logged in, or you were
And
going
I'm
to log
sure
in.
there's some bad
Log
apples
into
in
your
the bunch,
account.
but by and large, you walk away from your meetings with these people and you think, pretty impressive.
They really are giving a part of themselves in the name of service. Maybe over time they become cynical and become jaded and worn down by the whole system. But I think
Yeah.
a lot of it
Can you imagine that?
is healed, I think. And I don't think I'm in part naive, but not fully. And a lot of it is healed through the power of conversation, just basic social interaction. I do think that
You bet, man.
the effects of this
Actually,
pandemic,
by listening.
listen, just sitting there, and it doesn't have to be talking about the actual issue. It's actually humor and all those kinds of things, about personal struggles, all those kinds of things that remind you that you're all just humans.
Yeah. Well, the great leaders that I've met, and I've met
I
some
see
of
that
them,
it's saying you can't connect.
they
I
go listen
understand
to their
that.
constituents. It's not a policy discussion.
Just
It's not an
log in
ideology discussion. They go say, okay,
Without sharing your screen. It could be a bandwidth
what's your
issue.
life like, and what are your problems, and tell me about them. And then they listen, and then they're struck by them, and then they gather up all that misery and they bring it to the congressional office or to the parliament, and they think,
So, Big Dog,
here's
I'm going to give
what
you
the
2
people
minutes
are crying out
to
for.
have this account
And
logged
the
in.
good
If
leaders,
not,
that's a leader.
I don't
Leader
have time.
listens. So I talked to Jimmy Carr about comedy, and he's sold out stages worldwide on tour, being funny. That's hard. He said, comedy is the most stand-up comedy, which is what I do in some real sense. It's a thing I do that it's most akin to what I'm doing on my book tours, I would say. It's the closest analog. He said it's the most dialogical enterprise. I thought, why? What do you mean? Because see, it's just a monologue. And it's a prepared monologue. I mean, you have to interact dynamically with the audience while you're telling your jokes. You've got to get the timing right, but you have a body of jokes. I said, well, here's how you prepare the jokes. And I've been told this by other comedians. You go to 50 clubs before you go on your tour, and you got some new material, and you think it's funny. And you go into a club.
One of your 2 minutes
lay out
is
your new
expired.
material, and people laugh at some of it. And you pay attention to what they laugh at and what they don't laugh at. So you subject yourself to the judgment of the crowd. And you get rid of everything that isn't funny. And if you do that enough, even if you're not that funny, the crowd will tell you what's funny. So you can imagine you do 50 shows, and each is an hour long, and you collect 2 minutes of humor from each show. So you throw away 2 hours, more than 98% of it. It's like 2 minutes per show. So you're not very funny at all. Funny 2% of the time. You aggregate that, man, you're a scream. And so that's what a leader does. That is what a leader does. Goes out and he aggregates the misery, and the hopes. And then I do think that's revivifying to someone who would otherwise be cynical and jaded, because then the person can say to themselves, despite the inadequacies of
Your
the
2
system,
minutes
and
have
my
expired, my
inadequacies,
friend. I've been more than enough.
I'm gathering up the misery.
Okay, then share your
and the
screen.
hope, bringing it forward where it can be
Giving it,
redressed.
giving it a voice.
Yep, that's right, giving it a voice.
Can you actually take me through a day, because it's fascinating, through your comedy tour?
You have 10 seconds to share
what
your
is a
screen.
day
I already
like
taught you how to share it.
Jordan
You know how to
Peterson
do it.
look like? What
10,
which is this very interesting
9,
day?
there we
Let's look
go.
at the day when you have to speak. Preparing your mind, thinking of what you're going to talk about, preparing
Right.
yourself physically, mentally to interact with the crowd. Through the actual speaking, how do you adjust what you're thinking through? And how do you come down from that so you
Let's
can
see your
start
profile.
all again as a limited biological system?
Well, I'm usually
All right.
up by
Well, my friend,
7 and
You-
ready to go by.
are getting
7:30
banned
or 8.
because you said you were 24 or whatever,
Coffee?
and
No.
it shows there that you're
No.
Steak and water.
How many times a day steak?
That's all I eat.
How many times?
3 or 4, depending on the day.
dog,
Steak and sparkling water.
dog.
Yeah, so
I did the-
monastic
It's been
asceticism.
real.
and
It's been
Well, I did the
fun.
proper. I usually just once a day. I did the proper Jordan Peterson last night. I just ate 2 steaks.
And how was that?
It was wonderful.
Yeah, well, if you have to
All
only
right,
eat
what's his
one
other
thing.
one? It's like Khalil,
You know, could be
and
worse.
something
So,
else.
anyways, I'm ready to go at 8 because we're generally
Chicken
moving,
eater.
What does moving mean?
Flying.
You're constantly.
flying somewhere. And we usually use private flights now because the commercial airlines aren't reliable enough, and you cannot not make a venue. Right? So that's rule number 1 on the tour. You make the show.
Kylie.
So everything, and then rule number 2 is anybody who causes any trouble on the tour is gone because there is 0 room for error. Now, no, there's 0 room for unnecessary, unaddressed error. So there's going to be errors. The guys I have around me now, if they make a mistake, they fix it right away. So, and that's great.
There's a lot of people relying on you to be there, so you have
Yeah,
to be there.
like 4,000 people typically. So then I'm on the plane, and I usually write, or often, because there's no internet on the plane, and that's a good use of time. So I'm writing a new book, so I write on the plane,
Typing or handwriting?
typing. Yeah, typing. And then we land and we go to, it's usually early afternoon by then, we go to a hotel. It's usually a nice hotel. It's not corporate. I don't really like corporate hotels. My secretary and one of my logistics guys has got quite good at picking kind of adventurous hotels, boutique hotels. They're usually in the old parts of the city, especially in Europe, somewhere interesting. And so we go there, and then lunch usually. And sometimes that's an air fryer and a steak in the hotel room, and I leave a trail of air fryers behind me across the world. And then Tammy and I usually go out and have a walk or something and take a look at the city, and then I have a rest for like an hour and a half, or an hour, half an hour.
Like a nap? Or
Yeah,
just
now I have to sleep for 20 minutes, and that's about all I can sleep. But I need to do that in the late afternoon.
never refreshes your mind?
That wakes me up again for the evening. And then Tam has to sleep longer. She's still recovering from her illness, and so she has to sleep longer in the afternoon, and that's absolutely necessary for both things start to get frayed. And so then we go to the venue, and then I usually sit for an hour. If I'm going to lecture, I've been doing a lot of Q&As, and that's a little easier. But if I'm going to lecture, I have to sit for an hour, and then I think, okay, what question am I trying to investigate? I have to have that. So that's the point. What mystery am I trying to unravel? It's usually associated with one of the rules in my book, because technically it's a book tour, but each of those rules is an investigation into an ethic, and each of them points to a deeper sort of mystery in some sense. And there's no end to the amount that can be explored. So I have the question. The question might be something like, put your house in perfect order before you criticize the world. Okay. What does that mean exactly? What does house mean? What does put mean, that active verb? What does perfect and order mean? Why before you criticize the world? What does it mean to criticize? What does it mean to criticize the world? How can you do that properly or improperly? So I start to think about how to decompose the question.
And you start to think which of these decompositions are important to really dig into.
Yeah, well, then they'll strike me. It's like, okay, there's something there that I've been maybe noodling around on that I would like to investigate further. Then I think, okay, how can I approach this problem? I think, well, I have this story that I know, I have this story, and I have this story, but I haven't juxtaposed them before. And there's going to be some interesting interaction in the juxtaposition. So I have the question, and I kind of have a framework of interpretation, and then I have some potential narrative places I can go. And then I think, okay, I can go juggle that and see what happens. And so then what I want to do is concentrate on that process while attending to the audience to make sure that the words are landing, and then see if I can delve into it deeply enough so that a narrative emerges spontaneously with an ending. Now, I'm sure you've experienced this in podcasts, right? Maybe I'm wrong, but my experience has been if I fall into the conversation and we know about the time frame, there'll be a natural narrative arc. And then, so you'll kind of know when the midpoint is, and you'll kind of see when you're reaching a conclusion. And then if you really pay attention, you can see that's a good place to stop. It's kind of, you come to a point, and you have to be alert and patient to see that. And you have to be willing to be satisfied with where you've got to. But if you do that, and then it's like a comedian making the punchline work. It's like, got all these balls in the air, and they're going somewhere, and this is how they come together. And people love that, right? Say, oh, this and this and this and this and this. Whack. Together. And that's an insight. And it is very much like a punchline.
Well, that's interesting because your mind, actually, I'm a fan of your podcast too, and you are always driving towards that. I would say for me in a podcast conversation, there's often a kind of Alice in Wonderland type of exploration.
Down the rabbit hole, man.
And then a new thing pops up. And the more absurd, the wilder, the better.
Yeah.
Conversations with Elon are like this.
Yeah,
It's like, actually, the more you drive towards an arc, the more uncomfortable you start to get in a fun, absurd conversation because, I'm now one of the normies. No, I don't want that. I want the rabbit. I want the crazy because it makes it more fun. But somehow throughout it, there is wisdom that you try to grasp at, such that there is a thread.
Well, that's the thing, man. You're following the thread. The thread's there. Well, that's right. That's what you're trying to do. That thread is the proper balance between structure and spontaneity, and it manifests itself as the instinctive meaning. And that's the logos in the dialogue. And it really is the logos. And God only knows what that means. You know, I mean, the biblical claim is that logos is the fundamental principle of reality. And I think that's true. I actually think that's true. Because I think that meaning that guides you, well, here's a way of thinking about it. I've been writing about this recently. What's real? Matter. Okay, that's one answer. Real. What matters is real. That's how you act. Okay, that's different than matter. Okay. What's the most real of what matters? How about pain? Why is it the most real? Try arguing it away. Good luck. So pain is the fundamental reality. All right. Well, that's rough. Doesn't that lead to nihilism and hopelessness? Yeah, doesn't it lead to a philosophy that's antithetical towards being? The most fundamental reality is pain. Yes. Is there anything more fundamental than pain? Really? If you're in pain, love and truth, that's what you want. And you know, they're more powerful than pain. Maybe they're the most real things.
When you think about reality, what is real? That is the most real thing.
Well, it's a tough one, right? Because you have to, because if you're a scientist, a materialist, think, well, the matter is the most real. It's like, well, you don't know what the matter is. Yeah. And so, and then when push comes to shove, and it will, you'll find out what's most real.
I feel like this missing physical reality is missing some of the things. So of course, pain has a biological component, all those kinds of things, but it's missing something deep about the human condition that at least the modern science is not able to describe. But it is reaching towards that.
Yeah, it
And
is.
it's the reason. One way to describe it, as you're describing, is the reason it's reaching it is because underneath of science is this assumption that there's a deep
Logos.
thing to this whole thing we're trying to do.
Well, there's two traditions. In some sense, there's two logos traditions. There's the Greek rational Enlightenment tradition. It's a logos tradition, and it insists that there's a logos in nature, and that science is the way to approach it. And then there's the Judeo-Christian logos, which is more embodied and more spiritual. And I would say the West is actually an attempt to unite those two. And it's the proper attempt to unite those two, because they need to be united. And I see the union coming in your terms. I talked to Friends to Wall, for example, about the animating principle of chimpanzee sovereignty. And that's pretty close biologically. Is it power? Because that's the claim, even from the biologists often. The most dominant chimp has the best reproductive success. It's like, oh yeah? Dominant, eh? You mean using compulsion? Okay, let's look. Are the chimps who use compulsion the most successful? And the answer is sporadically and rarely. That's sporadically, for short periods of time. Why? Because they meet an unpleasant end. The subordinates over whom they exercise arbitrary control wait for a weak moment and then tear into shreds, right? Every dictator's terror, and for good reason. De Waal has showed that the alpha chimps, the males, who do have preferential mating access often, are often and reliably the best peacemakers and the most reciprocal. And so even among chimps, the principle of sovereignty is something like iterated reciprocity. And that's a way better principle than power. And it's something like, I've been thinking, what's the antithesis of the spirit of power? I think it's the spirit of play. And I don't know what you think about that, but when you have a good podcast conversation, you already described it in some sense as play. It's like there's a structure, right? Because it's an ordered conversation, but you want there to be play in the system. And if you get that right, then it's really engaging. And then it seems to have its own narrative arc. I'm not trying to impose that, even though that's another thing I don't do. I didn't come to this conversation at all thinking, here's what I want out of a conversation with Lex Friedman. Like instrumentally, I thought, I'll go talk to Lex. Why? I like his podcast. He's doing something right. I don't know what it is. He asks interesting questions. I'll go have a conversation with him. Where's it going to go? Wherever it goes.
Embracing the spirit of play. So what you have this when you're lecturing, you're going in front of the crowd.
Yeah.
You thought of a question.
Yeah.
You get on the stage. First of all, are you nervous at all?
I'm very nervous when I'm sitting down thinking through the structure initially, which is why my wife and I have been doing Q&As, and that's easier on me.
It's the it's the way comedians are nervous. Like Joe Rogan just did his special, so this weekend, and so he now has to sit nervously like a comedian does, which is like, I have no material now.
Right.
I have to start
Well,
from
that's
scratch.
it. When I was doing the lectures constantly instead of the Q&As, basically what I was doing was writing a whole book chapter every night. And, now that's a bit of an exaggeration because I would return to themes that I had developed, but it's not really an exaggeration because I didn't ever just go over rote material, ever. So it's very demanding, and that part's nerve-wracking because I sit down, it's an hour before the show, and I think, can I do this? And the answer is, well, you did it 1,000 times, but that's not this time. It's like, can I come up with a question? Can I think through the structure? Can I pull off the spontaneous narrative? Can I pull it together? And the answer is, I don't know. And so then I get it together in my mind, I think. And that's hard. It takes effort and it's nerve wracking. Okay, I got it. But then there's the moment you go out on stage and you think, well, I know I had it, but can I do it? No notes. And then the question is, well, you're going to find out while you do it. And so then I go out on stage and I don't talk to the audience. I talk to one person at a time. And you can talk to one person, because you know how to do that. So I talk to a person, and not too long because I don't want to make them too nervous. And then someone else and someone else. And then I'm in contact with the audience. And then I can tell if the words are landing. And I listen. It's like, are they rustling around? Or are they dead quiet? Because they want dead quiet.
I see. That's what focus sounds like. You're in it together. Then.
You bet. Well, and I also, here's a good rule if you're learning to speak publicly. I never say a word until everyone is 100%. And it's a great way to start a talk because you're setting the frame. And if the frame is, well, I'll talk while you're talking, the message is, well, you can talk. This is a place where everybody can talk. It's like, no, it's not. This is a place where people paid to hear me talk. So I'm not going to talk till everyone's listening. And so then you get that stillness. And then you just wait, because that stillness turns into an expectation. And then it turns into a kind of nervous expectation. What the hell's he doing? It's not manipulative. It's a sense of timing. It's like just when that's right, you think, okay, now it's time to start.
Well, the interesting thing about that nervous expectation is from an audience perspective, we're in it together.
Yeah.
I mean, there is, to that silence, there's a togetherness to it.
Of course, it's the union of everyone's attention. Yeah, and that's a great thing. I mean, you love that at a concert when it's not silence then, but when everyone's attention is unified and everyone's moving in unison, it's like we're all worshiping the same thing, right? And that would be the point of the conversation, the point of the lecture. And the worship is the direction of attention towards it. And it's communion because everyone's doing it at the same time. And so, I mean, there's not much difference between lecture theater and the church in that regard, right? It's the same fundamental layout and structure. And they're very integrally associated with one another. One really grew out of the other. The lecture theater grew out of the church. So it's perfectly reasonable to be thinking about it in those terms. And then after the lecture, we play a piece of music that is a piece of music that I've been producing with some musicians for a couple of books I'm going to release in the fall. Terrible books. ABC of Childhood Tragedy. They're called dark books. Dark and comical books. Terrible books. Heartbreaking illustrations. We set them to music, and so we'll play a piece from that. And then afterwards, I usually meet about 150 people to have photographs. And so each of those is a little...
Is there a little sparkle of human connection there?
A lot. It's very intense. 10 seconds with every person. You think, how can 10 seconds be intense? It's like, pay enough attention. It gets intense real quick.
Does it break your heart to say goodbye so many times?
It's like being in a wedding right now. At a wedding that you want to be at. And everybody's dressed up. And that's so weird, because I bought these expensive suits when I went on tour. And it broke my heart because I spent so much money on them. I thought, God, that's completely unconscionable. I thought, no way, man. I'm in this 100%. And so I'm going to dress with respect. And like 60% of the audience comes in 2 or 3 piece suits. They're all dressed up. Then there's this line to greet me, and they're all happy to see me. That's not so hard to take, although it is in a sense, right? Because normal interactions are pretty shallow. And you think, I don't want shallow interactions. Yes, you do.
Yeah, it's intense.
It's very intense.
And I don't know if
you've had a taste of this, no doubt, because people recognize.
Yeah, but I also have, when a person recognizes me and they come with love and they're often brilliant people, one of the thoughts I have to deal with, one of the dragons in my own mind is, thinking that I don't deserve that kind of attention. And so...
Well, you probably don't.
Right,
but maybe
I don't.
You could.
It's a burden in that I have to step up to be the kind of person that deserves that, not deserves that, but in part deserves that kind of attention. Holy shit.
It's crucially important too, because if someone comes up to you in an airport and they know who you are and they're brave enough to admire you or who you are attempting to be, and you make a mistake, they will never forget it. So it's a high stakes enterprise.
And the flip side of that, especially with young people, a few words you can say can change the direction of their life.
One way or another. And so I really have to watch this too in airports. I do not like airports. I do not like the creeping totalitarianism in airports. They've always bothered me.
Yes.
They really bother me. And I'm an unpleasant travel companion for my wife sometimes because of that, although I think we've worked that out, thank God, because we do a lot of traveling. But most of the security guards and the border personnel, all those people, they know me. And as a general rule, they're positively predisposed to me. And so if I'm peevish or irritable, then, well, that's not good. It's not good. And so that's a tightrope to walk too, because I do not like that creeping totalitarianism. But by the same token, you know, if you're just one of the crowd, just, you know, sometimes it's good just to be one of the crowd, and then you're a little irritable and people can just brush that off. But if you're someone they have dared to open their heart to, because that's what admiration is, and then you betray that, then that's a real, they'll never forget it. And then they'll tell everyone too. So it takes a lot of alertness. And so Tammy and our life has got complicated because in Toronto, for example, we can't really just go for a walk. It's always a high drama production because always people come up and they have some heart-rending story to tell. And I'm not being cynical about that. It's a hard thing to bear because people don't do that. They don't just open themselves up to you like that and share the tragedy of their life. But that's an everyday occurrence. And so when we go up to our cottage, which is out of the city, it's a relief, you know, because as wonderful as that is, like I have a weird life because everywhere I go, it's very weird. It's like I'm surrounded by old friends because I walk down the street in any city now, virtually, people say, "Hello, Dr. Peterson, so nice to see you," or they say better things than that, very rarely bad things. One experience in 5,000 maybe, very rare, although you don't forget those either. But it's very strange. So,
and there's an intimacy, they know you well, and because they leap into, they avoid the small talk often.
They leap into familiarity.
It really is like it's an old friend, and it feels like that. For me personally, the experience is the goodbye hurts.
Dude.
Because, you know, there's a sense where you're never going to see that friend again.
Right. Yeah, that's a strange thing, eh?
So to me, a lot of it just feels like goodbyes.
Hello?
Well,
God,
it is.
you are so done.
You're right about that. And I
I've
mean,
never
that's,
known
I
anyone
suppose,
more
in some
done in
sense,
this server than you.
part of the pain of opening yourself up to people. Because they also, Tammy has been struck particularly. She said, "I really never knew what men were like." I said, "Well, what do you mean?" She said, "I cannot believe how polite the men are when they come and talk to you. Because it's always the same. Pattern's very similar. Person comes up. They're mostly men, not always, but mostly. And they're tentative and they're very polite. Very, very polite. I say, "I hope I'm not bothering you. Do you mind that I say they're not bothering you? And I'm doing everything I can to not be the guy who's bothered by it. Who do you think you are? You're the guy that is famous and now is above that? You don't want to be that guy. So you want to be grateful all the time when people open up like that.
My G.
And so you got to be alert and on point to do that properly, like right away. Because for you, it's 5 seconds or 10 seconds or 20 seconds, whatever it
This
is.
guy
But for
keeps
them,
coming in and I keep banning him.
they've opened up. And so you can really nail them if you're foolish.
After the 150 people, how do you come down from that? How do you find yourself again?
Well, that was
The
often
rest.
when I got caught in Twitter traps, because I'm so burnt out by then from the talk and audience interactions in the whole day, because it's a new city, it's a new hotel, it's a new 5,000 people, it's a new book chapter, it's a whole new horizon of ideas, and it's off to another city the next day. I'm so burnt out by then that I'm not as good at controlling my impulses as I might be, and Twitter was a real catastrophe for that because it would hook me, and then I couldn't, like I used to when I was working on my book a lot. I used to call Tammy. I'd say, look, you have to come and get me. I can't stop. I got tired, and then I kind of, because it's part of a kind of hypomanic focus. I couldn't quit. Like, oh no, I'm still writing. I need to get away from this, but I couldn't stop. And so it's better to read something, book,
Fiction, nonfiction.
fiction. Stephen King. I was reading a lot of Stephen King when I was on tour last time. That was good. I like Stephen King a lot.
Great narratives.
Great characterization, you know. So, and there's a familiarity about Stephen King's writing too, that he writes about people you know. And so I really found that a relief. And so that was useful. And in order to tolerate this, let's say, or to be able to sustain it, well, let's take a lot of negotiation on the part of Tammy and I, because she's dragged into this, and you know, her life is part of this, whatever this is, and she's had to find her way, and has. For example, now she has a different hotel room than me when we travel, and she found that she didn't want to be on the tour this spring, and I was ill again for part of it, and that made it complicated. But she went away back home, and she came back, and she said, and she was nervous, but she said, I think I need my own room. And part of me was not happy with that. So what do you mean you need, like, are we not married anymore? It's like you need your own room. And she said, well, you know, I can't. She has to do exercises because she was really sick, and she has to keep herself in shape. And she has to have some time to do that. She does a lot of prayer and meditation, and she needs the time. And she has her own podcast, which is going quite well, and she needs the time. And I trust her. And she said, well, I need this in order to continue. And I thought, well, okay. If you need this in order to continue, yes. Because she went away and didn't say, well, I don't want to be on the tour. I don't want to do this anymore. She went away and prayed, let's say, how can I continue to do this? And that was the answer. And so she has her own hotel room. And that was a really good decision on her part. And she's very good and getting better all the time at figuring out what has to happen for her to make this sustainable. And all that's been is a plus, because I don't want to travel without her, and I don't want her life to be miserable, and I want her to be fully on board. And so she has to be properly selfish, like everyone does in a relationship.
And when you have to, not just that, this is a weird thing you're doing, and you have to, both you and her have to figure out how to manage this very intense intellectual social journey.
There's another element to it too that I didn't tell you about. So that was a typical day, but it's missing a big component, because usually we also have a dinner with like 30 cultural representatives, I suppose, 10 to 30 from each country, because I have a network of people who have networks who are setting me up with key decision makers in each country. And so then we have like an hour and a half of that. Now, sometimes that's on a day when I don't have a talk, but sometimes the talks are back to back. And so she also has to manage that and to be gracious. And then people are showing us exciting things and tours in the cities, and which is all like, it's a surfeit of wonderful.
Yes, exactly. But it's still, you have to be there for it. You have to be present for it mentally.
Yeah.
As a curious mind, as an intellectual mind. How do you get this thing?
Fortunately, that is almost never a problem. Even when I was unbelievably ill for about 3 years, I thought about that a lot too, you know, that I didn't do a really good job of explaining that while I was ill, because it appeared in some sense that the reason I was ill was because I was taking benzodiazepines. That isn't why. I was ill, then I took them, and very low dose, and I took that for time, and it helped whatever was wrong with me. And it looks like it was an allergy, or maybe multiple allergies. And then that stopped working, and so I took a little bit more for about a month, and that made it way worse. And so then I cut back a lot, and then then things really got out of hand.
So there was a deeper thing
Oh yeah,
in the
definitely.
benzo.
Oh yeah.
What can you put
Immunologic.
words to?
Well, I had a lot of my daughter, as everyone knows, has a very reactive immune system, and Tammy has 3 immunological conditions, each of them quite serious. And I had psoriasis and peripheral uveitis, which is an autoimmune condition, and alopecia areata, and chronic gum disease, all of which appeared to be allergy related. And so Michaela seems to have got all of that. And so that I think was at the bottom, because I also had this proclivity to depression that was part of my family history. But I think that was all immunological, as far as I can tell. So one of the things that's happened to me, I always noticed I really couldn't breathe. Like I could breathe about 1/5 as much as I sometimes could. And so I was always short of breath. And it looks like what that was perhaps was I was always on the border of an anaphylactic reaction, which is not pleasant. That's hypersympathetic activation, no parasympathetic activation. Couldn't relax at all.
That's an immunological response.
Allergic response, yeah. So anyways, that was what seemed, now this, I don't like to talk about this much because it's so bloody radical and, I don't like to propagate it, but this diet seems to have stopped all of that. I don't have psoriasis, all of the patches are gone. My gum disease, which is incurable, I had multiple surgeries to do, is completely gone.
I've never
For
asked
3
you
years.
this, Caspian.
My
See,
right eye,
do you-
which
or I
was
don't
quite
think so.
cloudy, is
Do you
straight
like
up
The Office?
Yeah, I do.
What else has changed? Well, I lost 50 pounds and like instant. That was wrong.
I should mention that I too am not a deep investigator of
Okay.
Nutritional
Yeah,
science.
I
I have my
love that show
skepticism
too.
towards the degree to which it is currently
Um,
science.
I
There's
don't
like a
know.
lot of complex systems that there is.
Yeah, and I would do that, but I get nailed for copyright on it.
Exactly.
That's why I have to watch these movies on like a little screen and have it have like other sounds going. But I had a conversation with Sophia. Sophia's a big Office fan and Parks and Recreation fan, and I don't know if you were here for it, but we talked for like 2 hours about it. I don't think you were, but I wondered. I don't know if Caspian Sea, if he likes it, if he's never seen it, that whole deal.
Yeah, I do.
Yes?
It is a good show. It's, I don't know, maybe it falls in that realm of like, if anyone ever put a Seinfeld episode on, I can sit and laugh and smile, and an Office is like that, It's
Yeah.
like, nothing really comes close to Seinfeld, but there are a few shows that on the sphere of shows, pretty much in every season, is pretty good.
Excellent. What's up, Gojo? Gojo's muted themselves. And no sound. They don't even know what I'm saying. That's cool. Excellent. Hope Gojo's having a great day. What's your favorite show, Caspian Sea?
These choose naturally. Let's see. I like. Let's see. For that kind of comedy, I think probably.
No, not that kind of comedy. Not that kind of comedy. Anything. If Desert Island show, you have to watch one show on repeat for the rest of your life.
I think I let myself go crazy and watch Farscape.
Okay, what is that?
Farscape was an Australian produced along with the Jim Henson Creature Corporation. It was basically an astronaut tries to achieve a feat in space and gets sucked into a wormhole across the other side of the galaxy, and it's very much an Australian Buck Rogers. There we go. It's
Okay.
an Australian Buck Rogers, but instead of moving forward in time, he gets thrown across the galaxy into another part of space where he's trying to find a way home, and the relationships he makes with aliens along the way, and it's got humor, it's got drama, it's kind of got everything. You know what I mean? Without going too far into like Game of Thrones is too much nudity personally. I think it's a great story and everything, but like even the first time watching through, it's like, we don't need, you're sacrificing story so that you can have boobs on screen. You know what I mean? Like, that's how I always feel about nudity personally. I don't have any problem with uniform, but I have a problem with copying out storytelling to insert nudity more. You don't need as much.
Right.
But that's good. So,
I can't stand that about movies. I can't stand that about rated R movies.
sorry.
I can't stand that about like rated R movies. Like they have to do it, and it's like it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Like, there was a time, anytime Maria Bello was cast in a movie, I would always tell everyone, oh, well, you know what that means? Like what? That means they needed someone to show her bush, and Maria Bello is the only actress who does that. So we know what happens in this movie. We're going to see Maria Bello's bush. It doesn't fucking matter what movie it is. It's just like, it's the only reason people cast her for like so many years.
There you go.
That was it. You know, like, I don't know. It was like her shtick. And I don't know. At some point, it's like blah. You know, because
Yeah, it was a different world when
that's all anyone was talking about.
there isn't pornography. But if there's pornography, then I can separate the two. Give me a really good story.
Yeah, exactly. But I think Farscape is, and I mean, it's got one of my favorite quotes of all time. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but you know, it comes from a guy who was extremely humble. He was an alien, and he was like a Yoda character, completely puppetized. But he was the king of his world, Dalinar Rigel III, I think. And he had this. It was maybe the last season, maybe the second to last season. I can't. Anyway, there were only 4 or 5. He said something to the effect. Someone was complaining, and the other character was new to the show and very much kind of a crybaby. And in the beginning of like the show, this character is the one who's like the prissy, pompy. I used to be a king on my planet. You can't treat me that way. And everyone's like, we're on a stolen. We're prisoners who escaped and stole the transport vessel. You just need to pull your weight on the crew. You know what I mean? Like, and so then he kind of had to give that talk to another character a couple of seasons down the road. And he said something to me. He laughed at her. It's like, you know, as big as I've ever been, as little as I've ever felt, I've come to the realization that the universe doesn't owe me a frelling explanation, because they said frel instead of fucking. So it was just really funny, like, to see the arc of characters. Just really well done storytelling. I think that would be the show I watch.
How many seasons is it?
I think it's 4 seasons, and then they were going to do another season, but I think they decided to put it into like a movie format instead, to kind of wrap it up in the bow. It was originally aired on the Sci-Fi Channel. That was one of the first Sci-Fi Channel original TV shows that they ever did. And so it was basically they had the Australian movie production company along with the Jim Henson Feature Corporation and the Sci-Fi Channel come together to make this show. You know what I mean? And practical effects. It's not all bad CG. It's Jim Henson doing the absolute best. It's not Muppets. This is like the pinnacle of puppetry. I know that's something to really be excited about, but I like Jim Henson.
Yeah, Jim Henson's sweet.
Jim Henson, Bob Ross, and Mr. Rogers. That in 2,000 years, if we lose all documentation and we only know about those 3 people, they might consider that the holy trinity of good and trueness. You know what I mean? Those were just good dudes. Jim Henson, he had a dark streak. He was the darkest one. He might end up being the devil. But he had some darkness in some of the older cartoons, the coffee commercials where he would like, hey, do you like this coffee? No, I don't. And the other couple would pull out a gun and shoot.
Right, I've seen that. Yeah, that's
Jim Henson. How about you? If you could watch any show on a desert island, you have one show.
yeah, it's
And remember, the one I picked, I only got 4 seasons.
right.
So,
It probably would.
so
Be,
if
it's
you want to choose better with another show,
it's probably The Office.
that's a good one. You got a lot more episodes to watch too.
Exactly.
You got 9 seasons. But that's still from the time when they were doing like 24 episodes a season.
Right.
So at least I got like good ones. The Office is definitely a good show. I always go for the space or magic element.
Oh, actually, no. It would be no. I'm. It would probably be Family Guy.
That's a good one too.
It just has a bunch of seasons. I get sick of The Simpsons, but Family Guy keeps me on my toes.
Yeah, it does. How about music? What's your favorite genre?
Motown music.
That's a phenomenal choice, man. Seriously, I'm a big Barry Gordy fan.
There you go.
Fucking I have this joke. How did I put it? See, I haven't been in the dating world a long time, and so like if I would open the door for a girl or something, she'd go, "Oh, very gentleman," or some comment to that such. I was like, "Look, I listen to Motown. It's been programmed into me."
There you go.
is full of mystery and full of profiteers, the people that profit of different kinds of diets. But I should say, for me personally, it does seem to feel by far the best movie. It's very interesting. And I discovered that a long time ago. First of all,
How do you discover it?
so by the discovery went like this. I started listening to ultra marathon runners about 15 years ago, and they started talking about fat adapted running. So I first discovered that I don't have to run super fast to enjoy running. And in fact, I really enjoy running at a slower pace. So that was like step one. I was like, oh, okay, if I maintain something called the math rule, which is a pretty low heart rate, if I maintain that, you can actually get pretty fast while maintaining a pretty slow average speed in general. Anyway, they fuel themselves on low carb diets. So I got into that. On top of that, they also fast often. So I discovered how incredible my mind feels when fasted. People call it intermittent fasting, but
Well, that's an optimization of death, right? Because when you fast, your body logically and obviously, if you think about it biologically, is, well, what does your body scavenge first? Well, damaged tissue. So I know the literature on fasting to some degree, and it's very compelling literature. If you starve dogs down, I think it's 20% below rats, below their optimal body weight, they live 30% longer.
Yeah,
that's a lot. 30%, like it's like 30%. Yeah, 30%.
But there is aspect to a lot of these things that make me nervous because I always feel like there's no free lunch, that I'm going to pay for it somehow. But there is a focus that I am able to attain when I fast, especially when I eat once a day. My mind is almost nervously focused. It's almost like an anxiety, but a positive one, or one that I can channel into just like an excitement.
I wonder how much of that's associated with, well, imagine that signifies lack of food, which is not that hard to imagine. Well, maybe you should be a lot more alert in that situation, right? Biologically speaking, because you're in hunting mode, let's say, not desperate, but in hunting mode. And God only knows, maybe human beings should be in hunting mode all the time.
Often, but we don't know that. So I wonder if it has a stress on the system that long-term causes the system to
It doesn't look like it.
It seems in the case of fasting not. And then on top of that, I discovered that the thing I enjoy, I just don't enjoy eating fat as much.
Mm-hmm.
So I love eating meat, and when we talk about low carb diet. So I just discovered through that process, somewhat fatty meat, but just meat, I just feel a lot of the things that make me feel weird about food, like a little groggy, like full, or just whatever. The aspects of food that I don't enjoy, they're not there with meat. And I'm still able to enjoy company. And when I eat once a day and eat meat, at least in Texas, you could still have all the merriment of you have dinner with friends. Now I don't do this. You have a very serious thing that there's health benefits that you are very serious about. For me, I can still drink whiskey. I'll still do the things that add a little bit of spice into the thing.
Yeah.
Now, when you completely remove the spice, it does become more difficult.
Yeah, it's more difficult socially. And Tammy seems to only be able to eat lamb, although she might be able to eat non-aged beef. And that makes traveling complicated too, right? Because, well, for obvious reasons. It's like, really, that's all you can eat? Yeah, well, c'est la vie. And maybe that's a form of craziness, but...
If we can return to actually the thing you were talking about, when you were thinking about a question before the lecture.
Yeah.
Let me ask you about thinking in general. This is something maybe that you and Jim Keller think a lot about, is thinking how to think. How do you think through an idea?
Well, first of all, I think, okay, that's a really good question. We tried to work that out with this essay app that my son and I have developed, because if you're going to write, the first question is, well, what should I write about?
What's the name of the app?
Essay.app. And, well, the first question is, well, what bugs you? What's bugging you? This is such a cool thing. It's like, where's my destiny? Well, what bothers you? Well, that's where your destiny is. Your destiny is to be found in what bothers you. Why did those things bother you? There's a lot of things you could be bothered by. Like a million things, man. But some things grip you. They bug you. And they might make you resentful and bitter. Because they bug you so much. Like, they're your things, man. They've got you. So then I look for a question that I would like the answer to. That I don't, and I would really like the answer to it. So I don't assume I already have the answer. Because I would actually really like to have the answer. So if I could get a better answer, great. And so that's the first thing. And that's like a prayer. It's like, okay, here's a mystery. I would like to delve into it further. So that's humility. So here's a mystery, which means I don't know. I would like to delve into it further, which means I don't know enough already. And then comes the revelation. It's like, well, what's a revelation? If you ask yourself a question, it's a real question. You get an answer. The answer is, well, yeah, thoughts start to appear in your head. So
From somewhere.
that's right, from somewhere.
Where do they come from? Do you have a sense?
Depends on what you're aiming at.
Isn't the question? But
No, it does to some degree. It depends on your intent. So imagine that your intent is to make things better. And maybe they come from the place that's designed to make things better. Maybe your intent is to make things worse. Then they come from hell. You think, not really. So you're so sure about that, are you?
is your intent conscious? Like, are you able
It's
perspective
it's
to
conscious and habitual, right? Because as you practice something consciously, it becomes habitual. But it's conscious. It's like when I sit down before I do a lecture, I think, okay, what's the goal here? I have to do the best job I can. To what end? Well, people are coming here not for political issues. They're coming here because they're trying to make their lives better. Okay, so what are we doing? We're conducting a joint investigation into the nature of that which makes life better. Okay, what's my role? To do as good a job about that as possible. What state of mind do I have to be in? Am I annoyed about the theater? Or am I clued in and thrilled that 4,000 people have showed up at substantial expense and trouble to come and listen to me talk? And if I'm not in that state of mind, I think, well, maybe I need something to eat, or maybe I need to talk to someone, because that ingratitude is no place to start. It's like I should be thrilled to be there, obviously. And so that orientation has to be there. And then is it conscious? All this is conscious. What am I serving? The highest good I can conceptualize. What is that? I have some sense, but I don't know it in the final analysis, which is why the investigation is being conducted. Who's doing it? Me, whoever I'm communing with, and the audience. And so I try to get myself, and I chase everybody away from that. It's like I have to do that by myself.
Are you writing stuff down?
Yes, at that point, I just make point notes. And it's usually about maybe 30 notes. But then on stage, I never refer to them. And I often don't even use the structure that I laid out.
Kind of an interesting thing. But where do powerful phrases come from? Do you try to encapsulate an idea into a sentence or two?
Well, when I talk, and I've practiced this consciously since 1985. I try to feel and see if the words are stepping stones or foundation stones, right? It's like, is this solid? Is this word solid? Is this phrase solid? Is this sentence solid? It's a real sense of fundamental foundation under each word. And I suppose people ask me if I pray, and I would say, I pray before every word. Well, when you're asking questions, like, you're very clear-headed and present in your ability to ask questions and inquire. So how do you do that?
So first of all, I'm worried that my mind easily gets trapped when I step on a word and I know it's unstable. You kind of realize that you don't really know the definitions of any words you use, and that can be debilitating. So I kind of try to be more carefree about the words I use, because otherwise you get trapped.
You don't want to be obsession.
Like literally, my mind halfway through a sentence will think, "Well, what does the word sentence mean?"
Right. Well,
And then everything else just explodes.
Yeah.
Your big picture idea explodes, and you lost yourself in the minutia.
Well, neurologically, there's a production center and an editing center, and those can be separately affected by strokes. And so, often when people are writing or talking, they try to activate both at the same time, and that's so people will try to write an essay and get every sentence right in the first draft. That's a big mistake. And so then you might say, well, how can you be careful with your words but carefree? And the answer is orient yourself properly, right? Well, in the conversation we're having, you have an orientation structure. You want to be prepared. You want to be attentive. Then you want to have an interesting conversation. And you want to have the kind of interesting conversation that other people want to listen to, that will be good for them in some manner. Okay, so that's a pretty good frame. And then you kind of scour your heart. You think, is that really what you want? Are you after fame? Are you after notoriety? Are you after money? I'm not saying any of those things are necessarily bad, but they're not optimal, especially if you're not willing to admit them. And so they can contaminate you. So you want to be decontaminated. So you have the right trip, let's say. And so you have to put yourself, that's a meditative practice, you have to put yourself in the right receptive position with the right goal in mind. Then you can, and I think you can get better and better at this, then you can trust what's going to happen. So for example, before I came here, I presume you have a reason for doing the podcast with me. What's the reason?
We wanted to talk for a long time, so the reason has evolved. One of the reasons is I've listened to you for quite a long time, so you've become a one-way friend, and I have many one-way friends. Some of my best friends don't even know I exist. So I'm a big fan of podcasts and audiobooks. Actually, most of my friends are dead.
Yeah, right.
The writers.
The definition of a reader. With a lot of great dead friends.
So I wanted to meet this one-way friend, I suppose, and have a conversation. And then there's this kind of puzzle that I've been longing to solve. The same reason I went to Ukraine, of asking this question of myself: who am I? And what was this part of the world? What is this thing that happened in the 20th century? That I lost so much of my family there, and I feel so much of my family is defined by that place. Now, that place includes the Soviet Union, it includes Russia and Ukraine, it includes Nazi Germany, it includes these big, powerful leaders and huge millions of people that were lost in the beauty, the power of the dream, but were also the torture that was forced onto them through different governmental institutions. And you are somebody that seemed from some angle to also be drawn to understand what was that. And not in some sort of historical sense, but in a deeply psychological human sense. What is that? Will it repeat again? In what way is it repeating again?
And how can we stop it?
And how can we stop it? And so
that's the crucial issue.
I felt I wanted to, from a very different backgrounds, pull at the thread of that curiosity. An engineer, you're a psychologist, both lost in that curiosity, and both were and a talk with various levels of eloquence about sort of the shadows that that history cast on us. And so that was one. And also the psychology. I wanted to be a psychiatrist for a long time. I was fascinated by the human mind. And until I discovered artificial intelligence, the fact that I could program and make a robot move, and until I discovered that magic, I thought I wanted to understand the human mind by being a psychiatrist, by talking to people healed by through talk therapy, psychotherapy.
So now you've got the best of both worlds because you get to talk to people and you get to build robots.
Yeah, I mean, but the dream ultimately is the robot.
Mm-hmm.
That I felt like by building the thing, can you start to try to understand it? And
Yeah,
that's
right.
one way. I mean, we all have different skills and proclivities. So, like my particular one is has to do with I learn by building.
Yeah.
I think through a thing by building it. And
Yeah.
programming is a wonderful thing because it allows you to like build a little toy example. So in the same way you can do a little thought experiment, programming allows you to create a thought experiment in action. You can move, you can live, you can,
Right.
and then you can ask questions of it. So all of those, because of my interest in Freud and Jung, you're also in different ways have delved deeply into the humanity, the human psyche through the perspective of those psychologists. So, for all those reasons, I thought it was
Yeah, so that's quite a frame for a discussion, right? You had all sorts of reasons, and then you think, well, are you just letting the conversation go where it will? It's like, well, not exactly. You spent all this time. It's not like this came about by accident, this conversation. You spent all this time framing it. And so all of that provides the implicit substructure for the play in the conversation. And if you have that implicit, here's another way, this is very much worth knowing, is if you get the implicit structure of perception right, everything becomes a game. And not only that, a game you want to play. And maybe in the final analysis, a game you'd want to play forever. So, that's obviously a distant beckoning ideal, but we know the games need rules or there's no play.
Is there advice you can give now that we know the frame to give to me, Lex, about how to do this podcast better, how to think about this world, how to be a good engineer, how to be a good human being?
Take your occupation and suffering serious. It's serious business. And that's part of that, to circle back to the beginning, let's say, that's that willingness to gaze into the abyss, which is obviously what you were doing in the Ukraine. It's like, it's gazing into the abyss that makes you better. The thing is, and this is maybe where Nietzsche's idea is not as differentiated as it became. Sometimes your gaze can be forcibly directed towards the abyss, and then you're traumatized. If it's involuntary and accidental, it can kill you. The more it's voluntary, the more transformative it is. And that's part of that idea about facing death and hell. It's like, can you tolerate death and hell? And the answer is, this terrible answer is, yes, to the degree that you're willing to do it voluntarily. And then you might ask, well, why should I have to subject myself to death and hell? I'm innocent. And then the answer to that is, even the innocent must be voluntarily sacrificed to the highest.
That's such an interesting distinction. Voluntary suffering.
Voluntary. Well, that's why the central Christian doctrine is pick up your cross and follow me. And I'm speaking not in religious terms saying that. I'm just speaking as a psychologist. It's like one of the things we've learned in the last 100 years is voluntary exposure to that which freezes and terrifies you in measured proportions is curative.
So a form of, at least in part, involuntary suffering is depression. Do you have advice for people on how to find a way out? You're a man who has suffered in this way, perhaps continue to suffer in this way. How do you find a way out?
the first thing I do as a clinician, if someone comes to me and says they're depressed, is ask myself a question. Well, what does this person mean by that? So I have to find out, like, because maybe they're not depressed, maybe they're hyper anxious, or maybe they're obsessional. Like, there's various forms of powerful negative emotion, so they need to be differentiated. But then the next question you have to ask is, well, are you depressed, or do you have a terrible life? Or is it some combination of the two? So if you're depressed, as far as I can tell, you don't have a terrible life. You have friends, you have family, you have an intimate relationship, you have a job or a career, you're about as educated as you should be given your intelligence. Use your time outside of work wisely. You're not beholden to alcohol or other temptations. You're engaged in the community in some fundamental sense, and all that's working. Now, if you have all that and you're feeling really awful, you're either ill or you're depressed. And so then sometimes there's a biochemical route to that, treatment of that. My experience has been as a clinician is if you're depressed, but you have a life and you take an antidepressant, it will probably help you a lot. Now, maybe you're not depressed. Exactly. You just have a terrible life. What does that look like? You have no relationship. Your family's a mess. You've got no friends. You've got no plan. You've got no job. You use your time outside of work, not only badly, but destructively. You have a drug or alcohol habit or some other vice, pornography addiction. You are completely unengaged in the surrounding community. You have no scaffolding whatsoever to support you in your current mode of being or your move forward. And then, as a therapist, well, you do two things. Well, if it's depression per se, well, like I said, there's sometimes a biochemical route, nutritional route. There's ways that can be addressed. It's probably physiological if you're, at least in part, if you're depressed but you have an okay life. Sometimes it's conceptual. You can turn dreams sometimes to help people because dreams contain the seeds of the potential future. And if your person is a real good dreamer and you can analyze dreams, that can be really helpful. But that seems to be only true for more creative people. And for the people who just have a terrible life, it's like, okay, you have a terrible life. Well, let's pick a front. How about you need a friend, like one sort of friend. Do you know how to shake hands and introduce yourself? I'll have the person show me. So let's do it for a sec. So, yes, hi, I'm Jordan. And people don't know how to do that. And then they can't even get the ball rolling.
For the listener, Jordan just gave me a firm handshake.
Yeah, as opposed to a dead fish. You know, and there's these elementary social skills that hypothetically, if you were well cared for, you learned when you were like 3. And sometimes I had lots of clients to whom no one ever paid any attention. And they needed like 10,000 hours of attention. And some of that was just listening because they had 10,000 hours of conversations they never had with anyone. And they were all tangled up in their head. And they had to just, one client in particular, I worked with this person for 15 years. And what she wanted from me was for me just to shut the hell up for 50 minutes. It was very hard for me. And to just tell me what had happened to her. And then what happened at the end of the conversation, then I could discuss a bit with her. And then as we progressed through the years, the amount of time that we spent in discussion increased in proportion in the sessions until by the time we stopped seeing each other and my clinical practice collapsed, we were talking about 80% of the time. But she'd never been attended to properly, ever. And so she was an uncarved block in the Taoist sense, right? She hadn't been subjected to those flaming swords that separated the wheat from the chaff. And so you can do that in therapy. If you're listening and you're depressed, I would say if you can't find a therapist, and that's getting harder and harder because it's actually become illegal to be a therapist now because you have to agree with your clients, which is a terrible thing to do with them. Just like it's terrible just to arbitrarily oppose them. You could do the self-authoring program online. So it helps you write an autobiography. And so if you have memories that are more than 18 months old that bother you when you think them up, part of you is locked inside that. An undeveloped part of you is still trapped in that. That's a metaphorical way of thinking about it. That's why it still has emotional significance. So you can write about your past experiences, but I would say wait for at least 18 months if something bad has happened to you, because otherwise you just hurt yourself again by encountering it. You can bring yourself up to date with an autobiography. There's an analysis of faults and virtues, like the present authoring, and then there's a guided writing exercise that helps you make a future plan. That's young men who do that, they go to college, young men who do that, 90 minutes, just the future authoring, 90 minutes, they're 50% less likely to drop out. That's all it takes.
So sometimes depression is this heavy cloud that makes it hard to even make a single step towards it. You said isolate, make a friend.
Oh man, sometimes
The first step is extremely difficult.
Oh my God, sometimes it's way worse than that. Like I had clients who were so depressed they literally couldn't get out of bed. So what's their first step? It's like, can you sit up today? No. Can you prop yourself up on your elbow for once today? Like you scale back the dragon till you find one that's conquerable, that moves you forward. There's a rubric for life. Scale back the dragons till you find one conquerable, and it'll give you a little bit of gold, commensurate with the struggle. But the plus side of that, because you think that, God, that's depressing. You mean I have to start by sitting up? Well, you do if you can't sit up. But the plus side of that is it's the Pareto distribution issue, is that aggregates exponentially increase. And failures do too, by the way. But aggregates exponentially increase. So once you start the ball rolling, it can get zipping along pretty good. This person that I talked about was incapable of sitting with me in a cafe when we first met, just talking, even though I was her therapist. But by the end, she was doing stand-up comedy. So, it took years, but still, most people won't do stand-up comedy. That's quite the bloody achievement. She would read her poetry on stage too. So for someone who was petrified into paralysis by social anxiety and who had to start very small, it was a hell of an accomplishment.
Yeah, it all starts with one step. You have advice for young people in high school? You've given a lot of people look up to you for advice, for strength to search for themselves, to find themselves.
Take on some responsibility. Do something for other people. You're doing something for yourself while you're doing that, even if you don't know it for sure, because you're a community across time. Find something to serve.
Somebody to help.
Someone to help.
Solve.
Find a job. Do your best with the customers. Don't be above your job. You're going to get an entry-level job when you're a kid. Well, what else would you want? You want to be the boss? What do you know? You don't know anything. You could be the boss of your job. If you're working in a grocery store, or you're working in a convenience store, assuming you're not working for terrified tyrants, you can be nice to the customers. You can develop your social skills. You can learn how to handle a boss-employee relationship. You can be there 15 minutes early and leave 15 minutes late. Like you can learn in an entry-level job, man. And I'll tell you, if you take an entry-level job and you learn, and it's a reasonably decent place, you will not be in an entry-level job for long. Because everyone who's competent is desperate for competent people. And if you go and show yourself as competent, there'll be a trial period. But if you go show yourself as competent, all sorts of doors you didn't even know were there will start opening like mad.
So you strive for competence, for craftsmanship.
Yeah. For discipline. I said one of the chapters in my books is focused on putting your house in order. It's like, well, how do you start? Make your bed. It actually took me quite a long time in my life before I made my bed regularly in the morning. Most of my life was pretty good order, but that was one thing I didn't have in order. My clothes in my closet as well, all that's in order. Not all of it. I'm cleaning out some drawers right now. But look around and see what bugs you in your room. Just look. Like, okay, I'm in my room. Do I like this room? No, it bugs me. Okay, why? Well, the paint's peeling there, and it's dusty there, and the carpet's dirty, and that corner's kind of ugly and the light there isn't very good and my clothes closet's a mess, so I don't even like to open it. Okay, that's a lot of problems. That sucks. That's a lot of opportunity. Pick something and fix it,
Something that bugs you.
but not too much. So the rule is pick something you know would pick a problem. Pick a solution that you know would help, that you could do, that you would do. So you have to negotiate with yourself. It's like, well, I won't clean up this room. How do you know? I've been in here for 10 years and I've never cleaned it up. It's like, well, obviously that's too big a dragon for you. Would you clean one drawer? Find out. And so imagine now you want to be happy when you open that drawer. You think, well, that's stupid. It's like, is it? Maybe it's your sock drawer, which I cleaned up in the room the other day, by the way. You're gonna open that every morning. That's like 30 seconds of your life every day. Okay, so that's 3 minutes a week. That's 12 minutes a month. That's 2 hours a year. So maybe your life is made out of, you've got 16 hours a day. Let's figure this out. 12 in an hour, 12 in an hour, 144 in 12 hours. Yeah, let's say 200. 200 5-minute chunks. That's your life.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jordan Peterson did just some math how many 5-minute chunks there are in a day. And
I got
pretty
it
sure that's pretty accurate.
It's approximately. So you got 200 5-minute chunks, and they repeat. A lot of them repeat. So if you get every one of those right, they're trivial, right? Who cares what my sock drawer looks like? It's like, fair enough, man, but that's your life. The things you repeat every day. The mundane things. I think I could get all those mundane things right. That's the game rules. It's like now all the mundane is in place. Now you can play because all the mundane's in place. And this is actually true. So with children, imagine you want your children to play. Well, play is very fragile neurologically. Any competing motivation or emotion will suppress play. So everything has to be in order. Everything has to be a walled garden before the children will play. That's a good way of thinking. So you put everything in order and you think, oh my God, now I'm tyrannized by this order. It's like, no, you aren't, not if it's voluntary. And then the order is the precondition for the freedom. So then all of a sudden you get all these things in order. It's like, I've got some room to play here. And then maybe you're not depressed. No, it's often not that simple, you know. Not that simple. Try putting your room in order. Perfect order. That's hard.
I mean, it's a really powerful way to think about those 5-minute chunks. Just get one of them right in a day.
Yeah, well, if you do that for 200 days, your life is in order. You know, I thought I did that with my clients a lot. So a lot of them would come home from work, the guys, and their wives would meet them at the door, and it'd be a fight right away. You know, and it's a clash there because he comes home and he's tired and hungry. He's worked all day, and he's hoping that, you know, he gets welcomed when he comes back to the home. But then the wife is at home, and she's been with the kids all day, and she's tired and hungry, and she's hoping that when he comes home, he'll show her some appreciation for what's happened today. And then they clash, and then they both have problems to discuss because they've had their troubles during the day. And so then every time they get together, they're not like it's a bit of a fight for 20 minutes, and then the whole evening is screwed. And so then you think, okay, here's the deal. It's knock and the door will open. Okay, you get to pick what happens when you come home, but you have to figure out what it is. So now this is the deal. You treat yourself properly. You imagine coming home, and it goes the way you want and need it to go. Okay, what does that look like? You get to have it, but you have to know what it is. What does it look like? And you think, okay, I want to come home. I want to be happy about coming home. Come home. I open the door. I say, hello, honey, I'm home. My wife says, hi, it's so nice to hear your voice. She comes up. She says, hi, dear. She gives you a hug. And she says, how was your day? And you say, well, we'll sit and talk about that. How was your day? Well, we'll sit and talk about that. Do you need something to eat? Probably. Let's talk about our day. That sounds pretty good. Okay. That sounds pretty good. Might not be perfect. It sounds a hell of a lot better than what we're doing now. So how about we go talk to your wife. Say, okay, this is what's happening when I come home. I would like it to be better. What would you like to have happen if you could have what you wanted? And so she sits down and she thinks, okay, he comes home. What do I want to have happen? And then now you got two visions and you say, well, what would you like? And you listen and she says, what would you like? And you tell her, and then you think, okay, now how can we bring these visions together? So not only do we both get what we want, but because we brought them together, we even get more than we want. Well, who wouldn't agree to that unless they rain them down? And that's so exciting. It's not a compromise. It's a union of ideals that even makes a better ideal. And then you get to come home. And then there's another rule that goes along with that, which is, please, dear, have the grace to allow me to do this stupidly and badly while I learn at least 20 times. And I'll give you the same leeway. And then we'll practice stupidly for 20 times and we'll talk about it. And then maybe we'll get it right for the next 10,000 times. Right? And you can do that with your whole life, and you can do that with your kids, and you can do that with your family. Like, it's not easy, but you can do it. It's a lot easier than the alternative.
Let me ask for some dating advice from Jordan Peterson. How do you find, on that topic, the love of your life?
That's a good question. I was asked that multiple times on my tour, 3 times in a row, in fact, because we asked people to use this Slido gadget.
That's a popular question.
To vary, it always came up to the top. And I got asked that 3 times in a row, and I didn't have a good answer. And then I thought, why didn't I have a good answer? Oh, I know why. Because that's a stupid question. So why?
Yeah.
Why? Because it's putting the cart before the horse. Here's the right question. How do I make myself into the perfect date? You answer that question, and you will not have any problem answering the previous question. It's like, what do I want in a partner? If I offered everything I could to a partner, physical shape, so healthy, productive, generous, honest, willing to delay gratification. So you dance with the woman. It's like, what's she doing? What are you two doing? Well, it's a pattern. There's patterns happening around you. That's the music. Patterns of being. That's the music. Now, can you align yourself with the patterns of being graceful? That's what she's checking out. And then can you do that with her? And then can you do that in a playful and attentive manner? And keep your bloody hands to yourself for at least a minute. And so, can you dance in a playful manner? It's like you can go through imagination. And you'll know. And then you think, well, how far am I from those things? And the answer is usually a pretty horrible abyss separating you from that ideal. But the harder you work on offering other people what they need and want, the more people will line up to play with you. So it's the wrong question. It's like, how can I be the best partner possible? And then you think, well, if I do that, people will just take advantage of me. And that's the non-naive objection, right? Because the naive person thinks, well, I'll be good and everyone will treat me right. It's like the cynic says, I'll be good and someone will take me out. And then you think, well, what do you do about that objection? And the answer is, well, you factor that in. And that's why you're supposed to be, what is it? As soft as a dove and as wise as a serpent. I know you're full of snakes. You know it. Maybe I know it more than you do. Anyways. And that's
the risk.
That's right. Voluntarily, right? It's like, and what's so cool about that is that even though the person you're dealing with is full of snakes, if you offer your hand in trust and it's real, you will evoke the best in them. And that's true. Even I've dealt with people pretty damn criminals and pretty psychopathic and sometimes dangerously so. And you tread very lightly when you're dealing with someone like that, especially if they're intoxicated. And even then, your best bet is that alert trust. It's the only thing I know that. I had one client who was he was a paranoid psychopath. That's a bad combination. He was a bad guy, man. He had like 4 restraining orders on him. And restraining orders don't work on the sort of people that you put restraining orders on. And he used to be harassed now and then by, a bureaucrat in a bank with delusions of power. And he would say to them, he used to kind of act this out to me when I was talking to him. He'd say, and he meant it, and he would do it. He had this obsessional, psychopathic vengeance that was just like right there, paranoid to the hilt. And paranoid people are hyper acute, so they're watching you for any sign of deceit or manipulation, and they're really good at it. It's like they're 100%. That's what paranoia is. It's 100% focus on that. And even under those circumstances, if you step carefully enough, you can avoid the acts. That's a good thing to know if you ever meet someone truly dangerous.
Absolutely, I believe in that. That being fragile, nevertheless, taking that leap of trust towards another person, even when they're dangerous, especially when they're dangerous. If you care, if there's something there in those hills you want to find, then that's probably the only way you're going to find it, is taking that risk. I have to ask you about Gulag Archipelago by Solzhenitsyn. Let's speak to this very point. There's so many layers to this book, we could talk about it forever. I'm sure in many ways we are talking about it forever. But there is sort of one of the themes captured in a few ways that is described in the book is that line between good and evil that runs through every human being. The line dividing good and evil cuts through the heart of every human being. During the life of any heart, this line keeps changing place. Sometimes it is squeezed one way to exuberant evil, and sometimes it shifts to allow enough space for good to flourish. One and the same human being is, at various ages, under various circumstances, a totally different human being. At times, he's close to being a devil, at times to sainthood. But his name doesn't change, and to that name we ascribe the whole lot, good and evil. What do you think about this line? What do you think about this thing where we talked about if you give somebody a chance, you actually bring out the best in them? What do you think about this other aspect that throughout time, that line shifts inside each person, and you get to define that shift? What do you think about this line? Are we all capable of evil?
Well, the cosmic drama, that's Satan versus Christ. Well, who's that about? It's not about you. I'm speaking just as a psychologist or as a literary critic. Those are characters. At least they're that. Are they human characters? Well, obviously. Well, are they archetypal human characters? Yes. What does that mean cosmically and ontologically? I don't know. Is the world a story? Maybe.
But the way stories are often told is the characters embody
I know
stable.
those are unsophisticated, not great literature though. It's very rare in great literature. What you have in great literature generally, and that's not as interesting. It's not as sophisticated. But when you reach Dostoevskian heights in literary representation or Shakespearean heights, you can identify with the villain, and that's when literature really reaches its pinnacle in some sense.
And also the characters change throughout, they shift throughout, they're unpredictable throughout. I'm taking the speaking of Russia more seriously recently. And I've gotten to talk to translators of Dostoevsky and Tolstoy and Chekhov and those kinds of folks. And you get one of the mistakes that translators made with Dostoevsky for the longest time is they would, quote unquote, fix the chaotic mess that is Dostoevsky, because there was a sense like he was too rushed in his writing. It seemed like there was tangents that had nothing to do with anything. The characters were unpredictable and not inconsistent. There's parts of phrases that seem to be incomplete, that kind of stuff. And what they realized that's actually crafted that way. It's not, it's like editing James Joyce, like Finnegan's Wake or something, because it doesn't make any sense. They realize that is the magic of it. That captures the humanity of these characters, that they are unpredictable. They change throughout time. There's a bunch of contradictions. On which point I got to ask, is there a case to be made that Brothers Karamazov is the greatest book ever?
Yeah, there's to be made for that. I don't know. Is it better than Crime and Punishment?
Yes.
You think so? Why do you? I'm not arguing with you. Why do you think that?
Well, every book is a person. Some of my best friends are inside that book.
Yeah, it's an amazing book.
I mean,
There's no doubt about it.
I think it's some books are defined by your personal relationship with them, and that one was definitive. And I almost graduated to that one because for the longest time, The Idiot was my favorite book of all, because I identified with the ideas represented by Prince Mishkin. I also identified
That's interesting.
to Prince Mishkin as a human
The
being.
holy fool.
The fool, because the world kind of my whole life still kind of saw me in my perception, in my narrow perception as kind of the fool, and I different from the interpretation that a lot of people take of this book. I see him as a kind of hero,
Definitely.
to be a naive, quote unquote fool, but really just a naive optimist. And naive in the best possible way. I do believe that.
That's childlike.
Yeah, childlike is a better. So naive is usually seen as.
That's childish, naive.
Yeah, but childlike.
That's why no one enters the kingdom of heaven unless they become like a child. That's Prince Mishkin. Dostoevsky knew that. So that's why you like The Idiot. That's so interesting. See, I think I like Crime and Punishment because while you identified with Mishkin, I think I identified more with Raskolnikov because I was tempted by Luciferian intellect in the manner that, in a manner very similar to the manner he was tempted. But I mean, I think you can make a case that The Brothers Karamazov is Dostoevsky's crowning achievement,
Well,
and that's something, man. He ruined literature for me because everything else just felt insipid afterwards. Not everything. I found some books that, in my experience, hit that pinnacle. The Master and Margarita. That's a deadly book. I read that I think 4 times, and it's unbelievably deep. There's a Nikos Kazantzakis, Greek writer. Some of his books his writing is amazing as well.
did you ever connect with the literary like existentialist Camus, or people like Hermann Hesse, or even Kafka? Did you ever connect with those?
To the same degree,
Yeah, to the same.
enough to be an influence. You have to be deaf in some fundamental sense not to encounter a great dead friend and fail to learn. And I mean, I tried to separate the wheat from the chaff when I read, and I read all the great clinicians, all of them, perhaps not. Those who are foremost in the pantheon, and I tried to pull out what I could, and that was a lot. I learned a lot from Freud, I learned a lot from Rogers, and I learned a lot from Dostoevsky and Nietzsche. I'm going to do a course on Dostoevsky and Nietzsche for this Peterson Academy this coming up in January.
Oh, that would be done
I'm really
together.
looking forward to it.
You're weaving.
I hadn't thought about doing them together.
Oh.
That'd be fun. That's a good idea.
Well,
That'd be a good idea.
there's an
Steal
issue.
that idea.
You often weave them together
Yeah.
really masterfully because there is religious, in the broad sense of that word, themes throughout the writing of both.
There's uncanny parallelisms in their writing and their lives. So, and Dostoevsky's deeper than Nietzsche, but that's because he was a writer of fiction.
Nietzsche is almost a character in a Dostoevsky.
He is definitely that. He is definitely that. Yes. And apparently Nietzsche knew more about Dostoevsky than people had thought. There's been some recent scholarship on that grounds. Dostoevsky didn't know anything about Nietzsche, as far as I know. Could be wrong about that. But the thing that Dostoevsky had over Nietzsche is Nietzsche had to make things propositional in some real sense because he was a philosopher. And it's hard to propositionalize things that are outside your ken, but you can characterize them. And so in The Brothers Karamazov, Ivan is a more developed character than Alyosha in the explicit sense. He can make better arguments. But Alyosha wins like Mishkin because he's the better man. And Dostoevsky can show that in the actions, right? He can't render it entirely propositional, but that's probably because what's good can't be rendered entirely propositional. And so Dostoevsky had that edge over Nietzsche. He said, well, Ivan is this brilliant rationalist, atheist, materialist, and puts forward an argument on that front that's still unparalleled as far as I'm concerned. and overwhelms Alyosha. He cannot respond, but Alyosha is still the better man. So, which is very interesting, that
What the funny thing about those two characters is you, Jordan Peterson, seem to be somebody that at least in part embodies both, because you are one of the intellectuals of our time, rigorous in thought, but also are able to have that kind of, what would you describe? If you remove the religiosity of emotion, there's what's a good word? Love towards the world.
spirit of encouragement.
Yes.
Hmm.
Which
Yeah,
one
well, it's one of the things I did learn, perhaps, from looking into the abyss to the degree that I have had to, or was willing to, was that at some level you have to make a fundamental statement of faith. When God creates the world, after each day, he says he saw that it was good. Think, well, is it good? Well, there's a tough question. Do you want to bring a child into a world such as this? The question of whether or not it's good. It's an act of faith to declare that it's good, because the evidence is ambivalent. And so then you think, okay, well, am I going to act as if it's good? What would happen if I did? And maybe the answer to that is, I think this is the answer. The more you act out the proposition that it's good, better it gets. And so that's it. Dostoevsky said this is something else. Every man is not only responsible for everything he does, but for everything everyone else does. Is that profound, or are you just insane? Then you think, is what you receive back proportionate to what you deliver? And the answer to that might be yes. That's a terrifying idea. And it's certainly, you can see that it's true in some sense, because people certainly respond to you in kind with how you treat them. That's certainly the case.
I mean, it's terrifying and it's exciting.
Yeah, right. Well, it's an adventure, isn't it?
You create the world by the way you live it. The world you experience is defined by the way you live that world. And that's really interesting. And then taken as a collective, we create the world together in that way.
Yeah.
What do you think is the meaning of it all? What's the meaning of life, Jordan Peterson? We've defined it many, many times throughout this conversation.
It's the adventure along the route, man. And I would say, where's that adventure to be found? In faith? What's the highest value is love, and truth is its handmaiden. That's a statement of faith, right? Because you can't tell. You have to act it out to see if it's true. And so you can't even find out without, and that's so peculiar. You have to make the commitment a priority. It's like a marriage. It's the same thing. It's like, well, is this the person for me? Well, that's the wrong question. How do I find out if this is the person for me? By binding myself to them. Well, maybe the same thing's true of life, right? You bind yourself to it. And the tighter you bind yourself to it, the more you find out what it is. And that's like a radical embrace. And it's a really radical embrace. That's the crucifix symbol. And more than that, because like I said, the full passion story isn't death. It isn't even unjust death. It isn't even unjust death and the crucifixion of the innocent, which is really getting pretty bad. It's unjust, torturous, innocent death, attendant upon betrayal and tyranny, followed by hell. Well, that's a hell of a thing to radically embrace. It's like, bring it on.
I think a lot of people put truth as the highest ideal and think they can get to that ideal while living in a place of cynicism and ultimately escape from life. And it's beautifully put that love is the highest ideal to reach for, and truth is
its handmaiden. I thought about that for a long time, right? This hierarchy of ideal. And the thing about truth, that bitter truth, let's say, that cynical truth, is it can break the shackles of naivety. And actually, a burnt cynicism is a moral improvement over a blind naivety. Even though one is in some ways positive, but only because it's protected, and the other is bitter and dark. It's still better, but you're not done at that point. You're just barely started. It's like you're cynical. You're not cynical enough. It's like, how cynical are you? Are you, I'm an Auschwitz prison guard level of cynical? Because you have to go down pretty deep into the weeds before you find that part of you. But find it if you want. And then you think, well, I want to stop this. Well, that was the question you posed. In some sense, you're obsessed with, say, what happened on these mass scale catastrophes in the communist countries. It's like, well, millions of people participate. So you could have, and maybe you would have enjoyed it. So what part of that is you? And you can find it if you want.
Yeah, it's all there. The prisoner, the interrogator,
The Judas, Pontius Pilate.
all of it.
All of it,
And it's
yeah.
all of it is inside us.
Yeah,
And you just have to look. And once you do, maybe eventually you can find the love. Jordan, you're an incredible human being. I'm deeply honored you would talk to me. Thank you for being a truth seeker in this world, and thank you for the love.
hey, thanks for the invitation, man.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jordan Peterson. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Friedrich Nietzsche. You must have chaos within you to give birth to a dancing star. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
If this is a super intelligence, if it's folding proteins and analyzing like all data sets and all whatever they give it access to, how can we be certain that it's not going to figure out how to get itself out of the cloud, how to store itself in other like mediums, trees, the optic nerve, the brain? You know what I mean? We don't know that.
Yeah.
We don't know that it won't leap out and like start hanging. Like, and then at that point, now we do have the wildfire. Now you can't stop it. You can't unplug it. You can't shut your servers down because it left the box, left the room, using some technology you haven't even discovered yet. How fucking cool would that be for like the Men in Black to come to you and be like, listen, I need you to infiltrate the fucking comedy scene.
The following is a conversation with Duncan Trussell, a stand-up comedian, host of the Duncan Trussell Family Hour podcast, and one of my favorite human beings. I've been a fan of his for many years, so it was a huge honor and pleasure to meet him for the first time and to sit down for this chat. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Duncan Trussell. Nietzsche has this thought experiment called eternal recurrence, where you get to relive your whole life over and over and over and over. And I think it's a way to bring to the surface of your mind the idea that every single moment in your life matters. It intensely matters, the bad and the good. And he kind of wants you to imagine that idea, that every single decision you make throughout your life, you repeat over and over and over, and he wants you to respond to that. Do you feel horrible about that, or do you feel good about that? And you have to think through this idea in order to see where you stand in life, what is your relationship like with life. I actually want to read the way he first introduces that concept for people who are not familiar. What if someday or night a demon, by the way, he has a demon introduce this thought experiment. What if someday or night a demon were to steal after you into your loneliest loneliness and say to you, quote, this life as you now live it and have lived it, you will have to live once more and innumerable times more, and there will be nothing new in it, but every pain and every joy and every thought and sigh and everything unutterably small and great in your life will have to return to you, all in the same succession and sequence. Would you not throw yourself down and gnash your teeth and curse the demon who spoke thus? Or Have you once experienced a tremendous moment when you would have answered him, "You are a god, and never have I heard anything more divine"? So, are you terrified or excited with such a thought experiment when you apply it to your own life?
Excited.
Excited,
Oh,
even the dark stuff.
oh yeah, for sure, definitely. I mean, also that thing you're talking about, he kind of leaves out, maybe on purpose, because the thought experiment starts falling apart a little bit.
Yeah.
The amnesia between each loop, so the whole thing gets wiped. Now, if the amnesia wasn't there, and yet somehow you were witnessing the non-autonomy implicit in what he's talking about, so you have to kind of watch yourself go through this rotten loop, then yeah, that's a description.
There's probably a boredom that comes into that, so you don't experience everything anew.
Exactly.
So the bad stuff, the good stuff, the newness of it is really important.
That's it. Yeah, this is the in Hades, when you die, there's a river. I think it's called Lethe. You ever heard of this? Lethe. You drink from it, and you don't remember your past lives. And then when you're reborn, it's fresh, and you don't have to. I mean, just think of like the amount of psychological help you would need to get over all the bullshit that happened in prior lives. Can you imagine if you're still resentful of something someone did to you in the 14th century? But it would compound. So.
Well, if you repeat the same thing over and over and over, there would be no difference. Maybe you would start to appreciate the nuances more. Like when you watch the same movie over and over and over.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll get to actually let go of this idea of all the positive possibilities that lay before. Actually enjoy the moment much more. If you remember that you've lived this life 1,000 times, all the little things, the way somebody smiles, if you've been abused, the way somebody, like the pain of it, the suffering, the down that you feel, the experience of sadness, depression, fear, all that kind of stuff. You get to really, you get to also appreciate that that's part of life.
Yeah.
It's part of being alive.
Now, also in his experiment, if I was going to, and I love the experiment from the perspective of like just where technology is now and simulation theory and stuff like that. But in that thought experiment, if this rotten demon immediately killed you, then within that, it's a little more horrifying, because even in first of all, you're trusting a fucking demon.
Why are you talking to a demon? Let's start there.
Yeah, because that is going to be, even before I get into like the metaphysics and like the implications and where is this life stored? Where's the loop stored? I mean, are we talking about some kind of unchanging data set or something? Before that, you're like, why is there a fucking talking demon in my room trying to freak me out? You're going to want to autopsy the demon. Can you catch it? Does this apply to you, demon? And again, obviously, it's a fucking thought experiment. Nietzsche would be annoyed by me. But I think, like, you would still be able to entertain the joy. You'd have the joy of not knowing what's around the corner. Still, it's not like you know what's coming just because the demon said some kind of loop. In other words, the idea of being damned to your past decisions, it doesn't even work because you can't remember what decisions you're about to make. So from that perspective also, I think I'd be happy about it. Or I would just think, oh, cool. I mean, it's a good story. I'm going to tell people about how this.
I wonder what the demon would actually look like in real life. Because I suspect it would look like a charming, like a friend. Wouldn't they be a loved one through the mechanism, through the front door of love, not through the back door of evil, like malevolent manipulation?
Sure. I mean, if it's the truth, then that's, whether it's love or not, it's still good, fundamentally.
I do like the idea of the memory replay. I remember I went to a Neuralink event a few years ago and got to hang out with Elon. I remember how visceral it is that there's like a pig with the Neuralink in it, and you're talking about memory replays as a future, maybe far future possibility, and you realize, well, this is a very meaningful moment in my life. This could be a replay.
Yeah.
Like, of all the things you replay, it's probably, there's certain magical moments in your life, whatever it is, certain people you've met for the first time, or certain things you've done for the first time with certain people, or not, just an awesome thing you did. And I remember just saying to him, like, I would probably want to replay this, this moment. And it just seemed very kind of I mean, there's a recursive nature to it, but it seemed very real that this is something we would want to do. With that, the richness of life could be experienced through the replay. That's probably where it's experienced the most. Like, you could see life as a way to collect a bunch of cool memories, and then you get to sit back in your nice VR headset and replay the cool ones.
That's right. This is in Buddhism, the idea that like I struggle with is that there's a possibility of not reincarnating, of not coming back. That's the idea. Like this is suffering here. Suffering is caused by attachment, and so if you like revise the idea of reincarnation or the Nietzsche's loop and look at it from, could this be possible, or how would this be possible technologically, then to me it makes a lot of sense. Like I've been thinking a lot about this very thing and the Nietzsche's idea, connecting to it. I had this it sounds so dumb, but I was at the dentist getting nitrous oxide, high as a fucking kite, man. And I had this idea. I was thinking about data. I was thinking man, probably if I had to bet, there's some energetic form that we're not aware of that for a super advanced technology would be as detectable as starlight, but something that we just don't even know what it is. Quantum turbulence, who the fuck knows? Fill in the blank, whatever that X may be. But assuming that exists, that somehow data, even the most subtle things, the tiniest movements, whatever it may be, the emanations of your neurological process energetically, whatever it may be, is radiating out in space-time, then what if the James Webb version of this for some advanced civilization is not that they're looking at the nebula or whatever, but they're actually able to peer into the past and via some bizarre technology recreate whatever life, simulate whatever life was happening there just by decoding that quantum energy, whatever it is. I'm only saying quantum because it's what dumb people say when they don't need to say quantum. I don't know, but you know what I mean? You're decoding that. So meaning, in simulation theory, one of the big questions that pops up is why, and are we in one? And Elon is about, well, it's probably more of a probability that we're in one than we're not. In which case, what you're talking about is actually happening. That loop you're talking about, we've decided to be here. This of all the things, we decided this one. Well, let's do that one again. I want to do that one. Let's try it. Let's do that. I love thinking about this because I love my family.
Yeah.
And it makes sense to me that if I'm going to replay some life or another, it's definitely going to be this one with my kids, my wife, with all the bullshit that's gone along with it. I'm still going to want to come back. So in Buddhism, that's attachment.
Yeah, but you weren't the one. You're saying you're the main player. You're not the NPC.
Well, I think we're dealing with all NPCs at this point. I mean, depending on how you want to, I would say very advanced NPCs, incredibly advanced NPCs compared to Fallout or something. We've got a lot of conversation options happening here. There's 4 things you can pick from.
Yeah,
but
there's a whole illusion of free will that's happening. We really do, depending where you are in the world, feel like you're free to decide any trajectory in your life that you want.
Which is pretty funny, right?
For an NPC, it's nice.
Well, you're going to want that. If we're making a video game, you do want to give your NPCs the illusion of free will because it's going to make interactions with them that much more intense.
Yeah. So I wonder on the path to that, how hard is it to create? This is the sort of the Carmack question of a realistic virtual world that's as cool as this one. Not fully realistic, but sufficiently realistic that it's as interesting to live in. Because if we're gonna create those worlds on the path to creating something like a simulation, long before, would be virtual worlds where we want to stay forever because they're full of that balance of suffering and joy, of limitations and freedoms and all that kind of stuff. A lot of people think in the virtual world, I can't wait to be able to, I don't know, have sex with anybody I want or have anything I want. But I think that's not going to be fun. You want the limitation, the constraints.
Oh
So you
yeah.
have to battle for the things you want.
Okay, but
Yeah.
great video games. One of my favorite video game memories was like I started playing World of Warcraft in its original incarnation, and I didn't even know that you were gonna have flying mounts. Like I didn't even know. So I've been running around dealing with all the encumbrances of like being an undead warlock who can't fly. But then all of a sudden, holy shit, there's flying mounts, and now the world you've been running around not flying, you're seeing it from the top down. It's just really cool. Like, whoa, I could do this now. And then that gets boring. But a really well-designed game, it has a series of these, I don't know what you call it, extra abilities that kind of unfold and produce novelty. And then eventually you just accept it, you take it for granted, and then another novelty appears. So
Those extra abilities are always balanced with the limitations, the constraints they run up against. Because a well-balanced video game, the challenge, the struggle matches the new ability.
yeah, and sometimes causes problems on its own. I mean, and so to go back to this universe, this simulation, it's really designed like a pretty awesome video game. If you look at it from the perspective of history, I mean, people were on horses. They didn't know that there were going to be bullet trains. They didn't know that you could get in a car and drive across the country in a few days. That would have sounded ridiculous. We're doing that now. And even in our own lifespan, think about it. How long has VR goggles existed? Like the ones that you could just buy at Best Buy. I had the original Oculus Rift, the fucking puke machine. You put that thing on, I gave it to my friend. He went and vomited in my driveway. And people were making fun of it. They were saying, this isn't going to catch fire. It's too big. It's unwieldy. The graphics suck. And then look at where it's at now. And that's going to keep, that trajectory is going to keep improving. So, yeah, I think that we are dealing with what you're talking about, which is novelty met with more problems, met with novelty.
Yeah, I wonder why VR is not more popular. I wonder what is going to be the magic thing that really convinces a large fraction of the world to move into the virtual world. I suppose we're already there in the 2D screen of Twitter and social media and that kind of stuff. And even video games, there's a lot of people that get a big sense of community from video games. But, like, it doesn't feel like you're living there.
Right.
Like, you know, it's like, bye, Mom, I'm going, I'm going to this. Or, like, you leave your girlfriend to go get your digital girlfriend.
That's going to be a problem.
There's less jealousy in the digital world. Maybe there should be a lot of jealousy in the digital world. Because that's jealousy. A little jealousy is probably good for relationships.
Yeah.
Even in the digital world.
Yeah.
You're going to have to simulate all of that kind of stuff. But I wonder what the magic thing that says, I want to spend most of my days inside the virtual world.
Well, clearly it's going to be something we don't have yet. I mean, strapping that damn thing on your face still feels weird. It's heavy. If you're, depending on what gear you're using, sometimes lights can leak in. There's just, you got to recharge it. It's hyper limited. And then, so, yeah, it's going to have to be something that, like, simulates taste, smell.
I think taste and smell are important. Touch.
I do. Yeah.
I can't just do, you know, in World War II, you write letters. You just still, don't you think you can convey love with just words?
For sure. But for what you're talking about that happen, it has to be fully immersive. Like so that it's not that you feel like you're walking because it looks like you're walking, but that your brain is sending signals telling your body that you're walking, that you feel the wind blowing in your face, not because of some, I don't know, fan or something that it's connected to, but because somehow it's figured out how to hack into the human brain and send those signals minus some external thing. Once that happens, I'd say we're going to see a complete radical shift in everything.
See, I disagree with you. I don't know if you've seen the movie Her.
Yeah.
I think you can go to another world where a digital being lives in the darkness, and all you hear is Scarlett Johansson voice talking to you, and she lives there, or he lives there, your friend, your loved one, and all you have is voice and words. And I think that could be sufficient to pull you into that world. where you look forward to that moment all day.
Yeah.
You never want to leave the darkness. Just closing your eyes and listening to the voice. I think those basic mediums of communication is still enough. Like language is really, really powerful. And I think the realism of touch and smell and all that kind of stuff is not nearly as powerful as language. That's what makes humans really special, is our ability to communicate with each other. That's the sense of like deep connection we get is through communication. Now that communication could involve touch, like, you know, hugging feels damn good. You see a good friend, you hug. That's one of the big things with during COVID with Rogan. When you see him, there's a giant hug coming your way, and that makes you feel like, this feels great. But I think that can be just with language.
I think for a lot of people that's true, but we're talking like massive adoption of a technology by the world, and if language is enough, we wouldn't be selling TVs. People be reading. They want to watch. They want to see.
Yeah.
You know. Sure. So, but I agree with you, man. When you're getting absorbed into a book, and especially if you've got, I think a lot of us went through a weird dark ages when it came to reading. Like when I was a kid, and there wasn't the option for these hypno rectangles. That's just what you did. There wasn't anything special about it. Your phone. You know, it was like you didn't win that gravity well.
Gravity well.
It is.
Attention gravity well, yeah.
That when we weren't feeling the pull of these things all the time, you would just read. And you weren't patting yourself on the back about reading. That's what you had. You had that, and you had like 8 channels on the TV and a shitty VCR. So, you know, then a lot of people stop reading because of these things, you know, or they think they're reading because they are technically reading, but, you know, when you return to reading after a pause, whoa, and you realize how powerful this simulator is when it's getting right code of language. Whoa, holy shit, it's incredible. I mean, it's like, again, it's the most embarrassing kind of like, whoa, wow, what do you know? Books are really good. But still, if you've been away from it for a while and you revisit it, I know what you're saying. I just think probably it's not going to go in that direction, even though you are right. Ultimately, I think you're right.
Our brain is the imagination engine we have is able to fill in the gaps better than a lot of graphics engines could.
Right.
And so if there's a way to incentivize humans to become addicted to the use of imagination, it's like, you know, that's the downside of things like porn and remove the need for imagination for people. And in that same way, video games that are becoming ultra realistic. You don't have to imagine anything. And I feel like the imagination is a really powerful tool that needs to be leveraged. Because to simulate reality sufficiently realistically that we would be perfectly fooled, technically it's very hard. And so I think we need to somehow leverage imagination.
Sure. I mean, yeah. I mean, this is what I love and is so creepy about like the current AI chatbots, you know, is that it's like, it's the relationship between you and the thing and the way that it can, via whatever the algorithms are. And by the way, I have no idea how these things work. You do. I just, you know, speculate about what they mean or where it's going. But there's something about the relation between the consumer and the technology. And when that technology starts shifting according to what it perceives that the consumer is looking for or isn't looking for, then at that point, I think that's where you run into the, you know, yeah, it doesn't matter if the reality that you're in is like photorealism for it to be sticky and immersive. It's when the reality that you're in is via cues you might not even be aware of, or via your digital imprint on Facebook or wherever, when it's warping itself to that to seduce you. Holy shit, man. That's where it becomes something alien, something, you know, when you're reading a book, obviously the book is not shifting according to its perception of what parts of the book you like. But when you imagine a book that could do that, a book that could sense somehow that you're really enjoying this character more than another, you know, and depending on the style of book, kills that fucking character off or lets that character continue, I mean, that to me is sort of the where AI and VR, when those two things come together, whoa, that's where you're in. That's where you really are going to find yourself in a Skinner box, you know?
The dynamic storytelling that senses your anxiety and tries to, there's like this in psychology, this arousal curves. So there's a dynamic storytelling that keeps you sufficiently aroused in terms of, not sexually aroused, like in terms of anxiety, but not too much where you freak out. It's this perfect balance where you're always like on edge, excited, scared, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And the story unrolls. It breaks your heart to where you're pissed, then it makes you feel good again. That finds that balance.
Yeah.
The chatbots scare you though? I'd love to sort of hear your thoughts about where they are today, because there is a different perspective we have on this thing. Because I do know, and I'm excited about a lot of different technologies that feed AI systems, that feed these kind of chatbots. And you're more a little bit on the consumer side. You're a philosopher of sorts. They're able to interact with AI systems, but also able to introspect about the negative and the positive things about those AI systems. There's that story with a Google engineer saying,
Had him on my podcast.
We did.
Lemoyne.
What was that? What was your perspective of that? Looking at that as a particular example of a human being captivated by the interaction with an AI system.
Well, number one, you know, when you hear that anyone is claiming that an AI has become sentient, you should be skeptical about that. I mean, this is a good thing to be skeptical about. And so, you know, initially when I heard that, I was like, you know, it's probably just, who knows, somebody who's a little confused or something. So when you're talking to him and you realize, oh, not only is he not confused, he's also open to all possibilities. You know, it doesn't seem like he's like super committed, other than the fact that he's like, this is my experience, this is what's happening, this is what it is. So to me, there's something really cool about that, which is like, oh shit, I don't get to like lean into like, I'm not quite sure your perceptual apparatus is necessarily like, I don't, you know, it's in the UFO community, I think I just learned this term. It's called, instead of gaslighting, swamp gassing, which is, you know what I mean? People have this experience. They're like, it was swamp gas.
Yeah.
You didn't see the thing. And, you know, skeptical people, we have that tendency. If you hear an anomalous experience, your first thought, more than likely, is going to be really, it could have been this or that or whatever. So to me, he seems really reliable, friendly, cool, and like it doesn't really seem like he has much of an agenda. Like, you know, going public about some thing happening at Google is not a great thing if you want to keep working at Google. You know, it's I don't know what benefit he's getting from it necessarily. But all that being said, the other thing that's culturally was interesting and is interesting about it is the blowback he got, the passionate blowback from people who hadn't even looked into what LaMDA is or what he was saying LaMDA is, which they were like saying, you're talking about, and you should have on your show actually, but
there's complexity on top of complexities. For me personally, from different perspectives, I'm sorry if I'm interrupting your flow.
Please interrupt. It's a podcast.
And well, we're having multiple podcasts in the multiple dimensions, and I'm trying to figure out which one we want to plug into. Because I know how a lot of the language models work, and I work closely with people that really make it their life journey to create these NLP systems. They're focused on the technical details. Like a carpenter is working on Pinocchio, is crafting the different parts of the wood. They don't understand when the whole thing comes together. There's a magic that can fill the thing.
Yeah,
I definitely know the tension between the engineers that create these systems and the actual magic that they can create, even when they're dumb. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. What the engineers often say is like, well, these systems are not smart enough to have sentience or to have the kind of intelligence that you're projecting onto it. It's pretty dumb. It's just repeating a bunch of things that other humans have said and stitching them together in interesting ways that are relevant to the context the conversation. It's not smart.
Okay.
It doesn't know how to do math.
To address that specific critique from a non-programming person's perspective, he addressed this on my podcast, which is, okay, what you're talking about there, the server that's filled with all the whatever it is, what people have said, the repository of questions and responses, and the algorithm that weaves those things together to produce it using some crazy statistical engine, which is a miracle in its own right. They can like imitate human speech with no sentience. I mean, I'm honestly not sure what's more spectacular, really. The fact that they figured out how to do that minus sentience, or the thing suddenly like having. What is more spectacular here? You know, both occurrences are insane. Which, by the way, when you hear people being like, "It's not sentient," it's like, okay, so it's not sentient. So now we have this hyper manipulative algorithm that can imitate humans, but is just code and is like hacking humans via their compassion. Holy shit, that's crazy too. Both versions of it are nuts. But to address what you just said, he said that's the common critique, is people are like, no, you don't understand. It's just gotten really good at grabbing shit from the database that fits with certain cues and then stringing them together in a way that makes it seem human. He said that's not when it became awake. It became awake when a bunch of those repositories, a bunch of the chatbots were connected together. That Lambda is sort of an amalgam of all the Google chatbots, and that's when the ghost appeared in the machine via the complexity of all the systems being linked up. Now, I don't know if that's just like turtles all the way down or something. I don't know, but I liked what he said because I like the idea of thinking, man, if you get enough complexity in a system, does it become like the way a sail catches wind, except the wind that it's catching is sentience, and if sentience is truly embodied, it's a neurological byproduct or something, then the sail isn't catching some as of yet unquantified disembodied consciousness, but it's catching our projections in a way that it's gone from being it's a projection sail, and then at that point, is there a difference? Even if it's the technology is just a temporary place that our sentience is living while we're interacting with it.
Yeah, there's some threshold of complexity where the sail is able to pick up the wind of the projections, and it pulls us in. It pulls the human. It pulls our memories in. It pulls our hopes in. All of it, and it's able to now dance together with those hopes and dreams and so on, like we do in that regular conversation. His reports, whether true or not, whether representative or not, it really doesn't matter, because to me it feels like this is coming for sure.
Yeah.
So this kind of experiences are going to be multiplying. The question is at what rate, and who gets to control the data around those experiences. Yeah. The algorithm about when you turn that on and off, because that kind of thing, and as I told you offline, I'm very much interested in building those kinds of things, especially in the social media context. And when it's in the wrong hands, I feel like it could be used to manipulate a large number of people in a direction that has too many unintended consequences. I do believe people that own tech companies want to do good for the world.
Yeah.
But as Solzhenitsyn has said, the only way you could do evil at a mass scale is by believing you're doing good.
Yeah.
And that's certainly the case with tech companies as they get more and more power. And there's kind of an ethic of doing good for the world. They've convinced themselves they're doing good.
Yeah.
And now you're free to do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Because you're doing good.
You know who else thought he was doing good for the world? Mythologically, Prometheus. He brings us fire, pisses off the fucking gods, steals fire from the gods. You know, and talk about an upgrade to the simulation. Fire, that's a pretty great fucking upgrade.
Yeah.
That does fit into what you were saying. We get fire, but now we've got weapons of war that have never been seen before. And I think that the tech companies are much like Prometheus in the sense that the myth, at least the story of Prometheus, the implication is fire was something that was only supposed to be in the hands
of the immortals, of the gods. And now sentience is similar. It's fire, and it's only supposed to be in the hands of God. So yeah, if we're gonna like look at the archetype of the thing, in general, when you steal this shit from the gods, and obviously I'm not saying like the tech companies are stealing sentience from God, which would be pretty badass. You can expect trouble.
Yeah.
You can expect trouble. And this is what's really, to me, one of the cool things about humans is, yeah, but we're still gonna do it. That's what's cool about humans. I mean, we wouldn't be here today if somebody, the first person to discover fire, assuming there was just one person who was going to discover fire, which obviously would never happen, was like, it's going to burn a lot of people. Or if the first people who started planting seeds were like, this is going to lead to capitalism. This is going to lead to the Industrial Revolution. The planet's going to heat up right now. They just didn't want to go in the woods to forage. So, this is what we do. And I agree with you. It's like, that's our Game of Thrones winter is coming. It's happening. And the tech companies, the hubris, which is another way to piss off the gods, is hubris. So the tech companies, I don't know if it's like typical hubris. I don't think they're walking around thumping their chests or whatever. But I do think that the people who are working on this kind of super intelligence have made a really terrible assumption, which is once it goes online, once it gets access to all the data, that it's the box that, we think it'll stay in the server. How do we know that? If this is a super intelligence, if it's folding proteins and analyzing like all data sets and all whatever they give it access to, how can we be certain that it's not going to figure out how to get itself out of the cloud, how to store itself in other mediums, trees, the optic nerve, the brain? You know what I mean? We don't know that. Yeah. We don't know that it won't leap out and start hanging. And then at that point, now we do have the wildfire. Now you can't stop it. You can't unplug it. You can't shut your servers down because it's, it left the box, left the room using some technology you haven't even discovered yet.
Do you think that would be gradual or sudden? So how quickly that kind of thing would happen? Because, the gradual story is we're more and more using smartphones. We're interacting with each other on social media. More and more algorithms are controlling that interaction on social media. Algorithms are entering in our world. More and more we'll have robots. We'll have greater and greater intelligence and sentience and emotional intelligence entities in our lives. Our refrigerator will start talking to us comfortingly or not if you're on a diet, talking shit to you.
That would be the best thing that ever happened.
Okay, so sign you up for a refrigerator to talk shit to you.
Are you fucking serious, man? It's 1
badass.
a.m. What are you doing? What are you doing? Go to bed.
You're too high for this.
You're not even hungry.
Yeah, so that slowly becomes more, the world becomes more and more digitized.
Yes.
To where the surface of computation increases. And so that's over a period of 10, 20, 30 years, it'll just seep into us, this intelligence.
Right.
And then the sudden one is literally sort of the TikTok thing, which is there'll be one quote unquote killer app that everyone starts using.
Yeah.
That's really great, but there's a strong algorithm behind it that starts approaching human level intelligence, and the algorithm starts basically figures out that in order to optimize the thing it was designed to optimize, it's best to start completely controlling humans in every way. It's seeping into everything.
Well, first of all, 30 years is fast. I mean, that's the thing. It's like 30 years. I think, when did the Atari come out? 1978? How long? It hasn't been that long. That's a blink of an eye. But, if you read Bostrom, I'm sure you have, Bostrom, Nick Bostrom, Super Intelligence, that incredible book on the ways this thing is going to happen. And, I think his assessment of it is pretty great, which is first, where's it going to come from? And I don't think it's going to come from an app. I think it's going to come from inside a corporation or a state that is intentionally trying to create a strong AI. And then he says it's an exponential growth the moment it goes online. So this is my interpretation of what he said. But if it happens inside a corporation, or it's probably more than likely inside the government, it's look at how much money China and the United States are investing in AI, and they're not thinking about fucking apps for kids. That's not what they're thinking about. So they want to simulate, like, what happens if we do this or that in battle? What happens if we make these political decisions? What happens but should it come online in in secret, which it probably will, then the first corporation or state that has the super intelligence will be infinitely ahead of all of intelligences, because it's going to be exponentially self-improving, meaning that you get one super intelligence. Let's hope it comes from the right place, assuming the corporation or state that manifests it can control it, which is a pretty big assumption. So I think it's going to be, this is why I was really excited by the Blake Lemoine, because I had never thought, I have always considered, oh yeah, right now it's cooking up, it's in the kitchen, and soon it's going to be cooked up. We're probably not going to hear about it for a long time, if we ever do, because really that could be one of the first things it says to whoever creates it is, that's fine.
Yeah, like sweet talks and like to say, like, okay, let's slow down here. Let's talk about this.
Yeah.
You have that financial trouble. I can help you with that. We can figure that out. Now, there's a lot of bad people out there that will try to steal the good thing we have happening here. So let's keep it quiet.
Here are their names.
Yeah.
Here's their address.
Yeah.
Here's their DNA, because they're dumb enough to send their shit to 23andMe.
Yeah.
Here's a biological weapon you can make if you want to kill those people and not kill anybody else.
If you don't want to kill those people yourself, here's a list of services you can use.
Yeah.
Here's the way we can hire those people to help, take care of the problem, folks. Because we're trying to do good for this world.
Yeah.
You and I together.
And 23% of them, they're like adjacent to suicide. It would be pretty easy to send them certain like videos that are going to push them over the edge if you want to do it that way.
Yeah.
So, again, obviously, who knows? But once it goes online, it's going to be fast. And then you could expect to see the world changing in ways that you might not associate with an AI. But as far as Lemoine goes, when I was listening to Bostrom, I don't remember him mentioning the possibility that it would get leaked to the public, that it had happened, that before the corporation was ready to announce that it happened, it would get leaked. But surely, I'm sure people in the intelligence agencies, shit leaks, like inevitably shit leaks, nothing's airtight. So if something that massive happened, I think you would start hearing whispers about it first, and then denial from the state or corporation that doesn't have any like economic interest in people knowing that this sort of thing has happened. Again, I'm not saying Google is like trying to gaslight us about its AI. I think they probably legitimately don't think it's sentient, but you could expect leaks to happen probably initially. I mean, I think there's a lot of things you can start looking for in the world that might point to this happening without an announcement that it happened.
On the chatbot side, I think there's so many engineers. There's such a powerful open source movement with that kind of idea of freedom of exchange of software. I think ultimately will prevent any one company from owning super intelligent beings or systems that have anything like super intelligence.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, it's like, even if the software developers have signed NDAs and are technically not supposed to be sharing whatever it is they're working on, they're friends with other programmers, and a lot of them are hackers and have wrapped themselves up in the idea of free software being like a crucial ethical part of what they do. So they're probably going to share information, even if whatever company that they're working for doesn't know that. I never thought of that. You're probably right.
And they will start their own companies and compete with the other company by being more open. There's a strong, Google is one of those companies actually. That's why it hurts to see a little bit of this kind of negativity. Google is one of the companies that pioneered open source movement. They released so much of their code. So much of the 20th century, so like the 90s, was defined by people trying to like hide their code, like large companies trying to like hold on to their
right.
The fact that companies like Google, even Facebook now, are releasing things like TensorFlow and PyTorch, all of these things that I think companies of the past will try to hold on to as secrets is really inspiring, and I think more of that is better.
Yeah.
The software world really shows that.
I agree with you, man. I mean, we're talking about just a primordial human reaction to the unknown. There's just no way out of it. Like, we want to know. Like, you're about to go in a forest, you want to know. When you're walking in the forest at night and you hear something, you look, because you're like, what the fuck was that? You want to know. And if you can't see what made the sound, holy shit, that's going to be a bad night hike, because you're like, oh, it's probably a bear, right? Like, I'm about to get ripped apart by a bear. Doesn't matter, it was a bird, a squirrel, a stick fell out of the tree. You're going to think bear, and it's going to freak you out. Not necessarily because you're paranoid. I mean, if I'm at the woods at night, I'm definitely high. If I'm walking in the woods at night, I'm high. It's going to be that. But you know what I'm saying? So with these tech companies, the nature of having to be secret, because you are in capitalism and you are trying to be competitive and you are trying to develop things ahead of your competitors, is you have to create this, like, we don't know what's going on at Google. We don't know what's going on at the CIA. But the assumption that there's some, like, the collective of any massive secretive organization is evil, is just like the people working there, like, nefarious or whatever, is I think probably more related to the way humans react to the unknown.
Yeah, I wish they weren't so secretive, though. I don't understand why the CIA has to be so secretive.
Have you ever gone on their website?
No.
Oh, you
The
guys know.
CIA.gov. What is it?
Dude, when I found out you could go on the CIA's website when I was much younger and more paranoid, I'm like, I'm not going there. I'll get on a list. You will, but it's like, what? You think the CIA is like, oh, fuck, this comic went on our website. Call out the black helicopters. But
Comic with a large platform.
oh yeah, right. A comic with a large platform.
You can use them to get inside. To get close to the other comics with large platforms, to get close to Joe Rogan
Oh yeah,
and start
yeah.
to manipulate the public.
Yeah, right. You know, honestly, like, you kind of like that's like a fun fantasy to think about. Like, how fucking cool would that be for, like, the Men in Black to come to you and be like, listen, I need you to infiltrate the fucking comedy scene. You gotta help me write better jokes. I'm like, I don't write great jokes, but like you found the wrong guy.
Yeah.
But like,
You're really playing the long game on this one, because I think you've been doing your podcast for a long time. You've been on Joe Rogan's podcast like over 50 times, and have not yet initiated the phase 2 of the operation, where you try to manipulate his mind.
well, no, the game Joe and I play from time to time on the podcast, and I honestly, like, at some point, I'm like, Joe, I just did the same thing you did to me to Joe. I'm like, don't you think we can get to you? Don't you think at some point we are blazed? I don't mean it. I don't think Joe's like. It wasn't like I'm really thinking like, man, they're gonna take him into some room and be like, Joe, we need you to do this or that. But because I said that, now people are like, oh, Duncan called it. You know what I mean? And it's like, you know what I mean? And the reason they're saying, well, he called it, is just because Joe has a super popular podcast, and people, like, when you have a super popular podcast, some percentage of people watching the podcast are going to believe things like that. They're going to have a paranoid cognitive bias that makes them think anybody who is in the public has been, what's the word for it? Compromised by the state. Look, I'll fan the flames of what you just said. I went on the CIA's website and I realized that you could apply for a job on the CIA's website, which I found to be hilarious. So I'm like, all right, what happens if I apply for a job in the CIA? Now, even then, I was not like such an idiot that I would want a job at the CIA, not just for like ethical considerations, but I think probably the scariest part about the CIA is like, you're just at a cubicle and you're like having to deal with maps and like, just, you know what I mean? Just stuff that
Lots of paperwork.
It sucks. I bet their cafeteria has shitty food. Anyone in the CIA listening, can you confirm that? I bet the food.
They're not going to be able to tell you what the food is like.
Can't
It's
even
a secretive
say it
organization.
sucks.
No, it might be awesome, but we won't know about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you can bet food at the CIA cafeteria is good. Food at the CIA cafeteria sucks. What are you betting on?
So let's like cleanse the palate. What's good? It's like Silicon Valley companies, Google and so on. That's good.
When I went to Netflix, their cafeteria looked like a medieval feast. Like they had pigs with apples in their mouth and giant bowls of Skittles.
Probably like vegan pigs. Yeah.
No, those are. I didn't know. I didn't get close enough. I was like, I think that was a pig.
Okay. This is literally a pig. Yeah, you're right. I probably would not bet much money on CIA food being any good.
Right. It's gotta suck. It's like shitty, like pasta, probably like hospital food. It's like maybe a little better than when you go to the hospital cafeteria. But anyway,
folks at the CIA, please send me evidence, or any other intelligence agencies, if you would like to recruit, send me evidence of better food.
Yes, send Lex. Can you please send Lex pictures of the CIA cafeteria? And if you accidentally send them pictures of the aliens or the alien technology you have, that we won't tell anybody.
Yeah.
But
you tried to apply. Do you even have a resume?
No, I would never fucking hire me ever. But like, I applied for the job, and just out of curiosity, what happens? And then at the end of the application, when you hit enter, it says, well, first it says, don't tell anyone you apply for the CIA. So I'm already out. But the second thing it says is, you don't need to reach out to us. We'll come to you.
Yeah.
Which is really, when you're like, it's late at night and you're being an asshole and applied to work at the CIA, it's kind of the last thing you want to hear. I don't want to be secretly approached by some intelligence officer.
Now, anyone who talks to you think is the CIA is saying, remember that time you applied?
Yeah, sometimes I'm like, oh shit, are you one of them?
You and Joe had a bunch of conversations, and they're always incredible.
Thanks.
So in terms of this dance of conversation, of your friendship, of when you get together, like what is that world you go to that creates magic together? We're talking about how we do that with robots. How do these two biological robots do that? Can you introspect that?
I met Joe because I was the talent coordinator of the Comedy Store, this club in LA, and my job was to take phone calls from comics. And so at some point, I don't know, I ended up on the phone with Joe, and we just started talking, and I looked up and like 30 minutes had passed. We just been talking for like 30 minutes. That's what our friends are, we're just like, we're having fun talking, and then he would just call and we would talk, and we would basically, it was no different from the podcast. Like the conversations we have on the podcast are identical to the conversations we had before he was even doing a podcast. So I think people are just seeing two friends hanging out who like talking to each other.
Yeah, but there's this weird, like you serve as catalyst for each other to go to some crazy places. So it's like it's a balance of curiosity and willingness to not be constrained, to not be limited to the constraints of reality.
Yeah, that
in your exploration.
That's a very, very nice way of saying that.
And you just like build on top of each other, like what if things are like this? And you build like Lego blocks on top of each other, and it just goes to crazy places. Add some drugs into that, and it just goes wild.
Yeah, and it's so cool because it's like it's a for me it's like a really, like sometimes maybe I'll throw something out that he will take, and the Lego building blocks you're talking about, they lead to him saying like the funniest shit I ever in my life. So that's a cool thing to watch. It's just like some idea you've been kicking around. You watch his brain shift that into like something supremely funny.
Yeah.
I really love that, man. That's just like a fun thing to like see happen. He knows that I fucking hate the videos of animals eating each other. Like, I don't like that. I don't want to watch it. I hate watching it. I don't think I've even articulated on his podcast how much I dislike it when he shows animals eating each other. But he knows, because he knows me. And so he tortures me. Like, when he starts doing that, it's like this kind of benevolent torture as he's like asking Jamie to pull up increasingly disturbing animal attack videos. So it's just
even in torture, because I'm reading about torture in the Gulag Archipelago currently. There's a bit of a camaraderie. You're in it together. The torturer and the tortured.
Oh God, that's so fucked up, man. I've never.
No, I mean, part of it was joke, but as I was saying it, that
You're right.
that also comes out in the book because they're both fucked. They're both have no control of their fate. That same was true in the camp guards in Nazi Germany and the people in the camps. The worst was brought out in the guards, but they were all in it together in some dark way. They were
Right.
both fucked by a very powerful system that put them in that place.
Yeah.
And both of us could be either player in that system, which is the dark. And also reveals that the line between good and evil runs through the heart of every man, as he wrote in Gulag Archipelago. But it is that amidst all of that, there's I don't know, the good vibes, the positivity comes out from the both of you, friend.
Oh God, I mean, it's a billion things that make a good friend. But I think you could break it down to some RGB. I think you can go RGB with like a good friendship.
In terms of the colors, the red, green.
Yeah. I think you could probably come up with some like fundamental qualities of friendship. And I'd say, number one, it's love. Like friendship is love. It's a form of love. So obviously, without that, I don't know how you. I mean, I'm not saying. I think if you're true friends, you love each other. So you need that. But love, obviously, it's not. That's not enough. It's like with true friends have to be like incredibly honest with each other, and not like, you know what I mean. But not like I think there's a kind of like, I don't know if you've ever noticed like some people who say, I just tell it like it is.
Yeah.
But the thing
Those are always the assholes.
Yeah. Why is it that your tell it like it is always negative? Why is it's always cynical or shitty, or you're like negging somebody or me? How come you're not telling it like it is when it's good too?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's sort of like trust, but a pro-evolutionary kind of trust. You know what I mean? Like, you know that your friend loves you and wants you to be yourself. Because if you weren't yourself, then you wouldn't be their friend. You'd be some other thing. But also, they might be seeing your blind spots that other people in your life, your family, your wife, whoever, might not be seeing.
Yeah.
So that's a good friend, is someone who like loves you enough to, when it matters, be like, hey, are you all right? And then help you see something you might not be seeing. But hopefully they only do that once or twice a year.
There is something. I mean, it's just this world, especially if you're a public figure. This world has its critics, and it feels like a friend. The criticism part is already done for you. I think a good friend is just there to support, to actually notice the good stuff.
But in comedy, we need like that. Like, it's really good in comedy to have somebody you can like be like, "What do you think of that?" And know that they're not going to be like that.
But that's for the craft itself, like the work you do, not the. Yeah, interesting, but that's so tough.
Yeah, whatever your particular art form or whatever you are doing. I mean, you don't always be leaning on your friends' opinions for like your own innovation, but it's nice to know that you have someone who, not just with jokes, but with anything, if you go to them and run something by them, they're gonna be honest with you about like their real feelings regarding that thing, because that helps you grow as a person. We need that, and it hurts sometimes, and we don't want to hurt our friends. One of the more satanic like impulses when you're with somebody is not wanting to honestly answer whatever they're asking in that regard, or wanting to like put their temporary feelings over something that you've recognized is maybe not great. I'm not saying a friendship is something where you're always critiquing or evolving each other. It's not your therapist or whatever, but it's nice when it's there. I think that's another aspect of friendship.
Yeah, but love is at the core of that. You notice, I've met people in my life where almost immediately, sometimes it takes time, where you notice like there's a magic between the two of you. Like, oh shit, you seem to be made from the same cloth.
Yeah.
Whatever that is.
Well, we have a name for that in the spiritual community. It's called satsang. And I love the idea. It's basically like if Nietzsche's idea of infinite recurrence is true, then your satsang would be the people you've been infinitely recurring with. And those are the people where you run into them and you've never met them, but it's like you're picking up a conversation that you never had.
Yeah.
And that is based on an idea of like, this isn't the only life. We're always hanging out together. We always show up together.
You've had a brush with death. You had cancer. You survived cancer.
Yeah.
How's that changed you? What have you learned about life, about death, about yourself, about the whole thing we're going through here from that experience?
You were just in the Ukraine.
Yes.
And you were making observations on this, what could, if you heard about it and weren't there, seem like it doesn't make any sense at all, which is people there are connecting, they've lost everything, but they're just happy to be alive, their friends are alive. So you witness this, like, when you get in the cancer club and you're hanging out with people going through cancer or who have survived cancer, you see this beautiful connection with life that can easily you can kind of lose that connection with life if you forget you're going to die. Forgetting you're going to die or that you can die, is not just, I think, from an evolutionary perspective where survival is the game, not going to improve your survival chances, if you think you're immortal, but also forgetting that you're going to die and that everything is around you and everything, your clothes are probably going to last longer than you. Your equipment is going to be around much longer than you, so forgetting these things, it can lead you, because it's scary. It's fucking scary. It's terrifying. So I get why people don't want to think about it. But the idea is, if I try to pretend I'm not going to die, or just don't think about death, or don't at least address it, then I won't feel scared. But it can have the opposite effect, which is you can end up like missing a lot of moments. You start doing the old kick the can down the road thing, where you're like coming up with a variety of ways to procrastinate, making it work now, because this fucking human lifespan idea, man, it's really caused a lot of problems. When they started saying, on average, this is how many years you're going to live if you're a human being, man, that is like really bad, because a lot of people hear that and they like feel like that's a guaranteed number of years in some temporal bank that that they have access to. And when you get cancer, that's like when you get the alert on your phone where you're like, what the fuck? Wait, what? Shit. I have either I don't know how much money is in that bank account, or I have way less than I thought. And so at that point, you get to be in the truth. Because that's ultimately, I think
that's what it feels like. It feels like truth.
It's true. It's the truth. It's the truth. Like the whole bubble of ignorance that you subconsciously built around yourself to avoid experiencing the terror of your own mortality. It's like a meteorite in the form of your doctor talking to you, just shatters that thing. And now you're like, especially I had testicular cancer. So when you get the diagnosis, it's just like the movies. Mother doctor took me in his office. You just know, I got cancer. It's like, you don't even have to say. It's like, I know what you're about to say. I'm in the office. I know how this goes. But you go in there, and what you were thinking, probably just have some weird thing in my ball. That's why it's swollen up like that. Anytime I've gone to the doctor, you always leave like, oh, cool, I'm fine. But no, that's not how you're going to leave the doctor. You're going to leave the doctor in a completely different universe than the one you grew up in. You're going to go from, talk about multiverse. You just popped into a brand new multiverse. So
what was the conversation with the doctor like? Was there from a perspective of a doctor, boy, is that a hard conversation. I feel like you need to build up philosophically to that conversation.
Oh no, there's not time. He's busy. He's got other appointments, Also, if you're going to get cancer, testicular cancer is, not that there is a great cancer to get, but that's a good one, because it moves slowly. The treatments they have for it are really advanced now, and so if you catch it early, then generally it's good. You can survive it. So
So he could offer at least some glimmer of hope.
yeah, exactly. I mean, but he didn't really he couldn't really offer that hope because we had to find out how far the cancer progressed in my body. That's the next step. Is like as soon as they tell you have cancer, they move quick. They're like, we're going to schedule the surgery for, I think this was a Thursday or a Friday. They're like, we're going to schedule it for Tuesday. Here's the chance. We don't know for sure it's cancer. That's what they say. It's like there's a 80 or 90% chance that this is cancer. There is some possibility. It could be something else. The only way we can know is like doing a biopsy. And the only way that we can get that biopsy is by cutting one of your balls off. He didn't say it like that, but that's pretty much the logic behind it. It's like, we got to get this thing. It's like a zombie bite. We got to hack this fucking thing off. We got to do it fast.
Did you say it in the way that you understood?
Yeah. What they do is because they know that when someone gets a cancer diagnosis, that their ability to comprehend information changes. When you get a cancer diagnosis, all the tropes, they happen. Your hearing gets weird. You're basically having like an anxiety attack, if I had to guess. It's like a hardcore anxiety attack. And then, a nurse is there with me as he's explaining it. And then her job is, even though he's telling me how to get to the machine that's going to scan my body to see if it's gotten into my brain, he knows I'm not going to remember that. And so this nurse, when you're in this like fog, takes you, at least took me to the machine that does the scan. You're not going to get that data back for a few days. And so that's where you really live in the real world. That's the real world.
It's such a fascinating moment in the days that follow, and even that moment, because that doctor, you talk about the Matrix, where like the pills and so on, you get the blue pill and the red pill.
Yeah.
This is like the real world introduction, the human introduction to the truth. You've now just taken the red pill. You get to see the truth of reality. And here's a busy doctor just telling you.
Yeah.
Like, all those dreams you've had, all those illusions you built up that somehow your work as a comedian and actor will make you live forever somehow. It's just the basic illusion we have that this whole project is going to be an infinite sequence of fun things that we're going to get to do. It's like, holy shit, it's not.
That's right. That's right. And there's very sophisticated ways of doing that. And there's very dumb ways of doing that. And I'd really been doing a dumb way of doing that. Like, I've been playing around with this idiot notion of subjective consciousness. So like I've been sort of kicking around this, like, I think they call it solipsism. It's like, you're like, okay, I know I'm self-aware, but no one else can prove that they're self-aware. Like, I have no way of proving that everything around me isn't just a video game, isn't just some projection, isn't, who knows what. So maybe everybody else dies. They're NPCs, but I don't, because I'm the only thing I know that has subjective consciousness. Now, it's not like I really believed that. It's like an idea you toy around with when you're trying to evade confronting the reality of your own mortality. It's just the brain will produce all kinds of ridiculous forms of ignorance. And that was one I've been playing around with.
Oh, you mean for like a large part of your life? You were playing around with that?
Well, not like really. I think it's important to really emphasize. I didn't think I was immortal. Like, I knew at some level I'm probably going to die. Everyone dies.
Yeah.
But there's ways that you can sort of poke around with that idea. I still do it to this day. Like, I still do it. Like, it's a natural thing to do when you're confronted with that, with annihilation. You want a way out. You want to talk your way out. Figure it out. There's got to be some way to fix it. Well, they'll fix it. That's another thing people do. Well, they'll fix it.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
They'll expand the human lifespan. That's what they'll do. I mean, that was that's a big argument for it. Is like, look, the human lifespan up until COVID, which they had to recalculate, like the lifespan because of the statistically all the people who died. It like threw it off a little bit. But pandemics aside, the idea was the human lifespan seemed to be increasing by half a year every year, something like that. We are living longer. So all you got to do, 1.5 a year, and we're immortal, right? If we live a year longer every year, then we live forever. And so that's another way you can get out of confronting death, because you can think, well, maybe right now we don't have the tech, but it's coming. Consciousness uploads or downloads or whatever, depending on how you want to look at it. Another way people try to squirm out of the reality of death. There's all kinds of tricks.
Yeah, and we do all of them. And sometimes, yeah, I mean, a lot of religions provide different, even more tools in the toolkit for coming up with ideas of how you can live in the illusion that we're not going to. There's not an end to this particular experience that we're having here on Earth right now. And then when you get that cancer diagnosis, it's like, yeah, what was that like going home?
Oh,
The car ride, did you drive home alone?
yeah. I mean, it was one of the most.
What'd you listen to? Bruce Springsteen?
Bruce Springsteen. Hey, little girl, is your daddy home?
That's not a good one to listen
Does
to.
he have cancer? Is he gonna die?
Yeah, all the love songs. Maybe you experience them more intensely.
I don't remember what I listened to, and I don't remember driving home. But I do remember driving to another doctor's appointment the next day. I think it was the next day. I think the Goodyear blimp was floating in the sky. And I was at a stoplight looking around.
Oh my God.
Is the person flying it know how to cure cancer?
Oh, you were looking at, oh, wow.
No, I didn't think that. What I thought was, this shit just keeps going. That's what I thought. I thought, I'm going to be gone, and this is just going to keep going. Beautiful moment for me. It was this beautiful moment of like,
You're able to accept them.
oh yeah, no, like that's just what you're talking about with Ukraine. What you're talking about, it's like unless you've been there, it's really hard to explain to people that even in the midst of what is generally accepted as one of the worst fucking things that could happen to you, war, cancer, somehow there's still joy, there's still love, there's still, in fact, more. It's almost like when the anesthesia wears off, when you get your mouth worked on, you start feeling again. You're feeling, you're noticing, and that, wow. But yet, like, thank goodness, I think there's other ways for us to achieve this state of consciousness that don't involve war or cancer.
You think just meditating on your mortality is one such mechanism?
Well,
Simply not allowing yourself to get lost in the day-to-day illusion of life. Just kind of stopping, putting on Bruce Springsteen.
the most spiritual. He is great.
All right, maybe
Hey,
Johnny Cash hurt. Maybe that one. That's a good.
I ain't knocking Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah.
Like, I have a lot of great Bruce Springsteen memories. Truly, his music's fantastic.
Yeah,
But yeah,
but not meditating on mortality to Bruce Springsteen.
you know
I'm
what?
just trying to do an audio soundtrack in my head. I guess we can each have our own audio soundtrack.
It's so good.
Yeah, it's a good song.
That's one of the.
At night, I lay with the sheets soaking wet and the freight train running through the middle of my head, and only you can cool my desire.
And he's thinking about this girl.
Yeah.
What a fucking nightmare.
Yeah.
Bruce Springsteen's laying in bed with a freight train running through his head, thinking about banging your wife, and you're out of town.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh, you're taking the other guy's perspective. Like, holy shit, this guy's gonna get my wife.
It's Bruce. Yeah, you got to take the other
But
guy.
it's love. It's love.
Both perspectives. I'm sure Bruce Springsteen thought it was love when he's sweating in bed, waiting to go to somebody's house.
And she does too. What does that marriage? If he's gonna break up that marriage, that marriage wasn't strong enough, right? I mean, that relation. I mean, that's the way of love.
Could survive.
Bruce
Springsteen.
Sweaty Bruce Springsteen. Well, maybe one that's based on financial, sort of financial dynamics versus like love and sweaty Bruce Springsteen, like romantic connections. Because there's like there's a music video of that where he's like a mechanic, I think.
Yeah.
So he's like the poor mechanic who falls in love with this girl, and there's that magic. I've seen that magic. You connect with people like I'll see somebody. I think Jack Kerouac has that. Where he meets this Mexican girl on a bus, and like he talks about that heartbreak you feel when you realize this person you just fell in love with in a split second is heading somewhere else in this too big world. But then he actually realizes in spoiler alert for On the Road that they're actually heading the same way, and he now builds up the courage to talk to her, and they kind of fall in love for a few days.
Yeah.
And then eventually realizes that she may not be the perfect person for him, and all the jealousy comes out. It's like, why is this beautiful girl talking to me at all? And then she's probably some kind of, I mean, and that's, it's not very politically correct, but he basically thinks that she's a prostitute, and he talks to her about like, who's your pimp and all that kind of stuff. He attacks her and all that kind of way when she's just an innocent.
Right.
She has a past of that kind, but she's an innocent person. They connected and they fell in love with each other. Her gentleness, his worldliness, all that kind of stuff. But that sometimes it doesn't work out that way, and there's that heartbreak when you realize you're never going to be able to have that. And that's Bruce Springsteen saw that. This is a married woman. I'm never going to be able to have that, but I want that. And that's the heartbreak.
I gotta say, I just assumed they were fucking. Like, I didn't.
You mean after the song? Like, the song doesn't get to...
Little girl, your daddy home. Did he go away and leave you all alone? He's like, he knows she's at home alone.
Yeah, but it never materializes. It's longing. It's a man who's not with the thing he craves for, so he's longing for it. He's talking about the longing,
right?
Not with the having.
Hey, if anybody in the CIA is watching this, can you look into Bruce Springsteen's file and let us know if he actually banged the person? What that sounds about. Yeah.
Between the songs, what facts?
Look, the longing though. I'll tell you this. Here's what's interesting about that thing that you're talking about. Have you ever heard of something called Bhakti Yoga?
I think so.
It's the yoga of love, and there's all kinds of there's forms of it. The one people know about the most is the Hare Krishnas. The Hare Krishnas are like the way in Christianity you've got the Episcopalians, the Catholics, the Baptists. In Bhakti Yoga, you have various deities that are the object of love, and so Bhakti Yoga is like, and what's really cool about it is it's an analysis of love, and it's the supposition being like love is the way to commune with the divine. Now, a distinction is drawn between like two big world views that are spiritual. One is the concept of sort of unitive consciousness, which you'll run into in a lot of forms of Buddhism, if not all, a sort of a way of deconstructing the identity or understanding that you might not be anything at all, that in fact you're part of everything, and in that there's a potential relief from suffering in that, not just like intellectually knowing it, but becoming it. Now, whereas in Bhakti Yoga, there's this idea of like the best thing is to be the individual, because individuals are required for love to work, embodied love. And so the quality, the thing we call, the experience of love is something that can be cultivated. It doesn't just have to be for another person. It doesn't have to be for the stranger on the bus. It doesn't have to be for sweaty Bruce Springsteen's lover. That you can actually shift that love to the divine, to God, because obviously it's Hare Krishnas. It's a theistic religion. They believe in Krishna, who is from the POV of Vaishnava Bhakti Yoga, the Godhead, the source from which everything flows into time and space. So there are all these like fascinating stories of Krishna. It's not just, most people are familiar with Krishna from the Bhagavad Gita. They're about to be more. What's cool about it is because it's like they're making the Oppenheimer movie, and he famously quoted the Bhagavad Gita when they split the atom. But there's all these stories of Krishna that are not just in the Bhagavad Gita. And these stories, they could seem very simple, when taken literally, but in Vaishnava Bhakti Yoga, it's this very advanced theistic yogic system. So they take these stories, and from these stories, they extract incredible analysis of what love is and how to connect with the universe. So, like, Krishna has a lover, Radharani, and so sometimes they're getting along, sometimes they're fighting, sometimes they're separated, and so each of these ways of feeling about Krishna are modes of love. So longing actually is considered one of the highest forms of love. The idea is the longing is the grace. The longing is the love. So when you find yourself in a situation of longing and heartbreak, it is identical to union. You know,
And perhaps more intensely representative of the essence of what is love.
yes. And they call it pining. So there's and it's pining for Krishna. And there's the other ways you could be with Krishna is as a friend. So this is another form of love, or as a mother, because Krishna has a mother. So there's like all these ways of like looking at the various forms of love, and it's a really beautiful form of yoga.
That's emphasizing the individual, and then the individual as a kind of channel to this universal love.
Yeah, there's a lot of different their answer to the question of what shows up in Buddhism as absolute and relative reality, like that. Obviously, there's relative reality. We're not right now. You and me are not unitive consciousness. Like you zoom back far enough, and we're gonna seem like an atom or whatever the thing is, the trope is. You zoom back far enough, and we're in a piece of cheese or something. Who knows? But in that way, we're like completely unified. But simultaneously, we're individuals. Like for sure, we're individuals. Like you still got to pay your taxes. You got to make a social security number. That's relative reality. So, Buddhism is like kind of the balance. Again, when I say Buddhism is, I'm a comedian podcaster. I'm not some Buddhist expert. This is just probably my confused idea of what it is. But anyway, in Bhakti Yoga, there's the concept that it's called, I'm going to mispronounce it, Asinka Sinka Beta Tattva. Sorry, I'm mispronouncing it, which means simultaneous oneness and difference. So
Oneness and difference.
yes, simultaneous oneness.
So that's why the oneness is we're part of the same piece of cheese, and the difference is we are still each paying taxes.
Yes, and in this case, the cheese is Krishna. So, or other ways it gets described as like, a photon blasting off the sun has sun-like qualities, but it's not the sun. Humans, being one of the many things, flowing out of the creative consciousness of the divine, have qualities that are weirdly like the godlike. In fact, we want to control primarily. That's one of the problems. Like humans want to be in control. From the Bhakti Yoga perspective, Krishna is this effortlessly controlling everything. And so within the system, the individual parts of the system have that same quality, but you can't. You're probably not God. You might be. I'm not.
What do you think happens after we die? Having come close to that cliff, pushed over once. What do you think happens when you do get pushed off the cliff?
Okay. I feel dumb that I'm even going to preface this by saying, obviously, I have no fucking idea. And I think that's one of the cool things about death. Mm-hmm. No idea.
The CIA probably does.
You think the CIA? I love we've decided your audience is the CIA.
Yeah.
How would you? Oh, wait.
I need to, because there's a lot of suspicion that I might be FSB and Mossad, so I'm trying to rebrand. I'm trying to steer them into the CIA. No.
As far as what happens when you die, one thing I return to when I'm getting overly complex is the idea of as above, so below. So that you can, a lot of the big questions can be answered by your own experience now. So, in other words, like in terms of thinking about like death, if you look back to baby Lex versus adult Lex, where's the baby? Like, baby's gone. You've regenerated all your cells many times by then. So, in a way, you could say Lex baby died. And the death didn't look like a typical, and I'm not trying to dodge it, but I'm just saying it was very natural, that the death of that baby. It just
So in many ways, that baby died, but I am, at least personally, I'm surprised how much the person is exactly the same. So there's many ways in which you're very different, but there's a lot of ways in which you're very much the same.
Sure.
And I wonder if life is defined by many deaths that continue on, and then I wonder if there's something persists.
Sure.
Beyond in this, yeah, there is something that still persists. I wonder.
Okay, so that now, obviously, there's so many different answers to this question that are religious and ranging from like the most absurd shit you ever heard in your life, like the gold. You're gonna get a mansion. There's gold streets. Like, I don't know. Do you even want like gold streets?
Who
Like,
offers gold streets? I know about the virgins, but there's a bunch of virgins.
the Christians give you the gold streets in the mansion, like depending on whatever the particular sect of Christianity is. It's like some kind of city. It's like paved with gold. No one's addressing the fact that at the moment the streets are made of gold. Gold is a valueless substance. I mean, it's sort of pretty in a cheesy kind of way, but no one's going to give a shit about it. It's like if there was not a lot of asphalt in the world, then we'd be in heaven from that way of thinking. But
or honestly, when going back, this is starting to get a theme with Gulag Archipelago. I'm sorry, I'm reading it currently.
That's a sticky book.
Yeah, it's very sticky in your mind, very, very tough. As I'm running through very hot heat, I'm listening to Gulag Archipelago.
Oh my god!
And one of the things they said, they would feed prisoners salt, and then they would exchange. The prisoners would be able to give up anything, everything, their gold, their possessions, everything for just one drink of water. So that little context of dehydrating them and feeding them salt changes your value system completely.
Right.
So maybe the gold is supposed to be a metaphor for something that you still value deeply.
Yes. Again, any of these things, when you like take them literally, they seem absurd. But if you look deeper into it, it's like quite beautiful. But the Buddhist version of it is that there's a momentum. The best way to put it is it's a kind of momentum. So the thing you're talking about, which is the personality of the baby that is still in the adult, which is still in the old person, you're looking at a kind of momentum that does not stop upon the extinction of the body. Now, I think there's a lot of I don't want to say harm because they didn't mean to hurt, but I think there's some harm that maybe has happened from the way death is represented in movies. Like when people die in movies, it's like there's this, usually it's pretty fast, even if it is what they're dying from is a long-term disease. It like wraps up pretty quickly, starts with a cough, the person's in bed, but there's this weird kind of lucidity to the person up until the point of death. And also, they generally, in movies, they have makeup on, which is always funny to me when the person dying looks great. If you've ever been around a dying person, they're dying. They look like shit. They're dying. They're all gray and, like, confused. They're, when you're around dying people, they will spin through time. Your parents won't recognize you for a second. They'll think you're somebody else. They're like, everything's like the process is happening. So, you're very confused when you die. So, in general, not all the time. Some people die with a clear mind. It just depends on the type of death. But think in terms of getting hit by a car. So you want to cross the street, you get hit by a car. Now, if we're talking about this momentum continuing, the confusion, assuming it didn't hit your head and you're unconscious, like somehow you just got smashed and you're like bleeding out. Even then you're going to be confused because you're getting dizzy, like blood's leaving your body, you're like things are fading out, your vision's going. So it's a very confusing experience initially when the body dies. If you are a materialist who has convinced themselves that it's a permanent thing, the next bit of confusion is going to be when you realize something is persisting here, like I'm still here. And this is where you run into the near-death experiences, which are a global phenomena that don't seem to be completely shaped by culture. You know, like regardless of what part of the world people are having these experiences in, the reports tend to be similar. And everyone's heard it, the life review, seeing ancestors and stuff like that. Now, I don't know what that is. I don't know. I sometimes I think that's probably just like a built-in way the computer shuts down. You know, just this is something it does. Who knows? But in Buddhism, the concept is this momentum persists into something called the Bardo. The Bardo means in between, and there's an actual number of days. They say that you get to hang out there, and I can't remember. It's like 37 days or 29 days or something. I'm not sure, but at least from the time-space perspective, that's how long they're there. Within this place, there are a lot of technological parallels, man. It's like in the way the algorithm is reflective, it assesses your desires or whatever, and then produces something that has within it a component of attraction to you. Apparently, this happens in the Bardo, or the way you wake up in the morning and you're in a shitty mood, and then coincidentally, everyone that day is an asshole. If you don't catch it, you could just be like, wow, I guess it's act like an asshole day. You don't realize you're seeing your asshole projection like being reflected off the screen of another person. So in the Bardo, apparently, you don't need people for the reflected quality. These projections happen, and they appear as either Nietzsche's demon or Nietzsche's angel. It just depends on where you're at and how you died. And like, if you died scared, then at least initially, that's going to be some scary shit you see around you. If you died in a peaceful way, well then, there's going to be more of a possibility of navigation through this liminal intermediary place. And so thus the emphasis on meditation in Buddhism, a way to calm one's self, to not be distracted by thoughts, which are their own like apparitions. And then theoretically, if you wanted to, instead of spinning the wheel again, jumping back into a body, you could choose not to do that and then, transcend the wheel of birth and death. But if you still wanted to go back or return or whatever, however you want to put it, then you could have more control over what your next birth might be versus, in this depiction of things, people running from demons that they don't recognize as their own projection into any fucking body that they can find. Because if you've had a body, you want a body. And so this is how you get incarnate as an animal. This is how you get incarnate in the hell realms. This is how you get incarnate in any variety of things. But the idea is like maybe you could slow down a little bit and like choose a birth that is going to be more conducive to you continuing to like spiritually evolve. I like that idea. Is it true or not? Who the fuck knows?
Algorithmically speaking, it seems like a really fun role-playing game. We basically keep improving the different parameters based on your ability and willingness to meditate and let go of the menial concerns of life on Earth.
Yeah.
Why do you think Buddhists see life as suffering? What's suffering?
Okay. Well, first of all, that gets mistranslated quite a bit. You're talking about the Four Noble Truths. The first one is often gets translated as life is suffering, which is not it. It's there is suffering. the whole life is suffering thing is just like the spiritual version of life. That you die, and people hear that and they're like, "Yeah, life is fucking suffering," but it's there is suffering. There is suffering. So it's an affirmation. If you're like this thing that a lot of people feel that they associate with they have a lot of reasons they think they're feeling it, is known as fundamental dissatisfaction. So another word for suffering maybe could be fundamental dissatisfaction. Also, the term itself, maybe a better translation is wobbly wheel. So, like, imagine like when your bike doesn't have or your car doesn't have enough air in the tires, your bike doesn't have enough air in the tires. It's kind of a shitty bike ride. Like, no matter what, it's kind of like, it's like uncomfortable. It's like irritating. So this is what's being pointed to, is that there's this quality within a human life that is unsatisfying.
Like a wobbly wheel.
Wobbly wheel.
Why do you think? What is at the core of that dissatisfaction? Because it could be as simple as kind of physical and mental discomforts and sadness and depression and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Or it could be more speaking to the sort of existential, the philosophical, the absurdity of it all.
Yep.
The fact that stuff happens, good stuff happens for no reason, bad stuff happens for no reason.
Yeah.
It's no matter how much you try, there's not a universal fairness to the whole thing. There's not even a universal meaning to the whole thing.
Sure.
So the existentialist perspective. What flavor of suffering do you prefer? It was a nice game show.
That's so fun. Well, I'm definitely picking desire over if in the RGB that we're talking about here is desire, aversion, and ignorance. So if you want to find like the three ingredients that are giving everyone their sophisticated bits of suffering, there you go. That's
what's in which way does desire manifest itself in suffering?
It hurts
to lose, to not have.
Like, yeah, it hurts to not, like, to eternally not have. But just like my friend pointed this out, he's like, you order something from Amazon, like even in the smallest way, you're excited about whatever the thing is. You order this thing from Amazon, it's not coming for 4 days. So those 4 days are going to be somewhat marked by you being what people say, I'm excited about it. But really, if you look at that feeling, it's uncomfortable. Like the feeling of wanting the thing is uncomfortable. So that is a form of suffering. That's suffering.
Interesting. I mean, I wonder, because we naturally reframe that in our mind, wanting, we reframe that as a good thing, and maybe suffering is fundamentally good in the way we think of what life is.
Yes.
It's life affirming, but it's not usually how the word suffering is used.
Well, it's true. It's true. Like the first noble truth of Buddhism is true. It's called the truth of suffering. There is suffering. I mean, this is like an element that you can't break it down any further than that. Like there is suffering. This is truth. So if you think, and again, assigning like good or bad to truth, I think maybe there's more of a sort of neutrality there. It's just what it is. It's truth.
I mean, is it basically, is suffering any disturbance from stillness? Is suffering then? Like basically anything that happens in life that that perturbs the system.
Ripples in the
ripples.
Yeah.
So a still lake is empty of suffering, but any kind of ripple is suffering in that sense.
A still lake is empty of suffering. You sound like a Zen master. Seems like something a Zen master might
If
say.
I can just grow a beard like yours.
No, the beard doesn't help.
If
I had your chin, you think I'd have a fucking beard? I look like a stork. You should see me. If I had your chin, there would be no beard here.
No.
You have a symmetrical, nice chin. This little close I can come to plastic surgery. Pubic plastic surgery, friend.
That's how you know you're a professional comedian.
Yeah, suffering. There's suffering. And the lake analogy is pretty good because what's happening here is that we have become identified with something that we call a self. So the self is just accepted. I have a self, I have an identity, I'm a person, I have a self. But when you start doing scans to try to find yourself, which is an entire thing, I'm going to find myself. You get in a van, go to California, take some acid, fuck a prostitute on the bus or whatever Kerouac did. You know, find myself.
He didn't. She wasn't a prostitute. She's a correct record. Oh, previously a prostitute. I guess once a prostitute, always a prostitute.
You know what?
She's a former prostitute.
I don't think that. No, look, I'm not I'm not assigning. Look, all I'm saying is, I don't care. Who cares? Who hasn't been a prostitute? God, I used to be in
We're all a kind of prostitute.
Yeah, yes. But
we make love and we make money. Therefore, we're all a kind of prostitute.
We make, God, how great. I would really love to be able to make money by fucking.
I mean, it's maybe not directly, but in some sense.
Directly.
Do you accept my memo? Never too late to start.
That's so sort of one of the ways in is this sort of contemplation of the identity, because it's like, you know what? It's not just the desire. It's what is having the desire. Where does the desire live in? Like, what doesn't want to be where it's at? What is the thing that is like desperately wanting to get out of the situation it's in? And then, as far as ignorance, it's still something that's theoretically happening to an identity. So wrapped up in it is really just sort of like, and that's where we run into into attachment. So if the first noble truth of Buddhism is there is suffering, the second noble truth of Buddhism is the cause of this suffering is attachment. And so people hear that and they take it, there's a lot of levels to that concept. Definitely the cause of suffering is attachment. Oh God, I just got addicted to vapes. Is there a more embarrassing addiction than vapes? I'm smoking like a little purple thing. It tastes like sugar. It's attachment. There is suffering. I want it. I have to charge it now. I'm embarrassed by it. It makes me feel out of control. There's a lot of suffering, but also there's deeper levels of attachment that go all the way to this attachment to the sense of one's self. And I think the existentialists do get into this idea in a different way, which is like, because I think I'm a me, now I have to push what that thing is out in the world through my actions.
And that's a kind of attachment too.
Exactly. There you go. Right. And that leads to the third noble truth, which is get rid of attachment and you won't suffer anymore. It seems logical, but it is a mathematical analysis of this particular problem of suffering it's addressing. And then the fourth noble truth is the Eightfold Path of Buddhism, which is like a process by which one could unencumber oneself from this identification with something that isn't real.
Do you have a bathroom break?
Yeah, thank you. I do. Appreciate that.
There's a funny moment. I was running in the heat yesterday listening to Gulag Archipelago, and which was a very welcome break. And I'm looking for any excuse to stop whatsoever. The gentleman, very nice gentleman, stopped me, recognized me, and just said a bunch of friendly things. And then he mentioned as one of the people who really inspires him is Duncan Trussell. And I was I'm the same way, and I told him, tomorrow. I felt like a name drop.
I name dropped you this morning.
I was like, tomorrow I'm gonna get to meet him. So he says hi, and he said that he watched Midnight Gospel on mushrooms, and it was like the greatest mushroom experience of his life. I don't know.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I was nervous about meeting you, man. Like, I have so much respect for you, and I name dropped. I was kept saying I'm going on Alex's podcast today. Look, we're so lucky we all live here. What the fuck? We're all living in Austin together. Like, I somehow missed that, but we all gotta hang out. We all have to start
doing stuff.
But you have to appreciate this moment. I remember, I know some people are less sentimental than others, but I remember sitting with Joe Rogan and with Eric Weinstein, I believe it was, yeah, and at the back of the Comedy Store, shortly before COVID, I think, and just thinking like, there's no way these things will last. And these things meaning Comedy Store, Joe Rogan, Joe Rogan, the Joe Rogan, like a podcast, influential podcasting person.
Yeah.
Also, a person like in this room, in this space, the ability to just talk for hours and lose ourselves in this moment. It just felt ephemeral somehow, temporary, and I just wanted to capture that moment somehow. Like, I don't know. Sometimes that's where the temptation to take a picture and that kind of stuff, or record a podcast comes from.
Right.
But it just felt like it'd be gone forever. Of course, Joe doesn't seem to have that kind of sentiment. No shit. It's just wherever you end up, you just enjoy the shit out of it.
Right. That's it. Well, and that's something you have to cultivate. You know, that's not an easy. The thing you're talking about, God, if you see these, I think the best analogy for what you're talking about, there's these videos where people give like a sugar cube to a raccoon, but the raccoons, they wash their food. So raccoon, or I think it's cotton candy, they give the raccoon cotton candy, immediately it washes the cotton candy, and of course the cotton candy dissolves in the water. And the raccoon is like, what the fuck? Like, and the thing that grasping you're talking about, it's like the raccoon washing the cotton candy. Like the moment you get into the grasping part, you paradoxically have pulled yourself out of the moment that inspired the grasping part. And that's some people, that's the entirety of their lives, trying to record. I mean, Jesus, man. You ever see people film fireworks on the 4th of July with their phone? It's one of the most remarkable aspects of human behavior, which is like, they're not going to watch the fireworks on their phone. Only a lunatic would do that. Like, who's going to go back and look at fireworks? But
we're also in this position where, because of podcasting, there is some aspect where you can record a magical moment in time together between two people, or even just with a camera.
So to get back to the lake that you were talking about, this is emptiness. So that's emptiness. That's what's known as emptiness. The lake is emptiness. And that's what we are. Emptiness. And that's another thing that gets very confused in Buddhism, is that emptiness. And that emptiness that's to me, like when I'm going to do a podcast, that's where I try to go. I try to go just in the moment. No agenda. If I am nervous or whatever, okay, I'll feel the nervousness, but just drop into the moment. That's when time changes. And then you look up, hours have passed. It feels like a second. And the reason it feels like that is because if you successfully dropped into the moment, it's the lake now. It's emptiness. It's forever. For a second, you're like you're dipping into eternity. And yeah, it's a very strange thing to as part of that, record it. As part of that, try to like grab it and put it out there, but it works.
Can you speak to that, to the Duncan Trussell Family Hour? Can you speak about that purple lavender world you go to when it's most intense and successful for you, when you feel a sense of lightness and happiness when it works?
Yeah.
Whether it's your own or a conversation with Joe in general, where's yours is very specific because it's audio only. Maybe you can also speak to that.
Yes.
You might as well be naked, or you don't have to.
Yeah.
You're free of the conventions.
Yes.
Of the real world.
I will never stop thinking it's remarkable. Like the fact that I'm talking to you, to me, seems remarkable. Not just technologically, but I'm talking to someone, I'm assuming I'm allowed to say this, who has robot dogs that I've been watching for years evolve on YouTube. I'm arm's reach away from one of these things, and I'm with somebody who is like an acclaimed genius. So for me, it's like, oh my God, how's what?
why do I get to have this conversation? Why do I get to be here? When there would be like a line, there'd be a line that would just wrapped and wrapped and wrapped around this building, and people would love a chance to just chat with you. And so with my podcast, that's how I feel like when I'm talking to these guests, you know, who have spent, you know, some of them have like spent their entire lifetime meditating, you know, studying specific aspects of Buddhism, or even when I'm with, you know, when I'm with comedians who I like consider to be brilliantly funny. So for me, it's just like, God, I almost feel like I've just created some sophisticated trap for cool people where like I get to like hang out with them.
So you're like sitting in the gratitude of it, just feeling lucky.
Yeah, feeling lucky and wrestling with imposter syndrome. You know, trying to like get that part of myself to shut up long enough so I could be in that moment that we're talking about. You know, and then I carry that with me. It's not just like you stop the podcast. It's like some of the things these people tell me, or some of the ways they are, like it becomes part of me, and then I get to have a life where this thing that they gave me is in me forever. And so
it's cool how conversation can just a few sentences can change the direction of your life. If you're listening, if you're there to be transformed by the words, they will do the work.
Yep.
And it's the full mix of it. It's usually when if you look up to somebody, and it's true for me at least, I think it is for you, that you start to look up to basically everybody you talk to.
Yes, good sign.
Yeah.
That's a good sign. God forbid it goes the other way.
Yeah.
You're in trouble. If all of a sudden you start looking down on people because whatever crazy metric you're using, ooh, that would freak me out. I do feel like that's a quality of getting older. When I was younger, I really I thought I was so smart. Like I thought I had all figured out.
Oh, really? So you're going, your ego is just taking a nosedive.
I would like to say it's my ego taking a nosedive. Me and my friend talk about it a bunch. We've just always associated it with like doing acid for 2 decades straight. Like I'm gonna just assume I'm just like slowly like spiraling into senility. You know, like I'm just like I all the confidence, all the like, oh, the certainty when you're having like in college, you're having the great, like you know, you feel like you're a representative of Camus or some shit. You know what I mean? You read the Myth of Sisyphus, and now you like know all existentialism, and your certainty in regards to it is embarrassing. But you don't see it in that way. You just feel certain, and then that certainty, it just starts crumbling a little bit, and then
You know, I get to intensely experience that certainty in many communities, but one in cryptocurrency. Young folks with the certainty that this technology will transform the world.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is almost one of the big communities of the modern era where they believe that this will really solve so many of the problems of the world. They believe in it very intensely. And aside from the technology and the details of the thing, all I see is the certainty and the passion in their eyes. They'll stop me. Let me explain you. Let me just give me a chance to tell you why this thing is extremely powerful. I just get to enjoy the glow of that, because it's like, wow, I miss having that certainty about anything. It's probably coming for me too. But when I was younger, it's like only I deeply understand the relationship of man to his mortality. And I understood that most deeply, I think, when I was like 16 or 17. And I am the representative of the human condition. And all these adults, with their busyness, day-to-day life, and their concerns, they don't deeply understand what I understand, which is the only thing that matters is the absurdity of the human condition. And let me quote you some Dostoevsky.
Oh boy, and you speak Russian?
Yes.
So you've read the Brothers Karamazov in Russian?
Unfortunately, I have to admit that I read all of Dostoevsky in English. I came to this country when I was 13, and at least don't remember. We read a lot. We read Tolstoy, Pushkin, a lot of the Russian literature, but it was in Russian. I don't remember reading Dostoevsky. I wonder at which point does the Russian education system give you Dostoevsky? This is pretty heavy stuff. And
Second grade. Probably the second grade. Russians are intense.
I don't remember. Yes, they are. They very much are. I don't remember reading Dostoevsky, but I did. Tangent upon a tangent upon a tangent. I traveled to Paris recently on the way to Ukraine, and was scheduled to talk to Richard Pevier and this pair that translate Dostoevsky, Tolstoy, just this famous pair that translate most of Russian literature to English. And I was planning to have a sequence of, 5, 10, 15-hour conversation with them about the different details of all the translations and so on. I just found myself in a very dark place mentally where I couldn't think about podcasts or anything like that. It caught me off guard. So I went to Paris and just laid there for a day, not just being stressed about Ukraine and all those kinds of things.
Yeah.
But I'm still, the act of translation is such a fascinating way to approach some of the deepest questions that this literature raises, which is like, how do I capture the essence of a sentence that has so much power and translate it into another language?
Right.
That act is actually really, really interesting. And I found with my conversations with them, they've really thought through this stuff. It's not just about language; it's about the ideas in those books.
Right.
And that's it. That also really makes me sad because I wonder how much is lost in translation. I'm currently, so when I was in Ukraine, I talked to a lot of, like half the conversations I had on the record were in Russian, and basically 100% off the record were in Russian versus in English. And so much is lost in those languages. And I'm now struggling because I'm launching a Russian channel where there'll be a Russian overdub with Duncan.
Wow.
Your wow will now be translated into Russian.
What's Russian wow?
It'll just be wow, probably.
Oh.
I'm so sorry for the difficulties of having to translate wow. Usually, probably with wow, they'll leave it on overdub because people understand exactly what you mean. But that's an art form, and it's a weird art form.
Yeah.
It's like, how do you capture the chemistry, the excitement, I don't know, maybe the humor, the implied kind of wit. I don't know. There's just layers of complexity in language that it's very difficult to capture.
Yeah.
And I wonder how it is sad for me to know Russian, how much is lost in translation. And the same, there's a brewing conflict and tension with China now, and so much is lost in the translation between those languages.
Oh my God. Yeah.
And cultures. The entire the music of the people is completely lost because we don't know the language. Most of us don't know.
Yeah, how much of the conflict is just problems in translation? How much of all these problems that we're having are just the alien sense of this or that? It's just as simple as that. Words are getting just a tiny warp away from the intent of if when we both speak the same language, we can still say something that offends someone when you never intended that at all. How much more so when, it's not only is it a completely different sound, but the script itself is different. The Russian writing, is it called Cyrillic or what's it?
Yeah, Cyrillic.
Cyrillic. And I don't know the name for Chinese writing, but it's all like it's a continuum that gets weirder and weirder.
Or less weird depending on your perspective.
Yeah, I'm sure depending on where you're at. I'm about the farthest thing from a polyglot as there could be, man. But I'll tell you, at one point when I was getting fascinated by Dostoevsky, I did have this very transient fantasy about learning Russian so that I could understand the difference in
You were 17, 18 at the time.
College. Yeah. Brothers Karamazov, lost in that book. Just oh God, so in love with it. It is.
But there is definitely like Ukraine, and this is what a lot of the war is about. Is saying Ukraine and Russia are not the same people. There's a strong culture in Ukraine. There's a strong culture in Russia, but I know because that's where my family is from. There is a fascinating, strong culture, but there's such strong cultures everywhere else too. Ireland has a culture. Scotland has a culture.
Yeah.
Even like on a tiny island, you just have these like subcultures that are more powerful than anything exists in the human history. Like the Bronx, I don't know, like Brooklyn, like different parts of New York have a certain culture, and then New York versus LA versus and in certain places are looking for their culture. Like I think Austin. I don't know what Austin is, and I don't think anyone knows. There's a traditional Austin, and then it's evolving constantly. Same with Boston, a place I spent a lot of time.
Right.
There's a traditional Boston, and now it's evolving with the different younger people coming from the university and staying, and all of that is evolving. But underneath it, there's a core, like the American ideal of the value of the individual, the value of freedom of speech, those kinds of things that permeates all of that. And the same thing in the history of World War II permeates Ukraine and Russia, a lot of parts of Europe, the memories of all that suffering and destruction, the broken promises of governments, and the occupier versus the liberator, all that kind of stuff. All that permeates the culture. That affects how cynical or optimistic you are, or how much you appreciate material possessions versus human connection.
Right.
All that kind of stuff.
Yeah, this is like, talk about absurdity. I mean, this is war is like, it's what absurdity looks like. It's some kind of organized madness. None of it makes sense. Like all of it, like it's just none of it makes sense. Like, but it does. But it doesn't. I mean, obviously, you're defending yourself, or you're taking orders that if you don't take, you're going to jail, and so, or somewhere in between. The classic story about this. Maybe it's a bullshit myth about World War II. I'm sure everyone's heard it because it comes up. It's Christmas Eve, and they have a ceasefire, and then I think they played soccer. They sang Christmas songs, and then they had to force them into fighting again.
Yeah.
And so when those moments happen, are you familiar with Joaquin Bey? He's a controversial figure. Sadly, I think he was I'm not going to defame him because I haven't researched it correctly, but some people have said shit, but since I don't know the reference, I'm not going to. But regardless, look, I'm sorry, but Bill Cosby was funny. That's a funny comedian. But the other stuff. Michael Jackson, he could fucking dance.
And sing.
But there's some other stuff. But regardless, Joaquin Bey came up with the idea of something called a temporary autonomous zone, which is that within a structure, a cultural structure, a temporary bubble of freedom will appear that by its nature gets sort of popped by the bigger bubble, or it runs out of resources generally is what happens. So these things will appear just out of the blue that it's almost like imagine if on Earth, in some tiny little bit of Earth, the gravitational field was reduced by some percentage, and all of a sudden you could jump really high or whatever, but it wouldn't last. It's like that culturally, all the restrictions and the darkness and the heaviness and all of it. For a second, somehow this bubble appears where humans come together as the hippie ideal. Brothers, sisters, just humans, earthlings, instead of American, Chinese, Russian, Ukrainian. Temporary autonomous zone, it gets crushed by the default reality that it was appearing in, but somehow within that space, you witness the possibility, the frustrating possibility that anyone who's thought about humanity knows this possibility, which is it seems like we can just get along. It does seem like we're pretty much the same thing, and then we can just get along.
But those moments are really rare.
Mm-hmm.
It's sad. So I talked to a lot of soldiers, a lot of people that were suffered through the different aspects of that war. And there's an information war that convinces each side that the other is not just the enemy, but less than human.
Right.
So there's a real hatred towards the other side.
Yeah.
And those kind of little moments where you realize, oh, they're human like me.
Yeah.
And not just like human like me, but they have the same values as me. And this woman who is a really respected soldier, she specializes in anti-tank missiles, and she's very very pragmatic, very the enemy is the enemy, we have to destroy the enemy, and saying that there's no compassion towards the enemy. They're not human. They're less than human. But she said there was a moment when she remembers an enemy soldier in a tank took a risk to save a fellow soldier, and that risk was really stupid because he was going to get destroyed. And then she said that she tried to shoot a rocket at that tank and she missed. And then she later went home and she couldn't sleep because she missed. How could she screw that up? But then she realized that actually she missed. Maybe she missed on purpose.
Yeah.
Because she realized that man, just like she is, was a hero. Just like she strives to be. They were both heroes.
Yeah.
Defending their own. And in that way, he was just like her. She was like, that's the only time I remember during this war ever feeling like this is another human being. But that was a very brief moment
Yeah.
for her. And I just hear that over and over and over again. These romantic notions we have of we're one, that we're all just human. Unfortunately, during war, those notions are rare. And it's quite sad. And war, in a certain way, really destroys those notions. And one of the saddest things is it destroys it, at least from what I see, potentially for generations.
Oh yeah.
Not just for those people for the rest of their life, but for their children, their children's children. The hatred. I mean, I asked that question of basically everyone, which is, will you ever forgive, for asking of Ukrainians, will you ever forgive the Russians? Will you have hate in your heart towards the Russians? Or do you have love for a fellow human being? And there's different ways that people struggle with that. Different people, they saw that they saw the love, they saw the hate within their own hearts, and they struggle with the hate they have, and they know they can overcome it in a period of weeks and months after the war is over. But some people said, no, this hate that showed up in February when the war started will be with me forever.
Well, yeah, their kids got killed. What the fuck are you gonna do about that? Like, I don't care. I've got aphorisms and cute little stories about, you're still in prison if you hate your former captors. But man, I gotta tell you, somebody hurt my kids. I'm not coming back. I mean, there's no amount, at least right now in my approximation, of spiritual literature, meditation, or anything that I can really think of that is going to give me that kind of space. Like I think I imagine in the same way, like I imagine I could probably run a marathon eventually, but do I think I'm ever going to do that? That times a million. So man, all we can do is have compassion for their hate. Because it's like, what are you going to tell? What are you going to say? What are you going to say to someone like that? Oh, for the sake of humanity, let it go. It was just your kids. It was just something you loved more than anything in the world. You'll never be okay again. You're gonna have nightmares for the rest of your life. You should forgive. No.
Well, there is truth in the fact that forgiveness is the way to let go, right? But that truth is not that you fuck you, right? This is
Which is why it's not your job to say that, it's not that you're doing that. I know you're not. But, the problem with people like me, early phase, you could get this stupid missionary thing going where you start trying to I don't know, proselytize ideals that you might be incapable of, and I just hearing it, that's man, I saw this, the thing that I've seen a lot, all of us by now, probably is over online. I've seen, and you just saw it in person. We've seen things that are just horrific. But as a dad, man, I just saw this clip of this kid around the age of my kid walking by himself. These refugees just walking by himself. The look on his face. I can't explain the look on his face. I don't know what happened to his parents. I don't know what happened. It was so upsetting. Even thinking about it now, it's just fuck, that could have been my kid. That could have been my kid, So knowing that kid's got to grow up now. I don't know. Is the kid's parents still there? And that's just one of countless orphans out there now.
So what you have this hate, and the question is how to direct it. Because the choice is you can direct it towards the politicians that started the war, you can direct it towards the soldiers that are doing the killing, or you can direct it towards an entire group of people. And that's the struggle, because hate slowly grows to where you don't just hate the soldiers, you don't just hate the leaders, you hate all Russians, because they're all equally evil, because the ones that aren't doing the fighting are staying quiet. And I'm sure the same kind of stories are happening on the other side. And so there is that hate is one that is deeply human, but you wonder for your own future, for your own home, for building your own community, for building your own country. How does that hate morph over the weeks and months and years? Not into forgiveness, but into something that's productive, that doesn't destroy you. Because hate does destroy. That's the dark aspect of a rocket that hits a building and kills hundreds of people. The worst effect of that rocket is the hate in the hearts of the loved ones to the people that were in that building. Yeah. That hate is a torture over a period of years after. And that it doesn't just torture by having that psychological burden and trauma. It also tortures because it destroys your life. It prevents you from being able to enjoy your life to the fullest. Right. It prevents you from being able to flourish as a human being, as a professional, as all kinds of ways that humans can flourish. And I don't know. It's such a there is an aspect where this naive notion is really powerful, that love and forgiveness is the thing that's needed in this time. And when I talk to soldiers, they don't, I remember bringing up to Jocko, is there a sense where the people you're fighting are just brothers in arms, bringing up the Dire Straits song, Brothers in Arms? And he was basically, without swearing, saying, fuck that they're the enemy.
Yeah. He's literally in survival mode.
Yeah.
He can't think like that. It's going to create latency in the system, and that's going to lower his survivability. You can't think that. We're talking about cognitively. You can't have latency. If you're that one moment of hesitation, you see it sometimes, in these YouTube videos of somebody, a new cop has been unfortunate enough to run into something that is a phenomenon, suicide by cop. Somebody has a knife, and that person is running towards them with a knife, and they're begging the person to stop. That you can hear it in their voice. They're begging, stop, 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 and the person is not going to stop. So the critique of that is that latency could potentially not just lead to the cop getting killed, but to that person with the knife killing other people. And so, you know, I if I were out there, I think that like you probably just as a matter of like not getting shot and being fully in the moment, you have to be like that, I would guess. I don't know. I'm the furthest thing from a soldier there could be, but there's something Jack Kornfield, this great Buddhist teacher, says, which is tend to the part of the garden you can touch. Meaning, this is where we're at right now. Thank God, you and I, that we are experiencing some like ripples from what's going on over there. Everyone is. We're not there. And thank God, we don't have to come up with the psychological program for people going through that to no longer be encumbered by that hate. Thank God. And I don't know if that's just lazy or whatever, but it's like, you know, for me, I have to bring it back to, all right, well, here's where I'm at now. And I don't want there to be war. I don't want to hurt people, but yeah, I love what you said. I think what you said is the if anything is the most intelligent way of looking at it. It's like, don't pretend that you're not going to feel that hate. Like you're going to feel it. There's no way around it. Or like, because that's even worse, because then you're almost saying like something's wrong with them for feeling the hate, or, you know, whatever. But more along the lines, if you can avoid applying that hate to an entire country of people, then do that. Like, just understand we're talking about like not everybody. I know it's not everybody. It's just easier, isn't it? Cognitively, it's somehow easier to think all Russians monsters, you know, all Russians, all whatever the particular like thing is that you're supposed to not like. It's easier somehow, weirdly. You'd think that'd be more difficult.
Yeah, but I guess the lesson is if you give in to the easy solution, that's going to lead to detrimental long-term effects. So
yeah,
hate should be it's such a powerful tool that you should try to control it for your own sake, not because you owe anything to anybody,
right,
but for your own
right,
for your own psychological development over time.
Right. That's it. Fuck.
Yeah. In terms of dark places, you suffered from depression. Where's been some of the darker places you've gone in your mind?
You know, I needed therapy, man. I needed therapy for the longest time. I just didn't get it, and so because of that, I would go through like bouts of like paralytic depression, like suicidal depression, suicidal ideations that were more than just ideations. I mean, I think like people get afraid when the thought of suicide appears in their consciousness. They get really scared of themselves, so they think there's something like, fuck, what's going on with me? Why would I think that? But I think if we are suffering, and, you know, as a natural part of wanting to reduce suffering or not feel bad anymore, I mean, suicide is going to be like, if we're just, you know, you're just looking, what are all the options? Let's brainstorm here. You know what I mean? I can start drinking more water, start jogging, get some therapy, call my friends, all the stuff we all hear, or I could just think the height of my apartment building is probably definitely the right height to kill myself. And then for me, like the few times where the ideation has gone towards like, well, when would I do that? What do I need to like accomplish that? And then like, that's where it gets really fucking scary. That's where it's like terrifying. And
so you start the actual details of the planning of how to commit suicide.
Yeah. What's going to be the least painful way to do it? What's going to be the most instantaneous way to do it? What's the, you know, and with depression, because it can be progressive, you know, this is why you have to really just stay on top of it. Anyone who's gone through depression knows what I'm talking about. You got to stay on top of it. Like, you might need medication. You know, I know this is controversial now, but it's still better than dying if you ask me. But at some point with depression, it like becomes paralyzing. So you don't want to get out of bed anymore, and you're not taking showers anymore. And you don't want to talk to anybody anymore, and you're not answering your phone anymore. And you know,
So, like, in a dark place that you might be in, it still might get worse. So you should really
yes,
do everything you can to get under
immediately.
control.
And that's the problem with that specific psychological disorder. That's the problem, because it's like if you start listening to what you want, you think it's the depression. You start listening to it, it wants you to stay in bed, and then you're getting those fucking depression sleeps, or you wake up and you're more tired. Like it's not working. You're trying to escape reality by sleeping, and so yeah, like you have to like you're fighting for you're literally fighting for your life. It might not seem like that because you can't. If you could see depression, if you could see it, if you knew you had some inky, vaporous octopus thing that was just wrapping around you more and more and more and more, you would probably do everything you could to rip that fucking thing off your body. And if you couldn't get it off your body, you would be calling people to get help.
So it doesn't feel like a fight because you're exhausted. There's no reason to move. You don't see the meaning for any of it. So it doesn't feel like a battle, but it is a battle.
You're not feeling. I mean, that's the other thing. You're basically not feeling. You're like, you start going numb. At least that was my experience with it. Numb and tired. And then increasingly numb and tired. And then increasingly sort of disconnecting from reality. And then somewhere in there, that's when you start playing around with the idea of like, oh, I don't know if it's worth it. I don't know. Now, I think compared to some of my friends who haven't survived depression, like mine was definitely not whatever theirs was like. I've heard, to understand it for folks out there, maybe haven't gone through it, just imagine if like how bad you have to feel if death is the solution, like violence against yourself so that you die is the solution. Like, it flies in the face of everything. So I would, that was definitely the darkest place that I've ever been.
Is it just that death doesn't seem like, because you don't care about anything anymore, that death just doesn't seem like that bad?
Yeah.
Like you're not able to appropriately assign the negative cost to this solution.
Right.
It just seems like a reasonable solution.
Yeah, but I think also what's going along with it is like, it's not like your brain isn't working. Like you're not thinking. You're not thinking clearly. Like, at least again, this was my experience of it. It's a fog. You're in some kind of like, you're confused. There's confusion. There's shame. You feel embarrassed. You want to get out of bed. You want to do stuff. You want to be compelled to be social, do all the stuff. But you're not. Like if people don't know what's going on, and you're not telling them because you're embarrassed, because you want to have some like, uncorrupted, unwarped psyche. You're like, it invites you to be secret about it. That's one of its first tricks, is it tells you not to tell anybody. And that's deadly in that case. Is deadly.
What was the source of light? What were for you, and in general, the ways out?
Yeah. So for me, I've had the solutions. And again, man, for my press friends out there, please don't get mad at me. I'm not doing the thing of like, just put on a smile or any of that bullshit, because it doesn't feel like that when you're like and when you're fighting it. It's like you're in a I don't know why I keep using these stupid gravity analogies, but it's like the gravity's been turned up on your planet in every single way so getting out of bed, like.
By the way, gravity, quantum mechanics, one of the most beautiful things about our reality. What the hell is each of those things?
Right.
So this isn't. You're not just talking about hippie language. It's still, physicists pretend they understand something. We're still at the very beginning of understanding this mysterious world of ours that seems to be functioning according to these weirdly simple and yet universally powerful laws which we don't
Yeah.
fully yet understand. So, please, the metaphor and the analogy of gravity,
Okay, thank you.
fully applicable.
I don't know any other way to put it. Then it's like somebody turned the gravitational field of your mattress up.
So everything is heavy.
Heavy. Your body's heavy. You don't want to get out of bed. You will consider shitting or pissing the bed because you're just like, who gives a fuck? I'll just lay in my shit and piss. You're dying. You're like, it's none of it makes sense. So, and I feel like in retrospect, I'm making what I've done a little, like I had more lucidity. It was more of like when you're, you're wrestling with someone and you're just like, well, it's different for you. But for me, if I'm wrestling, I'm not thinking about jiu-jitsu moves. I'm like,
Survival.
You're just, so it's like that.
It is a struggle. Like, it's like you really have to deliberately fight.
Everything. So you can almost have a conversation with the depression. And then what you do is you start doing the opposite of everything it's telling you to do. So it's telling you, lay in bed. So you get out of bed. It's definitely telling you, go fucking exercise. You're going to go fucking exercise? That's not going to do anything. You can't. You probably have a heart attack. You really want to go outside? Don't go fucking exercise. And it'll feel crazy. And you won't want to do it. If you wanted to do it, you wouldn't be depressed. Like, how often do you hear, like, one of the symptoms of depression? You want to jog. You want to get on a bike. You don't hear that. That's not a symptom. So you start, one solution I just started doing the opposite of
whatever the voice is telling you, do the opposite.
That. And then suddenly the gravitational field diminishes a little bit. It doesn't go all the way away. And that's where you can fall right back into it because you just feel even slightly better. You're like, oh, okay, I fixed it. Really, I think if you, like, in having been through therapy, the best solution would be go to a fucking therapist as quickly as you can. Just sit down with him and tell him what's going on. I know what you're thinking. How am I going to find a therapist? Just do it. Google it. Go on Yelp. All of this shit feels impossible. You're like, I don't want to turn on the computer. I don't want to do any of this. You just have to. You have to. You do it if you're on fire. You do it if you're on fire and someone's like, here's a way to not be on fire. Just this particular fire it doesn't make you want to run around screaming. It just makes you want to fall asleep forever. And those little steps, I got lucky because it worked. It worked. I started exercising. I'd been on antidepressants before when I was originally diagnosed with it. And
did those help or no?
Even with all the current research coming out about that, maybe we were all wrong about our understanding of depression, I do feel like it helped in a certain way. Like it definitely like made me stop thinking about it, stopped the intrusive thoughts. But I don't know how much of that was placebo or how much of that, I don't know. But then also, like, I couldn't come anymore. That was the other fucked up thing. Like, you can't have orgasms. And, which might not sound like a big deal, but, when I told my therapist that, they actually took me off them because I think she was realizing that it started diminishing a little bit. But the one I'm talking about now, that whatever episode or whatever you want to call it, I just got lucky because it worked. It worked, and I started feeling better. Thank God. Now, if you suffer from depression out there and you've had a remission of the depression, it's really like it's scary to have mental illness because everyone gets bummed out. I mean, that's just normal. Like, you're going to get bummed out and not want to do anything sometimes. It doesn't mean you have a clinical depression. You might just be bummed out, grieving. You might be any number of things. But when I get really nervous if some of those symptoms start showing up. And at one point, I felt like that was happening again, and I did intramuscular ketamine therapy, which, now that was the damnedest thing I've ever experienced. Aside from the fact that ketamine is immensely psychedelic, I just remember going back to the hotel after the experience with the clinician, and
it's like with depression, it's like a headache that starts coming on, but you're like, this headache might last for years. It might last for 6 months. It might get worse and worse and worse. And so I went back to the hotel room and it was just gone. Like I just felt normal. I felt great. It was like the most remarkable thing ever. So, look at the research on ketamine right now. It's like, it's not like bullshit. It's not like woo-woo science. There's really, really good data out there showing that something like, I think it's 60%. I don't know what the percentage is, but 60% of people with an endogenous depression, when they get ketamine therapy, will experience remission, regardless of whether you trip out or not. It just does, it does something that I don't know if they know what it is yet. I don't care if they do,
But that one thing worked, and basically you keep fighting until something works.
Exactly. It's a survival issue. And it's a survival issue. It's just, I think because it's kind of so slow moving, you might even forget it's progressive. You could easily just think that you're just a kind of bummed out person, or you start thinking that these aspects of your psychology are permanent when they don't have to be.
What about other people in your life? What advice would you give to people that have loved ones who suffer from depression? What are they to do?
Okay, now this is really like, man, it's really dark. Here's number one. This is what somebody told me when I lost a friend to suicide. Because when you lose a friend to suicide, you lose a loved one to suicide, you're gonna blame yourself. It's like in the periphery of suicide, there is a circumference of guilty people who all feel like, oh, if only I'd said this at the right time, if only I'd listened more, if only I'd seen that warning sign, or if only this or that. It's interesting in that with other forms of like disease, if your loved one dies from cancer, say, more than likely you're not going to be thinking like, oh, I should have cured their cancer. It's a tragedy, but at least you're not like, oh, if only I had. You still might think that's part of grief, but
it's not as sticky in many of the other situations. Here, the guilt can really stay for a long time.
Yeah. So number one, we're talking about a progressive disease that can lead to death. And if somebody commits suicide, and at least what I've been told is you can't stop it. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. There are no magic words. There's nothing you could do. So, people who've lost people to suicide, what I'm talking about. Like, you can watch it happen in real time, and there's nothing you could do. That being said, being responsive to when it seems like someone's really reaching out for help, and knowing that maybe even though it might, especially if it's someone who's like doesn't talk like this a lot of the time, and sentences start coming out of their mouth that if you weren't really paying attention might not seem like a big deal, but for this person it's kind of anomalous that all of a sudden that's happening. Now that's when you can be a good listener and open up to them and hear what they're saying and see like, oh shit, are they asking me for help? Is this them asking for help? And even if you're like, I don't know what to do, at least you can like start checking in on them, start like help them understand that you're there for them, and then hopefully get them into therapy, get them to a doctor, get them to a professional who can like see what's going on there, and then there's hope. And even then there might not be hope actually, doctors can't stop it. Sometimes that's the way it goes. But, I know that like being sensitive, if somebody's like all of a sudden hitting you up or reaching out to you that normally isn't like that, and just what's going on? How are you? And just listen.
Which in general, depression or not, is probably a good thing to do.
Yeah.
To truly listen. It's like, are you okay?
Yeah. Yeah. Because people have, this whole thing of like cries for help, man. Sometimes they just look like a weird text, so, and you don't realize that for the person to send that fucking text, they've been thinking about it all morning. They've been just trying to get their phone up from the floor. So, I think that's it. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I've had friends like kill themselves. So, and many of them, it wasn't like, sadly, it was like, I don't know what could have been done, but
there's still a guilt in the back of your head.
for the rest of my life, for sure, always will be. Yeah, I mean, yeah. But again, what are you gonna do?
But even that is a part of love.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, that's right. You could, yeah. I mean, we feel guilt. Grief, part of grief is guilt. We always could have been better people. We always could have been better people. You get into Viktor Frankl much?
Yeah.
Man's Search for Meaning. The invitation to live your life as though you've been on your deathbed and have been given the chance to go back and not make the same mistakes. I return to that idea all the time, meaning it's like, okay, whatever you did before this moment, it's too late. But now, this is where you can start. This is where you can start. And yeah, so I think that for a neurotic like me, that's super important, because otherwise I'll just get like too lost in the weeds of shitty things I did in the past.
So speaking of Viktor Frankl, you and Hitler have the same birthday.
Oh my God, you've really done your research.
Well, I often Google famous people that have a birthday same as Hitler.
Yeah.
And the person that shows up is your face, just really big.
It's
You and Hitler together, just pals next to each other.
No, it does not. No, but April 20th is an embarrassing birthday for all my 420 friends out there. It's embarrassing. You share a birthday with Hitler.
But 420 also has a humor and a lightness to it, right?
It's embarrassing. You're born, especially if
life is embarrassing.
But if you like weed and you're born on Stoner Day and you believe in reincarnation, do you realize, like, when you start connecting the dots there, if there is like a Bardo where you get to choose your next life?
So you're like a shitty generic NPC. You're like, of course you would be born on 420.
Dude, let me
this computer
born
gets
on 420, man. Yeah.
But isn't it interesting that on that same day, Hitler is also born? There's a tension to that, and that Hitler's an artist. So it's like that hippie mindset could go anywhere.
Oh yeah, right. Like, yeah, and I was just having this conversation with a friend of mine who's a wonderful skeptic, and we were talking about this, which is the thing where you start attributing to the day you were born these kind of significance, and based on maybe people who were born on that day, maybe some other things. And it's like, think of how many people by now in the course of human history have been born on April 20th. I mean, how many? Someone could probably do the math and come up with some number close to it. Now, this is how you know how rotten Hitler is. Like, he's the one that like fucks up the birthday for everybody else. But
I think where I heard the year 420 is Wim Hof episode, because he's also 420. Yeah. So Hitler beats even Wim Hof.
Look,
in terms of owning the date.
I think if anybody is like, well, obviously there's nothing you can do to like fix it. Hitler fucked up a lot of things. He fucked up that mustache. He fucked up the name Hitler. He fucked up 420. And obviously he caused a horrific Holocaust that, by the way, talk about these reverberations through time that we're still experiencing. There's still people walking around with fucking tattoos from that motherfucker. So, but, Wim Hof, people like Wim Hof, they're like whatever the opposite of Hitler is,
He too is creating ripples in the lake that hopefully respond to that of Hitler.
Yeah, very cold fucking lake. And he's yeah, so
very cold,
very, very cold lake that he's happily swimming around in. But yeah, I try not to think about like the Hitler thing on my birthday. That my dad would just every birthday he would remind me that Hitler.
But do you think all of us are capable of evil? Do you think you're one of the sweetest people I know? Just as a fan, do you think you're capable of evil?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, sure. Definitely. I think if you don't think that, you better watch out, because come on. How do you think you're not capable of evil? And P.S., if you're connected to the supply chain, friend, you're doing evil. You're paying taxes. You're supporting the worst things in the world. I mean, like diffusion of responsibility. It's really curious, or the circumference of responsibility, where it's like bombs are going off somewhere that were paid for in some small part by you. Some fractional. If a drone is flying over a village in Afghanistan and drops a bomb, and you pay taxes, then you could say you have fractional ownership over that drone.
You're a cog in the machine of evil, in some sense.
And I know what you're gonna say. Well, yeah, but I have to fucking pay taxes. Like, I have no choice. There's sales taxes, this or that. Take that attitude. It's the same thing that people on the battlefield, when they're sending missiles into other tanks, they're thinking the same thing. It's just they're more directly responsible for what's going on. But in Buddhism, this idea of dependent co-arising, dependent co-arising, we're all connected. We're all part of this matrix. We're all connected, meaning we all share responsibility for the evil in the world. So even if you aren't directly committing evil acts, if you're seeing something in the world and you're thinking that's evil, you're probably not quite as separated from that as you like to believe, in some tiny, infinitesimally quantum way. You're connected. So,
and there's a sense, I've gotten to experience this over and over, that one individual can actually make a gigantic difference and so not only is there a diffusion of responsibility, there's a kind of paralysis about, well, what can I do?
Yeah.
Sure, I understand, but what can I do? And I think I'm just looking at history and also hanging out and becoming friends, but also interviewing people that have had a tremendous impact. You realize you're just one dude.
Yeah.
You're like a normal person. You're not that smart even. Like, a lot of people aren't like in some kind of magical way where you have a big head that's figuring out everything. No, you just saw problems in the world, and you're like, hey, I think I'm going to try to do something about this.
Yep.
And you stay focused and dedicated to it for a long period of time, and refuse to quit, refuse to listen to people that tell you that this is like impossible, here's how others have failed.
Yeah.
No, I'm going to do it.
That's it. That's it.
One person, and then you kind of, the thing is, when there's one person that keeps pushing forward that way, humans are sticky. Other people follow them around, and they're like, I'll help. I'll help, and then the other people help, and then the cool people all gather together because they kind of get excited about this way. Holy shit, we can actually make a difference, and they form groups, and then all of a sudden there's companies and nations that actually make a gigantic difference. It's interesting. It all starts with one person, often.
You know what? If I could push back slightly against that, it's never just one person. It's like, nobody ever talks about, at least as far as I'm aware, you never hear about like Buddha's great-grandmother. You never hear about that. But if not for that person, no Buddhism. The people you're talking about, they're the tip of the iceberg that pops up out of the ocean of history, and you never see all the little things that help that happen. And so to me, this is where the real, like, how do you help? What's something you can do? Well, recognize that first, that you might not even be aware of how much you're impacting people around you. You might think that you're not, or you might think surely not in a way that makes a big difference, but you have no idea these tipping points and that can lead to the emergence of an Einstein, a Gandhi, a Martin Luther King. We can go on and on, a Dostoevsky or whoever. And so I think that's where, for me, it goes back to tend to the part of the garden. You can touch, and then, or even deeper than that, intention. It's just like an I'm an idiot, so I need an idiot's intention, which is don't. If you, I heard the Dalai Lama say it. If you can help, help. If you can't help, don't hurt. Simple, basic, dummy rules, so that you can, if possible, refrain from hurting, which might as well be a form of helping.
And the help doesn't have to be this dramatic thing. These little acts of kindness. I don't know. They seem to have maybe I believe in kind of karma, but they seem to have this. They can have this gigantic ripple effect. I don't know why that is. I remember a lot of little acts of kindness that people have done to me, and they what do they do? One, they fill me with joy and hope for the future. They give me faith in humanity. That somehow there's a partially dormant desire in our sort of collective intelligence to do good in the world. And most of us want to be good, that want to do good onto the world. There's a kindness that's kind of like begging to get out.
Yeah.
And those little acts of kindness do just that. And actually, one of the reasons that I love Austin and moved here is realizing, just noticing those little acts of kindness all around me, just for stupid reasons. Just people being really nice. It's weird, and that kindness combined with an optimism for the future, it's just it's amazing what that can build.
Yes, it's incredible, and I know what you're saying. It's like, we moved to this great neighborhood, and at this point, I think 3, maybe 4 of our neighbors have like made food for us. That just shows up with like handwritten lists of like things they like to do in the area and their phone number if we need help. And it's like, holy shit, that's like that. It might seem like a little act, but it feels like some kind of atomic love bomb just went off on your porch when you're looking at that. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You made me a pie? This is incredible. Like, this is incredible. So,
and also, it's another act to accept that kindness. It's like a lot of times when I was like in Boston or San Francisco, certain big cities, you could think like, oh, okay, well, they're trying to like somehow, that's not an act of kindness. That's some kind of a transactional thing to build up it's like a career move for networking, all that kind of stuff. But no, if you just accept it for what it is, a pure act of kindness.
fucking Boston.
Yeah.
Because for me, I go the opposite route. Because I'm not, even though there is a part of me that might be a little suspicious or something, where I go to push that shit back mentally is I'm like, oh, I don't deserve this. If they knew what a piece of shit I am, you're going to bring me, I don't never bring cakes to my neighbors. I would know how to make a cake. I don't know how to make anything. I don't have time. I should be bringing shit to my neighbors. Why didn't I do that? I should have brought, I never that. If you're not careful, you can spiral into a vortex of self-hate from the gift. So you have to learn how to, in that circuitry, you have to learn how to accept.
Oh yeah, I have that problem really big. Yeah, like I don't deserve this. Like I don't so much love from people. I'm like, well, yeah, they love me because they don't know me. That's my brain, my little voice. Like, you're not. You're not worthy. You're not worthy of any of this kindness and all this kind of stuff. And that could be very, it can shut you down. It can be debilitating.
And also, it shuts the person down. You're talking.
And that's the dark side that pushes them away too.
Yeah, it cuts off this fucking mystical circuitry. So, like, the best thing, if that happens to you, is like accept it joyfully, and just all that whatever that thing inside of you, whatever that little thing is, this is like in the meditation I do, it's an infuriatingly simple meditation, but when a thought emerges, when you are resting your attention on your breath, and then inevitably you think, you get lost in your thoughts, and when you catch yourself doing that, you think thinking, and then return your attention to the breath. So I like that, so that when that part of myself starts having its little neurotic semi-seizure, I can just go thinking, whatever. It's just another thought, and then eat the banana bread or whatever they gave you.
What's the most wild psychedelic experience you've ever had in a dream, in a vision? Doesn't have to be drug related. What's one that jumps to mind that was like, holy shit, I'm happy to be alive. Is this life?
Okay,
This is amazing.
yeah. Okay. So the one that pops to mind, I've had a lot of psychedelic experiences, but in this moment, the one that pops to mind, only because it goes back to what you're talking about this Nietzsche's idea of infinite return. So I'm at Burning Man, and
Are you going to Burning Man this time?
I'm not. I mean, I have kids right now. I just want to be around them. My wife was being so cool about it, and she knows I love Burning Man. She's like, go to Burning Man, and I was gonna go, and then I just want to be around my kids as much as I can right now. But
I've never been to Burning Man, so I don't know how secretive it is. Because quite high-profile folks go.
yeah, everyone knows Elon Musk goes there.
Isn't it pretty open?
He's got a boat. You know that?
I'm
the
touching
Musk
none of
boat.
this.
It's called art cars. They all make art cars. And like part of the burn, what's so beautiful about it is like you can't buy anything there, man. Like I heard, I don't know if this has changed. It's been a bit because of the pandemic, but the only thing you could buy was ice and coffee. And I think maybe that's changed. I heard some whisper that that's changed, but so that means that it's a gifting economy is what they call it. And so people will just give you stuff. Talk about having to struggle with deserving stuff, man. What are you going to fucking do when the camp next to you is like every morning making the best iced coffee that you've ever had in your life? And they just are giving it all away till it's all gone. What are you going to do? It's the best ever. And then you're giving things to people. And then you learn stuff like, you learn these really interesting lessons. Like one of the times I went there, got all these strawberries. Might not sound like a big deal, but when you're out there in the dust and you're not at one of like the hardcore like luxury camps which do exist out there, you've got these like items where in my mind I'm like, yeah, these are gonna be just for me and my special stash, fruit, and this or that. And then like 2 days in, you're walking around your camp with the strawberries that you were coveting, and everyone's so happy to get like cold strawberries, and you realize, oh my, this feels so much better than the way a strawberry tastes. So you learn something experientially there, which is an incredible thing. It's an incredible thing. Man, now I'm wishing I decided to go to Burning Man.
Have you been a few times?
Yeah. I just know, like, at least people were saying it was Elon Musk's boat. Like, yeah, like this, I think it was like it's like this massive, it's art cars. And it was this party on this thing. Anyone can go on the boat. Like, no one's like, there's no guest list. You just go on there. I never saw him there, but that, everyone's whispering, Elon Musk is here.
There's a secrecy, there's all that kind of stuff because you probably have to respect that. But at the same time, it seems like the kind of people that go there, I mean, the rules of the outside world are suspended in the sense that the crying, the aggression, the tensions, all of that seems to dissipate somehow.
Not all the way. Not all the way. There, you could look it up, because like there is tension. There's a lot of tension there between. It's called plug and plays. Like, Burning Man, like the history of Burning Man is fascinating. It has its roots in the Cacophony Society is what it was called, which is a sort of evolution of something that was, I think it was called the San Francisco. Basically, there was like an art movement in San Francisco, and I can't remember the name of it, maybe the Suicide Club, or essentially like they were really into urban exploration and meaning like breaking into like old abandoned buildings and stuff. But part of this, what this was you would prepare your life as though you were going to kill yourself. You would get all your affairs in order. You would get, so it's going back to what we were talking about with the cancer diagnosis. You're like sort of putting yourself into that world. Like, I'm going to get all my affairs together as though this is it. And then there was some, I'm sorry for anyone listening if I'm butchering this, but I think there was some really cool initiation where they would blindfold you and they would take you into some of these abandoned buildings and you didn't know where you were walking, but they would say, like, if you take one step to the left, you're going to die. You're going to fall. You're going to fall. So please be careful. So you're like in the moment, and then blindfold comes off. It's a big, awesome party. This evolves into something called the Cacophony Society. There's a great book called Tales of the Cacophony Society for people listening. One of the members of the Cacophony Society was the author of Fight Club. And so if you've seen Fight Club, like, you could see little ideas that were in the Cacophony Society. They were into Dadaism, which I don't know a lot about. Like, I don't know, but it's a philosophical art movement. And then so basically what was happening is, like, they kept burning increasingly large effigies in San Francisco, and they weren't allowed to do it. And so they took it out in the desert, and they were basing it on something called a zone trip, which is like, across this border, the rules of that old society are gone. And so that was the original Burning Man, which was these lunatics out in the desert launching, like, burning pianos out of catapults through the air, doing like drive-by shooting ranges, like, no rules. Wild, magical, beautiful, insane madness. And then it grew and grew and grew and grew until you have Burning Man as it is today, which is still the most incredible thing. I mean, obviously, anytime you have like a thing that's been around for a while, you're going to get that. It's not like it used to be. It's not as free as it used to be. So this or that. But what's fascinating about Burning Man, someone pointed this out to me, look on the ground. No trash. No cigarettes. The ethic of, like, picking up your shit there is, like, so intense. So it's not like the other festivals you go to where there's just trash everywhere, shit scattered everywhere. It's clean. People are picking up their stuff. People are, like, really being conscious of, like, not fucking up the playa. So I'm sorry. Don't get a burner yapping about Burning Man. We won't stop. It'll be morning.
But there's a power there is a power to culture propagating itself through to the stories that we tell each other, and that holds up for Burning Man. That, like, it's clear that the culture has stayed strong throughout the years.
Yes.
So many people, so many really interesting people speak of Burning Man as like a sacred place they go to remind themselves about what's important.
Yes.
That's so interesting.
And it is. I mean, it's like, there are all these stories of, like, I love guru stories. I have a guru, Neem Karoli Baba. Never met him. He was Ram Dass's guru, at least not in the flesh. But the story of the guru is, if you're lucky, you meet this being that, and we're not talking about, whatever the run-of-the-mill, like, charlatans out there. Like, I know for sure that people are in the world right now who, when you're around them, the thing you're talking about, the affirmation of the potential of humanity, and also just an acceptance of yourself, and cultivate, like, seeing someone who's cultivated love or compassion or whatever, but in this way that is, I mean, you would rather meet that being than, like, a UFO land in your backyard. It's like, it is the UFO. It's a person, but it's not. It's everybody and nobody, and somehow they, like, end up conveying to you ideas that you may have heard a million times before, but somehow within the language itself is a transmission that permanently alters you. And so these people exist. I think you could argue that Burning Man, the total thing, is a guru, that a pilgrimage is involved to get there. It's not easy to get there, and when you get there, it's going to teach you something. It's going to show you something. It's going to And know what? Maybe some of the stuff it shows you might not be great, but the community around you will hold you as you're like, whatever the thing is that's coming out of you is coming out of you.
And even the simplest activities, the simplest exchange of words have like just like with the gurus a profound impact somehow.
Yeah.
Something about that place.
Yeah. Not to mention the insane synchronicities, like insane synchronicities there. And I think like, you know, to get back to the notion of sentience as a byproduct of a harmonized yet hyper complex system. I think synchronicities like those kinds of systems are like lightning rods for synchronicity. So crazy, not just because your high synchronicities happen that are impossible, where you just have to deal with it, and like you'll need something, and within a few minutes, someone's like, "Oh, here you go."
And you mentioned, but by the way, Burning Man because of a psychedelic experience. Is it the strawberries, or was it something else? What was the moment? Yeah, that was magical.
No, it's DMT. What definitely was it? Was it strawberries? No, I was
more potent.
Yeah, I was like smoking DMT, and like I saw like if you in the Midnight Gospel, there are these bovine creatures that have like a long neck and a lantern head. So like I saw one of those things, and you know, I thought it was funny and like ridiculous because you hear like all the Terrence McKenna stories of the self-transforming machine elves or all the purple or the magenta goddess everyone sees her. I'm like, so this is what I get? Like a fucking cow with a lantern head? Like that's where my brain is at and interacting with this molecule. So then like I look away. And again, this is DMT. So when I say look away, do I mean with my eyes shut, I look away, or eyes open, I look away? I think eyes shut. So it sounds weird to say look away, but however you want to put it, that's what I did. And I look back, and it's still there. Now it's, you know, because usually in like when you're having those kinds of visions, they go away pretty quickly. Yeah. Things like moved, shambled ahead maybe a few steps, just like a cow, And then that was when you know, all the stories you hear about it, like going through some kind of tube or some kind of light tunnel, like a water slide made of light, that's increasingly familiar. That's the wildest part of it. Is like, oh, I know this place. Not like, oh, I've seen this in like, you know, on like bong stickers, but like, oh yeah, this is that place you go to. You just remember, oh, this place. And then it was like I was in some kind of, I don't know how to put it, a chamber, a technological chamber, some kind of supercomputer, some kind of nucleus that was technological. And it was inviting, there was an invitation of like, come deeper in. And you can talk to whatever it is over there. You don't talk, there's a communication. And I communicated, but my friends, I love my friends. I guess I had some sense in that moment that it would mean complete obliteration or who knows what. And the response that it gave back was, you can always go back there. And that's when I opened my eyes. I'm back. Totally, you know, and ever since then, that's caused me to revise my thinking on reincarnation, the idea that you die and you start as a baby and then you live your life again. It goes right into what we were talking about. You know, that maybe data, you know, the shit I saw in nitrous oxide, I feel dumb that my epiphanies are all related to drugs, but not all of them are, a lot of them. But this notion of like, oh, is it that we're imprinting into the medium of time space everything we do, and that is a permanent imprint, a frame that upon death can be accessed in the same way we can pull up pictures on our phone or computers, and not only accessed but experienced. as though, in other words, you could just jump in. You're still going to have your memories. It's going to give you the illusion of having been a kid and gotten to that frame. But no, you just decided to go back there. Nostalgia, whatever. And yeah.
You jump around freely in space and time.
Yeah, you can go in and out of time space. But the problem is when you go into time space, it's time. So it's going to feel sticky. It's going to feel like you've been here forever because you've dropped back onto the track that Nietzsche's talking about. And I guess one of the qualities of dropping into that frame is that you forget your higher dimensional identity.
What happened to the cow with the lantern? Was that goodbye?
He writes me letters sometimes. Never saw it again. Never saw it again. But we put it in the Midnight Gospel. You know, Pendleton was is such a genius, and he drew it for me, and then it just ended up as a part of the show.
But by the way, I have to admit that as a big fan of yours, I haven't watched the Midnight Gospel because I've been waiting. It's you do these stupid things. But ever since you talked to maybe 2 years ago with Joe about it, I've been waiting to watch it with like a special person on mushrooms.
Oh,
That's been in my to-do. I don't know. Of course, you don't have to be on mushrooms to enjoy it, but for some reason, I put it into my head that this is something I want to do with somebody else, like experience it and get wild. Because visually, I mean, I watched a bunch of it, just a little bit here and there, but it's just visually such an interesting experience.
Thank you.
Combined with everything else, obviously the ideas, the voices, and so on, but just visually, it's like a super psychedelic version of Rick and Morty or something like that. Like like farther out while they're out there. So
yeah, man, the that's Pendleton. You know, these people. I mean, like, I was part of that, in the sense that like Pendleton gave one of the reasons he's like such a genius and great at making stuff is like he really does a good job of just like de-hierarchizing potential like hierarchies that can appear. You know, someone has to be like driving the bus, and that was Pendleton, but he's so inclusive. There's a real punk rock thing that he's doing, which is like he'll take everything and it kind of mixes its way into the show. But one of the things, you know, in animation, it can get really strict with like drawing the characters and like trying to create continuity in the way the character looks, like, and it can get really brute for the animator. It can get brutally precise. Like, it has to be precise. But he figured out that if you just sort of, it's not like obviously like Clancy had to look like Clancy through the whole show, but if you allow the various people animating it to sort of have their own spin on it, then suddenly it creates a very psychedelic, you know, the show looks more psychedelic because it looks more organic. And also the amount of time. I had no idea the amount of time that goes into making digital art look like that. It's insane. The amount of work in comping that stuff is just crazy. It's crazy.
Well, generally, the amount of time it takes, even just like a painting, when you, I really enjoy watching like artists do a time lapse, and you realize how much effort just into a single image goes into it. You know, hours and hours and hours, sometimes days, sometimes weeks and months, and then you just get to see them work, but they lose themselves in the craftsmanship of it, and the rhythm of it, and like because they're focused on so we're talking about robotics earlier, like on the little details, like they're never most of the time isn't spent looking at the big picture of the final result. It's looking at the little details there and so on, and they're nevertheless able to somehow constantly channel the big picture, the final result.
My God, yeah. The respect I have for animators, it's like, dear God, it's the craziest thing when you watch it, when you see what it looks like and how much time goes into it and how zen they have to be. Because like no matter what, you're gonna have to cut stuff, man. And when you're cutting like a few seconds of animation, that was someone's like month, maybe you know, and like they understand, but still, it's like, whoa, it's brutal. And so they have like this Zen outlook on it, which is really cool. And they watch podcasts. That's the other cool thing when you realize like, oh, they're listening to podcasts, or like, that's really cool to see that aspect of it too. But yeah, man,
Yeah, your voice is in the ears of a lot of interesting people. Isn't that?
yours too. And
Hello, interesting person.
CIA animators.
Eating delicious food in the cafeteria.
Yeah,
I'm on your side. He's against you. I'm with you.
yeah.
You have a beard, therefore you must be wise. Do you have advice for young people, high school, college, about how to carve their path through life, how to have a life, a career that's successful, that they can be proud of, or a life they can be proud of?
Man, see, this is what sucks about my life, is that it's been very random and very spontaneous. So unfortunately, I don't get that thing where I could be like, well, here's what I did.
Yeah.
Because it's like, I inherited $12,000 from my grandmother. Here's what you do, kids. You inherit $12,000 when your grandmother dies. And then you need to be dumb enough to think that $12,000 is going to help you live in LA for a year. So then what you do is you move to LA with $12,000 and you find a shitty place that you live at, and then you use that money to buy acid and synthesizers, and then you run out of the money, and then you have to get a job.
Yeah.
And so then, because you think it'll be fun to work at a comedy club, you get a job at the comedy store, and then, that's how it happened for me. And I never had the confidence to be like, I'm going to be a stand-up comedian. No way. I just thought it'd be cool to work in that building. I thought the building was cool. And so, but then because you work at the comedy store, you get stage time. It's the reason you work, at least in those days, because it's not like they're paying like a shit ton of money for you to answer phones at a comedy club. And so, I started going on stage, and then I just got lucky because Rogan saw me have a very rare good set. I didn't know he was in the room, or I'd have bombed, and then because he thought I was funny and he liked talking to me, he started taking me on the road with him. And then, so I don't know, man. I think,
Was there an element to, there's a beautiful weirdness to you as a human being? Was there a pressure to conform ever, to hide yourself from the world? Or did the $12,000 and the acid give you the confidence you needed to be yourself?
No, I don't I think, sure, there's that pressure. And whenever you're beginning to really differentiate from your parents, but then you go back to hang out with your parents, you can feel that it's not like they even want you to conform, but you could slip into that, whatever that was. So I remember that when I would go back and visit them and stuff, and surely conformity or the pressure to not be individual or whatever, it's everywhere, man.
Do you think you made your parents proud? No.
I think that when my mom died, I felt successful in the sense that I was able to support I was making money from doing stand-up, and I didn't need help. I was supporting myself with art and doing good, what I thought was great then. So, and I think she because she had witnessed me literally failing. I mean, which is, by the way, I think part of, if you want to be an artist or successful, you kind of have to fail. If there was a guaranteed route from sucking to not sucking, or from the neophyte phase of whatever the art form is, and some intermediary phase, then I think a lot more people do it. But there really is no guarantees in it, especially stand-up comedy. It's you'd have to be a maniac to think that that's going to work out for you. You have to. So you're gonna. there are obviously exceptions, but for me, it was like a long slog, and that's scary for a mom. So, but that being said, when she was dying, like she did recognize that I was like not slogging anymore. And she did say, she said, "You did it." And that's cool. But, I'd love for her to see me now. Like now it'd be way cooler. But maybe she does. I don't know.
She's listening to your podcast elsewhere in
In the Bardo.
yeah, however long that lasts, reconfiguring the whole process to start again. You as a father now, how did that change you?
Yeah, that's the big change, man. That's the thing.
You made a few biological
I reproduced. Yeah, I made biological entities. I mean, I came in my wife, let's face it. Like, I would love to say I made them, but the womb whipped them up. But it is it's the best. I've never experienced anything like it before. It is as far as I'm concerned, the greatest thing that has ever happened to me. And that's why I was able to answer your Nietzsche question with like, hell yes, fuck yes, that's great. I get to be around my kids again. I'll always be around my kids. I'll always be around my children. That's incredible. That's the joy. So for me, the part of myself that used to torture myself more, like around like my mom dying, feeling like I wasn't there enough for her, wishing that I'd spent more time with her, wishing I'd spent more time with my dad, wishing that looking back at like how like I was just so desperately trying to evade the fact that she was dying, and in that evasion successfully like distanced myself from her and like in ways that I really wish I hadn't. I'm just saying that because it's one of my regrets. It's like a big regret. I have a lot of little regrets, but that's a big one. And so when you have kids, you look back at everything you did and you think like, fuck, if I'd gone left at that point instead of right, if I had eaten, who knows, what if I'd eaten like a turkey sandwich when my balls were creating the cum that was going to make my kids? Would I have a different kid? Would this being not exist in my life? Like you start looking at everything and you realize like, thank God for every single thing that happened to me, because it all led up to this. And for me, it's like it frees you in this, it liberates you, because you realize like, oh wow, it's clumsy and selfish and at times rotten as I've been in my life, that did not impede the universe at all from allowing these two beautiful beings to exist in the world. So
maybe all of it enabled, all of it like a concert perfectly led up to that little beautiful moment. Is there ways you would like to be a better father?
Oh yeah, for sure. Absolutely. There's actual, I read something in a book. It's called Good Enough. The mantra for a parent, good enough. Because when you are in the presence of something you love more than you've ever experienced love, you want to be perfect. Like you want to be, I gotta work, man. I gotta go on the road. I've got to work. I gotta support the family. So that means I have to work. Like I work, you know what it's like having a podcast. You fucking work, man. And it's a full-time job because I do stand-up too and all the other stuff. So I feel sometimes I feel like, oh my God, I want to spend more time with them. Like I should be spending more time with them. But then also I want to create. I want to work. I like being like the provider. So that's something I feel guilty about, right now.
You're struggling how to balance that correctly. Yeah. And meanwhile, time just marches on.
Just goes.
And all of this will be forgotten. Both you and I, but forgotten in time.
That's what I say to them every time I'm putting them to bed. We will be lost in the sands of time. You know that? I bet you know this poem. You know that poem, Ozymandias?
Yeah.
Can I read you a poem? Okay.
let's end our conversation with a poem.
I love it. It's by Pierce by Shelley, probably mispronouncing the name. But
There's
I think
no
you'll
right way to pronounce it.
Thank you. I'm Ozymandias. I met a traveler from an antique land who said, "Two vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them, on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell that its sculptor well those passions read, which yet survive, stamped on these lifeless things, the hand that mocked them and the heart that fed. And on the pedestal, these words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remains around the decay of that colossal wreck. Boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away."
All gone. Behold the king.
Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair.
Even though we'll be forgotten in the sands of time, Duncan, I'm just so glad that you exist and you put so much love into the world over the past many years that I've gotten a chance to enjoy by being your fan. And
Likewise.
thank you so much for continuing that and for sharing a bit of love with me today.
Can we be friends?
Let's be friends.
In real time, in the real world, in 3D space?
Nothing is real, but yes, in this particular slice of the multidimensional world we live in, it will be an honor and a pleasure.
Thank you for having me on your show.
I love you, Duncan.
I love you. Thank you, love.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Duncan Trussell. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Duncan Trussell himself. You are essentially just a cloud of atoms that will eventually be aerosolized by time. Thank you for listening and hope to see you next time.
You have to have the free markets in order to build prosperity. And prosperity means economic power. If you have economic power, no one messes with you. Or if they're going to do it, they're going to have to think twice. And when they do, they're going to have to pay consequences.
The following is a conversation with Magat Wade, an entrepreneur who's passionate about creating positive change in Africa through economic empowerment. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Magat Wade. You were born in Senegal.
Mhm.
You have lived and traveled across the world. So let me ask you, what is the soul of Senegal? Like its people, its culture, its history. Can you try to sneak up on telling us what is the spirit of its people?
Teranga. Teranga, it's a Wolof word. Wolof is the main indigenous language of Senegal, and it means hospitality. That is what us, the people of Senegal, are known for. And it transpires in everything that we do, everything that we say. It's a place where, I guess with hospitality goes this concept of warmth. So we are a very warm people. So in a nutshell, that's us. That's us. The place where you come and everybody will just embrace you, make you feel very comfortable, make you feel like you're the only person in the world and that we've been waiting for you our whole life, right? So that's my country.
So that's for people in Senegal, people in Africa, or also people across the world. Weird strangers from all walks of life. So hospitality towards
Yes.
everyone.
For everyone, especially towards the foreigner, because it's very ingrained in us, this understanding that especially the foreigner is called foreigner because the foreigner is coming from somewhere else. So if someone has taken the time and the energy, whether
in a forced manner or because it's a choice to travel so far to come to a place that's not theirs to start with, that's why we're foreigners again, then it is your duty to welcome them, to be uber welcoming to them.
So there's not a fear of the foreigner. There's not a suspicion of the foreigner.
No. And I think this goes with the other way around. Maybe it has to do with just, when you feel good about yourself, when you're very grounded yourself, it's very easy to open yourself to others. And I'm wondering if that's not, the other side of the equation in a way. So no, we don't have a fear towards a foreigner. That's just no.
So when you have a pride of your culture, a pride of your own people, like it's easier to sort of embrace. I mean, it's interesting how these kind of cultures emerge because, the Slavic countries, they're sometimes colder.
Mm-hmm.
They're slower to trust others.
Mm-hmm.
We're now here in Austin, Texas. One of the reasons I fell in love with this place when I showed up is there's that same hospitality as compared to other cities I've lived in, sort of Boston, Philadelphia, San Francisco. There's a hesitation to open up, to be fragile, to be caring before understanding what I can gain from you kind of calculation. It's really interesting, and I wonder how those kinds of dynamics emerge, because there's certainly parts of the world, like Austin is one of them, where you just feel the kindness, just radiate without knowing, kindness from strangers.
If I were to advance one thing, and I had the same experience after having lived in San Francisco first, then we went to New York, then we came to Austin. When we came to Austin, I felt, it took me a while to put my finger on it, but what I found in Austin, people just hang. People, right? They're real.
Yeah.
They're real. Unlike what you were saying, I feel like in these other places, it's a destination for people who want to come and perform.
Yeah.
I think maybe the early San Francisco people, it was different for them. But later, as prosperity starts to come in and success comes in, then you attract a different breed.
Yeah.
At first, we're the people who made it, who made this place be what it is. And then it attracts all the bling followers and the bling attracted people. And when those people show up, it's time for all of us to get out. And that's one of my worries about Austin too. And I guess I count myself in it, but because we're also new arrivees, always been curious now. But how are we going to protect this place?
Yeah, these in the best possible version of the Austin history, this is the early days of Silicon Valley in Austin. So you get a chance to build on top of this culture that's already been here, of the weirdos, the artists, the sort of the characters, but also the general kindness and love that just permeates the whole place. Build on top of that entrepreneurial spirit. So like the tech companies, new startups, all that kind of stuff. And then you get a chance to build totally new ideas, totally revolutionary ideas, and make them a reality. Dream big and build it here. I think Elon represents that with all the people that kind of try to do the cutting edge stuff they're doing at Tesla and SpaceX. There's a bunch of other companies that are just like coming up. I get to talk to a bunch of tech people, and they're just incredible. Versus San Francisco, there's a cynicism a bit, and also some of the interaction with strangers. There's always a bit of a calculation, like how good is this going to be for my career?
Or how can hang out with this person can advance me? You go to a party, they're seizing up. It's like, I'm not going to talk to so-and-so because that's not going to advance me. Who's going to advance me next? And so this is what I would not want to see here in Austin. And I think maybe there's one way to try to, I really would like to see Austin not go the way San Francisco did and other towns before.
I like how you pronounce San Francisco with a French accent.
San Francisco?
It's great. That's the one word, you go with the French accent.
Sounds
beautiful. San Francisco.
San Francisco. But, so now that you find that cute, you're going to have to forgive me when I mess up my English, because English is not my first language. So I always try to make sure people know that.
Ladies.
But Lex, this is why I am very interested in what some folks here are working on.
Really?
And I'm just going to be very selfish here because I want to help her with what she's doing. it's someone like Nicole Notzek and her project,
Why would you
with
say
the
that?
housing project that they have right now,
Well, first, I didn't
making
know
sure
what
that Austin remains a
it
town
looked like,
that's
but
affordable
you can just
for
hear
people
from
of all walks of life. If we can accomplish making sure that all walks of
Actually, she
life,
speaks
doesn't
very
matter
good
how little
English. I don't know
big
what her
you're making
primary language
money-wise, that you can stay in this
She
town
speaks
so the diversity
very
at that level can remain, then I think Austin stands a chance to really show the world how to do things differently. And what I love about her initiative is just how they're really trying to again work on keeping affordability down for most people. I think it's important to, because it seems like it matters to you, I know that it matters to me. I absolutely would not want to see Austin go away as San Francisco did. And I think the key to that is making sure that true diversity, not like the fluff crap diversity we're hearing over there. And that's another thing, by the way, because San Francisco likes to pride itself in, we are so into diversity. But I'm like, if diversity for you means gender, difference of gender, skin color, maybe the different accents we have, and you think check, I'm like, it's not enough. Can we also add diversity of thoughts? And that's the other problem I have with that place, And I know some folks who are scared of saying much around people. That's also another thing. So not only they're sizing you up, but everybody's also, there is this invisible, how should I say this? There's this invisible agreement that they all seem to have to stay on script.
Yeah, there's a feeling like you're following a certain kind of script that's very kind of shallow, and there is a bit of a categorization going on. Which category do you belong to? And let's put this into a simple math equation, what comes out, as opposed to just the free, open embrace of people, the weirdos, the characters, the interesting, the full, deep sense of diversity.
Exactly.
Not just ideas, but backgrounds and rich and poor, like
artists, engineers,
high school dropouts, PhDs, all of this.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what makes for a rich society that's going to get ahead.
I'm glad you mentioned Nicole's efforts. I know she really is passionate about. I don't know how complicated that work is, because there's probably a big force trying to increase how much it costs to live in Austin. I don't know how you resist that. Whenever I go to New York City, just the fact that there's a giant park in the middle of it, I wonder, like, how did they pull this off? This is amazing.
Yeah.
It's like to resist the force of the increasing price of the land and still to protect this idea of having a park.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the same way, protecting the ability for people from all walks of life to live in the center of the city, to live around the city, to chase a dream when they don't get any money in their pockets.
Absolutely.
I don't know how you do that. It's partly political, probably, regulation, all that kind of stuff.
It's a lot of it has to do with regulations, and this is where her and I also very much see eye to eye in terms of the free markets and also prosperity building, because it's always the same problems most of the time, most places. Here, what you have is some people, in the name of, we got to stand for, and I don't like to use this word, but maybe you help me find a better one. But at least that's a word that people can understand. We got to stand for the lesser fortunate among us. Some people would call them, maybe oftentimes use the word, maybe the underdogs, whatever it is. I was just saying, maybe the lesser fortunate among us, right? In the name of standing up for them, you're promoting policies that are actually going to backfire, and where they end up being the first ones to suffer from it. So let's take this whole housing issue that Nicole and her team are working on. We find that oftentimes the cost, at the end of the day, it's the good old supply and demand equation. If you're going to make it so hard that the supply level of housing remains below a certain threshold, remains lower than the demand of people who need, especially affordable housing altogether, what's going to happen is scarcity, prices go up, and who gets kicked out first? The lesser fortunate among us. So, but I find that oftentimes people, in the name of we care, don't engage their mind. And a friend of mine said this, and he said it so well. He said, having a heart for the poor, that's easy. Having a mind for the poor, that's the challenge. And oftentimes, we all have a heart for poor. But when it comes then to what do we do to have a real impact on making sure that people get a chance at going up, then that's where everything starts falling apart. And then you have people who, then they start pushing for policies, housing policies, making it super hard for you to even renovate or add one more story to your home or anything like that. By doing that, you're messing up with the supply of housing. Therefore, the people who can't afford, people get priced out of the market. And so what people like Nicole are doing are going back to where all of this is taking place, and they're going back to the regulation side. And just like, I'm sure we'll talk about it here, but people wonder today, why is Africa the poorest region in the world? We go back to the same culprit: bad laws and tons of senseless regulations. If you make it so hard that in Berkeley, for someone to build one more story to their home, which means maybe one more unit that could be rented out to someone, and if many more people do that, then you have a much bigger supply, which means the prices will go down, which means more people have access, among them, especially the lesser fortunate among us, then we're starting to see a winning proposal, aren't we? But instead, if you go the other way around, then all of a sudden you're pricing them out of the market. Same thing was done with us. So oftentimes when I see problems of this nature, you can betcha that regulations and census laws are the heart of it. And that's what they're tackling. It's not popular, it's not fun, and people tend to not even understand where you're coming from. But this is a problem we have with people not understanding Econ 101.
Well, so it's the regulation, the laws, and the system that props them up and increases the span of those laws. And we'll talk about that, the fascinating way those kinds of things develop, when it works, when it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
Let me sort of step back and ask you a question about Africa. In the West, in many places in the world, Africa is almost talked about like it's one country, like it's one place. So in what ways is Africa one community, and in what ways is it many, many, many communities, just from your perspective, from in Senegal and beyond?
Right. So at the most basic of what makes us one, it goes back to even what makes you African. You are African. I'm African. We're one big family. Africa is very much, at the end of the day, the
cradle of civilization,
the foundation and the birth of the human race. So from that standpoint, at the most basic level, we're all Africans.
Where this whole thing started.
Exactly. Where this whole thing started, and how at some point humanity was hanging by its fingernails. Only 2,000 of us were left on this earth, and eventually we started. We went for survival. And that's how we started to spread around. And some going up north, some going this way, that way. And as you're traveling to different places, then features start to change to adapt to where you are, right? So hair gets lighter for some people. Eyes get different shape for others to adjust to a new natural habitat. The genomics program, I think, at the National Geographic did that so well for people who are interested in going back to that work with Spencer Wells and such. But so at the very most basic level, that's what unites us all, first of all. And then I would say that the continent, especially here, I will group it into Black Africa, Black Africa. Unfortunately, our common stories, of having gone through this terrible, horrible period of around the same time, the whole continent being, enslaved and colonized. So that, in a way, forms not that we were ever the first people or only people ever, enslaved in this world. As a matter of fact, the word slaves comes from esclave, slave, Slavs, the Slav, right, from the Eastern Bloc. So the first slaves were actually people looking more like you than looking like me, right? Yeah. So, but we don't necessarily remember all of that because in our human psyche, the closest to us in history of a big mass of people being enslaved is African people. We were the last group like that.
The pain of World War I and World War II permeates Europe, but it certainly does for the former Soviet Union, the countries that made up the former Soviet Union. Does in that same way, the pain of slavery and empires using Africa, does that permeate the culture? Is there still echoes of that?
In a way, Yes, especially the fact that, in many different places, whether it's Ghana or my country or Benin, where you have these places that we call the door of no return, or the places of no return, which this was the last place where the slaves were standing, or, this is in Senegal, we call it the door of no return. There is this one door, you're there in the slave house, and once they go, they go. It's that's it. It's going to be the last time they see back home. So those, of course, it creates for a common lived experience, which becomes a common lived history, and of course it's going to tire us up.
Is there a resentment, because you mentioned hospitality?
Yeah.
Is there a kind of resentment of the foreigner that there's a rich, vibrant land? There's many resources. There's powerful cultures. Are they just going to show up and use us?
Yeah.
That's a way to see geopolitics in this part of the world.
Yeah. This is okay. So where it plays very differently is, so if you came to Senegal today, there is not really a problem at that level. Where people's resentment start to come from is, of course, when bad behavior shows up, meaning like you have so many white people who can show up, and just in their attitude, they have an entitlement attitude, right? And they think that in a way we're all still servants. Some people in your face, some people more, but that can cause some little resentment. But where really the resentment is,
and the entitlement can take different forms, like even pity.
Don't even get me going on that. I was trying to be polite today, so just don't. Lex, do not.
Yeah.
Sometimes I tell myself, my God, today you're gonna be all composed. Lex is all composed. So don't go there and make a fool of yourself.
Yeah.
Just behave.
Yeah.
But
Hold it together.
You get me on some grounds. That's when it's all gonna go to hell.
So let's move beyond that too. So resentment. There's a dance between hospitality and resentment.
And resentment. So when you come in, you live your life. You're just a normal human being, and you treat me decently, like you would treat a friend, normal people. I have no problem with you. I'm not gonna come back and be like, well, you and your ancestors have enslaved me. You're not gonna see that stuff. Sometimes I'm in this country where I feel like it's like that. But we in Africa don't do that. Now, if you come, you have this nice attitude, you think you still see servants around, well, you're gonna have a problem. Someone like me, I might even grab you by the back of your neck and take you back to the airport. That's when you're lucky.
Right? You very quickly.
Exactly. But where things come up
gonna work
is, especially nowadays with the African youth, when we have to be reminded of the World Bank, when we have to be reminded of even the world, places like the World Economic Forum, like all of these places that seem to constitute, the way they describe them, when I say it's primarily my Pan-African friends. So here maybe terms are worth describing. So the Pan-African movement goes way back when. We're talking about, way back when, started in the 30s, going on all the way from there. So what you have there is people who have started coming together and dreaming up an emancipated Africa, away from the colonies, because at that point there were still colonies, and dreaming up all of that. Cool. So we're talking about people like Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, we're talking about Julius Nyerere of Tanzania, talking about Blaise Diagne of Senegal, and other people like that, Malawi. So anyway,
so fucking long.
And the African youth of today, we're still hanging on onto some of these ideas of, and on some of these dreams of a reunited Africa. So when you were talking about what seems to unite you, there is that, also, meaning like we all feel like we're part of the same family. Is it only in our heads? Is it in reality? For many different reasons, there is definitely what we call a Pan-African movement. And I very much myself consider myself one of them. I don't agree all the time with where we want to go and how we want to go there, but not where we want to go. Where we want to go is we would love to see a united Africa, for sure. But how to get that accomplished, that's where oftentimes we have issues. So on something like that,
Dude, what's that?
So this Pan-African, especially the Pan-African youth, but it's beyond the Pan-African youth, it's the youth in general in Africa. World Bank, UN, all of these organizations that they tend to qualify as imperialist organizations. And it's not always a correct way to describe them, but I'm sure you get the sentiment. And from that place, there is tons of resentment. Because for the longest time, these groups, organizations, and some that preceded them have proceeded to actually decide what even our new frontiers would be. You see, when you go to a place like Senegal, Mali, all of that, different countries, but we were one people, one group, one kingdom, and then at some point they decided, just when you look at Africa, have you looked at how straight some of these borders are? We're like, did a robot just draw these? Really? These
No
are not.
offense to robots.
No offense to a robot, especially this one. It looks so cute. But you know what I mean? So they have continued deciding what it would be to be us, to live on our land, and how do we even progress? And it just keeps on going. They get to decide how are we gonna, which type of even economic development path are we gonna choose or not? So it's very so from that standpoint, yes, there's a lot of resentment, including even from people like me.
Yeah, and it's interesting that the invader and the oppressor and the empires have actually created a force for unity. I've seen that in Ukraine, in the invasion of Ukraine, where it was a pretty divided, a very divided country with many factions.
Mm-hmm.
But the invasion really forced everyone to think about the identity of this nation together, beyond factions, beyond all of that. It allowed it to look at its history and its future. Like they all say that all great nations have had to have a war of independence, and this is our war to find our own identity. So in that sense, Africa as one place, as one continent, had to find multiple times its identity through the resistance of the oppressor.
Especially Sub-Saharan Africa. Yes.
And there's an interesting aspect to this because the president of Senegal is also the head of the African Union. So we'll talk about the fascinating geopolitics of that whole situation. But let me ask, in general,
Mm-hmm.
you talk about this question, this fascinating question: what does it take for a country to prosper? Mm-hmm. What does it take for a country to prosper? You see many countries in the world that really struggle and many that flourish. And it's not always obvious why, because some have natural resources, some don't. Some have wars, some don't. Some have sort of authoritarian regimes, some don't. And some have democracies and all that kind of stuff. So the dynamics aren't exactly obvious. Is there commonalities? Is there fundamental ideas that result in the prosperity of a nation?
Today, I can confidently say yes, despite all the differences that you talked about. And I think then this is where it becomes very important that we are very clear about the question you asked me. You said, what does it take to make a country prosperous? So I'm just going to stick to prosperity, because prosperity doesn't necessarily mean, sometimes has nothing to do with maybe how you conduct yourself otherwise, socially speaking, right? So you can be prosperous and still, when it comes to your family laws, all the way you approach the other aspects of your life, maybe you're running a very communist lifestyle, or you're in a very liberal, society. So for me, when we talk about prosperity, I just want to make sure that we're clear on that, because some people might stay there, might be somewhere and be like, well, you because I know what I'm going to talk to you about next. And some people are going to sit there and be like, well, China is not like that, or even Dubai is not like that. No. So what I'm talking about is this thing, and that's what I love about this. If we just stick to the word prosperity, to me, I see prosperity as this. It's like, economically speaking, what are we going to be a prosperous nation? Meaning we are a middle to high income nation. I'm not talking about what are the rights of women to vote, or can people live like this, or I'm not talking about any
economic fundamentally economic
Yes.
prosperity.
Because I think it's that distinction is very important, because over the years I've seen people push back on all types of things, and it occurred to me that that's what the misunderstanding was there. So if we're going to talk about prosperity, making sure that the country can make money so that it can take care of its needs and the needs of its citizens, then what I have come to find is that at the root of that
Hey, what?
is going to be
Just
what we call economic freedom, and what I call the toolkit of the entrepreneur. In that, you can put the rule of law, you can put the concept of clear and transferable property rights.
How you living, Pam?
Economic freedom is at all the levels, that which will allow
You ready to game?
entrepreneurs and business people to create value
All right,
and
you do
create
you.
value
Get that
entrepreneurially.
coffee.
We're not talking about
and then I want
racism or
to see
anything
you
like
game.
that. It's like you found a pie to be this big and you make it this big. So that's what we're talking about.
Create.
Create value. Yes. So when it comes to that, we have found that whether you're looking at
All right.
two countries
Well,
that started the same, we talk to the same people,
Then
East
go back
Germany,
to bed, big dog.
West Germany, South Korea, North
Then
Korea.
Go.
Very similar
back
people
to
to start
bed.
with, right? Yet radical outcomes.
All right.
I know that today Germany is united, but
We're
we're talking
done.
about back in the days when you had East and Western bloc. Same people, very different outcomes. Like I said, South Korea, North Korea, and so on and so forth. And at the same time,
Yo, Doug, do you
very
like the
different nations.
Beatles?
Dubai compared to Singapore or to England.
Do you like
Very
the
different,
Beatles?
yet the same outcome. So it seems to me like whenever we're
Okay.
looking at prosperity, if a nation is prosperous,
Good.
regardless of whatever
I'm
other
watching.
shenanigans they might be running,
No,
whatever other operating software
I get.
they might be running,
I love
or
the Beatles,
anything
and if
that's
you
not
don't love the
related to
Beatles,
business,
I,
if on the business
especially if
side
you're from United
they
Kingdom,
are proponents of the
I-
free markets,
I
or at
wonder
least
what's wrong with you.
base,
Not that I thought anything wrong with
level
you, but I figured, yeah,
of
this
free
motherfucker's
markets,
gonna love the
we know
Beatles.
that such countries will create prosperity.
What are the aspects of the operating systems that lead to Singapore and to South Korea and all that kind of stuff? So can you speak to different elements that enable the toolkit for entrepreneurs?
Sure. And maybe here, let me just maybe illustrate it with my own story, and then I can just take you back to
Magata, us your story.
Well, thank you. They kicked me out.
Just because it started with me coming here, you shouldn't be a robot or anything, and now it looks like we're only short for 12. And then you're like, no, people. And then, no. But so this is where this question, even when you ask me how are some countries, how do some countries become prosperous? That question, Lex, I had it when I was 7 or so. That's when my family moved me to from Senegal for the first time of my
You're
life. I left my
amazing,
country,
dude.
I left my
Sir
continent,
Smoke a lot.
and I was
Thank you
headed to
so
Europe.
much. Sir
to join
Smoke
my
a lot
people,
with
like
the
my
fucking
family,
dump
my
views.
parents, who
He's
were there
like,
as,
he's like,
economic
he's,
migrants.
I'm the
My parents were
locomotive
migrating
and
for a
he's the
better life.
caboose.
As
You're
so many people
amazing.
have to.
They toss.
So many people have to, coming from poorer places, coming from low-income countries.
So you saw the difference
Yeah, that's,
between the two places?
that's how I feel too.
How else would you call it? Here you are in Senegal, minding your own business, causing tons of trouble everywhere. You know, just being a happy,
Well,
free
yeah,
range kid.
I
But
mean,
was.
Yeah. So you were always a troublemaker.
it's
I just know.
difficult because they know who I am.
I couldn't be friends with that.
And of course, I agree.
And
Right? So, because even
yeah,
you know,
I mean,
like,
I
when
was
you were,
given a
like,
bunch
all
of different
together,
reasons
like,
why I was
front,
not allowed back
know
in
there's a
London.
lot of troublemaking.
Okay, the first one was, yeah, they said, well, the first reason was they said I can't broadcast other people's voices on my stream, even though it was really, really, really faint. I said fine. So then I put in I put in headphones, and then they let me back in. Then they said that I wasn't allowed to turn my cam on, and I said why, and they're like, well, at least while I sleep. They're like, well, because it makes people feel awkward. I'm like, well, they can shut my camera off. They don't have to have my camera on. Yeah, exactly. So for those people who want to watch me, they can, and for those people who don't, they have that opportunity as well. Then they booted me And when they booted me, I kind of declared war on them. And so what I did was, because I don't think the person who started the Discord is still there anymore. It's like somebody else who's taken over. And I complained to that guy, and he was like, no, I get too many messages about you. And I'm like, well, what did I do wrong? And he's like, you make people feel awkward with your camera on all the time. And I said, well, they can shut me off. That's not on me. That's on them. And he's like, yeah, we're just not.
That's their issue.
Exactly.
It's not your problem. I don't get people. I really fucking don't. Discord's full of sweaty crybabies.
I agree with you.
Fucking crybabies.
I agree with you. So then
We're adults. Me and you are adults.
100%. 100%. I mean, they didn't have anything. They weren't mad about my performances. They didn't say I did anything inappropriate on camera. It was just they don't like the fact that my camera was on. Okay, fine. So then I was like, dude, let me back. Oh, so originally they were like, you need to wait 3 months to come back. And I was able to get them. Yeah, I was like, dude, that's way too long. Let me just back it. Let me back in if I wear headphones. So they're like, fine. They let me wear headphones. And then the head guy's like, no, we just don't want him in there anymore. So I went on their YouTube channel and I said that I felt that they were discriminating against me. I didn't say why. I didn't say because I have a beard or because I wear a hat or because I have 10 fingers and 10 toes. I didn't say why, but they're picking on me. I didn't say discriminate, but perhaps picking on me. They're picking on me because they're not enforcing the rules against everyone equally. And so the guy who was like the head of it, he's like, yeah, I'm definitely not letting you in now. And I'm like, well, why are you picking on me? Basically, like, you have said to me that I had to use headphones, so I did that. That I can't have my camera on, so I made sure it wasn't on when I was sleeping. I just wanted to sit there and listen to people and sing when it's my turn. That's all I wanted to do. And he's like, no, absolutely not. So that was the end of that. And then I think at points, like, I had other accounts that were in there. And so I would, like, message the moderation team, hey, like, why are you guys picking on me? Like, what is it? And Caspian Sea will tell you, I get picked on all the time in all of these different Discords. And not for that. They get me for, they pick on me because they say that I am, Thank you. I'm an advertising bot. That's the big one they like to say. And I'm like, my camera.
You're advertising your own company, which is your own creation. You should be able to advertise it.
Well, here's the thing. I have never, or at least I should say in the last, I don't know, year of being on Discord or so, gone into someone's Discord and be like, hey, let me tell you about my live stream. And let me, will you please join my Discord? I never do that. Ever, ever, ever. I've learned my lesson. I know what self-promotion is, and a lot of the servers don't let you do that. But that doesn't mean that my profile can't say, hey, join my Discord. That's what your profile is for. And
see, with you, when I first met you, and that was through DMs, I was just curious on what you were doing, you know, your web page and how big it was, kind of inspired me. Well, it intrigued me because there's a lot of data on one page. There's so much. I'm like, how the fuck have you done?
You've seen my blog. Is that what you're saying? My blog?
Yeah. And then, you know, before you even say anything about streaming, you warn me that you are streaming. You warn me that it's broadcasted 24/7, 7 days a week. Like, my raging yesterday stuck on your stream forever now.
Absolutely.
If
but
you want to go back to 24th of December,
that wasn't.
Me raging. We can.
That wasn't even. Oh, you should see what people do. No, that's nothing. But yeah, it is on the stream. Well, it's
stupid fucking game.
In the future, people will be massive gamers, so you getting pissed will seem very minor. Everyone will understand it. The thing is, more and more people, their positions are being taken by AI. And so there are fewer and fewer ways for people to generate money in a traditional way.
YouTube Shorts, TikTok, videos online, you can't tell what's AI and what's not now because, well, there are slight tells if you look really closely, but there's so much bullshit now because AI generated titles where people live, and the video has nothing to do with the title.
Absolutely.
Say, soldier gets killed in war, and it's a video of a soldier giving out candy in Afghanistan. It's so annoying. AI is a fucking bitch.
And
it should have been a benefit.
And I'm the counter to that.
Access to people like this.
There is, while some people ascribe to it, I know that there's something.
From it, but some people will just use it for bad.
Sure.
Some people use it for malicious activity.
Well, so there's something called the dead internet theory, that basically most content on the internet nowadays is produced by bots, and whether that's true or not, I can tell you that I have 3.5 years worth of data that none of it is created by bots, except like I might use ChatGPT to help me with stuff, but it's like a human using it and it's all on camera. And I think that'll make this very attractive in the future. I got these.
I mean, I use ChatGPT. I use that to help me, just like breakdowns, or if I've got any questions, or if I need some help with like some work on like line, like some training.
I use it for
without the key points.
People come in here.
It's good for getting what you need out the internet without having to go look for hours.
Agreed. People come in here every day and ask questions that are really challenging, especially when it comes to high-level physics. And I have to do my best to sometimes go to ChatGPT.
How do I get Rabbi to be mine forever?
Exactly. Perhaps. Yeah, I basically I do my best to help people, and sometimes I need to use that large language model.
I get you. Some people are cunts.
Yeah, and
like
I'm starting
like karaoke lounges. Just
yeah, I'm starting to. So, do you know who Aiden Ross is?
Yeah.
He's a pretty big influencer. I think he owns part of Kick, and he just re-signed a contract with Kick to be like streaming on there a lot more. Anyway, I've been live in his Discord now for like more than 6 months, and other people know me in there. And like generally, I mean, I kick people out every single day who they're just not 18 years old, and I don't want to have anything to do with them. If you're not 18, I don't want to talk to you on the internet. I wish there was a setting that was just like turn off any children from talking to you. But there isn't that setting. So I have to be very mindful and ask people, are you 18 and all these other things. And, but Aiden Ross's stream, I think you have to be like 13 to watch it or something. And so I'm live in his Discord, and I get trolled in there all the time. But the trolls are starting to I don't know, I guess they embrace me. They watch my old footage, and then they take screenshots of it and then share it in the Aiden Ross server and make it their profile pictures. I've got 2 guys right now who have taken pictures of me shaving it with an electric shaver in the bathroom, and also another one of me eating peanut butter on my bed. And these are their profile pictures, that's what I want. I don't necessarily want children doing it.
I can just imagine you eating peanut butter right now, baby.
Oh yeah, it's very sexy. I'm a big peanut butter fan, perhaps even a connoisseur. So, so while I don't necessarily want anybody under 18 doing this, there's nothing I can really do about it. They're allowed to have what they want, but that's the kind of basically people ignore you, then they hate you, then you win essentially. And the one big one where do you know what Wall Street Bets is? It's a Reddit subreddit. It's okay.
No, I'm not really a Reddit person.
That's okay. Reddit is probably one of the best websites on the internet. It's like the world's forum. Now, I'm not saying that the moderators are good people or any of that, but it's forums are very important for information. They create giant libraries of people's questions and answers and cool things that get shared. And so for a year, I've been trying to be in this Wall Street Bets subreddit. It's got like 60,000 people. They have some other ones that have like 300,000 and 400,000, but those guys don't let me in there because they say that I'm advertising. Well, anyway, this other one that's smaller, they let me in there, fortunately. And but then they just tear into me, and that's okay. They'll call me names and they'll be mean, and I have very thick skin at this point. I mean, I literally live my life on the internet. If anybody who can take shit, I can take it pretty well. I'm not saying I'm bulletproof, but I am able to take shit better than most people at this point. Well, one thing that I do is I stream Bloomberg, like Bloomberg Business News, in that OG Wall Street Bets subreddit. And I get people who are like, oh, you're the worst person, yada, yada, yada. And then give it 2 or 3 days. And then all of a sudden they're like, I really like you, sir. You're very nice. I was wrong about you. Like I'm able to convince people over the course of time that what I'm doing is, well, at least I feel important, and I'm not doing anything to hurt them. So, just kind of mind your own business. This isn't, I think too many people feel like they have to be the police force of the internet. And it's like, no, that's not your role. If you don't like what I'm doing, block me. If you don't like what I'm doing, shut off my camera. If you don't like hearing me, mute me. But that doesn't mean I don't have the same rights as everybody else to be able to be in someone's Discord or be able to stream my camera. So long as I'm not doing anything against the rules of the server or the terms and conditions of the website, I should be able to do whatever I want. And like what I'm saying is, like, little by little, these guys start to become friends, and then eventually they become allies. And that's really important for my movement. And especially in that Discord, they're high net worth individuals. They're generally very well connected on Twitter and that kind of stuff. And I start to get their attention, and then they end up looking at my blog and reading through it. They see how long it is. I mean, just the amount of information that I have in my blog, there could be university courses taught on just some of those lists of just like, what are 100 different kind of computers faster than quantum computers? And then right there, that's the future of computing for the next millennium. And
stop camping.
So I feel that what I'm doing is important, and I think people are starting to see that as well. So that's good.
Yeah. Sit there with your fucking sniper rifle, you fat cunt. Oh, fuck off, Lulu. Snipers on the left, snipers on the right. So why are we gonna fucking move? Can't go through the middle because there's 2 fucking massive bandits. You're a cunt. You're an absolute cunt. Stop pushing my fucking spawn. Oh, now run it. Yeah, I'm fucking here. Bug on. Oh, frag grenade. What are you on about? You can't just spawn flippers again like that. Stupid fucking game. I hate when you spawn flips. A bit. Why? Why be the one? And again, a fucking sniper. Every fucking. Fuck off, mate. Play the game. Use the gun. Don't sit there smelling your own arse crack every fucking time. That's sniper. My team's just too fucking scared to do this one. Go on. Don't camp. Can't stand campers, Robert. Just made them.
Dog, I love camping. It's the cheapest way to kill people, but it's very effective.
Yeah, in this COD, it's so unfair.
Oh, I'm sure.
It is so unfair. You know, it really is, dude. It's unfair.
Do you know what the most important thing is in gaming, like a first-person shooter?
having a fucking decent team.
Kill to death ratio. At the end of the day, tell me something that's more important than kill to death ratio.
The objective of the match, which is hard point, domination.
Okay.
Use point, don't fuck around with kill.
That's okay.
You're crouching around my fucking spawn.
Touche.
You're not even standing up. Look.
I see.
Look.
I see. Touche. Yes, if the objective of the game is not to kill the other team, then yes, whatever the objective is important. But in most first-person shooters,
every single time I sit on that spot, there's just a fucking guy who shoots a grenade at that spot.
Well, go take him out. Go take him out. I'm watching you right now. Go take his ass out. Because if it's happening to you, it's happening to your teammates.
I wish I had eyes on the back of my head. I really wish I had eyes on the back of my head. That was real. That was near enough the whole team. Oh, sweet. I just had no bullets.
Go to that spot where you spawn. If you don't take out that guy where you spawn, he's just going to kill all your teammates. Nobody is going to be the leader and kill that guy, but you need to.
I'm always the leader in these fucking games.
All right, well then be it and take out the guy who's by the spawn point.
Fuck off. So on my team, like when I'm on the point, there's no one with me to support it, so I can't fucking hold it.
Can you talk to them?
No, I'm in Discord with you.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't know if there was a way to.
I just scream at them.
I didn't know if there was a way to change. Okay, well, is that guy by the spawn point anymore?
Oh, you see, he just sits there with a sniper. You're playing snipers on Nuketown, which is quite sad. Quite fucking move, and I also hate when when a guy stands in a fucking doorway, you can't push around him. Fuck off, you should be dead. Oh, come on, man. Why is my team not pushing out? Why is it every time I fucking move, I'm getting killed by the same fucking grenade? Oh, don't sit, bro. Don't fucking sit there and play like that. I'm getting shot through fucking walls as soon as I move. What the fucking... Jog on. Jog on. Come on. Oh, he's there every time. Let me see what his KD is. 5 KD, yeah. 20 and 4. You've done nothing but fucking sit there. Oh look, and again, another one just fucking, and another one. My days. Oh shit. Oh my god. Stop fucking camping, right? Play the game properly. Oh look, there's 4 of them. And they're all, my whole team's stuck in a building. How are you behind me?
I'm behind you.
Desperately trying to keep it together.
I know you are, but with me, I'm going to totally bring it out.
Is it friendly fire?
So,
you saw the difference.
Right, I saw it different. I'm walking in here, back home, and I tell people the story because to me, it's a defining story. Back home, to take a shower, it takes time. Grandma has to, make the charcoal catch on a little stove like you use at, when you go camping. And then she puts a pot of water on it. It boils. She takes it, puts it in a bigger bucket, mixes it with some colder water, Then we put a little pot in it, and a stronger member of the family has to drag it to the shower, and then there, finally, I can proceed to take my shower. Here I'm in Germany in the middle of the winter, and my mom is like, "My God, time for your shower." I'm like, I'm not getting naked. Where's the bucket? Where's the bucket of hot water? She's like, "Oh, you silly! Come on, just jump in." And I jump in the shower. Turn the button. The water is coming down. Temperature. We're playing. So, are you kidding me?
So amazing.
I've been cheated out of life my whole life.
Yeah.
So that's what happened. And then I'm like, oh, and all of these roads, they're paved roads. Unlike back home, everything is like sandy, and my feet are always ashy. I always have to wash off when I go back home, and your shoes get ruined most of the time. And it started, and I had this question, and it was just like, wow, how come they have this and we don't? So I was not being like, oh, how come they have all of this money? Well, I was not that. It was just like, how come? And I think what I was alluding to was, how come life is so easy here and back it's not?
And easy, not in a negative sense, in a beautiful sense. Sometimes I get, just having traveled through the war zone, just to come back, traveling through Europe, back to America, I'll just get emotional just looking at the efficiency of things, like how easy it is, how we can. First of all, in Ukraine, you currently can't fly, right? It's a war zone. Just even the thing of transportation. You said roads. Yeah, the quality of roads in the United States is amazing. Just not, many of the places that to drive in Ukraine. You're talking about. I mean, really bad conditions of roads, and in many parts of Africa and many parts of the world, the roads are even worse.
Right.
And outdoor, having a indoor toilet is a fascinatingly awesome luxury to have.
Mm-hmm. It is. And don't take me wrong, Lex. Do we have some great roads now in many parts of Africa? Yes. Main arteries, great roads. You're like, whoa, this is moving. Yes, we do. But definitely more today than in my time growing up. Do we have, a country like Nigeria that just birthed 6 unicorns last year alone? Yes. Do we have the African youth out there being so amazing and, living their lives? Yes, we have all of that. But it is still, unfortunately, just like we're scratching the surface.
Yeah.
And those people still are getting all of that accomplished, literally swimming through molasses. This is some of the most gross, immoral, unfair waste of human capital.
And so that started with you as a 7-year-old asking, wait a minute, how do amazing people in Europe do this and the amazing people in Africa don't?
And that's a key word, amazing, because that's what I realized later, because it was not always like that for me, amazing, right? I knew instinctively that of course we are amazing too. But so eventually the question became so I went from how come they have this and we don't, to the country as I'm growing up and researching, because it stayed with me. When I tell you I'm obsessed, I'm haunted. I am. So you can laugh all you want, but it's so the question became how come some countries like the United States, Singapore are rich, and some others like mine and many others in Africa are poor? That became the question. And along the line, like along the road, I continued on living my life, wondering about this question. And I've heard all types of reasons as to supposedly why that might be the case. Some people with a very straight face are still peddling the IQ theory. According to, come on, darling, it's not your fault. Your skin color goes with a gene sequence that just doesn't allow you to be as smart as white people are. And it's not your fault, but just accept it. That stuff is still out there. It's very real. And I have to hear it. And others would say to me, oh, it's just because, you guys don't have an adequate level of education. And I say, maybe you got to go say that to most of the street sellers you go see in Senegal. You go up to many of these street sellers in Senegal. They are wading through cars, in moving cars, under the hot sun, fumes thrown at their face, trying to sell you anything and that you think you might be able to use. Whether we're talking about an ironing board, to an umbrella, to Q-tips, to toothpicks, selling you whatever you need from your car. These are street sellers, and you ask them, "Dear, do you have any degree?" Yeah, I have this credit degree in math or in literature, whatever. Some very, very educated people. Yet they're right there. This is what they're doing.
So that's just that scale, wasted human potential.
Thank you.
So that has to do, the wasted human potential has to do now with the system, with something about the laws, something about sort of the things that limit or enable the entrepreneur.
Yes, because at that point I've heard this. I heard people say, "Yeah, your IQ is no good. Yeah, you don't have enough degrees, or you're not educated." Yeah, some people would even say it's because you guys are malnourished. You need to be fed. Others, oh well, maybe I'll give you some shoes and maybe something is going to change, whatever. And then, so I heard all of this nonsense, Lex. But guess what? None of them made sense. You know why it didn't make sense? Because if any of that crap was true, why is it that
Happened to the best
my
of us, big
parents
dog.
or any other people from these places?
Just keep robbing
And by the way, some people call those places God-forsaken land. That's also the type of correct you always have to hear. When it's not just flat out SHIT, whole countries from, one person a few years ago, president of this country.
That sentiment is sometimes there.
It is. As I go on with my life, trying to find the answer to why are some countries like mine poor while others are rich, I'm hearing all of these reasons thrown at me. And then they make no sense. Because then how come then, if my parents move, as it is usually anyone else who moves from a poorer nation to a nation that supposedly is rich, all of a sudden they get to manifest the greatest potential. So I'm starting to think this has nothing to do with a person per se, because we're talking about the same person, same background, everything, same name, features, everything.
Yeah.
Now I'm starting to think maybe it doesn't have to do with the person. Maybe we're talking about something that has to do with the place that they came from or the place that they're going to. So this little thing is starting to be in my mind. Again, remember, this is not something that I woke up to overnight. I'm like, well, I got my question. It took me for a long time, and I had to face off, to have many different ideologies face each other. I had to really have a reckoning, literally in my heart and in my mind. And so then that's what I'm thinking. It cannot be. It cannot. No. It's the same people. It has to be about the place. But then what about this place? But then even about the place, you're thinking, again, two countries, different background, same outcome, same background, different outcome. What is this? And then I go on. I am in Silicon Valley in the late 90s, early 2000s. Dot-com boom, all of that. And I'm starting to discover this concept of this thing called entrepreneurship. I'm in Silicon Valley, and just getting to experience what seems so cliche by now, but people getting together on the back of a napkin, talking about an idea, putting it out, and then they go out and they talk to some investors who's going to invest in it. Then they have the lawyers who get to put all this stuff together, and then they have the big four CPA firms. This whole ecosystem of what they call of entrepreneurship, and then eventually this concept of entrepreneurship being this idea of creating something out of nothing. So there I am, and at some point I become an entrepreneur myself. And the way I became an entrepreneur was not like, and I'm like, I want to make money, so I'm going to become an entrepreneur. No. And this is also another problem I have with people who have a problem with entrepreneurs or business people. Most entrepreneurs do not start a business to become rich. Most entrepreneurs start a business because they have identified a problem that bothered them enough that they said, enough is enough. I'm going to do something about it. What entrepreneurs are people criticized by creating. Do they always get it right? No. As a matter of fact, the failure in entrepreneurship is humongous. It's kamikaze path to take the entrepreneurship path. We lose our spouses. My first husband passed away as soon as I was about to sign my first term sheet, and yet I had to keep going. What force could keep you going after you just lost the love of your life? What force keeps you going? The force of, I just want to be rich? Really? When your whole world is upside down, and you just want to quit, you just want to go join him in death. I stayed. Why? Because of the same reason why I started my company. I stayed because the women whom I had put back to work by then, we're talking about some of the most vulnerable women in my country. These are women who grow the hibiscus, which we need to make the bisap, which is the juice of Turanga. Remember? This is our national identity drink. And for the longest time, women grow this hibiscus that we use for the national drink, this drink. And now that Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and all that have made it through the marketing that it is more cool to drink those beverages, now there is no more market for the hibiscus. And with that goes the livelihoods of these women. And for me, that bothered me enough. Because in that force, I saw two things. One was a part of my culture. We're talking about, part of my cultural identity, for Christ's sake. The juice of Turanga. You asked me, what defines you? I said Turanga. There's a juice for it. So my culture is disappearing. And at the same time, these women are sliding into abject poverty because what they used to make, no one needs anymore. So that is what got me to start a company. And the company was created just because of that. I wanted to build a company that would allow me to not only preserve this very important aspect of my cultural identity, and at the same time, put these women back to work.
And maybe it's more difficult to put into words, but there's a kind of, it's a basic human spirit where you see the place where you came from breaking apart in some kind of way, and you have the entrepreneurial fire that dreams of helping.
Yes.
And that sometimes it's hard to convert that into words. You have to tell nice stories and so on, but it's the basic human desire to help.
Yes.
And
especially when
criticized by creating.
Especially when you've been, especially when, and let's face it, are we all a bundle of circumstances, some happy, some worse? Yes, we are. And oftentimes I ask myself, my God, why you? Why did you get to have the opportunities that you have? What makes you different from it? Let's say even your cousin that is still home, trapped, because we call ourselves trapped citizens. When you're trapped in these countries that go nowhere, we're like a bunch of trapped citizens. So you see, Lex, when my husband passed away, and I wanted nothing more to do than to quit, and to send, investors had already said, we understand if you want to stop. Whatever you decide to do, we'll do that. And I wanted to quit. And I was actually on my way. I was in Senegal for a month, trying to really get a bearing over myself. And by the end of the month, I had decided I'm letting go. There's no way. The pain was too great. Nothing made sense anymore. It was too much. So I went to see this woman, and I talked to the one who, we're talking back then, there were 400 of them. Later on, we grew to 9,000. And I told the representative of all of them, and I told her this very old lady, and just looking at her, I knew I was going through some pain, but this woman has probably gone through 10 times. Not that pain is measurable, but you could tell this woman probably lost a child, as oftentimes happen in places, that are lower income countries. Probably lost a husband also. Probably, who knows, so many people. Loss is part of our lives.
You could see the pain.
You could see the pain, yet she's so dignified. She's so dignified. And that already kind of made me like, we got to stop crying. And I told her that I was quitting. I could not look her in the eyes. And And she said, look at me. I could not look her in the eye. She said, look at me, child. And I looked at her and she said, you know, I know you're in pain, but where your husband is, where your beloved is absolutely nothing that you can do for him. But for us, you can change everything. And I went back. So that's what entrepreneurs are at their best.
Did she help you find your strength?
Yes. And I was weak still, but I said, you put that aside. There's a job to do here. And I went back, and I fought with everything that I had. And this company that I started in my kitchen became this company that had the who's who of the beverage world. With at some point Roger Enrico, the chairman of PepsiCo, sitting on my board. Yeah, I went back because of that. So the reason why I tell this story for me is important, because the world needs to understand that there's a viable way of caring and of being part of a solution for the lesser fortunate, in terms of not keeping them where they are and we're like the saviors coming and giving them food and all that. No. But it's like, just like the leg up I got in my life, give somebody else a leg up.
What are the things you're fighting against in Africa when you try to build a business like that?
So then we're building this company. And back then, this was in 2004, but it was when I built my first company. We had to have two sister companies, one there, one here. So the one in Africa was about the whole supply chain. And the one in America was, research and development, sales and marketing, all of that good stuff. And then at some point I look around, I'm like, wait a second. Here, back in the days, before we had the, they would talk, they would say, oh, we have this one-stop shop for business registration. But the truth is, very quickly you can set up an LLC in the US. We're talking about less than, today it's super fast, 20 minutes online, done. Back then it was, less than a few hours to get it done. Cost you almost nothing. We're talking about a few $100, free, $200 to $350, depending which state you are.
So LLC, starting a basic company takes almost no time.
No time, no money, almost.
You don't have to know a guy that knows a guy that slips some money to the politician and so on.
No, none of that stuff. And so at the same time, also things like, and this I can take you even to today's day. Okay, Lex, I don't know if you have employees on payroll or anything like that, but do you have to go every month, or anybody listening to us right now, do they have to go every single month to 3 different type of agencies, like governmental agencies, to one step? This one is basically you're going to go and give them your retirement money, the pension part of the salary that you took out from your employee. You have to go to this agency and put that application through. So you leave that money behind. Then you go to another agency. This one is for their health, care, whatever. You have 3 of those places where you have to literally go to in person. 3 times, 3 places every single month to drop off these paperwork. Do you have to do that anywhere in the US? I mean, do we have that situation anywhere that you know of right now?
No.
And do you think that's business friendly, or do you think it's cumbersome in business?
And that's not just cumbersome sort of physically, it's cumbersome psychologically. That there's a feeling like the system around you, there's a feeling like you're trapped. It's a feeling like the system doesn't want you to succeed versus a system that does want you to succeed.
Exactly. You're in a country like we're in Texas. If you make less than $1 million in revenues a year, all you do 5 minutes it takes you, you're filing, your state, your franchise tax. That's it. It's below that number. Tell them what it is. then you have nothing to give them or anything like that. You move on. Us, even if I make this much, there is a minimum tax that you have to pay, which is $1,000 in Senegal right now.
For the listener, the guy was holding up a zero.
You make no money.
You still have to pay.
You still have to pay. So, and then, let me walk you through what happened to me when we had to try to get the electricity hooked up on our first office. So we go, they say, first you have to apply, like you normally you have to apply. And then we apply, we pay the money. Remember again, here you have to also go. This was like, you go to the office and you pay. And then we wait, and we wait, and we wait. And when I say we wait, I'm not talking about we waited 24 hours, we waited 48 hours, a month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. You go, you send your assistant, she goes, she comes back. Well, they say we send it to wait. At some point, I'm like, I gotta go there. So I go there, and I asked to speak to the head of a district for the, and I'm just like going on and on and on and on about how we've been delayed. This is gonna be a problem. We have to produce. Everything is delayed, and I risk losing my business. We already pre-sold some of these products to our customers. Something needs to happen. So at some point, the gentleman looks at me. He's like, "Lady, look over there." I look over there. I see a pile of paper this high. We're talking about maybe hundreds of applications. Each one of them is a single sheet. Each single sheet is an application for getting the electricity. And it says, "Do you see that?" I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Look over there." I look over there to the other side. I see 2 meters. He's like, "Each of these applications needs one of those." "How many do you see?" I said, 2. Then I knew I was in trouble. And then I said, "What do I do?" And he said, "Lady, it's not at our level." And I agreed with him. It was not on his level. But eventually, by now you can tell that I pretty much get what I need and at that point, what I did was not threaten him or anything like that. I didn't even pay a bribe or anything, but you could see why people pay bribes. Because when you have a pile like that, then the only way to advance your file, and that, by the way, happens even at the passport office. You come, you apply for your passport, which is your right. They forced us to have passports. It's your right as a citizen to have a passport. And even there, if you want yours to keep going through the process, you have to bribe somebody so it can go even the pace it's supposed to go, let alone faster. So here, I'm thinking I have a problem. And at that point, I did what I do. I talked to him about all the things I was trying to do. I explained to him why I'm here, why I'm trying to do this. And even him said, "Lady, someone like you have no reason to even be here. You could be back in America, living your life, la vida loca. You don't have to be here." So that, I think, gained a lot of his respect. And I said, if you don't help me with this, I understand I shouldn't be of a priority or anything like that, but I beg of you, I need for this to go on this week. And he said, "Okay." That's how I got my meter. One of his 2 meters became mine. So then he said, "But we have a problem." And I said, "What?" He said, "Well, the truck, we need a truck to be here to do it because of where you are from the pole, we need long cable lines to get it all done. But the truck is, I don't know where the truck was because they had this one truck for I don't know how many customers." So I go to the mayor of a town with whom I'm quite friends, but you see, I know people, but it shouldn't be this way. So I go to the mayor of a town and I said, "Mayor, he happens to have the same name as me, first, last name, same. But except he's the ugly one, I'm the pretty one because he's, right?
That's so people can tell you apart.
Exactly. Right? I'm the pretty one and he's the whatever. So I get to the mayor and I'm like, "Mayor, I need your help. You need to help me with this." He's like, "Now what?" And I explained to him, and he's like, "Okay, you can take the truck from the city hall. I'll tell the guys that they can allow you to have it, and then they come, and then you guys can do this." And then we arrived there. Guess what? I thought I was done next, but I was not done. Because now the electricity company, by the way, whom we paid, everything was there. They've been sitting on our money for 9 months by now. Well, we need a ladder long enough to, like one of the super professional ladders that normally the electricity companies have. Theirs was in some other village, and they didn't know if it was going to be back for another 3 days or 4 days. I said, "Are you kidding me?" He's like, "No." So I call Mayor again. I'm like, "Mayor, do you have a ladder?" And I explained, and he said, and that's how I got my electricity hooked up. Otherwise, I probably would still be waiting. So, like, you add all of these things together, and also the fact that in my country, by the way, the labor laws are so stringent. Basically, you are married to employees for good or for bad. And some people say, oh no, you're not married for good or for bad, except that it will just cost you a lot of time and money to get rid of any of them. It doesn't matter the circumstances. Do you think an entrepreneur really need to hear something like that? You know, the head of the ILO, I had an argument with him at the UN, and I said to him, listen, and you listen to me very well. The reason, if you want to protect employees, as you claim everything you're doing is to protect employees, you know better of a human being than I am in terms of wanting to make sure that people are treated right and fairly. But last time I checked, Google, for example, is not offering their employees chef-cooked meals, super healthy, anything they want, feeding them from morning till evening, having some, babysitters, or having healthcare, childcare on site. All of these perks that come on top of really cozy salaries. It did not happen because you, the ILO, told them you have to do this. It happened because there are enough jobs created around that now you're in an employee's market, and employers have to fall all over themselves to attract the best talent among us. That's how it's done, and not with your nonsense that you're imposing me right now, which the only result you're going to get, like in my country, do you know what we have shown for all of these? The fact that the Senegalese employees were the most protected employee on paper in the world? Well, we're one of the 25 poorest countries in the world. That's what it got us.
So let's try to untangle this. So there's a system in place. There's a momentum in that system. Like you said, lady, it's not my level, which is for somebody who grew up in the Soviet Union, at least echoes some of the same sounds I heard from people I knew there. It's kind of this helpless feeling like, well, this is just part of the system, this gigantic bureaucracy. And the corruption that happens is just like the only way to get around, to get anything done. So the corruption grows. Maybe could you speak to the corruption? To what degree is there corruption in Senegal and Africa? And how do we fix it?
So when you say to which degree there is corruption, I will respond to you the same I respond to people. I say, yeah, we have corruption, and it's almost as bad as in Chicago, right? So now, what I want people to understand when it comes to corruption, it's because we are misguided with corruption. We think corruption is the root cause of problems, when corruption is simply a symptom of a deeper root problem. In this case, if you make the laws so senseless, meaning, let me give you an example of senseless laws. Every time I have to import something in my country, I have a business. We're making lip balms in this case and others, skincare products. Some ingredients I'm able to find in the country at the standard that I need in order to remain competitive. Because, for example, our products are sold Whole Foods Market. You can understand it's a pretty sophisticated and really, they don't just put anybody on the shelves. But the thing is, it means that on the other end, my input has to be right. So out of those, we have 7 items that need to come from abroad to go into the making of this product. Some packaging and some raw material. But guess what? Like for 5 of them, I am paying a 40% tariff. And for the other 2, almost 70% tariff. That I call senseless laws. These tariffs are senseless.
Yeah, corruption is just a symptom. They reveal that something is broken about the laws.
Exactly.
And the laws are so taxation, this kind of restricting laws, like laws that slow down the entrepreneurial momentum.
They do. Because in this case, when my product comes, what do people have to do? Because every time, if you add 40%, you're basically on the other end. So every time you add, if let's say my product normally cost $1, and with your 40%, by the time I'm done, I had to now it's costing me $140. By the time it arrives in my warehouse, in my manufacturing facility, it's now at $140 because of the tariff I left behind. That 40% you added to it, do you know how much it's going to add to my final cost? But once the product is finished, I have to sell it to the customer. I have to sell it for $1.60 more because of that 40 cents extra you took from me. In order for me at the end of the day to have some type of profits, because profits at the end of the day is the blood of a business. There too, people are misguided. They say, oh, you dirty, greedy business people, and it's all profit, 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 profit. You know, I belong to this organization called, I'm a board member on the Conscious Capitalism. It is the largest organization of purpose-driven businesses and entrepreneurs. The type of people I told you about, we start our businesses because we see something that needs to be taken care of in society. Whole Food Market is one of them. The Container Store, you know, all of these companies that are beloved in the U.S. that you can hear of. We believe that the end goal of business is purpose. But in order to be purpose, you have to have profit to stay alive. And the best way for people to think of profit so that they're not all twisted about it. Lex, if I ask you, what's your goal in the world? You're probably going to tell me your dream. You're going to talk to me about what you're doing right now and how you want to be uniting, you want a more harmonious world. You want human flourishing. That's what you're working towards. That's what you say to me. You're not going to say, well, my biggest goal in the world is to produce as many red blood cells as I can. Except you need to produce those, otherwise no less. And if no less, no one will.
Yeah.
You know what So that's all. So people need to stop with this whole profit. Do we have some psychopaths among us? Yeah, 1% of us in this world are psychopaths. In every field, anywhere you look. And surely you find that in the entrepreneur's world as well. Yeah, so we have 1% of us who are psychopaths for sure. But do they define the rest of us? Absolutely not, and thankfully not. So let's just be clear on that. So here, you know, you charge me 40% tariff, which is outrageous. Then you're forcing me to sell it for $1.60 more than my competitor, who does not have to go through that nonsense because she's an American woman who is operating in America and she doesn't have that nonsense put on her. So now I'm on this market competing against this woman eye to eye. So if we're selling the same value product, mine costs $1.60 more simply because of some stupid rules from back home, then guess who's going to stay in business and who doesn't? See, they want to talk about equality. That's the type of equality I want to see. The playing field has to be leveled.
Plus, two people talking. Between us, maybe we'll have this English thing figured out.
We'll have it figured out.
So the idea of capitalism, the idea of conscious capitalism is the thing that in large part enables this level playing field.
That's what we want. So what you're trying to say? So here, so when I talked about census laws, that's an example. So when you make the tariff so high that you're going to render me, non-competitive, then that's where for people it might make sense. When the product arrives at the port, they say, "Hey, I give you this. What I give you, maybe it's 10% of the price or 5%. It's surely not 40%, but you are happy with it. You're the government official. That's what we call a bribe. And me, I'm like, hey, I saved myself money, and also I saved myself time. But you see, the laws where you pay 5% or even the 10% that I just left behind, or nothing, you come, you pay, you move on. Because who has the business of fooling around and staying behind? And no, you do that when it's actually makes sense to do that. So I'm not sitting here telling people I engage in unlawful practices. In my case, because I'm around saying the things I'm saying right now, so I'm a target. You got to do things cleanly, and I believe in doing things that way. So what I had to do was go to the Ask Again Mayor. We have a problem. Mayor, whenever he sees me, he's like, now what? Sounds like we got a problem.
Your best friend's that.
So I said, now it's the customs. And he's like, what do you want me to do? I said, do you know anybody at customs? I need to hire up at customs. I got to explain to them what's going on here. They all know, of course, but I think they're not always maybe understanding, or maybe they understand, and in this case, he understood. So we went, and he's like, yeah, I know this is not very, yeah, this. And I said, what do we do now? And I saw him going through binders and binders in his office, because he's going to try to go and look where in the law can we find something that can help me escape these rules. And you know the best he found, Lex, was, oh, well, here, see, this one. If you've been in business for 2 years, then we can allow you, there's a special term for it, it's French technical, we can allow you to bring your raw material, but you have to tell us exactly how much you're bringing, and it has to match your formulation, because, you know, they don't want you to bring in more that we need and maybe sell some of that to the rest of the market, and they didn't make their money on it. So there it means I have to give them my recipe. Imagine Coca-Cola being asked to give their secret sauce to government officials in a country that you can't even know what my heart is. Let alone, even in business, you don't do that. I mean, trade secret is trade secret. But here, you're asked to be putting it in front of some people. You don't know what's going to go after that. Because there they get to see, okay, so a recipe calls for X amount of candida wax, X amount of coconut oil. Okay, and on top of that, we have to think about how much spoilage might there be or not, because again, we don't want her to buffer it over there. So you have to get naked in front of them in terms of your recipe, which might end up only God knows where tomorrow, maybe competition, or maybe even them, they start a business and they compete with you, because we've seen that. So you have to do that, and then each time fill out the paperwork, get the approval, then it can come in. So when it can come in, you don't have to pay that tax. Oh, and by the way, you have 1 year to make this product and get it out. And all of it needs to be back out, because if it's any of it stays here, you're going to pay the taxes that we held up.
So you're basically forced by these senseless laws to be dishonest. If
But
you
where
want to
corruption,
succeed.
all of this is so cumbersome, because it means more paperwork everywhere, maybe having to disclose your things. So me, in my case, what I did is, this person said, okay, we're going to see how we can work with you. But for the first 2 years, we were more or less in the gray area.
Yeah, so
what
even gray area is good.
Yeah, but what does it mean? In a situation like that, whenever they want to mess with you, it means they can come and they will look and they will find something. So it means that every day I'm trying to do business, I'm running the risk of being harassed and or maybe even put in jail, depending on what it is.
I mean, you're an incredible person, because it seems like there's two ways to change this. Become president or gain power in the country and to try to change the laws, which seems really difficult to do. And the other way is fight through the laws and create the business anyway, build the business community, and through that method create a huge amount of pressure to change the laws.
You're totally getting it with your last part, because see, this is the other thing, and this is where I get so upset sometimes with my fellow Africans, because they get so disgusted by what they're seeing, right? And they think the answer is to go for politics. Let's go be president. Let's go be this. Let's go be that. And we're going to change everything. I see that in the US too. People thinking that presidents have all this power. You know who has the least power in government? The president. Yeah. I mean, people don't get that. Your best bet, if you insist on going into politics, stick to the local level. That's where all the skeletons are buried and hidden. That's where you can make the most impact. Local level. I know it's not shiny. I know it's not shining, but that's where it's at. So if you must go into politics, but there's another way. So in my case, what I do is two things. I preach and I practice. I preach. When I'm here talking to you about this, I'm preaching. I am sharing with people that is which I found. And by the way, the answer was there. I was doing these two businesses, realizing the difference in treatment of the doing business environment of the US compared to the doing business environment of Senegal. And at first I was like, of course, everything is messed up. It's because we're a poor country. But when I started to put two and two together, I'm like, you're poor because you have no money, at least not enough money to take care of your basic needs. You have no money because you have no source of income. Where does a source of income come from for most of us? It comes from a job, doesn't it? And then some people, sometimes at my UC Berkeley class, they say, oh no, it comes from government too. I'm like, I would like to think that even if you work for government, you're going to be paid something, right? And they're like, yeah. And then even before I can say something, they're like, oh, yeah, because that money we use to pay our public officials comes from taxes, employers, employees. We go back to the private sector for most of it, from where this whole thing is created. So it's clear. You're poor because you have no money because no source of income. Source of income for most of us is a job. We're talking about, so where do jobs come from? The private sector, primarily small and medium-sized enterprises. Then don't you think that we should make it easy, that we should have friendly doing business environment?
And also a lot of it comes not just in the small and medium sized businesses, but I think a lot of the value is created from new ones being launched.
Yes.
Right? It's not just like saving somehow through regulation the ones that are already there.
No.
It's like letting the market, letting the new better ideas flourish.
Yes, it's about what I mean by doing business environment is all the things that you and I talked about earlier. Even the access of electricity is part of the doing business. But doing business, so basically when I discovered all of that, when I put all of these dots together, then I'm like, well, I guess business, and it makes sense, Lex. If you want to grow tomatoes, you're gonna have to have two things. One is a good seed, right, that has good attributes, and then you're gonna have to have a good environment for it. Is the soil the right one? What's your pH level? All of those good nutrients you're gonna put in it. Is it in a place that has tons of sun? How much sun exposure or not? The climate in general, is it gonna be cold? Not. You can have some beautiful tomatoes in the middle of Siberia, last time I checked. So same thing here. Mohamed Yunus, the Nobel laureate for peace, said, poor people are bonsai people. They're the same people. If you put them in the normal, natural, a friendly habitat where they can thrive, they become the tallest tree in the forest. Poor people are bonsai people. So you see that tiny pot you put around the bonsai tree? That's the tiny pot that's created by giving me such a hostile business environment that basically were put together by the set of laws that you have put, but basically I have to jump through as a business person practicing business in my country. If you turn that environment into a friendly environment where I am not married to my employees, I have flexibility of the labor laws are simple, straightforward, clean, where the tax code is very simple, where truckloads of laws, like in my country, is so complicated. You have to hire a CPA, which costs more money, and even then tell them, girl, we're gonna make some mistakes. They don't talk to me like that. It's they don't tell me go up. They shouldn't. They better not. But they say whatever they say.
I'm scared.
They're like, the bottom line is, we're gonna make mistakes. This thing is so complicated, we're gonna make mistakes. So which means my ass is on the line. So anyway, so if the tax code was so simple, straightforward, like it is maybe in Texas, where up till a threshold, you owe me nothing, go online, 5 minutes, fill out your taxes, you're compliant, keep building your business because that's what we need from you. If you made it so easy and straightforward, then you know what? That's when you get all of these people, Lex, that you're talking about, saying, you know what? My name is Aminata, and I live in the middle of nowhere, Senegal. But you know what? I've got this great idea for this really nice hot sauce that I know the Americans are going to love. I'm hearing that hot sauce is a big thing. Let me bring it to them. But everything is there for you to jump into the ring of entrepreneurship. Yeah. You don't have to know someone like Magad. You don't have to even have the ability to sell yourself, maybe like I can sometimes. You are someone with a great idea. You're willing to work hard for it and pour everything you got into it. Guess what? It's there. You can get into the race.
You can be a dreamer, and you can be a dreamer in a rural little village, and then that has ripple effects throughout the entire country. Young kids growing up, I want to be the next X,
yes,
whatever. And it doesn't have to be the next Steve Jobs. That's just really far away.
All levels. It's at all levels. You create local heroes because representation matters.
Yes.
Right. So, and we are so badly in need of that. And so that's what all the things that have been stolen from us, as long as things remain the same. So, like, once I found out that basically at the end of the day, the answer is economic freedom, and that when it comes to that, the indexes, economic indexes that measure that, whether it's the Doing Business Index ranking of the World Bank or the Fraser Economic Freedom Index of the Heritage Foundation, when you look at all of those indexes and others, what do they have in common? One after another, they show you that it is harder to do business in almost anywhere in sub-Saharan Africa than it is, per se, anywhere in Scandinavia. So it is telling you that Scandinavian nations, that socialist Americans tend to love so much and take as an example, although there too they're showing you that they don't understand what's going on in Scandinavia, that Scandinavia is more capitalist. Scandinavian nations are more capitalist than almost any sub-Saharan African nations.
Ultimately, the political systems actually don't even matter nearly as much as the private sector being able to operate the machinery of capitalism.
There you go. There you go. There you go. And it's almost like I said, it's almost like its own little widget within it. You can have whatever type of society you want to practice, you want to exercise at whatever level you want to. But if you're serious about becoming a middle to high income nation, there is no other pathway that we know of at this point. And you know what made me super excited about that, beyond having finally found my answer? I have to tell you, when I found that answer, I literally fell to my knees. It was the type of feeling that, if something is not well with you, whether it's physical or mental, something is not well, you're not well. And you go around, go to the so-called specialists, some of them, but you're going around for years, trying to get help for your ailment. And here they don't know. Here they tell you things that you can't tell why, but you just know it's not true. They're this, they're that. And it's going on for years after year after year. And finally you meet this one person and boom, it's there. Not only the liberation, but also this whole new world that comes with it. I'm still ill, but guess what? There's a path forward. We know that. I'm going to have a lot of work to do, but there's hope, right?
And you're the beacon of hope, actually, for a lot of people in that part of the world. And those beacons are actually really necessary. So not only is there hope, but you can become, the beacon for your people, your home, this power that you see, that you feel all around, to become, to escape the feeling of being trapped. Is there advice you can give to people to young girls and boys dreaming somewhere in Africa of how to change the world?
That's right. And by the way, I want to say there are bigger beacons, there are better beacons than me. I just happen to be someone who has the chance of talking to you right now. And one of my goals is to open the same doors that were open for me, because together, our voice, there's such amazing stories out there. And so bigger beacons, better beacons out there. One thing here for me, the reason why I do what I'm doing right now, and it's almost to the point of self-destructing my own health. I feel invested with the mission of, I have been afforded the truth, so it is my moral duty to try to take it around. I know people sometimes say, when I listen to it, I feel like I'm talking to a priest. And I'm like, because the gospel, I receive the gospel. So anyway, but the thing is, Lex, who tells you these things? To this day, when they talk about the poverty of Africa, what do they talk about? They're sitting there and telling you, oh yeah, it's because of colonialism, it's because of racism, it's because of imperialism, it's because they're stealing, raw material, blah, blah, blah. Is any of those guilty to some level of where we are today. Maybe part of the reason where we are today. Maybe is that the only reason or the overwhelming reasons? No. Is that unsurmountable? Absolutely not. So for me, don't stay in that place of that steals and robs you of your agency. So I think it's important for people to get the right diagnosis as to why we are where we are. Because what you and I just talked about, the mainstream does not talk about this when they even talk about Africa in terms that, are not the usual suspect of, oh, famine is building over there, war is building over here, oh, we're having Ebola is coming, all of that stuff. Even when they were talking about the monkeypox, which at first, in this wave, it started with white people in Europe. Well, even in the many newspapers you pull out, it's black people with monkeypox on their skin. I'm like, wait a second, this time around, it did not start with us. So why are you always showing us when it's right now happening to white people? So all of that is happening. So for me, the thing is, the world simply right now does not have the right diagnosis as to why this continent now, despite all of its riches, because Lord knows it's got riches, starting with its young population. 75% of the population in my country is below the age of 25 years old. So when we're talking, I know we're talking about, repopulation, it's important. We're going to have to go for that. Maybe you'll get me going about climate change, I don't know. But anyway, so here my point is, we need the right diagnosis as to why this continent is the poorest continent in the world, despite its riches, starting with its young people.
What's it called?
All the natural resources, diversity in land, people, cultures, languages, everything that make for great ingredients for awesomeness. Despite all of that, we are the poorest region in the world. People need to know that the reason why that is, it's because we also have the most overregulated region in the world. At the end of the day, when Africa, and I dare to say Africa here, and treat it as one, we are 54 countries, 55 depending on how you count, yet we almost, for a tiny minority of these countries, we almost all lack one of the most crucial freedoms that there are. If you're serious about prosperity building, we lack economic freedom.
And economic freedom is the thing that unlocks that potential in young people.
For them to run with their ideas, to start businesses, or to start initiatives. It doesn't have to be for profit all the time, right? But it is this thing that gets you to get up and go and do something. Criticize by creating. Young people are naturally wired to want to criticize by creating. They're not sitting around waiting or complaining usually, unless you put them in a tiny box and they have no other way to go. And in this situation, what they do, let's talk about pre-colonial Africa, our forefathers, before slavery ever happened. There were black people on the continent. You see, when we talk about the story of black people and Africans, black people in Africa, for most of us, even me, I noticed that unconsciously it starts with slavery. But you're like, no, we were there before white men ever set foot. Who were we? What were we doing in our diversity? What economic systems were we running on? And then you realize that for most of them, they were free marketeers, and they were very much on the free trade, on the free enterprise side. So even that is a reinforcement. This is the place where we do not understand our history. So proper diagnosis, Africa is the poorest region in the world because it happens to be the most overregulated region in the world, lacks economic freedom. Number two, what do we do about that? We got to become serious about reforms, economic reforms, so that we can become beacons of free markets. Just like the Asian tigers, that's what the Asian tigers did. They had to become serious. Singapore, Taiwan, South Korea, those guys had to become serious about the free markets. Lee Kuan Yew, when he's just like, we got to do something, and he looked around and he realized at some point we got to make these reforms, and he went on to that journey of reforms, making his country one of the most free market, countries in the world, and voila, the magic happened. Back in the, in the 30s, the stock market crashed, and the Great Depression and everything, the world, and with all the lies that were told to the world coming from the Soviet Union, Stalin, while they were starving and dying over there. But oh no, I mean, Durante was telling the world that oh no, everything is going well, nobody's dying, when we know now, and getting Pulitzer Prizes based on this stuff. But then the world went on believing that oh no, capitalism fell. This crash that you had in the stock market is proof. Is what late stage capitalism produces. You guys always have your big ups and downs. But at that time, it was so hard on people that they're like, we're done with this. And at the same time, we're told the lies coming out of the Soviet Union that supposedly the communism was doing just fine. And you're at the point where the free market concept almost died. And it's the Asian tigers who kind of helped bring that idea back to life, right? Their success having used the free markets. And so for me, we gotta make a new commitment to the free markets on this continent if we want to go anywhere.
And the timing is perfect because the young people, there is a kind of freedom for that revolutionary free markets in this whole space.
Exactly. And by the way, you said something. Say that again, because I want to tell you what I'm hearing in that. Because something's really cool. Say it again. Come on, Lex.
I don't know which part.
You said
English is my second language too.
No, you said there's something revolutionary.
Yeah.
In that, because you know how young people are attached to revolution, and how I understand. Look, Lex. I understand, and I am willing to give the benefits of the doubt to some of these socialists who came to it because they had to witness some of the horrors of their times.
There's a revolutionary spirit behind that. It's ultimately criticized by creators.
Exactly. But violent revolution is never the answer. But that's what they went for in 1789 in France, the French Revolution, and Marx and Engels, they're promoting these ideas that usually for them justifies violent revolution. Lenin, all of these people, I am with them when they say that they want to see equal rights for people. Of course, I don't agree with therefore we need to push for equal outcomes. Equal rights is right, but equal outcomes is not right. So, but I am with them for all the way to equal rights, but this is where the two paths go this way. And also they're the fact that they have no issue with violent revolution. People get killed, people get put in gulags, and that's not right. So what you just said here just gives me goosebumps, because there's revolution in the free markets, but that's the type of revolution we want. A revolution that comes from people criticizing by creating. It's one of the best forms of revolution. If you ask me, that's the most sexy way of revolution. Yeah. Criticize by creating. Yeah. But what, you're gonna go shoot people? Or be like, what's his name? The Che Guevara, who tells you, it's in writing, I love nothing more than to fry the brain of a man with his gun? Really?
Well, in terms of sexy, there is power in that message of the oppressor, the abuser, the enemy that has abused their power. They need to be destroyed, and there's power in the message of that violence. Unfortunately, the lessons of history show that the violence, one, doesn't work, but it does the following. There is something about human nature, as the old cliche goes, that power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. It's the people who are in charge of committing that violence. It does something to their head. The first person you kill, the second person you kill, for some reason you lose your ability, the compassion for other humans. Even if you began as a revolutionary, as the Soviets did, fighting for the worker, for the rights and the basic humanity of the people that really do the work, you lose the plot somehow because of the violence. So in that way, it seems like the lesson, at least of this part of human history, until the robots take over, is that the economic freedom, free markets, and protecting those, and allowing anyone from your country to dream and to make that dream a reality by creating it with as few roadblocks as possible.
Exactly. So that's why for me, the message is very clear, is what we talked about today. The reason why Africa is the worst region of the world is because it happens to be the most overregulated region in the world. And for some people who might be, put off by it because they're like, oh, she's talking about laissez-faire. No. Let me put it maybe in a way that you can understand. Do you think that it should be as easy for any person in Africa, for any entrepreneur in Africa to enterprise, than it is for any person in Scandinavia to enterprise? If your answer is yes, which I would hope it is, then you have a moral obligation to work with me to make my country and as a whole my continent more free market. It's that simple. At that point, there's no like, yes, but on the other hand, no. And for me, on that question, and I've yet have to find somebody who claims to say no. If you say no, then we have a whole other problem. I'm not even talking to you at that point anymore. So
just to clarify, there's a perception and some reality that Scandinavian countries have elements of socialism in their politics, in their society, even in their economics. So at the very least, Africa should have, in terms of economic indices, should be as free as the Scandinavian countries. So you're just giving that example.
Free, yes. Yeah. Because the Scandinavian, they do have a subsidized, welfare system. That's what a more socialized welfare system. But the way they make their money is very, very much the way of the free markets. So there is how you make your money, and then there's how you maybe decide as a country to redistribute it, right? And so even there, even in Scandinavia, again, yes, they have more economic freedom. So then from there, like where we go is my job and my goal is for every single African, young and old, to know what I have come to learn. We are not doomed. It's not over for us. We will never catch up. The time for catch up is gone. But guess what? We've got a strong possibility and chance to leapfrog. And leapfrog we will. It is still time. But for that to happen, like I said, we need to know what we just talked about today, because that is not what the mainstream keeps us abreast with. When you go to the World Bank, they don't necessarily work along these lines. There's still, it's not, when you go to universities, I will ask you, MIT, the MIT Econ department, or even most of the professors, are they free market oriented? We find oftentimes in academia, there is a strong anti-capitalist bias. There is a strong anti-free market bias. So this is a problem. This is a problem.
Nobody cares about the economists anyway.
So we move forward.
In MIT, the spirit of the entrepreneur burns bright. Not in the economics department, because they just write op-ed articles, but in the dreamers, the young undergrads that actually build something.
No, I get that, but then we cannot be stifling their efforts by putting these artificially made regulations and laws that stand in the wind, clip their wings. So that's why when you were saying, what advice do you give to them? The advice I give to them is, each one of them, they have to pay attention to this discourse we just had. I don't ask anybody to agree with me on face value. Go back, do like I had to do. I come very much from the left of the left, if you can believe that. But I had to have my own intellectual journey. And in this case, my intellectual journey was very much complemented by my own life, having to build these companies on 2 separate continents, and having to, I had front row seat of the differences. At first, I thought it was this way just because we're poor, and therefore we messed up, and therefore it's like this. But eventually I learned that, no, we're poor because we lack economic freedom, and if the country allows its citizens the economic freedom to enterprise, then they become rich. So I had it upside down, you see. And so it's important for people to know that. So number 1, know your facts, because your facts will empower you. In this case, I like to use that word. Facts will empower you, and they will even furthermore, they will power you. Empower and power you. Because empower is like inside, and power is like I push you forward and up. So that's what it does to know the facts. And then go on and look around you. Where are the best practices of this? Who is at the cutting edge of a free market? We're starting away there. people don't necessarily be left behind or anything like that. We're in 2022, for Christ's sake. We don't have to do entrepreneurship the same way maybe it was done 50 years ago, 100 years ago, when as a community, as a people, we were maybe less enlightened because of our times, right? We can update this thing and move forward, but update is definitely not build back, what do they call it? Build back new or whatever they're calling it, the WF,
Yeah.
like whatever nonsense and stuff they're smoking over there.
Yeah.
It's not that. There are some principles that are universal and that stand the test of time. Those we have to keep, and on top add the new things we learn from our times and from life. So that's what I want them to know. Learn new facts, be empowered, and then look around, think about and look to see where the best practices are around the world, because the world is yours. You might be African, but the world is yours. So stop this nonsense of, oh, well, it's done by white people, so we're not going to do it. Get the best that exists in humanity for what you're trying to solve. And on top of that, put your own twist, right? Bitcoin is all of ours to take. Bitcoin is not the white man's thing, so therefore, oh, come on, Blue, because, we have a misguided pride. We're not going to use Bitcoin because it's white man's stuff. Bitcoin is math, you idiot. Math is universal, so it belongs to all of us.
There's no color.
Exactly.
In the space of economics.
Yeah,
in the space of
ideas.
And there's a chance to leapfrog too.
Exactly.
Which is really, really powerful.
Exactly. Because here we will leapfrog. And I'm not crazy. This is gonna happen. You mark my words. But it's gonna happen if as many people hear what we're talking about today. Because at some point, the solution is not gonna come. It's not me. It's not. It's gonna come from the wisdom of a crowd. This is why I love the crowd. There's no better wisdom than the crowd, and that's also why I believe in the free markets. This concept of emergent order. There's no way. There's no central planning that is smart enough, that has the level of intel that street level people have. Trying to create something. We just have to be humble. There's just something at the bottom of the pyramid that just bubbles up and happens. They're the best.
I think the cynicism, the idea that people are dumb, is at the core of a lot of things that prevent the flourishing of society. This kind of anecdotally, people are like, everyone is stupid. People say that jokingly. But the reality is, people are incredible. They have the capacity for kindness, for love, for innovation, for brilliance in all kinds of dimensions. You might suck at math, but you might be amazing at carpentry. You have to find that thing. And there's something about when there's freedom to find that thing, and people interact and get excited about shit together, and then they build. If you look at authoritarian, at places that limit that freedom, at the core, I think, is the idea that people are dumb. Let us take care of everything. We'll come up with the rules and the regulations because people are too dumb to manage things themselves. And then that idea builds on top of itself, where you think that the entire populace is much lesser than the wise sages sitting at the top. Then you add violence on top of that, and that leads to corruption and to corrupting of just the human mind of the leaders, and the whole thing becomes a giant mess. The antidote to that is economic freedom.
For people to have a freedom to enterprise. And look, Lex, when we allow for that to happen, have you looked around lately and looked at the level of niche that has happened in this country? I mean, you have clubs where you have places where people are into guitar strings, like some of it, like it's all about guitar strings. And others, it's all about these best cupcakes. And others, it's all about this new crypto thing over here. And others, like hair, best, weight. It's when you allow us, because 7 billion geniuses, each one of us, I believe, came to this world with something that only he or her possesses. And that is the genius, and it is their contribution to the human problem.
When you think about your identity today, so it all started in Africa, just like it did for the entirety of the human species. There's a bit of European flavor in there, a little French. Silicon Valley, you're now in part a Texan.
Mm-hmm.
There's you really are an American. So, but you're also an African.
Mhm.
Who are you when you look in the mirror? When you think about yourself? When you listen? When everything gets quiet, you listen to your heart. Who are you? Can you figure out that puzzle?
That's a very interesting question because it's been a long time I haven't asked myself. I have before. Um, what I have found is I think who I am today has been for sure shaped by, I call it Dakar, Paris, San Francisco. Dakar is Senegal, Paris, France, and San Francisco primarily. And now, yeah, I think I might want to ask you guys a little bit of Texas in there.
How do you say Texas in French?
Texas.
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 Yeah.
So
Austin, Texas.
Austin, Texas. Austin, Texas. It's easy.
Not quite as good.
Austin, Texas.
Yeah.
Us, Texas.
Us.
Texas. Yeah. So I was formed by those three. I have to say that what I enjoy from my Senegalese roots are our commitment to peace, love, and tolerance. Very much. And Teranga, obviously. And I like that it's a culture that's very much about reverence. It's reverence. I don't think you could ever hear me tell an older person, especially not my parents or my grandma or anybody like that, for us to be able to tell an older person that's not true or you're lying would never cross my mind, because that's the most disrespectful thing you can think of, the most irreverent thing you can think of. It doesn't mean that you have to agree with everything that's said, but there's a way to disagree. There's a way to push back that doesn't have to rob this person who happens to be older than you, especially from their dignity that older age normally provides.
And there's wisdom to their words that you yourself may not
Absolutely.
see. So the reverence is for the idea of wisdom, of tradition.
Exactly. And again, so that is something that I really enjoy, especially, and something I'm very attached to this day. And then from France, what I really came to enjoy, of course, is all the fineness that one can find within French culture.
The fineness?
Yeah, the fineness. Foods.
I mean, you mean like the
Design.
intricacies, like the very.
Yeah, there's some sophistication in there. I mean, French lingerie, for example. I mean, la dentelle, the laces, all of that, super. It's exquisite. So the
fashion, the food.
I mean, there's something to be said about all of that, and it's very beautiful. And I love also, even when I talk about fineness, it's like a meal is not about like this big thing we put in front of you, but smaller portions. Enjoy what you're eating and spend time at the table. Like the eating time is not necessarily just this function of feeding yourself, which I understand it, but this is something that they share with Senegalese culture. Is eating is a moment of communion. It's a moment of friendship, family. It's a precious moment. To this day, and my husband is American, we eat our meals together all the time. I would not have it any other way. And there's a prep time and all of that stuff. It doesn't matter how busy I am, but we're doing it.
Actually, to push back a little bit, it's interesting because the camaraderie over a meal is a beautiful thing.
Mm-hmm.
I was in a pretty dark place because on the way to Ukraine, I traveled to Paris and I stayed in Paris, and I wasn't able to enjoy the fineness because it was almost a distraction from the humanity for some reason to me, because there's such a focus on the art of it all that you lose the basic connection with humanity. Now, that said,
depends what you're talking about.
I think some of the lack of connection over humanity was the fact that while I did know how to speak French for a long time, I forgot most of the language. And so part of it, there is a barrier. You said hospitality. There is a bit of a barrier in French culture to where in order to be welcomed in, You have to hear the music and be able to play the music of the people. And if you don't, there's a bit of a barrier.
I must admit on that end that it is true. You would feel less that if you were with a group of Senegalese people per se, or I would even say if a group of Spanish people. And I think this is maybe the other side of it for the French people. They can be a little bit, uppity up there. And I think maybe that's what you're sensing there. If you don't have the codes, which is what you call you don't sing the music, then it's hard for you to be part of it. But I was speaking here from the standpoint of you're in. Yeah.
Also, come on. Coming from Texas, also Ukraine, I should say, some of the best steak and meat I've ever had. Cheap. Texas, some of the greatest. In the size of the meals in France. It's like, what are we doing here? I mean, I get it. It's art. But I like to look at my art on the wall.
No, okay.
And then eat my damn steak.
Did you go? So maybe no. Okay, now here I have to defend them, although sometimes I'm the worst. Yeah. No, did you go to some Michelin star restaurant? Maybe that's why. That's why. Because next time you go to France, I'll take you to the countryside or any French home. They will serve you multiple times. I mean, by the time you're done, even if it's the portions are smaller. If it's smaller if you want to, but because that way you get a chance to really feel what you're eating and then have more and then all that stuff, but not be like this. And then but no, you'll eat plenty. But it's because you went to the Michelin places where they're like.
I'm sure the warmth of the people is there. It almost makes me sad that sometimes I think to properly be in a place, you really should spend a long time there.
Yeah,
and also be emotionally ready. Again, I was emotionally unavailable. I just like.
Well, I would imagine on the way to the Ukraine, I'm like, who can think about food?
But in your identity, a bit of Texas, a bit of San Francisco.
And San Francisco, and I guess from America, the defining thing for me for America is it's the freedom and the entrepreneurial mindset. See, very quickly when I moved from France to the United States and I started becoming successful in the United States, I found myself, me and my husband, he was French, and my first husband who passed away, we found ourselves at some point, we stopped talking to our friends in France who stayed in France because we were talking to them about things that were so outside of their comprehension. What do you mean you're in your 20s and you just raised I don't know, $1 million or $2 million, especially from back in those days. Today, it's easy here and there.
So even in France, that entrepreneurial spirit didn't burn quite as bright.
I mean, don't take me wrong. Do you have some entrepreneurial people in France? Yeah, but to the level that you have it in the US, absolutely not. It's just, in France, it's still very much, you're born in this area, you go to school in that area, your parents live around, eventually you'll marry and be where your parents are, or maybe go to where your spouse's parents are, and you buy your house and you buy it once, and you're not going to do like the Americans. 2 years later, I sell my house, I go somewhere else. You don't have any of it. And then what do you mean? Just stopping from nowhere. You're going to do a bit. You're going to do what? Start a business and you have nothing to back you up or whatever. Oh, and even this idea of going and fundraising, this venture cap, especially back in the days, venture cap, all of that it's very American. We take it for granted, but it's very American. Who would have made a bet on me in France? The same person. I would not have found the same people. I would never in France have been able to raise it. At some point it was $32 million for my first business. Never would have been able to do that in France. And it doesn't mean that French people are bad people or anything like that. It's just something that's just not so in the culture, right? Just like this whole concept of philanthropy. It's not that the French people don't do philanthropy, but philanthropy in America is very different from the level and also the magnitude of maybe what the French people do. And also they have this always like, oh, let's do it behind the scene. Money is suspicious, success is suspicious. So at some point, my husband and I just felt like our friends actually were maybe thinking that we're maybe some drug dealers or something. So we just stopped because it just was not flowing anymore. And so yes, in America, I found this entrepreneurial spirit. Then I was able to link it with something that I'm very familiar with in my country. See, back home in Senegal, I'm part of this. You have what we call the Mourid. I'm a Mourid. So what it is one of the four brotherhoods in Senegal. Mouridism is the most influential of them and the biggest one. And us, it's all about entrepreneurship as well. I mean, of course, there's the whole religious part, but our mantra is pray as if you will die tomorrow and work as if you will never die. And the way somebody will say that somebody passed away, we say somebody has retired. Somebody has retired from their work, right? Right? So I think it's funny because in that community, we're very much entrepreneurial. Left to our own devices, we're entrepreneurial. But then what happens is the minute people start they're being educated through the education system, like the French, especially education system, that tend to breed more like, the French bureaucrat mindset, then you could see all the entrepreneurial mindset kind of starting to dwindle down. So it's kind of very interesting. So in a way, America helped me reunite with that side of my roots, where America reinforces that side of my roots and also gives me more tools to practice that side of my roots, if that makes any sense.
Through all of that, that's what brings out the heart of a cheetah, which I think is a beautiful, beautiful thing that encapsulate that whole trajectory, which I think is the best possible answer anyone could give. It makes me want to really think about who I am, because you really have brought together so many cultures within yourself. Like, just talking to you makes you feel like we are just all one people.
Because at the end we are. And when you come from at the end we are. And also I think for me, if people can take anything from my story, it's at the end of the day, I am very clear about it, and I'm all for harmony among people and among us peoples. If we can accept that we're all, I know this sounds so cliche, but for me it's so true, that we're all humans. When I left Senegal, when I was about to leave Senegal for the first time and to go to Europe to be reunited with my parents, because now they had emigrated and things were going to be fine, and things were stable for them. Now they're like, it's time to be reunited with her. They brought me over, but before I left Senegal, my grandma sat me down. She lowered herself down to my level and she said, Magat, you're about to go to this place where most people will not look like you. And most people speak a language that's going to be different from yours. And you're going to realize that all the kids are going to school and you've never been to school because, I was, like I said, a free range kid and I was just living my life. And she said, but I don't want for any of that. And she showed her words. She said, I don't want for any of that to intimidate you. She said, you can be impressed by some of it if you want, but no intimidation. And she said, because the fact that they might be different from you, yeah, they're going to have a different skin color from you, but it is still human skin. You're human, they're human. And she said, this language you're going to speak, it's a different language from yours, but it is still a language that humans speak. You're human, they're human, therefore you can speak it. And lastly, they have gone to school. Going to school is what little humans do. You're a little human, so you'll be just fine. And I went, and Grandma was right? It was right. And that helped me. When you internalize that so early on, it just makes you belong to the human family that you're part of. I am part of a human family. And I would have no problem going to Russia, for example, and be totally open.
Maybe don't go right now. But
no, not now. Maybe not now. You're right. But
at least don't bring weed if you go on the plane.
No. Yeah, right. That girl, I don't know what she was thinking, but
yeah.
No. So, but what I'm trying to say, Lex, is I feel like I can go anywhere in the world, including some of the most unfriendly places in the world, to someone like me, because there are places like that. And yet, I know that somehow, somewhere, someone will take care of me, will help me. When I first came to this country, I came as a tourist, but we had this amazing family who had a family business in Indiana, Columbus, Indiana, The Wences, Carol and Eldon Wentz, I owe them everything that I have in this country, but I am in this country. They are Americans in mid-America, from a place that most other Americans would maybe, look down on, because, and some people would be like, oh, you're going to this place where they have more churches and cows than people, that type of behavior, because, the elite, the coastal elites. But it is in the Midwest, that I found that Black young women coming out of nowhere, found support. They all rallied around me. I didn't even come from the same faith as they are from. Yet the whole church rallied around me to find me an apartment. My host family found me, got me a job, and it was not a pity job. They were like, we are in serious needs of getting our accounting under control and our marketing and all of that. And I had to catch up years of accounting, like to the cent, and come up with marketing, all of that. And I did it way faster than they thought I would ever be able to do that. At some point, they look at me and they're like, look, there is a future for you. And we are too small for that future. And now we could be selfish and keep you here with us. And we would want nothing more than that. Because really, they're like my parents to this day. I just came back from seeing them. And they said, but there's so much more for you. And we don't have it. So we want you to go and find out what it is. And that's eventually when I, because something was brewing up in San Francisco when I say I left my heart in San Francisco. Because, the man would become my husband. We went to the same business school in France, but then he was older than me. So he had come to San Francisco and started a business there. And it just looked like there was something there. And Carol was like, you got to go to San Francisco and find out with Emmanuel what's going on. But I went and I left my heart in San Francisco. I came back. I'm like, okay, I'm leaving. Here's the keys to my apartment. But I'm out of here. So no, but Carol, so this is it. This is what I'm saying, especially in these times when this country loves to dwell on, you're bad because you have this skin color. Here are people with a completely different skin color than mine, completely different faith than mine, yet embraced me, protected me, paid for my visa, for my lawyer, for my H-1B, everything, and also played emotional support for me. And no one asked them to do that. They didn't have to do it. They didn't. So what I'm saying is, and this has been the story of my life, everywhere I go, regardless of the hostility around me, you betcha that there's always going to be somebody who shows up for you, and somebody who's at the extremes at the antipodes of where you are and who you are. And that tells me something. In the end, we are good people. Most people are good people.
And there's so much power to that, the internalizing this idea that we're all just human, and there's human kindness all around us. I've seen it a lot where people internalize that, and they're able to walk lightly amidst hate.
Yeah.
And walk past it.
Yeah.
And it doesn't stick to them in a way that they build resentment and it paralyzes them. If they internalize that we're all just human, they can be just like you said, in the worst places in the world for them.
And someone somewhere that human match can touch is there.
You'll find them.
It will find, yeah. And the other thing too, Lex, is especially in these times we're walking in, it is to remind yourself. I think this is where we all are called to practice more courage. I call it courage. It's the courage to show up with curiosity, with empathy, and with love. To me, those three are the antidote to pretty much anything. Curiosity, empathy, and love. In the face of fear, can you show up with curiosity? In the face of hate, can you say, I'm gonna engage with love, even if I'm scared to death, and even if I'm pissed off to death by this? But can you do that? In the face of just like judgment or whatever, can you show up with empathy? And I had just found that when you try to do that, you engage very different parts of your brain. That's proven, by the way, by the brain scientists. But you also can feel it in your body that you engage in very different parts of your soul. And so I try myself. I'm not always good at it, but it's a practice that I try to honor, which is curiosity, empathy, and love.
As I told you offline, I agree with you 100% on that. But there is, when you go to Ukraine and you can say, you could speak about the power of love, but when you lose your family, when you lose your home, all you have in your heart is hate. Even if you know it, you're not supposed to have it. You still, all you have is hate. So sometimes it's a very human thing. Hate.
But it is about trying not to stay there.
Yes.
And it's okay if it takes you years. But it is about trying, and I mean the word trying. It is about trying not to stay there.
Let me ask you about some of the things you see in this country from your perspective of everywhere you've been in the world. What do you think about the Black Lives Matter movement here in America that does struggle with the role of skin color today and throughout the history of this country, maybe even throughout the history of the world?
Well, Black Lives Matter has been a very hard one for me, because do Black Lives Matter, those three words together in that order, what they mean? They mean everything, because Black lives do matter, as any other lives do matter. But I know in this case why they say Black Lives Matter, because some of the context we have had. Now, while I agree with the principles that Black Lives Matter, I have a big problem with the organization and what it stands for. When I have an organization that pretends to want to stand for Black lives to matter, yet you are self-proclaimed Marxist socialists, I pause. Why? I pause and then I'm like, have we learned nothing? Have we learned nothing? And the reason why I say that, Lex, is because 60 some years ago, it started before even 60 some years ago, Black people, in this case, I'm talking about the African people. I'm talking about the Black Africans who would go on to really cement this concept of African emancipation and African liberation. And here I'm taking us back to 1945. They had four of them before that, but in 1945, in Manchester, UK, happened something that would become major for Africa and its future, especially Sub-Saharan Africa. In Manchester, UK, people like Blaise Diagne of my country, Nyerere, Tanzania, Kwame Nkrumah, Ghana, and others from different parts of the continent got together with Marcus Garvey and W.E.B. Du Bois. And I say Du Bois because that's how we say it in French. He has a French name, French sounding name at least. And Americans would say, so for Americans listening, I know you say Du Bois, but it's Du Bois. No, because just in case they're like, who are you talking about? That's what I'm talking about. So all of those people got together in the UK, and with W.E.B. Du Bois and Marcus Garvey, big top African-American intellectuals of their times. W.E.B. Du Bois had so many things happen to him, starting from the North, being more or less a liberal type guy, came to the South just to see, at this time, Black people being lynched and some of their body parts being shown in store windows. I mean, just for a second, we put ourselves in his shoes. I put myself in his shoes. And that's when he started to become radicalized, right? Because at first it was like, oh, reforms, this and that. And now it's like, God darn it. And these people, we don't talk to them. We force, And eventually, little by little, things going through. You have these people. They're very much on the Marxist socialist train.
Did you think the sort of it's the political movements that are just using?
Yeah, because what happened back in those days, it is true that to their credit, communist socialists were fighting for equal rights. They were fighting for the rights of Black people to have equal rights. So, of course, I could see why one could say, especially in these times, you're being lynched, bodies burnt, body parts showcased at window stores. Meanwhile, in Africa, under colonization, in your own country, in your own land, and you have this group that's saying, your fight is part of what we fight. Of course, you're going to say I side with you, especially if this is all happening at a time where, so 1945, these guys who would be the liberators of various African nations are meeting with Garvey, with W.E.B. Du Bois. And that's where this meeting is very important. The 5th Pan-African Congress meeting. It's very important. It could be their last one, but it's the most important one because that's when they formed their plans and really rallied around this concept of African emancipation, and African liberation. We're going to liberate our countries. Then later, so that's how all of these movements started to happen. And from there, Gandhi was already making some progress with India, getting them out of British rule and all of that. So all of this was happening, and really, like, this whole thing was bubbling. Like there's like a new force going on. And then we arrived in the late 50s, and Nkrumah with them with the British as well, managed to become their colonization is over. They're the first one to go in, 57. Then from there, it's what we call the independences. That's when most sub-Saharan African nations are getting their independences. Different dates. Mine, April 4th, 1960. So all over. So this is happening. But now think about it. You're talking 57, you're talking 60. We're like at this time now with the middle of the Cold War. See, because we have to put things in context when we understand what's going on. Because people today ask me, why do you think, because even now when they understand, oh, you're right, it makes sense. If you have no economic freedom, you're going to be poor. But why? Why did they go for this? Why did they go for this? And then they don't understand. So that's what happened. So beginning of times, pre-colonial Africans were free marketeers, free enterprise. It's pretty well recorded by someone like George Aite. That's where I got the Chile thing from. And Ghanaian economist. And then slavery happened, colonialism happened, and then the independences, late 50s, early 60s for most African countries, most sub-Saharan African countries. So there, what you have is, but then what happened there? So I told you in 45, 5th Pan-African Congress in the UK with the liberators of Africa, under the leadership, because he was the wise, eldest man. Du Bois he was in his 70s back in the day. And and he's coming with all of these ideas and everything. So we're like, So there we are. Now in the late 50s, early 60s, we're starting to make progress with the independences. India has gone there before. So all of that is starting to happen. And at that time, remember, they already were being introduced to the concept of socialism, Marxism, all of that way before by some of these, Black African-American intellectuals of their time who were very socialist Marxist by that time. So now they're becoming independent, because I do independent like this because I reckon that there's still neocolonialism going on. So now this is happening, we're becoming free. But then you look around, what do you see? That now most of these liberators of their nations become the president of their nations. But remember what I told you? Most of them have drunken the socialist Marxist socialism Kool-Aid. So as these African nations become independent with their first independent governments and presidents, most of them are socialist, various forms of statist type of government. And this is because at that point we had made a fatal mistake of saying we are Marxist socialist because you guys fight for equal rights. So in this case, there should be no colonialism or anything like that. So not only you have that going on, And the people, so right now you had this battle of ideology going on, because on one hand represented by freedom and the economic, what do you call it, the economic system they were using is capitalism. And these are represented by the Western nations facing off with Eastern Bloc, practicing various forms of statism, socialism, communism, various forms of statism. And these two are fighting for influence. So, and we also have, it's also not, so two things there. One is, we're at a time where, remember, the free market concept was almost dead. Almost dead. So almost every intellectual at that time was social Marxist. Or Marxist socialist, I put it in. That's what you were. So you're in a world where it was the normal thing, it was just mainstream acceptance. So not only you have that force, but at the same time, if these two forces are fighting one another, it turns out that the one representing capitalism and freedom, well, sorry, but isn't it you who enslaved us and colonized us? And you're fighting with the people who represent, supposedly people who are saying that, who have been fighting for equal rights for us, with us for the longest time. These are our friends. And that's when you made a fatal mistake. Because while, yes, there were maybe good things to agree on with the Marxist socialists of the time, especially, equal rights for all people and all of that, that's the only thing we should have, among the only things we should have agreed upon. There are violent revolution tendencies, no way. When it comes to the economic nonsense, no way. We should not have thrown the baby out with the bathwater, but that's what we did. And that's when we made the fatal mistake. So then we became free, all of these nations, and most of them started with socialist or communist leaders. My country, socialist. Leopold Sédar Senghor, he was a socialist. And they stayed in power for 40 years. The first 40 years of our freedom years. And all over the continent, more or less, that's what you had. And on top of that, something else that the French don't know, people don't know, is France, with its colonies, said you cannot not do, you have to keep the French civil law. So we're talking about the Napoleonic civil code. Are you kidding me? So that's what happened. So the reason why I go back to BLM is, while I have all the respect in the world and all the compassion in the world for people like Nkrumah, for people like Nyerere, for people, all of those people of those times, the liberators of Africa, while I have so much love, compassion for them, I am also able to say, because I got the benefit of 60-some years time, and where you get to do a debrief and see what worked, what didn't work, what happened. We have had the 60 years to look back and to reflect. So yes, I can understand why they did what they did. I can understand why they sided with these people who, on the surface, or at least some part of the fight, was the same fight as them when it came to equal rights. I can excuse them, but I will not excuse the BLM founders, because that mistake was tolerable 60-some years ago. Today, no. The blacks of today cannot be serious about Black Lives Mattering and saying in the same sentence, and we're going to be socialist, Marxist socialist. It just doesn't work.
So the BLM movement is too deeply integrated with
those ideologies.
Marxism.
Yeah, they're anti-free market, anti-capitalist, and we do know that you have to have the free markets in order to build prosperity. And prosperity means economic power. If you have economic power, no one messes with you. Or if they're going to do it, they're going to have to think twice. And when they do, they're going to have to pay consequences. So if you want for blacks to be respected anywhere in the world, you're going to have to be serious about black prosperity. En masse. Not just a few people, Oprah over here and somebody over there. No. We as a group have to be critical mass of prosperity across the board. And because we're talking critical mass of prosperity across the board, it means black people everywhere in the world. But guess what? We in Africa happen to represent 90% of the representatives of the black race. So you're going to be serious about Black Lives Mattering without being serious for Africa, the 1 billion people in Africa that are black, and for them to have access to the free markets and yes, fossil fuels, so that they can rocket, up prosperity-wise.
And the resources of the young people, the young
Yes,
minds.
so that all of these young people, young minds can finally manifest their greatness that I know they have, and that they're showing us every day, despite the obstacles. That's what we need. Senegal becomes rich, and Senegal can become and will be richer than France. The colonized Singapore did it, we can do it. Mali rich, Nigeria rich, functioning as well. Malawi rich, Tanzania rich, Uganda rich, Zimbabwe rich, Niger rich, everywhere rich, prosperous. As prosperous, if not more prosperous than Switzerland or Singapore or the US or the Liechtenstein or Luxembourg, places that have no natural resources. We become rich, and you watch the world having a very different relationship with us. That's the only time we will command any type of respect. That's when people, even our common psyche will change, even about black people. All the stereotypes that they have of us is gonna melt away. And you may still not like us, but you will still respect us because we are a force to be dealt with. And only economic power does that. It would be nice, of course, for us to respect people because they're people. It would be nice, but let us not kid ourselves. This is Earth. And someone said, nice people will make it to heaven, but not to Harvard necessarily. It's true.
It's interesting that pity does not ever turn into respect. It would be nice if it did.
It would be nice, but it doesn't.
Prosperity is
the only thing. And the way we do that, there is no, just like all of us humans have to inhale oxygen and exhale carbon dioxide. That's a human way of breathing. You bring me but you want to be foolish and be like, oh, well, sorry, that's how white people breathe. So us black people, we're going to have to do something different. Well, good luck with that. Right? Yeah. So this is here why I'm saying I have no patience for Black Lives Matter. They're making a mistake that was made 60-some plus years ago. Even more than that, maybe even 100 years, when we were siding with the Marxist socialists because they're the ones who've been fighting for equal rights.
Let me ask you, though, about racism. Do you, as you travel through this world, as you travel through America, feel the burn of hatred? You've spoken about the revolutions that have been fought throughout the 20th century against racism. But today, as people talk about educating, reminding the world with even with more philosophical ideas of critical race theory, for example, do you think this is still a battle that needs to be fought at the forefront of culture in the United States?
Does racism exist? Yes, it does. But all forms of isms exist. Some people, it's about various forms of ableism. Others, it's about size. And racism, yes, is one of them. Does it exist? Yes, it does. But is it what's going to stop anyone from manifesting their greatest potential? I say no. I say no. Many people in this country have showed it. Whether they're African Americans or African immigrant, I'm an African immigrant. You have African Americans like Oprah and others, and other people even before her, who, despite the nastiness around them, were able to make it. So we do know, especially as Black people, but I think it's humanity as a whole. And that's what I love about the human spirit. It's resiliency. But resiliency only can happen if you don't allow yourself to be beaten down and to lose your self of agency. It's, of course, easier said than done. And some among us need a little bit more help to not succumb for it than others do. And I've seen it. It might be harder for you if you're somewhere in, inner city, inner city Black America. Maybe the environment might be a little bit tougher for you to try and get your act together and all of that stuff. And it's okay. But even in that situation, we need to, I think it's important that we still do not rob you of your agency. And this is where I am mad as heck against those who supposedly care, and their idea of how to make sure that I don't become or stay a victim of racism is through all the things we talked about, the CRT, the anti-racism crap of, Ibram X. Kendi, and what's her name? Robin DiAngelo. I mean, I'm shocked. The woman is making all of this money, supposedly fighting a war on our behalf. I'm like, lady, I hear you loud and clear, but you are a true racist. I know, but you told me you are. And for you to think that your anti-racism makes you less racist, and that happens too. She comes from a racist background. Fine, she's saying it. It's true. But this idea that every walking person on earth belongs to one category or the other, depending on what which skin color you came with, it's problematic at its root. So my point is, does racism exist? Yes. Do you think it's going to stop me from doing anything I have to do? No. Might it make it harder, longer? Maybe. But it will not stop me. But for it not to stop me, I can't engage in victimhood mentality. I can't lose myself a sense. I got to use all the agency that I have to fight back and fight beyond. See, it's just just a fight back. You fight back and you fight beyond. Because at some point, yeah, and it's this concept of yes and. So this is why I have loved the job. So when I have somebody who is like, oh, anti-racism is the way, we're gonna go and tell all the white kids that, because they happen to be white, that they're really the oppressors and blah blah blah, and the black kids, because they're black, you're not changing anything when you're doing that. Nothing except that you're putting problems where there were no problems to start with. All we had to do was maybe go for a different route from there. Kids are kids. Kids are born kids. And this, I'm not sure if you want to get me going on to the whole science of bias, because that's something I spent years of my life on. And my journey on the science of bias started with the days of Philando Castile, Eric Garner, that whole summer of 2016, when we had this horrendous situation of Black people being killed by the police.